Me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Off and rolling on Hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour of the show, we'll get you up to date on what we saw last night in Brooklyn at the NBA draft. And in 20 minutes, since it's Thursday, how about we have a draft of our own? And this time we're picking our favorite sports mascots. That's going to be great. Then we'll keep the good times rolling with our best bets at 8:40. It has been a great couple of weeks with our bets as well. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. You can stream us live each and every Monday through Friday. Our final hour is on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms. Well, we have a draft last night in Brooklyn. No surprise at what would happen at number 1.
With the first pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flagg from Duke University.
No surprise there. Flagg goes number 1 overall. He joins a squad that already has a heap of talent with Derek Lively, Klay Thompson. But Flagg is especially pumped about playing with AD and his guy Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kyrie's an incredible player. You know, he's one of the game's greats. You know, he's so skilled. And I definitely went to a couple games, you know, in the Garden and watched him play when he was with the Celtics. So I think it's an incredible opportunity for me, first of all, just to, you know, learn from him. I've heard he's an incredible leader and an incredible role model. So, I'm excited to get down there and learn from him, you know, all around. And, you know, just share the court with somebody that of that stature and, you know, has had the career that he's had.
You know, Celtics fans are like, yeah, we remember. It's exactly what Dylan said, our resident Boston fan in the chat. Like, we're trying to forget those years. But, man, Dallas just ready-made and so lucky for Flagg to come in and be effective.
Oh, absolutely. And I think what's great about Cooper Flagg is that not only is the game there, it feels like he has already handled the spotlight pretty well. Like, it feels like he hasn't had any missteps yet. And it's for somebody who is one of the youngest first overall picks, because the guy is, 18? Mm-hmm. Like, this is a lot to put on an 18-year-old. If there's any 18-year-old that looks the part and looks to be able to handle the pressure and the hype and everything that goes with being, you know, the face of a franchise, it does feel like Cooper Flagg can handle it.
No, I think he can. There's no question about it. And also, when you look back at his career, it's rare to have someone who is labeled as a can't miss as a high schooler. It's one thing to say, okay, this kid's a 5-star recruit. He has a ton of NBA potential. But we know Cooper Flagg was a high schooler in Maine, and even then it was, oh, yeah, this guy's going to be it. Like LeBron was talking about that. I remember years and years ago when I think LeBron was on the cover of Sports Illustrated and it said the chosen one, and he was in high school. And I'm not comparing Cooper and LeBron, but even LeBron himself said, yeah, I can see why people think he's this good because he's always been this good, and there's just been no deviation from that. Mm-hmm. And when he played with Team USA over the summer, I think that was when you really knew that, okay, this kid is the real deal, because all of the NBA players who played with him said, oh, just wait for this kid. And that's about as big of an endorsement as you can get.
Yeah, and we've already had like a little sampling of how he's going to do against current NBA players. So, of course, the sky's the limit for Cooper Flagg. And also from an expectation standpoint, the fact that the Mavericks just lost Luka Doncic and now they get another face of the franchise, like there's always all these other like nuanced things that go into expectations for players. I feel like that is a big one when you were telling the story of like what Cooper Flagg is going to mean to Dallas.
Oh, it's going to be huge. Nico Harrison, we've talked about it all show. Like, luckiest dude on the planet. So already, if you're looking at the odds, Flag is an early minus 200 favorite to win NBA Rookie of the Year. At number 2, we get Rutgers guard Dylan Harper going to the Spurs. The Sixers get Baylor guard VJ Edgecombe at 3. The Hornets, Duke guard Con Kneppel at 4. Ace Bailey, we thought he might fall to the Wizards at 6. Instead, he goes to the Jazz at 5. And then Trey Johnson, the sharpshooter out of Texas, goes to the Wiz at 6 instead. Back to Harper for a second overall. And the Spurs are hoping to make it 3 consecutive Rookies of the Year. Harper himself ready to play with the alien.
What point guard wouldn't want to play with a guy like Victor? I mean, 7'4", can play on the perimeter, could do a little bit of everything, you know. He's only in year 3s. So if he looks as good in year 3, how's he going to look in 2-3 years? So, I mean, just the excitement you get with playing from him and with him and just being on the same court as him, just feeling his presence on the court is going to be great.
Man, that's courtesy of Sirius XM NBA Radio. The Spurs, and now they have Pop in the front office. I mean, this is a team, give them just a little bit of time, a little bit of seasoning, and they are going to be no joke. This is an obvious pick to make outside of Flag, and he fits in perfectly with what San Antonio is trying to do.
Oh, absolutely. Not only is he a great player, but he comes from a championship pedigree. Because remember, his dad is Ron Harper, a 5-time NBA champion. And I remember this from reading Phil Jackson's books, because I was not watching basketball when I was like 4. So like, I don't remember this from a firsthand perspective, but I remember reading the book from Phil Jackson. And he talked about Ron Harper constantly and his defensive prowess and what he brought to the court. So he certainly has the championship pedigree and somebody who can steer him in the right direction when it comes to having a successful career in the NBA.
No doubt about it. Also, some trades we should mention. The Blazers trade the 11 pick, which was Washington State's Cedric Coward to the Grizz. The Hawks make a trade at 13. They send Maryland's Derek Queen to the Pels at 23, along with an unprotected first-round pick in 2026. And then the Hornets, not only do they draft Kaman Mulwach out of Duke, but then they get center Mark Williams from the Hornets for the 29th overall pick and a first-round selection in 2029. Ace Bailey, though, is another big story from this draft. And him going to the Jazz at 5 is awesome. Because this guy wouldn't work out for anyone, right? Like Philly was the big headline where, okay, he doesn't want to work out with the Sixers, even though he's already on the East Coast. And the Sixers, if Joel Embiid comes back and he's healthy again, the Sixers could be good. So this could have been potentially great for Philadelphia. And he says, no, I'm not working out for you. And really didn't work out for anyone. And what happens? Everyone thinks he's going to fall to Washington at 6. Nah, the Jazz are like, welcome to Salt Lake City, kid. And he was like, I had no idea the Jazz were going to draft me or that they liked me. I'm like, yeah, because you didn't work out or talk to anybody. You let your agent do that.
Yeah, he didn't work out for the Jazz. The Jazz asked him to have private workouts, and he was like, nah, dog, I'm good. So now he's headed to the Jazz. But I do think this is an important precedent for teams saying, hey, you are not going to bully us into not picking you. We like what you bring to the court, and we're going to pick you anyways. But he will be an interesting wild card, I think, in the NBA, where you see him and you saw his college game. And, of course, there is extreme high-end potential. But there are knocks on Ace Bailey, whether it's his shot selection, whether it's the fact that his Rutgers team only had 8 conference wins and didn't make it to the big dance despite having 2 first 5 picks. Like, it's wild how good that team was with potential prospects and talent, and still they couldn't win games. So, like, I don't know if you're on the side of, like, hey, let's draft guys that we know can win, like proven winners. I feel like this is a bigger conversation maybe in the NFL draft when it comes to quarterbacks. But I know the NBA draft, a lot of it is projecting, and it's like, how much can this guy grow? I think that's going to be the question for Ace Bailey. And you factor in the character things, it feels like a wild card for sure for the Jazz.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking with Chris Spatola in the previous segment, and he covers college basketball for ESPN and Sirius XM, and he said 2 things. A, I wasn't as high on Ace Bailey as maybe a lot of pundits were, but B, it's a real thing. Like, ideally, and I don't want to say get it together because he hasn't been in trouble, so I don't want to frame this the wrong way, but it is concerning when you have someone who represents you who at one time had murder charges against him and served time for cocaine, and who doesn't have another client, who isn't licensed as an agent. It makes you a little weary. And when you're trying to sort of manipulate the draft by saying, oh, I'm not going to visit you, the talent is there. It's just not a great start. And when you're banking your future and you have a top 5 pick and you go in on this guy, ideally you don't have these risks, but the Jazz decided to roll the dice.
Well, we have seen this work out. Like most recently, Brandon Miller of the Hornets had he was in a murder trial. Like, obviously he didn't get convicted of anything, but like there was a huge cloud of controversy around Brandon Miller coming out of Alabama, and he went on to be with the Hornets. I know he's hurting now, but he averaged 21 points a game, and we haven't had any other concerns with him, at least when it comes to off-court things. So it can work out. I'm not saying that it can't work out for Ace Bailey. It's just one of those things you'll have to monitor.
Yes. Well, he'll definitely be one of the bigger names that we'll follow next season. Again, Cooper Flagg, easily the favorite right now to win Rookie of the Year in the NBA at minus 200. I will say, I thought the Suns did a great job last night because obviously they trade KD away and the whole Big Three experiment did not work in Phoenix, and they are so guard heavy because now they have Jalen Green in the roster, along with Bradley Beal, along with Devin Booker. And we keep hearing rumors that they're trying to maybe get rid of Bradley Beal. I think there was one report that they're going to take the hit. Like at some point, they're going to get him out of there, even if they have to pay the rest of his contract and just get him to leave, which is kind of crazy. But that experiment was failed, so they need size in a big way. So they did two things. A, they made that trade for Mark Williams from the Hornets, which is the same player that the Lakers tried to get when Luka went out west because they wanted a big man to go with LBJ and Luka. Didn't work out because he failed a physical. But now he's going to the Suns. And then at 10, they get Kaman Mulawach, who is another big guy. Great defender, great rebounder, tough around the rim, intense player. And when he was at Duke, all of the attention went to Cooper Flagg and Con Kneppel, but Mulawach is a hell of a player in his own right, and he gives Phoenix the size that they need.
Right. He's also a young guy. Like, he's 18 as well. So somebody who still has a ton of projectability and a ton of potential. I think the wild thing about him is apparently there's all types of visa issues that he's going to be facing because he's Sudanese, and there's something going on with, like, I don't follow current events that much, but apparently the U.S. State Department has been revoking existing visas. I'm sure the NBA will figure it out, but just one of those other little things that I thought was interesting.
Yeah. Who did you like? Was there any? I know you're not a huge draft person. I'm not either. Is there a player that you were like, oh, that's a good pick, or a player like, that's a bad pick, or do you not care? If you don't care, it's fine. I mean, it is the NBA draft is not like the NFL draft,
No. I'm a big Dylan Harper fan for the reasons that I was talking about earlier, because just the history with Ron Harper and, what he brings to the Spurs. And plus, a lot of it is fit. Sometimes you can be a great prospect, but if you go to an organization or a franchise that has a bad front office, like, they can fumble away great talent all the time. Mm-hmm. So I like the Spurs organization. I like their franchise. I like that Pop is still involved in a lot of things. And the fact that they have that good young core with Wemby, I like that one a lot.
I do too. And Double D put this in the chat, and I totally agree, which is I love the Pelicans getting Derek Queen. I think Derek Queen is such a great basketball player. I think he's going to be really good in the NBA and, really high ceiling, such great touch and athleticism for a big guy. You just got to keep him away from Zion is what you have to do. You know what I mean? Like, don't let those two be roommates. Keep one guy in one part of the city and let Zion go to the strip clubs and order his DoorDash at the strip club in another. Because we don't want Zion setting the example for Derek Queen, who has all the potential in front of him, while Zion just, goes to the club, talks to his baby mamas, eats his food, and then plays half the year.
Yeah, New Orleans is not the city for guys like Zion. They got to ship him off to Utah, right? Like, isn't that the city that you got to send the troublemakers to? It's like, okay, the curfew's 11 p.m. and you can't even buy booze on Sundays.
Yeah, seriously.
Good luck. You can hang out with the Utah moms, the Mormon wives, but you can't hang out with strippers. We don't have those.
Dude, now that I think about it, That might be worse. Zion's like, wait, I can have multiple wives here? Perfect. I don't know.
Yeah, they're well-behaved wives. Like, all they do is, like, put, like, milk and Coke into, like, their Stanley cups and do TikTok dances.
Oh, just wait until Zion gets there, shaking everything up. That's a reality series waiting to happen. But good pickup by the Pels, I think. Coming up next, it is a Thursday, which means it's time for our weekly draft, and we're going to decide which sports mascots we like more than the others. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us on a Thursday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Coming up, we're bringing everybody for our weekly draft, and this time we're focusing on the best sports mascots. We were kind of hating on Zion Williamson. I wouldn't say it was hate in the previous segment. We were just talking about, look, the man likes his ladies. He likes his meals. What's the one meal that if it's served, like you just got to have it? Like maybe not that you need to be on a diet, but you're like, okay, I'm trying to restrict what I eat. I'm trying to be very focused here, be disciplined. But you're like, oh, I didn't know this was going to be here. And it's just the one thing you can't resist.
You make it sound so tempting. Oh, I didn't know this cheeseburger was going to be here. You make it sound like an attractive person. You're like, oh, I can't resist that cheeseburger in the corner. During the summer, we have burgers like, I kid you not, probably 3 times a week. To the point where my husband has even had bouts of gout because of all the red meat that we've eaten.
Oh, my God.
So I am lucky enough to not get the gout stuff. But yeah, we love
gout
burgers.
stuff. Double D in the chat, all caps. Lasagna. Like he's Garfield or something. Lasagna. I gotta have my lasagna.
I hate Mondays.
I hate Mondays, but I love lasagna. It's very funny. Lasagna is good. I would say probably for me it's wings. Or mac and cheese. That's another good one. Wangs. God. I'm telling you. Oh, Double D, just, okay. Wings, I feel like are pretty obvious. Like, wings anywhere, I'm like, okay, I'm in. I will eat wings for breakfast. I do it on a regular basis because I'll order wings at night, and then I'll have them left over. I'm like, I'll just eat these tomorrow for breakfast. I don't care. Double D, you lasagna-loving fool. Why do you love lasagna so much, Garfield?
I think it's more of a sentimental thing for me.
Okay.
It was always my birthday dinner when my mom was alive. May she rest in peace. But yeah, lasagna is always my go-to when I want to just mound. Like I could eat a whole tray over like 2-3 days and be completely content.
You know, I will say I don't hate that because if I go to like a nice Italian restaurant and you think, oh, there's all these amazing dishes, a lot of times I'll get the lasagna because I feel like an incredible lasagna is an incredible lasagna. Which you can buy it like at the store and it's like, eh. You get it at an Italian restaurant, you're like, oh my God, it's amazing.
I feel bloated just talking about lasagna. Like, isn't that the worst part of like pasta? Is that like, I don't think I've ever felt good after going to the Olive Garden.
Oh, I always feel good. Stuff my face with another breadstick. I'm like, now I'm ready for bed. Yeah.
I mean, bloated is a state of being for me, Chelsea, so we're good there.
Double D's like, welcome to my life. Are you kidding me? So it's burgers for you, Chelsea? Just a big burger? Really? That's it?
I like cheeseburgers. Like, what was I supposed to say? Like, what's the ideal answer that I'm supposed to be like so tempted by?
I don't know. I thought you might have something creative like
so
lasagna.
Yours is wings, right?
Wings or mac and cheese. I'm a sucker for that. Forget about it. A little crust on it. Oh, freaking delicious. I'll have it any time of day. Well, we all have opinions when it comes to food and when it comes to sports mascots. So let's get to the weekly draft.
Welcome to the 2025 Daily Tip Draft.
Chelsea, we are all drafting our favorite sports mascots. These can be live mascots. They can be the traditional mascots, someone in a mascot uniform, costume, whatever. And you have the number 1 pick.
Yeah, with the number 1 overall pick, the pick is in. All right, when you think of mascots, you want something that is imposing, that is intimidating, that is going to add to the home field advantage. So I'm going with Mike the Tiger from LSU, the real live mascot. Like, what's scarier than going to LSU and playing a night game and seeing a live tiger in a cage? Nothing. Mike the Tiger, number 1 overall pick.
Okay. I was hoping you would not steal my pick here. So the pick is in. I hate how much I love this pick, but I'm going with Gritty. I think Gritty is so freaking funny, and his whole personality. At first, everyone was like, what is this? What are the Flyers doing? And now, whether it's social media, whether it's in person, like they just nailed this mascot. As far as mascots go, Gritty is relatively new, and he just knocks it out of the park. He looks crazy. His personality is perfect. Not intimidating, but always hilarious, which is kind of my number one with mascots. So Gritty at number 2.
I'm
stunned
glad
by
you
that
mentioned
pick.
who it was for.
Are you?
Because I didn't know his name, but I know
Oh, you don't
now.
know Gritty? Oh, everybody knows Gritty. I'm stunned at that pick,
I know
Jenks,
his
'cause
face.
I thought you were going to pick who I am now going to pick at number 3 overall. Didn't think this guy, or girl, don't really know what it is, but pretty sure it's a guy. Didn't think this guy would be there. I'm going Bevo, the Longhorn.
No, I was hoping
The
he'd
Longhorn.
fall.
No, he ain't falling.
No.
He ain't falling.
No. Oh, no. I was like, I'll choose Bevo. Nah, I was like, they won't worry about Bevo.
Oh,
He'll
no.
fall.
As soon as you said live, I was like, well,
Oh,
damn it, there goes
no.
Bevo.
God, what a terrible mistake I've made. Oh, I thought you guys would ignore Bevo. Damn it.
Oh, no.
It's a great pick. Okay. I feel terrible. I feel ashamed. Great pick.
I double D.
Wow, after the steal of the draft, I got to follow that up. The pick is in. And I'm actually kind of shocked this made it this far. I'm going Phillies Fanatic. Come
That's a great
on.
one.
Best MLB mascot going today, the Phillies Fanatic, by far.
It's another good one. I'm so pissed that I didn't get Bevo. They're going to take away my degrees. I just thought you guys wouldn't care because Bevo's awesome. All right, fine. Pick is in. Okay, I'm going old school here. Youppi is where I'm going. Youppi is hilarious for all you kids out there.
Who?
Youppi used to be the mascot for the Montreal Expos. Amazing. And also, look at the video where he gets kicked out of a game because the Dodgers manager at the time, Tommy Lasorda, got so angry at Youppi taunting him, he got Youppi kicked out of a game. Like, Youppi's in like a nightcap and his pajamas, and he's like sleeping on top of the dugout. Youppi, I guarantee, is a legend. I'm going with Youppi at 2.
Youppi.
Yeah.
You had to classify that one. All right. So is it my turn? I think it is.
Yeah.
All right. The pick is in. All right, so we're sticking with the live mascot theme because I think these are the most iconic. And how about we stay in the SEC and we're going with UGA, the live bulldog mascot for the University of Georgia Bulldogs. I know there's been like 15 of these because Bulldogs do not live very long, but still UGA is iconic and he's so cute. I know he had that run-in with Bevo, but still, we're going UGA.
Yeah, I almost died. That was awesome.
Right? Oh.
It's fine. You get another UGA. Don't you get to go again, Chelsea?
Yeah, you get 2, Chelsea.
Oh, we're going again. All right. So if I'm sticking with the live mascot theme, gotta go with the alumni, I guess I would say. Tuffy, the wolf mascot for my NC State Wolfpack. That is a sentimental pick. And plus, it's a live wolf.
Tuffy.
Like, how cool is that? If you're talking about, like, badass mascots, that's not how you spell it. It's Tuffy. Tuffy. Get it right. But yeah, Tuffy from NC State.
Okay. Good job, Tuffy. Tuffy was not in my top 50, but I appreciate the sentimentality. You got to stick with who you love. All right, so I'm ready for my third pick. The pick is in. This is a tough one. I'm going to go with the Oriole Bird. I think the Oriole Bird is hilarious. I love mascots that make me laugh, and just the look on his face. He's a classic anyway. I spent a day with the Oriole Bird once with a bunch of mascots here in this area, and we were at a restaurant. It was me sitting around a table with a bunch of mascots, and the Oriole Bird accidentally knocked over his drink, and we had this on camera. and as soon as he stays in character, and he looks away, and he's got these wide eyes like, who did that? It was so funny. Oriole Bird kills me. Oriole Bird is the pick.
All right. What's his name? Is it just Oriole the bird? Or the bird?
Oriole Bird.
Oriole?
Yeah, just the Oriole Bird.
Yeah. That's
Naming
the name.
him would be too controversial, I guess.
Yeah.
Too controversial.
All right, guys. What do you got?
Once again, can't believe this one wasn't pick. So my pick is in. The originator. The OG of mascots.
Can I guess?
The San Diego Chicken.
Yep.
Come on, everybody.
Good.
The one that put mascots on the map. The
True.
San Diego Chicken.
That's a Hall of Famer. That's a first ballot Hall of Famer right there. People forget about the San Diego Chicken. That's a good call, Double D.
I need to Google this. When was the year of this? Like, why do I not know this? Is this an old thing?
Yeah, in the 70s, 80s in particular, the San Diego Chicken was massively popular. Like, you couldn't watch This Week in Baseball without seeing the San Diego Chicken. He was very much popular with, like, Morgana when Morgana was running out on the field. Like, it was a different time, but San Diego Chicken is the original. That's a great call.
Yeah, I'm not privy to that. I respect it, though. I respect it.
Yeah, respect the heritage of the pick. So the San Diego Chicken walked or flapped. So my next pick could run, jump, flip, do every acrobat that you could possibly imagine. The pick is in. I am taking, to finish off our draft, to finish off our section of the draft at least, the highest paid mascot in all of mascots, the Rocky Mountain Lion of the Denver Nuggets.
Oh.
Getting paid a whopping $500,000 per year to be the mascot of the Denver Nuggets, and I'm taking him with Double D and D-Day's final pick.
That's a good one. Well done.
That's not where I thought you were going with that. Are we continuing the draft? Do I have another pick, or are we done?
Yeah, you each have one more pick.
All right. This is a tough one. This might be controversial, but I'm going to go for it anyway. This might be controversial. You guys, if you disqualify me, you say you can't choose this mascot, I'll go elsewhere. The pick is in. I don't know if this is going to count, but based on what we saw last season, can I choose Grimace?
Ooh, that's not a mascot.
Is he? Is he not? Or is he? Did the Mets not bring him in and make him the unofficial mascot?
They did make him the unofficial mascot.
Right?
But Mr. and Mrs. Met?
Boring.
The
They've been together forever. Snooze fest. Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Met. And guess who comes in? Shakes things up.
Literally.
Ooh, Grimace. I don't think he talks like that. I'm going Grimace.
It's controversial.
Controversial pick.
Every draft has controversy.
Yeah.
That is the Ace Bailey of picks.
That's right.
Didn't know if he could even be
I
drafted.
thought by controversial, you were going to go somebody like, who is it, Chief Wahoo or whatever? That's the one from the
no,
Indians.
I'm not going to. No.
I mean, you said controversial.
He is controversial.
No, we're going for controversial in like capitalism, not
Yes,
cancellation.
controversial, like, for, not that road. Grimace. Come
I was
on.
like, wow, that's brave, Jenks. You're gonna go down the road of, canceled mascots. Good for you.
God.
All right, so finally, my final pick is in. All right, so Jenks, I'm kind of surprised you didn't go with this one because you're always looking at TikTok dances.
Mhm.
The BYU Cougar. I don't know what his name is, but if you have seen some of the videos of him dancing with the cheerleaders, he might be the best dancer in college football. So do yourself a favor. The BYU mascot, Cosmo is his name apparently. But if we're talking about like people who are mascots, like he is really good at what he does.
All right. Cosmo the Cougar, is that what they call him?
Hips don't lie.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I definitely have the dumbest roster of mascots. Gritty, Youppi, the Oriole Bird, and Grimace. Like, that's a combined IQ of 8 right there. And, oh, man, whew, that's a tough one.
Your mascot is like a dream rave crew.
Seriously. Oh, my God. That was a good draft, though. You know, I almost, if I had not gone with Grimace, I would have gone with Ralphie the Buffalo. I'm surprised that Ralphie did not go. That's another classic right there. But lots of winners. Hey, speaking of winners, let's keep manifesting it. Keep this great week going. Best bets, the Donkster, you name it. It's coming up next as we wrap up hour 3 here on the Daily Tip. And it's on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us here on a Thursday. Oh, it's a Thursday. Thank God. We're almost there. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Oh, God, I know. I thought it was Friday today. I woke up this morning. I was like, oh, awesome. It's Friday. And then after about 20 minutes, it takes me a while to wake up. I was like, oh, wait a second. You're way off. You got another day to go. So that was kind of a Dylan goes, happy Friday, Junior. Happy Friday, Junior.
It does feel like a Thursday, though. Like, it feels like a Friday or a Thursday that identifies as a Thursday or identifies as a Friday. You get what I'm saying there. I think especially in the summer where things just feel more laid back. Like, maybe it's just some of that goes into it.
Yeah.
And plus, I think because during the fall, during football season, it is a very marked week where we have Monday is Monday Night Football. Thursday is Thursday Night Football. Friday, we do 1,000 picks on the show. So it's easier to have like those earmarked where you know what day it is. During the summer and also like at the end of the year when it's like December 26th through January 4th, you're like, I don't know what day it is and it doesn't matter.
I hear you. Oh, man, I was ready to tie one on yesterday. I didn't. But after spending, oh, my God. First of all, can I just say, this is not a whine about it Thursday, but when I went to the doctor yesterday and I was sitting in the waiting room and we had just talked about how we were annoyed on Whine About It Wednesday about people just constantly on their phones, right? Like they don't put in their headphones. I'm in the waiting room and one guy in the back, this is not a big waiting room, one guy in the back, 4 different occasions, phone on full blast, just like watching something. And everybody's looking at him like, what in the world? Then a woman sits down right in front of me. She starts playing a video out loud. And it's a video. I don't know what she was watching. It was, I could hear the sound. It was of a baby crying. I'm like, awesome. A regular baby crying is annoying enough. You're watching a video where a baby is crying. And so the woman next to me kind of glances over at me and I was like, so finally that stops. I'm like, okay, it's over. And then she starts playing a sermon. And which is fine. This is not anti-sermon. It's that she turns it on, leaves the volume on, and then puts the phone next to her. So she's working on something while she's just listening to this out loud. And this guy in the back is randomly listening to whatever. Total mess. Oh, my God. So that was one thing. Then I'm in a smock for an hour walking around half naked. That's always fun, you know. They make you take your clothes off and put that on. And an MRI machine for 40 minutes. So after all of that, I was like, I'm going to go get a drink somewhere. Of course, I don't need a reason really, but I was like, I'm going to treat myself because I've spent all afternoon here. So anyway, I say all of that. I'm sitting there. I tell Catherine, I'm like, hey, I'll meet you at home or you can swing by. Of course, she swings by. And she says to me randomly, since we were talking about dancing, TikTok dances in the previous segment, randomly she goes, hey, I want to go see the Savannah Bananas. I was like, what? She goes, yeah. I've seen them on TikTok. They do a ton of dancing, and she loves to dance. She's like, they dance all the time. They do those viral videos. Can we go see them? I'm like, yeah. She goes, does this surprise you? I'm like, yes, it does. You're not a sports person. She goes, yeah, but they dance so much. They're going to be in D.C. tomorrow and Saturday, but we found out too late, so we're going to miss them. So that's kind of a bummer. Tomorrow night, I got
Jake
a pod.
knows some of the players.
I know.
It's crazy. That like it's crazy how like they didn't make it in like obviously Major League Baseball. So this was like a plan B, but now they're like killing it because they're in the Savannah Bananas.
It's wild. And Saturday we could have gone, but she's going to go tubing. I'm not doing that. That's the one thing we don't do. The only thing we don't do together during the year because I am not going to sit and bake all day. But the tickets are pricey. Like people want to go. Like they are. I did not realize how massively popular they are. Have you been to a game to see these guys?
No, I don't, because I don't really like dancing that much. And like I would be disappointed because it's not like baseball's not the main objective of Savannah Banana games. It's like basically watching TikTok in person, which like maybe a lot of people want to see. But as somebody who watched baseball, like the real kind for a long time, I don't want to see this. And also like, I feel like a lot of the guys are like real thirst trappy. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like 22-year-old dudes that like do these dances with their shirts off, and I feel creepy because it's like, I don't know, I'm married and it's out of my age demographic. It just feels like watching the Little League World Series where you're just like, this feels weird. Weird.
At least these guys are of age. Like if they were the Savannah Bananas and the Junior Bananas. It's like, no thanks, guys. This is not a good idea. I get that. I mean, I've seen, the different videos on TikTok, whatever, and they seem like, seems like a lot of fun, but I could not believe how excited Catherine was. Like, oh my God, we have to see him. But maybe next time. I mean, they're always touring, so there's always a possibility for that. There's always a possibility to check out Bet Sweats after this show. That's for sure. Joe O and Sammy P back, and they will recap last night's NBA draft. Of course, Cooper Flagg going number 1 overall to the Dallas Mavericks. Then Nick Friedel will join the guys at 10 o'clock. So it looks like it's just one squad play on the card, but we got to get to it nonetheless.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, give us a winner.
Yeah, back to the well with the under between the Phillies and the Astros. So we're going under 7.5 here for -135 between two teams that kind of fit the bill and two great starting pitchers here. Christopher Sanchez, ERA under 3. And then we have Hunter Brown, who is early one of the candidates to win the Cy Young in the American League. So this one, the normal number is 7. So that should tell you, how odds makers feel about this game. But a lot of this goes into, the pitching depth for the Astros. Because not only is Hunter Brown pitching, the Astros also have the second best bullpen in the majors, at least when it comes to bullpen ERA. And also, if you look at the Phillies, especially on the road, their offense looks daunting when they play at home. They're in the top 5 of most statistical categories. But when they go on the road, they're middle of the pack when it comes to their offense. And we know they've had some injuries as well. So totals have really been the play for the Phillies, especially with Christopher Sanchez pitches. 3 straight under for the Phils when Sanchez is on the bump. So let's go under 7.5 between the Astros and the Phillies.
Yep, I'm definitely going to be on that as well. Love that play. I looked for an 8, couldn't really find it, but you really mentioned it. I mean, it really knocked it out of the park there. Plus, these are always 2 under teams. I believe we bet on the under between the Phillies and Astros. What was it, 2 days ago? That came home. We saw a 2-0 game yesterday, so this series has trended in that direction as well. So I'm going to be on that under 7 and a hook in H-Town. Also, I'll give out one lean, but I'm not going to play this. This is not going on the card officially, but we got a little time. I will say I would take a look if you can get a decent price at the Cubs on the money line taking on the Cards today. You've got Shota Imanaga coming back from the IL, Andre Palante going for the Cards. The Cubbies have an advantage on the mound, obviously, and they crush lefties. 4th in OPS, 4th in slugging. So that price continues to go up. I believe it was -140 earlier at BetMGM. Now it's sitting at -145. But you can still find it a little bit cheaper if you look around. So that would be my lean. The Cubbies on the money line today in St. Louis. Guys, don't forget, we are on YouTube. You can check out the Daily Tip along with each and every show on the BetMGM network. Make sure you like and subscribe. And as always, you can listen on the Odyssey app. Dogster, we got to get to Sammy P. Get on in here.
I don't think I've ever been so insulted in my entire life.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I think you guys know exactly what I mean.
No. No one here is a mind reader. Not a clue.
So everyone's gonna just play dumb.
Dogster, what are you talking about?
We have a mascot draft on this show and nobody picks me?
Dogster, I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional.
Come on! Who do I have to bang around here to get some respect?
Well, might want to rethink your reasoning. Let's have a play.
Okay. Raise money line against the Royals.
Okay. Let's bring in a real-life human. And, of course, that is the great Sam Panayotovich. Samuel? Sammy P, how you doing, buddy? Look at that.
I heard what the P stands for yesterday. Thank you for that.
Oh.
That was not my doing. And that's a compliment, man. That's a monarchy you take and you run with.
Could have been a lot worse, honestly, if you really think about some of the other words you could have used. It sounds like, though, Chelsea, today the P could stand for punishment after what I just heard.
What do you mean? What punishment for the donkster?
The donkster just said, who does he have to bang to get into the draft? I mean, that sounds pretty punishable. I don't know.
I mean, do you hear the donkster every day? Like, I didn't even flinch when he said that. Like, this is what he always says, and this is how he always talks. And we were talking in our mascot segment how we didn't want to do controversial ones, because Jenks was like, I'm going to do a controversial one. I was like, here we go. You know, Chief Wahoo or somebody who's been canceled. And then he goes Grimace. So, yeah, I think that would fall along the lines of mascots who we don't pick because we don't want to be canceled.
Got it. That makes sense. I actually thought about the two of you yesterday, not because of Derek Queen getting drafted, but because they cut to Zion probably somewhere. And he's like, wait, did we just draft Dairy Queen? No, it's Derek.
Yes.
Derek Queen. And Zion was like, oh, damn it. Oh. Dairy Queen.
Oh, man. Belt busters for days for Zion. He was so excited for a hot second there.
Like, man, we were this close to drafting Dairy Queen. We got Derek Queen.
Do you get pumped about the NBA draft? I mean, it's not like the NFL draft. I mean, it's not. It's fine, right?
I used to know all these players, and now I know about 4 of them. But that's what happens when you grow up. You have to worry about other things, right?
Yeah, it's true.
But at least they played in college. Like this year, it's not like, 17 dudes from like France, or it's like, we promised this guy's good. We've never seen him play. At least we saw these guys in college.
Yeah, that's true. I'm being a little facetious. I know a little bit more than I'm letting on. But I did have to laugh as somebody who had Duke, and we all watched Duke together in the Final Four.
Oh,
Every Duke prospect. Oh, your balls of steel. They know how to finish. The pressure doesn't get to them. They had 3 top 10 picks and blew a 14-point lead in the Final Four. Yeah, yeah. Yo, pressure. What pressure?
Dude, I love the latent bitterness even now. I mean, you're not wrong. Sammy P, great to hear from you as always. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For the entire crew and Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great Thursday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved
Welcome in day 2 of the Jake Hassan takeover here on Send It In on the BetMGM network, which is where you can find this show and our array of shows, whether that be the Daily Tip, Bet Sweats, You Better You Bet, BetMGM Tonight, our weekend programming on the BetMGM network, at the BetMGM network on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Twitter, which is where you can go, dear listener and dear viewer, to watch the show live, listen to the show live, and interact with the show live, which is where I am going to direct you right now because, A, there's not a whole lot happening unless you're really in the weeds on day 2 of the NBA draft, which I don't think a lot of you are, and there's about 5 baseball games. So it would be nice of you people to contribute to this show for once and go to Twitch, go to YouTube, go to Twitter, and go to the little chat box at the BetMGM networks and send in your bets, send in your questions, send in whatever you got. I would appreciate a weather report if you're in the area of Chicago, because I have a kickball game that I'm trying to play tonight. And as you may have heard, this I was so close to nailing that too. This room is windowless. I don't know what the weather is. So if somebody could give me an update on that, and maybe our next guest will in a minute too, because he has the privilege of having windows in his home. We'll get to that in just a second. But I would appreciate anything you have to interact with the show here on Send It In while it's the Jake Hassan takeover. You can follow me on Twitter at Jake_Hassan, by the way. Would be greatly appreciated. And as I said, the BetMGM network, Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter, where you can interact with the show live. No, Sean, I do not want a weather report at Indy because it's a fake city that I don't care about. Anyway, moving on. Sean, and behind the scenes, you can't see him, is very upset that I just said Indianapolis is fake. I digress. We press on. Appreciate all of the interaction from you, the listeners and the viewers at the BetMGM network, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. All right, I have filibustered and done the housekeeping enough. You guys want to hear about the sports. And like I said, there's about 6 MLB games, which we will get to the full card. We'll do some futures here in just a little bit. But first, we have to talk about day 1 of the NBA draft, where all of these new rookies ended up, what the best fit is. We have some odds as well for Rookie of the Year for the 25-26 season. So even though I'm not going to see him tonight because he hates me and doesn't want to play kickball, apparently, I can't let him get away that easy. At Isaac_Trotter on Twitter. You know him. You love him. Contributor for CBS Sports, writer for 24/7 Sports, in the weeds on college basketball. First of all, buddy, how are you? And thanks for being on. And let's get into it. And how are we feeling after day 1 of the NBA draft?
Certainly interesting, right? Yesterday, I think, was like the Cooper Flag experience, right? Everyone got to see his hometown and everything that goes into it. But I thought it was a really interesting fallout for numerous options that open the door in the Rookie of the Year race. And, you know, we talked about this last summer. I think right now might be the best time as any to bet the Rookie of the Year. Last year, we got Stephon Castle on this show at 11-1, 12-1. And we'll kind of get into some of those different things right now. But right after they get drafted is a really interesting time to just to peruse those depth charts, start to get an understanding of what type of role that they're going to have. And if there's anything in the Rookie of the Year race that we know, it's not necessarily about talent. It's way more about year 1 opportunity. And there's some really fascinating names on the board here.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I wanted to get you on today, because like you said, last year we talked and you gave out a bunch of different numbers, and some of them were some ultra long shots because you watch these guys year round. You are in the weeds on college basketball. You see the usage, you see the fits. So that's why I wanted to bring you on. And just really quick for our listeners and viewers, the odds right now at BetMGM, the sports born in Vegas, the title sponsor of this show and the BetMGM network, NBA Rookie of the Year odds are up. Cooper Flag, your obvious favorite, minus 225. Followed closely by, well, not closely, I guess, but you know what I mean. Trey Johnson, 7-1, Ace Bailey, 8-1, Dylan Harper, 11-1, and then a huge drop to VJ Edgecombe at 25-1, Con Knipple at 25-1, and Derek Queen at 30-1. Isaac, it doesn't have to be one of those guys, but let's start with Flag. Do you think this is a right price? Is he the most likely to win? Are we just looking for good numbers to try and take shots at Cooper Flag? And how do you see him fitting in right off the rip with the Dallas Mavericks?
He should be the favorite. I think he's ready-made for the NBA game. The way he plays defensively, his passing, his motor, all of those are high-level stuff.
I think the opportunity in Dallas is interesting, right? Like one of my criteria that I look at for Rookie of the Year bets is, are you a top 3 option on your own team? If you're kind of breaking down Cooper Flagg's fit in Dallas, I think he is third when he's healthy. AD is probably in that mix. Kyrie, when he gets healthy, is certainly a top 2 option. And then Flagg, I think, would probably be that number 3 option there, ahead of guys like a Klay Thompson, ahead of PJ Thompson and stuff like. So like that's kind of how I have viewed his fit there. So I think he's going to probably be the favorite. I think it makes sense why he's in that 190 to 225 range. Shop that around a little bit. But I do think that like it wouldn't be that crazy if his offensive numbers next year don't necessarily blow you out of the, blow some like rookie record for scoring, because Kyrie's going to take a lot of shots when he's healthy, because AD's going to take a lot of shots when he's healthy. And I think Cooper is an unbelievable prospect, but he's so unselfish. Like, I don't think he's going to walk into every NBA game being like, I got to score 27 a night. So I think he's going to play well, but I wonder if the numbers or his stats aren't necessarily going to be quite as stunning as maybe his impact on the game. I think his impact on the game could be better than some of the raw counting stats he could put up, because he's going into a team that wants to win, wants to compete, and he's not going to get a 27% usage rate and get 25 shots a game and get to score 24 points a game without really even trying, without any implication on what the score of the game is.
Well, that leads into the next segue. The next obvious question is, who jumps out at you right away with these, whether it's price play or whether it's just the fit, and irregardless of price, who jumps out at you as somebody who's going to have the opportunity, somebody you want to take a shot with at Cooper Flagg, and who you think a price is going to drop or they're just going to be in the mix?
From an opportunity perspective, I don't think you can bet anybody other than Ace Bailey, right? Or Trey Johnson. Those are the 2 guys that went to spots where I think they can play a lot right away. Yesterday, when the odds first came out, Ace Bailey's opening number at multiple books was around 17-1. The sharps have been all over this, down to 7-1 at some spots. I understand that, because if you look at that Utah depth chart right now, like, who is really like, Lauri Markkanen's one, but there's a lot of question mark. Colin Sexton, Ace Bailey's going to be a top 3 option on that team for a really smart coach. I think that there's been a lot of misconceptions with the Ace Bailey conversation during the pre-draft stuff, and even yesterday, where people are labeling him as this, high ceiling, low floor, could potentially be a big bust candidate. I don't see that at all. He's 6'9". He could cover a lot of ground defensively. He has really soft touch from a shooting perspective, range out to the 3-point line. I think he's going to be in the league forever. I think he's got a really high floor. And so with this opportunity at Utah under a really smart coach, I could see him potentially being successful for a team that has a lot of runway to give him, a huge opportunity. Same thing goes for Trey Johnson as well at Washington. Like, that team, it's CJ McCollum, it's Bub Carrington, Alex Sarr. Like, he's easily a top 3 option on that team. So if we're using that precedent of you have to be a top 3 option, I think Trey Johnson or Ace Bailey are the only 2 guys that really meet that criteria right now. There's some deeper long shots down the board that we get to, but I don't think you could touch VJ Edgecombe right now. He's behind Maxey. He's behind Joel Embiid. He's behind Paul George when healthy. I don't think you can necessarily touch Dylan Harper. I love him as a player, but he's behind Wemby, De'Aaron Fox, Steph Castle, Con Knippel, same deal. I think he's behind LaMelo, Brandon Miller, Miles Bridges. So those guys don't meet the cut for me. Now, if something happens and changes, maybe a trade here, that could open the door for that. But all 3 of those guys are probably projected to be 4th options, and that's not historically someone we see win Rookie of the Year.
I think people are going to hear your case for Utah, for Ace Bailey, saying, oh, well, there's not a lot of guys there. And then they're going to go, well, I don't want to bet Ace Bailey at now 7-1 at BetMGM. And their eyes are going to drift, and they're going to say, well, what about the other guy that Utah drafted? And they're going to see a huge number for Walter Clayton Jr. It's 100-1 at BetMGM right now. And then they're going to think, oh, well, Florida and the run that they went on. Is there any hashtag value on Walter Clayton Jr. at a huge number where, to your point, in Utah, there's going to be a lot of shots to go around? Or is it just Ace Bailey's going to suck up a lot of that usage and maybe Clayton's more of a distributor or off the bench? Why are you not keying in on Walter Clayton Jr. at a bigger number? Because I think some people are going to try and look at that price.
I don't think that's crazy at all to throw a little on Walter Clayton Jr. at that type of number. I think Ace is probably the guy that front office is going to try to establish early and get him on the floor, but they also love Walter Clayton Jr. I think he's ready-made to come in and score at a high level. He can make pull-up threes at a high rate. He made the most pull-up threes of anybody in this class. That's a translatable skill for small guards that you just have to have. And I think offensively, he's going to be ready to go from the jump. I don't think it's nuts to throw a little flyer on him. He would be one of the guys that would meet that criteria for me if the depth chart breaks his way, where he could have a really huge role. And I think we already know, like, just how much of a veteran player he is, how many years of college basketball he's played. Like, he's ready for this. Like, I don't think there's going to be a huge adjustment period into the NBA, because the SEC last year was one of the most athletic, physical, best leagues in college basketball. And Walter Clayton Jr. was the best player in that league for long stretches, considering, outside of Janai Broome from Auburn.
Let's talk about just other rookies. Bet maybe if you're not looking to bet them in the rookie of the year, you don't think they're going to be a big player there, but who's a guy that got drafted last night where he went to a good situation and you have him circled of, this is a guy I'm going to want to back on a game-to-game situation from his props or in general?
Good question. I think I like Cedric Coward to Memphis a lot. I think that he is actually a real intriguing sleeper for Rookie of the Year, because who's third on that depth chart behind Jaren Jackson Jr. and Ja Morant? Like, he could easily be that number 3 option. And he's 6'7". He has a 7'2" wingspan, one of the purest jumpers in college basketball. Like we've seen, Ja Morant year after year annually just creates a ton of open corner threes. That is Cedric Coward's game. So Desmond Bane is gone. I think you could see Cedric Coward come in and be a really impact player right away. He's a grown man too, right? Like, he's missed almost all of last year with an injury, but fully healthy, huge frame, older player, great story, transferred from Division III to Eastern Washington, and now Eastern Washington to Washington State, slowly gotten better and better and better. So the character concerns, there's none of them there. Everybody loves this kid. He's going to be a big-time worker, and he's going to really, I think he's going to be a pro right away and be ready to go. I think from a prop perspective on a game-to-game basis, I'm fascinated what the Pelicans are doing. They made some really weird selections yesterday, but Derek Queen heading there, like, if he has an opportunity to play, like, he's been productive at every single stop. We'll see what happens with Zion Williamson, but if Derek Queen and Yves Missi are that front court, Yves is more of like that defender who can be a really good rim protector, and it opens up Derek for an ability to just be you, and he's an unbelievable offensive player. So I think he could have some really, really big nights in year one. Same thing with Jeremiah Fears, who they drafted as well. As tantalizing as any guard prospect in this draft. If he finds a way to shoot it like he did when he was a younger prospect, Jeremiah Fears is going to be a big-time player and probably be one of the better players if we did a redraft in 3 or 4 years.
Who's a player, not Cooper Flagg's the obvious answer of who's a player that went to a situation where he moves the needle and makes that team better right away and is going to change your opinion on that team. But who's somebody who's not the obvious, like a Cooper Flagg, that they went to a situation where you're thinking that makes that team better and I'm going to want to bet them to maybe make the playoffs, go over their win total, or just win more games than you think and bet them on a game-to-game standpoint. Who's someone where you look at where they went and you think that's a great situation for them?
I look at San Antonio. I think San Antonio found 2 immediate impact rotation players yesterday. Obviously, Dylan Harper's the headliner there, but Carter Bryant, what a smart addition there in the middle of the first round out of Arizona. Really elastic wing. He moves really well. Like, you turn on his tape and you're like, yeah, that looks like an NBA player. And he can really shoot it from 3-point range as well, which has been a big talking point of what San Antonio needs to add. So I just love the mix of what this San Antonio group looks like. Maybe it could be a little bit choppy next year as De'Aaron Fox and Steph Castle and Dylan Harper kind of figure out their way around Victor Wembanyama. But you throw in Carter Bryant, you throw in Dylan Harper. I think those 2 dudes are like immediate impact, ready to go, going to help you, going to play 15 to 18 minutes for Carter and probably 23 to 28, 29 for Dylan Harper. I feel like San Antonio is a team that, like, they're on the verge of being, a really, really good team both now and then also like the vision of that program and that franchise. I just feel really, really good about them long term with Harper, who I think, I don't think the Cade Cunningham comps for him are crazy at all. Like, he is so big, so physical, and he just makes the game look so easy. And I think that translates right away in the NBA, even if, like we talked about earlier with the Rookie of the Year bet, like, he's probably not going to be a guy that's like going to have 27 every single night or have every single shot because they're running through Wemby.
Isaac Trotter at Isaac _Trotter on Twitter, 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports. Before I let you go, I know you have one baseball play you want to give out. So before we let you go, please, the floor is yours.
Big dumper 2.0. It's Cal Raleigh against Simeon Woods Richardson. If they can get the game in, that's my one concern, right? The weather's pretty bad today, but Simeon Woods Richardson, lefties hit over 340 against him. A pretty heavy fastball / sinker pitch selection, pitch arsenal. Cal Raleigh, one of the best hitters in baseball. Over 1.5 bases is -115. So I think that's a bet.
Isaac, you're the best, buddy. I will miss you tonight, but we'll talk soon. Have a good one, buddy. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
That was Isaac Trotter at Isaac_Trotter, getting you ready to bet NBA Rookie of the Year and giving you all of the fits and things and angles that he is looking at after day one of the NBA draft. We do have some Major League Baseball to get into, a couple games that have just started. A's and Tigers, that one is in the bottom of the first, tied at 0. Blue Jays and Guardians, that one also at 0. In the top of the first, I do have a couple bets if you want to jump in live on these. I like Nick Kurtz over 1.5 total bases, hit a home run yesterday. He has been on a tear over his last 19 games, hitting .310 with 10 home runs. Really like the angle on him going against a guy for Detroit who has not pitched in the majors in 4 years. And Blue Jays and Guardians, I like Carlos Santana over 1.5 total bases is +165. He just hit a home run last night as well. Very good history against Kevin Gausman, who is terrible on the road. But as for the rest of the card, the abbreviated card, as it were, we will get into that in just a little bit. I want to talk for a couple of minutes before we get to your questions, your comments, your bets, which you can send in, by the way, here on Send It In. Haha, see what I did there? That stunk. Not going to do it again. At the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Twitter, there's a little chat box function. Some would call it a better's box. I wouldn't do that. I leave that up to your discretion to call it what you will. But all of that to say, you can send in your questions, comments, bets, whatever you're feeling, whatever's on the mind. Weather update in Chicago would be greatly appreciated. If you really want, if you want to help a brother out, that would be appreciated. But go do that at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. We will get to your questions, comments, and bets in just a couple of minutes. But we talked AL Cy Young yesterday for a few minutes, in which, by the way, Jacob deGrom, his price has massively changed after we talked about him yesterday. Not saying it's because of me, not saying it's because of me, but mostly it's because he took a no-hitter in the 8th inning against the Orioles, pitched an unbelievable game for deGrom, who has a sub-2 ERA in June. He's been fantastic, has not allowed more than 2 earned runs in a start going back to April 11th. If Jacob deGrom's going to be healthy, I kind of think that he's on track here to maybe be in the conversation for this award, especially if Tariq Skubal has another start where he stumbles and that door continues to just creak open a little bit. Hunter Brown also pitches today. He's your second favorite for that award. We'll talk about him once we get to the card. But as far as National League Cy Young goes, Paul Skeens still -275 after he had arguably the worst start of his career yesterday. 4 innings, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, just 4 strikeouts for Paul Skeens. And so far, he's been awesome still. He's got a sub-2.5 ERA. But now, this is multiple times in the last couple of weeks here where Paul Skeens has gotten tagged. Remember, back in May against the Cubs, allowed 3 home runs and only went 5 innings in that one. And the Pirates, it's so far in his last 3 starts, 5 innings, 6 innings, 4 innings. He's getting knocked around a little bit. He's -275. Zach Wheeler goes out yesterday and spins another gem, 6 innings, 8 strikeouts, doesn't allow a run, looks really, really good for the Phillies as well. And Yoshinobu Yamamoto, granted it was against the Rockies, but has another really good start for the Dodgers as well. Christopher Sanchez goes for the Phillies today. I think that -275 is maybe way too long or short, whatever, of minus price for Paul Skeens when he stumbled a couple times in the last month. We'll see how he rebounds. He's Paul Skeens. He's still really, really good. And yeah, maybe he just wins, but with the way Logan Webb is pitching and with the way that Zach Wheeler is pitching, and these voters are dying to give Zach Wheeler the award. I mean, look at Zach Wheeler's finishes in the Cy Young over the last handful of years, really since he became a Philly especially. But last year, finishes inside the top 3, finishes second last year, finishes 6th the year before that, finishes second in 2021. Zach Wheeler has always been a bridesmaid and never the bride. These voters are dying to give Zach Wheeler his flowers now as he's 35 years old. He's been in the league for over a decade at this point. I just think that -275 maybe too big of a minus price for Paul Skeens, especially the price didn't move after yesterday's stumble. Which, yeah, he's Paul Skeens. He's built up a lot of trust and equity, but a lot of really good pitchers there. I think there's maybe an opportunity to be made here. And you're probably saying, all right, Jake, you're waxing poetic about this stupid award market. If you're going to make a bet, who are you going to try and beat Paul Skeens with? I think any of these guys. I mean, I'm not going to bet Zach Wheeler at plus 450 because all the reasons I just said, he always finishes second and third and never wins. But Logan Webb at plus 850, I think is decent hashtag value. And I still think I'm going to keep banging the table for Christopher Sanchez. 30-1, 40-1, a really long price for a guy that has been nails. He had his best start of the year in his last start, and he goes against the Astros today. We'll get to that game in just a couple of minutes here when we go through the rest of the card. Mackenzie Gore had a really good start too, but he's so erratic, I just can't get behind him. I think that his time, hashtag his time, is coming maybe next year for Mackenzie Gore. But let's go to you, the people. We'll talk about your bets, everything that you have on your mind, and what you got for the abbreviated card today. We start with one of our regulars, Reed Phillips. Hello, my friend. He says, hello, Senor Hassan. Spelled it with 2 S's. That's okay. I'm willing to let that slide. How do we feel about a Vlad Jr. home run today? Are there weather issues today that we should take into account? Well, with the Blue Jays going against the Guardians, I'm not going to pretend that I know what the weather is like in Cleveland right now, but going against Tanner Bybee, who, yes, he's pitched much better of late for the Guardians, but he's a guy that gives up home runs in chunks, and Vlad Jr. isn't having the best power year, but he's still a guy that can rip them off and can run into one, so I don't hate the look on the Vlad Jr. home run with that one. Sports wager, Jake. Who ruins my parlay on BetMGM? Sports born in Vegas, by the way. Send it in, and the BetMGM network presented to you by our friends at BetMGM. But the sports wager home run parlay, or no, it's a hit parlay, excuse me, at plus 275. Schwarber, Altuve, and Bohm. 1+ hit, same game parlay, plus 275. Honestly, any of these guys can ruin it for you because you're fading Hunter Brown and Christopher Sanchez, 2 of my favorites, by the way, who I really like. If I had to guess, it would be Bohm going against Hunter Brown, who is nails when he pitches in Houston, and Alec Bohm. And that guy goes on the back of a milk carton every now and then. So he's not somebody I generally want to go against, but I wish you the best of luck. If I had to pick somebody who ruins it for you, it would be Alec Bohm. B. Mills, another of our regulars. Jake, how do you like these looks? Phillies and Astros first 3 under 1.5. It's a tease for when we get to the card in just a little bit. Kyle Tucker, Ian Happ, and PCA home runs individually going against Andre Payante. Don't hate that. He does have a very high ground ball rate, though. That would be my only concern there. Shota Imanaga and his return from the injured list for the Cubs, under 2.5 earned runs, and the Dodgers money line parlayed with the over. Never going to go against the Dodgers when they're playing the Rockies. Shota Imanaga, I will say, I give you credit for backing a guy in his first start off the injured list when we haven't seen him for a couple of months, B-Mills. You're a braver man than I am. Furman 50, today's favorite home run, 1.5 bases underdog. I assume that is what you are asking me. My favorite one? We will get to those when we get to the car. I will say the 1.5 bases, my favorite was Nick Kurtz. He has been unbelievable. He's been on fire. If you want to jump in on that live, going against Dietrich Enns, who makes his return to the majors for the Tigers today after 4 years in the minors and in Korea and Japan. I think if you want a 1.5 total bases right now, Nick Kurtz is the guy that I like the most. As far as underdog, we'll get to that when we get to the car. B Mills did the AccuWeather for me, which I very much appreciate. 93 with a real feel of 105, 53% humidity. Ugh! God, as somebody that's a genuine sweaty boy, don't love that, but it is what, especially because our team shirts are light orange. Get ready to learn Jake Hassan's sweat stains, Bucktown, because it is going to be out and present. B. Mills said, also, Skeens may be on the second worst team in baseball. That can't help his candidacy. With baseball, it's so weird with awards. Usually team success isn't correlated with awards. I mean, think of how many times Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout won MVPs with those terrible Angels teams. Rick Porcello won a Cy Young with the Mets a few years ago. So I don't think team success is generally correlated with those awards. I do get what you're saying, though, B. Mills. B. Redman said, taking a shot on 2+ total bases for Tucker, Suzuki, Crow Armstrong, and the Cubs over 3.5 runs plus 525. I like that look for the price, especially going against Payante, who is very so-so, very hit or miss. I do like that look for your parlay there, B. Redman. Appreciate you guys coming along as always. Appreciate you jumping into the Definitely Not Betters box and jumping into our comments. If you have more bets, more questions, things that you want to contribute to the show in the last 4 or 5 minutes here at the BetMGM Network, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube is where you can find us. But let's get into my card. Let's get into my bets. As I said, if you want to jump in live on Carlos Santana or Nick Kurtz, over 1.5 total bases for those guys. I like both of them. A couple of pitchers that I'm fading with Kevin Gausman and Dietrich Enns, respectively, in those games. But let's get to everything else. A game that, I am hot and bothered by this game. I looked at this game and I had to sit back and fan myself because you all know how I feel about Hunter Brown and Christopher Sanchez. Two guys that we have from before the year at really long prices for National League Cy Young with Christopher Sanchez and American League Cy Young with Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown, your second favorite for American League Cy Young, by the way. And that's a thing too. Tariq Skubal, the price didn't really change. He's still a pretty significant minus money favorite for American League Cy Young, despite Jacob deGrom pitching awesome yesterday, despite Hunter Brown pitching today against the Phillies, despite Garrett Crochet pitching awesome literally hours after Tariq Skubal did. I just think that's interesting. I think that creates some betting opportunities. But as far as this game goes, give me the first 3 under. And we were on that in the bettors box as well. And I like the first 3 under 1.5 at plus money. I think that's a great look for both of these pitchers. Like I said, Hunter Brown has been absolutely nails at home, and Christopher Sanchez coming off maybe his best start of the year against this Astros team. I really like the look for that one, especially getting plus money. I couldn't believe that. Another under that I like today, and wait until the last second in this one because the over as a total in general is getting bet, and I'm going to check it really fast here at BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas, by the way, the title sponsor of this network and of this show. Send it in, by the way. Let's see. That total is currently at 10, and it's still getting bet over. It is the Rays and the Royals. Everyone's betting the over in this game, and part of that is weather. I get it, but I'm taking the first 5 under in Tampa Bay and Kansas City. Michael Lorenzen has been very good at home for KC. 3.30 ERA when he's pitching in Kansas City. And more importantly, on the other side, Shane Baz is filthy, but the Royals can't hit. Nobody in that lineup has any juice whatsoever at the plate. And I really wish that wasn't true as I wipe my tears at night with the Jack Caglione tickets. That guy is hitting about .076. Thanks, buddy. Really appreciate all the work that you've done for us and all the content up to this point, and I just cry and cry. Anyway, I like the first 5 under. I bet it under 4.5 at plus 125. I still think that's good, but if you want to wait till the last second and get an under 5 or under 5.5 at a good price too, it looks like everyone's just going to bet this over. So wait till the last second, but I bet the first 5 under 4.5. I ain't scared. Last bet on the card before I give you the underdog and the home run of the day, the Jakey Rakes, just for funsies home run play of the day, by the way. Atlanta and New York, the Mets, over 8.5. I like this over because Griffin Canning has been terrible in his last 3 starts, and he has very bad history against this Atlanta team, and Grant Holmes can't pitch away from Atlanta. They're in New York for this one, but Grant Holmes has an ERA of almost 5 when he pitches on the road, so Holmes, not good away from home. There's a joke there somewhere. My brain cannot figure it out. Sorry. I can't win them all. Can't win this one. Not winning a lot of them recently, except the bets, which hopefully we win most of them today. Over 8.5, and that one, the homeless. That's good, Sean. Appreciate that. Thank you for the alley-oop for the layup on that one. The underdog that I like today. Don't you wish I was saying the Rockies? No, I'm not. Of course I'm not. But I do like the Braves to win their game. I think they're the underdog. And the Jakey Rakes Just for Funsies home run play of the day, Matt Olson to hit a home run off of Griffin Canning. That welcome in day 2 of the Jake Hassan takeover here on Send It In on the BetMGM network, which is where you can find this show and our array of shows, whether that be the Daily Tip, Bet Sweats, You Better You Bet, BetMGM Tonight, our weekend programming on the BetMGM network, at the BetMGM network on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Twitter, which is where you can go, dear listener and dear viewer, to watch the show live, listen to the show live, and interact with the show live, which is where I am going to direct you right now because, A, there's not a whole lot happening unless you're really in the weeds on day 2 of the NBA draft, which I don't think a lot of you are, and there's about 5 baseball games. So it would be nice of you people to contribute to this show for once and go to Twitch, go to YouTube, go to Twitter, and go to the little chat box at the BetMGM networks and send in your bets, send in your questions, send in whatever you got. I would appreciate a weather report if you're in the area of Chicago, because I have a kickball game that I'm trying to play tonight. And as you may have heard, this I was so close to nailing that too. This room is windowless. I don't know what the weather is. So if somebody could give me an update on that, and maybe our next guest will in a minute too, because he has the privilege of having windows in his home. We'll get to that in just a second. But I would appreciate anything you have to interact with the show here on Send It In while it's the Jake Hassan takeover. You can follow me on Twitter at Jake_Hassan, by the way, would be greatly appreciated. And as I said, the BetMGM network, Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter, where you can interact with the show live. No, Sean, I do not want a weather report at Indy because it's a fake city that I don't care about. Anyway, moving on. Sean, and behind the scenes, you can't see him, is very upset that I just said Indianapolis is fake. I digress. We press on. Appreciate all of the interaction from you, the listeners and the viewers at the BetMGM network, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. All right, I have filibustered and done the housekeeping enough. You guys want to hear about the sports. And like I said, there's about 6 MLB games, which we will get to the full card. We'll do some futures here in just a little bit. But first, we have to talk about day 1 of the NBA draft, where all of these new rookies ended up, what the best fit is. We have some odds as well for Rookie of the Year for the 25-26 season. So even though I'm not going to see him tonight because he hates me and doesn't want to play kickball, apparently, I can't let him get away that easy. At Isaac_Trotter on Twitter. You know him. You love him. Contributor for CBS Sports, writer for 24/7 Sports, in the weeds on college basketball. First of all, buddy, how are you? And thanks for being on. And let's get into it. And how are we feeling after day 1 of the NBA draft?
Certainly interesting, right? Yesterday, I think, was like the Cooper Flag experience, right? Everyone got to see his hometown and everything that goes into it. But I thought it was a really interesting fallout for numerous options that open the door in the Rookie of the Year race. And, you know, we talked about this last summer. I think right now might be the best time as any to bet the Rookie of the Year. Last year, we got Stephon Castle on this show at 11-1, 12-1. And we'll kind of get into some of those different things right now. But right after they get drafted is a really interesting time to just to peruse those depth charts, start to get an understanding of what type of role that they're going to have. And if there's anything in the Rookie of the Year race that we know, it's not necessarily about talent. It's way more about year 1 opportunity. And there's some really fascinating names on the board here.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I wanted to get you on today because, like you said, last year we talked and you gave out a bunch of different numbers, and some of them were some ultra long shots because you watch these guys year round. You are in the weeds on college basketball. You see the usage, you see the fits. So that's why I wanted to bring you on. And just really quick for our listeners and viewers, the odds right now at BetMGM, the sports born in Vegas, the title sponsor of this show and the BetMGM network. NBA Rookie of the Year odds are up. Cooper Flagg, your obvious favorite, minus 225. Followed closely by, well, not closely, I guess, but you know what I mean. Trey Johnson, 7-1, Ace Bailey, 8-1, Dylan Harper, 11-1, and then a huge drop to VJ Edgecombe at 25-1, Con Knipple at 25-1, and Derek Queen at 30-1. Isaac, it doesn't have to be one of those guys, but let's start with Flagg. Do you think this is a right price? Is he the most likely to win? Are we just looking for good numbers to try and take shots at Cooper Flagg? And how do you see him fitting in right off the rip with the Dallas Mavericks?
He should be the favorite. I think he's ready-made for the NBA game. The way he plays defensively, his passing, his motor, all of those are high-level stuff. You know, I think the opportunity in Dallas is interesting, right? Like, one of my criteria that I look at for Rookie of the Year bets is, are you a top 3 option on your own team? If you're kind of breaking down Cooper Flagg's fit in Dallas, I think he is third when he's healthy. AD is probably in that mix. Kyrie, when he gets healthy, is certainly a top 2 option. And then Flagg, I think, would probably be that number 3 option there, ahead of guys like a Klay Thompson, ahead of PJ Thompson and stuff like. So like that's kind of how I have viewed his fit there. So I think he's going to probably be the favorite. I think it makes sense why he's in that 190 to 225 range. Chop that around a little bit, but I do think that it wouldn't be that crazy if his offensive numbers next year don't necessarily blow you out of the, blow some like rookie record for scoring, because Kyrie's going to take a lot of shots when he's healthy, because AD's going to take a lot of shots when he's healthy. And I think Cooper is an unbelievable prospect, but he's so unselfish. Like, I don't think he's going to walk into every NBA game being like, I got to score 27 a night. So I think he's going to play well, but I wonder if the numbers or his stats aren't necessarily going to be quite as stunning as maybe his impact on the game. I think his impact on the game could be better than some of the raw counting stats he could put up, because he's going into a team that wants to win, wants to compete, and he's not going to get a 27% usage rate and get 25 shots a game and get to score 24 points a game without really even trying, without any implication on what the score of the game is.
Well, that leads into the next segue. The next obvious question is, who jumps out at you right away with these, whether it's price play or whether it's just the fit, and irregardless of price, who jumps out at you as somebody who's going to have the opportunity, somebody you want to take a shot with at Cooper Flagg, and who you think a price is going to drop or they're just going to be in the mix?
From an opportunity perspective, I don't think you can bet anybody other than Ace Bailey, right? Or Trey Johnson. Those are the 2 guys that went to spots where I think they can play a lot right away. Yesterday, when the odds first came out, Ace Bailey's opening number at multiple books was around 17-1. The sharps have been all over this, down to 7-1 at some spots. I understand that, because if you look at that Utah depth chart right now, like, who is really like, I mean, Lauri Markkanen's one, but there's a lot of question mark. Colin Sexton, Ace Bailey's going to be a top 3 option on that team for a really smart coach. I think that there's been a lot of misconceptions with the Ace Bailey conversation during the pre-draft stuff, and even yesterday, where people are labeling him as this, high ceiling, low floor, could potentially be a big bust candidate. I don't see that at all. He's 6'9". He could cover a lot of ground defensively. He has really soft touch from a shooting perspective, range out to the 3-point line. I think he's going to be in the league forever. I think he's got a really high floor. And so with this opportunity at Utah under a really smart coach, I could see him potentially being successful for a team that has a lot of runway to give him, a huge opportunity. Same thing goes for Trey Johnson as well at Washington. Like, that team, it's CJ McCollum, it's Bub Carrington, Alex Sarr. Like, he's easily a top 3 option on that team. So if we're using that precedent of you have to be a top 3 option, I think Trey Johnson or Ace Bailey are the only 2 guys that really meet that criteria right now. There's some deeper long shots down the board that we get to, but I don't think you could touch VJ Edgecombe right now. He's behind Maxey. He's behind Joel Embiid. He's behind Paul George when healthy. I don't think you can necessarily touch Dylan Harper. I love him as a player, but he's behind Wemby, De'Aaron Fox, Steph Castle, Con Knipple, same deal. I think he's behind LaMelo, Brandon Miller, Miles Bridges. So those guys don't meet the cut for me. Now, if something happens and changes, maybe a trade here, that could open the door for that. But all 3 of those guys are probably projected to be 4th options, and that's not historically someone we see win Rookie of the Year.
I think people are going to hear your case for Utah, for Ace Bailey, saying, oh, well, there's not a lot of guys there. And then they're going to go, well, I don't want to bet Ace Bailey at now 7-1 at BetMGM. And their eyes are going to drift, and they're going to say, well, what about the other guy that Utah drafted? And they're going to see a huge number for Walter Clayton Jr. It's 100-1 at BetMGM right now. And then they're going to think, oh, well, Florida and the run that they went on. Is there any hashtag value on Walter Clayton Jr. at a huge number where, to your point, in Utah, there's going to be a lot of shots to go around? Or is it just Ace Bailey's going to suck up a lot of that usage and maybe Clayton's more of a distributor or off the bench? Why are you not keying in on Walter Clayton Jr. at a bigger number? Because I think some people are going to try and look at that price.
I don't think that's crazy at all to throw a little on Walter Clayton Jr. at that type of number. I think Ace is probably the guy that front office is going to try to establish early and get him on the floor. But they also love Walter Clayton Jr. I think he's ready-made to come in and score at a high level. He can make pull-up threes at a high rate. He made the most pull-up threes of anybody in this class. That's a translatable skill for small guards that you just have to have. And I think offensively, he's going to be ready to go from the jump. I don't think it's nuts to throw a little flyer on him. He would be one of the guys that would meet that criteria for me if the depth chart breaks his way, where he could have a really huge role. And I think we already know, just how much of a veteran player he is, how many years of college basketball he's played. He's ready for this. I don't think there's going to be a huge adjustment period into the NBA, because the SEC last year was one of the most athletic, physical, best leagues in college basketball. And Walter Clayton Jr. was the best player in that league for long stretches, considering, outside of Janai Broome from Auburn.
Let's talk about just other rookies. Maybe if you're not looking to bet them in the rookie of the year, you don't think they're going to be a big player there, but who's a guy that got drafted last night where he went to a good situation and you have him circled of, this is a guy I'm going to want to back on a game-to-game situation from his props or in general?
Good question. I think I like Cedric Coward to Memphis a lot. I think that he is actually a real intriguing sleeper for Rookie of the Year, because who's third on that depth chart behind Jaren Jackson Jr. and Ja Morant? He could easily be that number 3 option. And he's 6'7". He has a 7'2" wingspan, one of the purest jumpers in college basketball. We've seen Ja Morant year after year annually just creates a ton of open corner threes. That is Cedric Coward's game. So Desmond Bane is gone. I think you could see Cedric Coward come in and be a really impact player right away. He's a grown man too, right? He's missed almost all of last year with an injury, but fully healthy, huge frame, older player, great story, transferred from Division III to Eastern Washington, and now Eastern Washington to Washington State, slowly gotten better and better and better. So the character concerns, there's none of them there. Everybody loves this kid. He's going to be a big-time worker, and he's going to really, really – I think he's going to be a pro right away and be ready to go. I think from a prop perspective on a game-to-game basis, I'm fascinated what the Pelicans are doing. They made some really weird selections yesterday, but – Derek Queen heading there, if he has an opportunity to play, he's been productive at every single stop. We'll see what happens with Zion Williamson, but if Derek Queen and Yves Missi are that front court, Yves is more of that defender who can be a really good rim protector, and it opens up Derek for an ability to just be you, and he's an unbelievable offensive player. So I think he could have some really, really big nights in year one. Same thing with Jeremiah Fears, who they drafted as well. As tantalizing as any guard prospect in this draft. If he finds a way to shoot it like he did when he was a younger prospect, Jeremiah Fears is going to be a big-time player and probably be one of the better players if we did a redraft in 3 or 4 years.
Who's a player, not Cooper Flagg's the obvious answer of who's a player that went to a situation where he moves the needle and makes that team better right away and is going to change your opinion on that team. But who's somebody who's not the obvious, like a Cooper Flagg, that they went to a situation where you're thinking that makes that team better and I'm going to want to bet them to maybe make the playoffs, go over their win total, or just win more games than you think and bet them on a game-to-game standpoint? Who's someone where you look at where they went and you think that's a great situation for them?
I look at San Antonio. I think San Antonio found 2 immediate impact rotation players yesterday. Obviously, Dylan Harper's the headliner there, but Carter Bryant, what a smart addition there in the middle of the first round out of Arizona. Really elastic wing. He moves really well. You turn on his tape and you're like, yeah, that looks like an NBA player. And he can really shoot it from 3-point range as well, which has been a big talking point of what San Antonio needs to add. So I just love the mix of what this San Antonio group looks like. Maybe it could be a little bit choppy next year as De'Aaron Fox and Steph Castle and Dylan Harper kind of figure out their way around Victor Wembanyama. But you throw in Carter Bryant, you throw in Dylan Harper. I think those two dudes are like immediate impact, ready to go, going to help you. Going to play 15 to 18 minutes for Carter and probably 23 to 28, 29 for Dylan Harper. I feel like San Antonio is a team that like they're on the verge of being, a really, really good team both now and then also like the vision of that program and that franchise. I just feel really, really good about them long term with Harper, who I think, I don't think the Cade Cunningham comps for him are crazy at all. Like he is so big, so physical, and he just makes the game look so easy. And I think that translates right away in the NBA, even if, like we talked about earlier with the Rookie of the Year bet, like, he's probably not going to be a guy that's like going to have 27 every single night or have every single shot because they're running through Wemby.
Isaac Trotter at Isaac_Trotter on Twitter, 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports. Before I let you go, I know you have one baseball play you want to give out. So before we let you go, please, the floor is yours.
Big dumper 2.0. It's Cal Raleigh against Simeon Woods Richardson. If they can get the game in, that's my one concern, right? The weather's pretty bad today, but Simeon Woods Richardson, lefties hit over 340 against him. A pretty heavy fastball / sinker pitch selection, pitch arsenal. Cal Raleigh, one of the best hitters in baseball, over 1.5 bases is -115. So I think that's a bet.
Isaac, you're the best, buddy. I will miss you tonight, but we'll talk soon. Have a good one, buddy. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
That was Isaac Trotter at Isaac_Trotter, getting you ready to bet NBA Rookie of the Year and giving you all of the fits and things and angles that he is looking at after day one of the NBA draft. We do have some Major League Baseball to get into, a couple games that have just started. A's and Tigers, that one is in the bottom of the first, tied at 0. Blue Jays and Guardians, that one also at 0 in the top of the first. I do have a couple bets if you want to jump in live on these. I like Nick Kurtz over 1.5 total bases, hit a home run yesterday. He has been on a tear over his last 19 games, hitting .310 with 10 home runs. Really like the angle on him going against a guy for Detroit who has not pitched in the majors in 4 years. And Blue Jays and Guardians, I like Carlos Santana. Over 1.5 total bases is +165. He just hit a home run last night as well. Very good history against Kevin Gausman, who is terrible on the road. But as for the rest of the card, the abbreviated card, as it were, we will get into that in just a little bit. I want to talk for a couple of minutes before we get to your questions, your comments, your bets, which you can send in, by the way, here on Send It In. Haha, see what I did there? That stunk. Not going to do it again. At the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Twitter, there's a little chat box function. Some would call it a better's box. I wouldn't do that. I leave that up to your discretion to call it what you will. But all of that to say, you can send in your questions, comments, bets, whatever you're feeling, whatever's on the mind. Weather update in Chicago would be greatly appreciated. If you want to help a brother out, that would be appreciated. But go do that at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. We will get to your questions, comments, and bets in just a couple of minutes. But we talked AL Cy Young yesterday for a few minutes, in which, by the way, Jacob deGrom, his price has massively changed after we talked about him yesterday. Not saying it's because of me, not saying it's because of me, but mostly it's because he took a no-hitter in the 8th inning against the Orioles, pitched an unbelievable game for deGrom, who has a sub-2 ERA in June. He's been fantastic, has not allowed more than 2 earned runs in a start going back to April 11th. If Jacob deGrom's going to be healthy, I kind of think that he's on track here to maybe be in the conversation for this award, especially if Tariq Skubal has another start where he stumbles and that door continues to just creak open a little bit. Hunter Brown also pitches today. He's your second favorite for that award. We'll talk about him once we get to the card. But as far as National League Cy Young goes, Paul Skeens still -275 after he had arguably the worst start of his career yesterday. 4 innings, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, just 4 strikeouts for Paul Skeens. And so far, he's been awesome still. He's got a sub-2.5 ERA. But now this is multiple times in the last couple of weeks here where Paul Skeens has gotten tagged. Remember, back in May against the Cubs, allowed 3 home runs and only went 5 innings in that one. And the Pirates, it's so far in his last 3 starts, 5 innings, 6 innings, 4 innings. He's getting knocked around a little bit, and he's minus 275. Zach Wheeler goes out yesterday and spins another gem, 6 innings, 8 strikeouts, doesn't allow a run, looks really, really good for the Phillies as well. And Yoshinobu Yamamoto, granted it was against the Rockies, but has another really good start for the Dodgers as well. Christopher Sanchez goes for the Phillies today. I think that minus 275 is maybe way too long or short, whatever, of minus price for Paul Skeens when he stumbled a couple times in the last month. We'll see how he rebounds. He's Paul Skeens. He's still really, really good. And yeah, maybe he just wins, but with the way Logan Webb is pitching and with the way that Zach Wheeler is pitching, and these voters are dying to give Zach Wheeler the award. I mean, look at Zach Wheeler's finishes in the Cy Young over the last handful of years, really since he became a Philly especially. But last year, finishes inside the top 30, finishes second last year, finishes sixth the year before that, finishes second in 2021. Zach Wheeler has always been a bridesmaid and never the bride. These voters are dying to give Zach Wheeler his flowers now as he's 35 years old. He's been in the league for over a decade at this point. I just think that minus 275 may be too big of a minus price for Paul Skeens, especially the price didn't move after yesterday's stumble. Which, yeah, he's Paul Skeens. He's built up a lot of trust and equity, but a lot of really good pitchers there. I think there's maybe an opportunity to be made here. And you're probably saying, all right, Jake, you're waxing poetic about this stupid award market. If you're going to make a bet, who are you going to try and beat Paul Skeens with? I think any of these guys. I mean, I'm not going to bet Zach Wheeler at plus 450 because all the reasons I just said, he always finishes second and third and never wins. But Logan Webb at plus 850, I think is decent hashtag value. And I still think I'm going to keep banging the table for Christopher Sanchez. 30-1, 40-1, a really long price for a guy that has been nails. He had his best start of the year in his last start, and he goes against the Astros today. We'll get to that game in just a couple of minutes here when we go through the rest of the card. Mackenzie Gore had a really good start too, but he's so erratic, I just can't get behind him. I think that his time, hashtag his time, is coming maybe next year for Mackenzie Gore. But let's go to you, the people. We'll talk about your bets, everything that you have on your mind, and what you got for the abbreviated card today. We start with one of our regulars, Reed Phillips. Hello, my friend. He says, hello, Senor Hassan. Spelled it with 2 S's. That's okay. I'm willing to let that slide. How do we feel about a Vlad Jr. home run today? Are there weather issues today that we should take into account? Well, with the Blue Jays going against the Guardians, I'm not going to pretend that I know what the weather is like in Cleveland right now, but going against Tanner Bybee, who, yes, he's pitched much better of late for the Guardians, but he's a guy that gives up home runs in chunks, and Vlad Jr. isn't having the best power year, but he's still a guy that can rip them off and can run into one, so I don't hate the look on the Vlad Jr. home run with that one. Sports wager, Jake. Who ruins my parlay on BetMGM? Sports born in Vegas, by the way. Send it in, and the BetMGM network presented to you by our friends at BetMGM. But the sports wager home run parlay, or no, it's a hit parlay, excuse me, at plus 275. Schwarber, Altuve, and Bohm. 1+ hit, same game parlay, plus 275. Honestly, any of these guys can ruin it for you because you're fading Hunter Brown and Christopher Sanchez, 2 of my favorites, by the way, who I really like. If I had to guess, it would be Bohm going against Hunter Brown, who is nails when he pitches in Houston, and Alec Bohm. And that guy goes on the back of a milk carton every now and then. So he's not somebody I generally want to go against, but I wish you the best of luck. If I had to pick somebody who ruins it for you, it would be Alec Bohm. B. Mills, another of our regulars. Jake, how do you like these looks? Phillies and Astros first 3 under 1.5. It's a tease for when we get to the card in just a little bit. Kyle Tucker, Ian Happ, and PCA home runs individually going against Andre Payante. Don't hate that. He does have a very high ground ball rate, though. That would be my only concern there. Shota Imanaga and his return from the injured list for the Cubs, under 2.5 earned runs, and the Dodgers money line parlayed with the over. Never going to go against the Dodgers when they're playing the Rockies. Shota Imanaga, I will say, I give you credit for backing a guy in his first start off the injured list when we haven't seen him for a couple of months, B. Mills. You're a braver man than I am. Furman 50, today's favorite home run, 1.5 bases underdog. I assume that is what you are asking me. My favorite one? We will get to those when we get to the car. I will say the 1.5 bases, my favorite was Nick Kurtz. He has been unbelievable. He's been on fire. If you want to jump in on that live, going against Dietrich Enns, who makes his return to the majors for the Tigers today after 4 years in the minors and in Korea and Japan. I think if you want a 1.5 total bases right now, Nick Kurtz is the guy that I like the most. As far as underdog, we'll get to that when we get to the car. B Mills did the AccuWeather for me, which I very much appreciate. 93 with a real feel of 105, 53% humidity. Ugh! God, as somebody that's a genuine sweaty boy, don't love that, but it is what, especially because our team shirts are light orange. Get ready to learn Jake Hassan's sweat stains, Bucktown, because it is going to be out and present. B Mills said also Skeens may be on the second worst team in baseball. That can't help his candidacy. With baseball, it's so weird with awards. Usually team success isn't correlated with awards. I mean, think of how many times Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout won MVPs with those terrible Angels teams. Rick Porcello won a Cy Young with the Mets a few years ago. So I don't think team success is generally correlated with those awards. I do get what you're saying, though, B Mills. B Redman said taking a shot on 2+ total bases for Tucker, Suzuki, Crow Armstrong, and the Cubs over 3.5 runs plus 525. I like that look for the price, especially going against Payante, who is very so-so, very hit or miss. I do like that look for your parlay there, B. Redmond. Appreciate you guys coming along as always. Appreciate you jumping into the Definitely Not Betters box and jumping into our comments. If you have more bets, more questions, things that you want to contribute to the show in the last 4 or 5 minutes here at the BetMGM Network, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube is where you can find us. But let's get into my card. Let's get into my bets. As I said, if you want to jump in live on Carlos Santana or Nick Kurtz, over 1.5 total bases for those guys. I like both of them. A couple of pitchers that I'm fading with Kevin Gausman and Dietrich Enns, respectively, in those games. But let's get to everything else. A game that, I am hot and bothered by this game. I looked at this game and I had to sit back and fan myself because you all know how I feel about Hunter Brown and Christopher Sanchez. Two guys that we have from before the year at really long prices for National League Cy Young with Christopher Sanchez and American League Cy Young with Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown, your second favorite for American League Cy Young, by the way. And that's a thing too. Tariq Skubal, the price didn't really change. He's still a pretty significant minus money favorite for American League Cy Young, despite Jacob deGrom pitching awesome yesterday, despite Hunter Brown pitching today against the Phillies, despite Garrett Crochet pitching awesome literally hours after Tariq Skubal did. I just think that's interesting. I think that creates some betting opportunities. But as far as this game goes, give me the first 3 under. And we were on that in the bettors box as well. And I like the first 3 under 1.5 at plus money. I think that's a great look for both of these pitchers. Like I said, Hunter Brown has been absolutely nails at home, and Christopher Sanchez coming off maybe his best start of the year against this Astros team. I really like the look for that one, especially getting plus money. I couldn't believe that. Another under that I like today, and wait until the last second in this one, because the over as a total in general is getting bet, and I'm going to check it really fast here at BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas, by the way, the title sponsor of this network and of this show. Send it in, by the way. Let's see. That total is currently at 10, and it's still getting bet over. It is the Rays and the Royals. Everyone's betting the over in this game, and part of that is weather. I get it, but I'm taking the first 5 under in Tampa Bay and Kansas City. Michael Lorenzen has been very good at home for KC. 3.30 ERA when he's pitching in Kansas City. And more importantly, on the other side, Shane Baz is filthy, but the Royals can't hit. Nobody in that lineup has any juice whatsoever at the plate. And I really wish that wasn't true as I wipe my tears at night with the Jack Caglione tickets. That guy is hitting about .076. Thanks, buddy. Really appreciate all the work that you've done for us and all the content up to this point. And I just cry and cry. Anyway, I like the first 5 under. I bet it under 4.5 at plus 125. I still think that's good. But if you want to wait till the last second and get an under 5 or under 5.5 at a good price too, it looks like everyone's just going to bet this over. So Wait till the last second, but I bet the first 5 under 4.5. I ain't scared. Last bet on the card before I give you the underdog and the home run of the day, the Jakey Rakes, just for funsies home run play of the day, by the way. Atlanta and New York, the Mets, over 8.5. I like this over because Griffin Canning has been terrible in his last 3 starts, and he has very bad history against this Atlanta team, and Grant Holmes can't pitch away from Atlanta. They're in New York for this one, but Grant Holmes has an ERA of almost 5 when he pitches on the road, so Holmes, not good away from home. There's a joke there somewhere. My brain cannot figure it out. Sorry. I can't win them all. Can't win this one. Not winning a lot of them recently, except the bets, which hopefully we win most of them today. Over 8.5. And that one, the homeless. That's good, Sean. Appreciate that. Thank you for the alley-oop for the layup on that one. The underdog that I like today. Don't you wish I was saying the Rockies? No, I'm not. Of course I'm not. But I do like the Braves to win their game. I think they're the underdog. And the Jakey Rakes, just for funsies home run play of the day, Matt Olson to hit a home run off of.
From the BetMGM Network, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Thursday. Good morning to you. We're coming at you live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Coming up in our final hour, we will look ahead to the Knicks trying to keep their slim championship hopes alive as they welcome the Pacers to the Garden. Hear what Ben Stiller has to say about that and about being called out by Pat McAfee when they played their previous game in Indianapolis. This has gone all over the place. Then in 20 minutes, we're excited about this. A fantastic guest. You're going to want to stick around for Pam Maldonado from ESPN and Tennis Channel. She'll talk a little French Open with us. And finally, we'll bring you our best bets at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. You can stream the final hour of our show on ValleySportsLive.com and the Valley Sports Live app. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Remember when we had Joe Thomas on the show, the legendary Browns offensive lineman, 2 or 3 weeks ago, Denton? He was here to talk about Shador and the Browns. He handed off to us some beef sticks and some jerky as well. The jerky was very good. And I'll tell you something. I kept those beef sticks around, and then I tore into those bad boys this week, and they were delicious. Am I getting paid for this promotion? No. Now, would I like to be talking about these beef sticks while wearing a BetMGM robe? Yes, I would. But I have to say, you never know when you start your own business or, this big old boy, this legendary Hall of Famer, he made some beef sticks, some jerky. I mean, I feel like that's an easy sell. But I have to say, it was really good.
Well, I will be saying for the second time on the show, where's my meat sticks? I didn't get any of these beef sticks. So I would love to, talk with you about how delicious these meat sticks were, but I don't know because I didn't get any.
Have you ever tried a celebrity endorsed product that you did? I'm not asking you to call someone out. It doesn't have to be by name. But did you try something? Maybe you got gifted something. You're like, hey, listen, this is what I'm promoting. You tried it and you're like, no thanks.
Well, we were talking about celebrity restaurants earlier. So Vanderpump, I don't even know what the name of the restaurant is, but it's for Lisa Vanderpump, who is like a Bravo legend, and she has this show called Vanderpump Rules. So she opened up a restaurant in Las Vegas. And so I wanted to go because I watched the show. And one of like the hallmarks of her restaurants are that they're really strikingly pretty. Like they're like Instagram friendly. So like, of course, I'm a basic girl. I want to go see the flowers and all the decorations. So we get to the restaurant, and number one, the service is just god awful. Like they act like we don't exist. It took us like 45 minutes to get our drinks, and then the food was not good either. So it was certainly a letdown. But again, maybe this is what you've come to expect from a restaurant that prides itself on the way it looks as opposed to the food that it offers.
Yeah, that's like when they had Taffer's Tavern here in D.C. John Taffer, who is the guy who comes in and does bar rescue. And he opened up a restaurant right next to Capital One Arena a few years ago. Did you ever go there, Denton? It was not good. And I used to watch that show religiously. I'm like, oh, this guy knows how to run things, because a lot of people, they just let their bars go. They just want to get hammered all the time. They don't want to actually run a business. And I was like, oh, this guy's the master at running a bar. It lasted for 2 years, and then they closed because of, quote, security concerns. Whatever, dude. I went there. I sat at the bar with a bunch of people, and let me tell you, they served the most sugary drinks you can imagine. They were not good. And the guy was like putting on a show behind the bar. Hey, what's your name again? Michael? Okay, Big Mike. Okay, let's get you. I'm like, okay. This is fine. First of all, don't call me Big Mike. That's weird. I just walked in and sat down, sir. Like, I don't know what's going on here. And so it was like this whole song and dance routine, and they served you a drink, and they were just sugary and all kind of thrown together. It was, and the food was just mediocre at best. I wasn't expecting some incredible culinary experience, but it was so disappointing. And now I can't watch a show anymore because I'm like, yeah, I've been to your place. It was not good at all.
Who's the guy that does Hell's Kitchen? Is it Gordon Ramsay? I went to his restaurant in Las Vegas, and I didn't really like it either. And he's a chef. Like, that's the thing. Like, Lisa Vanderpump is not known for, like, her culinary, like, talents. But, like, for the Gordon Ramsay one, I was very disappointed because your expectations, of course, are a lot higher. Again, I'm not somebody who, studied any of the culinary arts, but I just didn't really think the food was that great.
Well, the food may not be great there, and food's not going to taste very good in Minneapolis if you're the Timberwolves heading back home after that loss last night. So let's recap this quickly and then talk about Knicks and Pacers. The Thunder just all over Minnesota last night, 124-94. The Thunder laying 9. They're minus 377 on the money line. Total set at 222, the under hits. And the Thunder, the best defensive team in the NBA. That's how they got it done last night.
Randall off the bounce. Caruso knocks it away. Comes up with a steal. Throws it back and gives us Alexander the unselfish play.
All calls courtesy of ESPN. SGA, 34 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists. He was everywhere, particularly in the first half.
Gilgeous Alexander, left hand, and lays it up and in.
Chet Holmgren, 22 points, 7 boards. Jalen Williams, 19 points. The Thunder rolled to a victory. This was not close. They are going to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012.
Another 30-point-plus win. As Dillingham will dribble it out. Well, the magical season continues. The Oklahoma City Thunder are going back to the NBA Finals.
Yes, they are, said Oklahoma City head coach Mark Daigneault after the game. We've got a lot of work to do to get to our ultimate goal, and this is not it. So that's all I'm focused on. I think we're both sort of surprised. Not that Oklahoma City closed the things out and covered the number here, but I personally thought that the Timberwolves would make this more competitive than we saw.
Yeah, what a disappointment for Minnesota. A team that looked on paper like maybe they could present some type of a challenge to the Thunder, but we didn't see any challenges at all, especially in an elimination game. One would think that this is a game where they would come out with their hair on fire, but instead they, started the first quarter with 9 total points. So the Thunder were up 26-9 in the first quarter, and that was pretty much the story of the game. They never looked back. It was a wire-to-wire winner for the Thunder. So now we start talking about, hey, what did the Timberwolves do wrong? Is this something they can correct? And I do think it starts with your superstar. Anthony Edwards is only 23 years old, so he still has plenty of time to get better. But if we're going to praise him for his good games, you got to critique him when he has the off nights, especially in an elimination game. The Thunder defense did a great job of limiting Anthony Edwards in this series, and he went below 20 points in 3 of the 5 games. You just can't have that from your superstar. I understand the defense was generational, and I think that's probably why the Thunder end up winning it all. But still, if you are the face of your franchise, you got to do better than 19 points in an elimination game.
Yeah, And fortunately, he's still a young guy, has a great future in the NBA. There's been a lot of talk as to whether or not he is the future face of the NBA. I would say right now it looks to be SGA, but certainly Ant Edwards has the talent to get there. It's just not quite what I thought we were going to get. Like I said earlier, I'm surprised it was the Nuggets that gave the Thunder a harder time than the Timberwolves did. Game 1 of the NBA Finals next Thursday in Oklahoma City. Still waiting for a winner of the Knicks and the Pacers. And we could find out tomorrow if that's going to be Indiana, because they lead this series 3-1. Before we look ahead to what we expect tonight, so we've been talking about this during the break. If you saw the previous game in Indianapolis, you saw Pat McAfee do his best wrestling spiel, his promo, call out Ben Stiller and Spike Lee and some other celebrities who were in town for that game in Indianapolis. So Ben Stiller has now responded to that and did so yesterday on the putback with Ian Begley.
Timothy, had been on his show, and I was like, oh, that's your boy, that's your guy. And then, so when that happened, I was a little bit like, whoa, that's okay. But then the WWE aspect of it, I get it. He's like, it's just not the way it happens in New York. You know what I mean? It's not what, if you go on the Jumbotron, like they're going to show him, if he comes to the Garden, he should come to the Garden. He should come to the Garden for Game 5. And, they'll put him up on the screen and they'll show him punting the ball and everybody will give him a nice cheer. So, that's how we do it in New York. But I get it. It was fun. I felt like he was just trying to get the crowd riled up. It was, a little bit out of the blue, but,
He sounds like that he gets it now, but at the time he was sort of taken aback and kind of stunned at how boisterous it was at the time. Seems that way.
Do you think this sounds at all condescending? Like, it almost feels to me like he's flexing his, A-lister celebrity muscle here. I'm like, oh, well, me and Timothy just didn't really understand this. We are veteran celebrities, and we just don't do it this way in New York. Like, maybe you get shown on the Jumbotron, but we just don't do it that way in New York. So maybe I'm totally off base here, but I feel like there was a little tinge of that.
Yeah, it was sort of like, I guess you're a big deal in Indianapolis.
Indiana.
Good for you. Maybe you're a stud at the hardware store in South Bend if you travel around a little bit. In New York City, we just put you on the Jumbotron and we'll show you punting. Not even your show. And it's probably going to be a squib punt. Not very good punt. It's going to be a shank that went 15 yards. Yeah, it's very interesting, the dichotomy or the juxtaposition of those two people who are very famous in their own different worlds, but those are two very different worlds.
Yeah, it does feel like Ben Stiller is still the far and away more A-lister, and I think, maybe there's some of that thrown in there. I wish he would have done this in character. If he wants to go toe-to-toe with Pat McAfee, dig into his previous characters. What he's been in Dodgeball. I don't remember his exact name. Was it Dwight Goodman or something? Where he's this villain that's super cocky and arrogant. That would have been so funny if he dressed to the nines in that costume and went at Pat McAfee. That's the theater I want to see.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait to see what happens tonight. That's been part of the fun of this series, is all these different storylines sort of coming together. But what is going to happen tonight at the Garden? Will those show Pat McAfee punting on the Jumbotron? Maybe. Knicks are laying 4.5 points. The Knicks are minus 190. The Pacers are plus 154. Your total is 222 and a hook. Yesterday, this was Knicks minus 5.5. If you're interested in the series price, it's Pacers minus 600. The Knicks are plus 450. Money coming in on Indiana. I just don't understand why this number is the way it is. I think there's a real strong possibility Indiana could close this out tonight and win outright. Tom Thibodeau is doing everything he can, switching up the starting lineup, trying different combinations, and still he has not been able to solve the Pacers' offense. So it doesn't matter whether it's Mitchell Robinson. It doesn't matter if it's Cat sashaying these passes around. Whatever's going on, it just hasn't been happening for the Knicks, and I cannot believe you can still get this number at 4.5.
Excellent usage of the word sashaying, especially with Cat. I did a deep dive on some of the TikToks on Karl Anthony Towns yesterday, and boy, that is comedy. But back to this game. So not only have the Knicks got it wrong in trying to defend the Pacers, so have the odds makers. If you look at these games in this recent history for the Pacers, my goodness, have they been good as underdogs? So once again, underdogs in this game, getting 4.5 points. They have 4 straight wins outright as underdogs, and 6 of their last 7 games as underdogs, they've won outright as well. So how many times do you get points with the Pacers and you say, oh, well, maybe they're the smaller team and maybe they're not going to win. Or maybe you just start taking the points and say, hey, I know a trend when I see it. I have seen these games and the Pacers look like the much better overall team. So I'm going to take the points with the Pacers.
Yeah, I would just take the Pacers outright. Maybe I'm just maybe I've just got that Indiana fever. Oh God, I was not trying to make a WNBA reference there. Lame. But honestly, the Pacers are just such a good basketball team, and still I feel like they're not getting respect from the books. I've been saying this for like a couple weeks. Maybe I'm missing something, but at this point, based on what we've seen in this series, I think the Knicks are worn out. I think they are tired. I think the Pacers' depth has worn them down, and it doesn't matter what combination that Tibbs goes with in the Knicks starting lineup. The Pacers are so deep, and I think they're going to run the Knicks ragged. I would take Indiana outright.
Yeah, because that's the handicap, is the deeper this series goes, the more advantage the Pacers have, simply because they have the deeper rotation and they have the fresher legs. So now sitting in game 5, I feel like this is when the gap starts to widen even more between the Pacers and the Knicks.
Knicks need something to happen. Maybe Tracy Morgan throws up or something. They got to switch things up at the Garden. They just have not been good, but something needs to change. Coming up on the show, if you follow sports wagering at all, you certainly know Pam Maldonado, the betting analyst from ESPN, and Tennis Channel is going to join us next. I'm Jenks, she is Chelsea. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Thursday. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. We are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. We do it each and every single weekday. Coming up in a couple minutes, if you love betting on tennis or just betting in general, we have got just the person for you. We will bring in Pam Maldonado from both ESPN and Tennis Channel as well. Remember yesterday you were talking about being influenced by all of the things that you're seeing online? So I get a call from the lovely Catherine yesterday, and she's like, hey, guess what I did? I was like, I don't know. But guess what I bought? I bought a new keyboard, and it's arriving today. I was like, oh, well, I'm like, okay, that sounds great, honey. No. This is a great keyboard. I go, did you get influenced again? She's like, oh, yeah. The keys light up. It has an awesome clicking sound. There's a little roller bar for the volume. And it cost me, I go, how much did this keyboard cost you? She goes, $90. I go, you spent $90 on a keyboard? I know. But here's the thing. I will say, I was laughing so hard. So she goes, oh, my God, I got to show it to you. And so, I mean, now this woman, to her credit, works about a billion times harder than I do and is always on her keyboard. But it lights up, and it has this crazy, like, clicking sound, and she's super tactile oriented. Like, she's always been that way, especially when she types, like, You'll just even see her, like, the way she touches things. Like, she's just very touch sensitive. So you know what? For her, she walked in yesterday. Normally I get up, give her a hug, give her a kiss. She's like, hey, let's look at my keyboard. I was like, man, you are into this keyboard. But I'll tell you what, she was proud of it. And I have to say, if that $90 keyboard makes her happy, then it does. What is something you would spend a little extra money on if it brought you such joy?
This is such a boring adult answer, but I got a really nice vacuum. And This sounds stupid, but I vacuum a lot. And I like to keep our house really clean. And I have a 5-year-old, so we use it a lot. So normally I wouldn't say, hey, you need to buy the brand name vacuum. But listen, if you find yourself vacuuming a lot, might as well make it enjoyable and make it easier on yourself, because the right tools obviously can make things easier. This goes for like gardening or landscaping. Like, things are a lot easier when you have a great lawnmower. So I agree with you. $90 sounds like a lot for a keyboard, but if she's using it every day, like, she's going to get her use out of it.
I mean, I will say, the keys were lighting up when I was touching them. I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. I don't know if I'd spend $90 on, but even I was like, I'm getting influenced right now watching this thing. All right, someone I watch all the time, I'm sure you do too, especially if you're on social media or you watch ESPN, is Pam Maldonado, betting analyst for the worldwide leader and Tennis Channel as well. Hey, first of all, good morning to you. Thank you for waking up with us. And I just wanted to ask, having followed you for so long, I know you're a massive tennis fan, and they honored Rafa Nadal, as we know, on Sunday. What has his influence and his impact on the sport meant to you, and to Roland Garros in particular, just having watched him throughout his career?
First of all, thank you for having me. Secondly, why y'all trying to make me cry at 7:20 in the morning? Nadal I shed tears when Roger Federer had his goodbyes. We all did, because that was like the first sign of like, okay, this is really happening. We're in it, and they're going away. And cried again for Nadal. And honestly, oh my God, I am. Because it's we grew up on the big three. We grew up watching greatness. And the only way that I've ever only felt that I can describe it is we are mere mortals watching gods live among us. And it is, I have such an obsession with tennis, because what these three guys, Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic, still doing is literally something we will never see again in our lifetime. We can talk about, Michael Jordan and all of these other great athletes, but they are a single individual who kind of took over their leagues. But in tennis, with the big three, you had three of the most competitive players in their sport competing against each other, and every single time they played, it was art on a canvas, because they made each other better, and you was never seeing the same thing twice. And it's a thing of beauty that we will never see again.
Yeah, so as a casual tennis fan, obviously I'm not super into tennis. Like, who are the next big names? Like, is there anybody who's there that's going to be taking the torch? Because right now I'm looking just at the favorites to win the French Open. Carlos Alcaraz, I know I've seen you post about him before. Yannick Sinner, Novak Djokovic, of course, he has a great resume, but maybe not the top of his career right now. So who do you think takes over there? Is it Carlos Alcaraz? Lay out the scene for us.
Yeah, so there's actually like an entire generation. We have players like Stefanos Tsitsipas, Alexander Zverev, even Andrei Rublev. These are the players that were with the big three, and you expected them to come on the rise, and they never did. Well, the players that came in right after them, you just mentioned one of them, Carlitos Alcaraz. Him along with Yannick Sinner, those are the two players that said, okay, we're here, we're taking the torch, and we are moving on. Alcaraz is I talk about a thing of beauty. That's him. Everything that the big three showcases of their playing styles, the grit, the fight, the finesse. Alcaraz has all of the traits of the big three, a little bit of Federer, a little bit of Nadal, a little bit of Djokovic wrapped into one, and then out comes Carlitos. So this is why he's grown over the last few years in fanship, and he's also just very humble, and you don't have that same type of charisma from Yannick Sinner. He has all of the power and all of the fight, and he's winning every title, but he doesn't have the same personality characteristics, yet those are the two guys right now that are sitting up at the top.
So, Pam, one thing I love about listening to your reading about your handicapping is that you really go into the weeds and really do the work. So when you're talking about tennis in particular, how do you quantify something like surface? Because clearly they're playing on clay as opposed to hardcourt or something else.
Right. Yeah, every surface, even if it's hardcourt, no two hardcourts are the same. There's a slow hardcourt, medium hardcourt, faster hardcourt, and early in the season, throughout the year, you really have to figure out who excels on this surface based on their playing styles. So somebody like Alcaraz, he has a massive kick serve, and he loves his drop shots, and he slides really well. He has a lot of the traits that are suitable for a clay surface, especially on a slow clay surface. And for somebody like Yannick Sinner, who you would think he's great at everything, it's going to translate to clay. He has so much power in his game, and I'm going to use that word a lot with him because that's literally like the definition of Sinner, power. But weapons like that tend to get muted on slower surfaces like clay, so he's going to ramble through, the lower ranked players, but when he faces somebody like Alcaraz who can absorb all of that power, redirect, becomes a counterpuncher, well then that becomes a little bit useless. So you have to know these traits, and there's what I love about tennis is you can only look at stats for so much. Football, I look at data. Golf, I look at data. When it comes to tennis, if you're not watching the matches, you're not going to know what's going on, both with the surface, both with the weather, both with all the players. You really have to embody what are they doing on these matches? How is it working out in real time in order to get a true feel of the possible outcomes?
Yeah, so we are a betting show. So do you have any bets for us when it comes to the French Open, whether it's outright winners, matchups? What do you like?
Let's look at the outright market. Carlos Alcaraz right now, he's a minus 120 favorite right now. That number has dipped because we are a couple of days into the tournament. He was plus money, but now he's a favorite. That is still value to me because he is just unreal shot making type of player. He has quick movement. He has the confidence of a defending champion. He won here last year. He's already won 3 of the 4 majors. He's so young. He's still in his early 20s. He is the type of player that forces you to play his tempo. He took a tough second set stride. He's pulled through. That's the kind of resilience that you want in a title run. Somebody that doesn't really get phased of okay, I dropped a set. No, he rebounds and he finds his way back. He has every single weapon at his disposal. The drop shot, the kick serve. He's strong on both wings. His draw, pretty simple. So I know that it's minus 120 and it's not exciting and thrilling to take. But when it comes to majors in tennis, there's really only 2-3 guys, at most 1 or 2, that truly can win. And Alcaraz, for me, is going to be it on the outright market.
We're talking with Pam Maldonado. She is a betting analyst for ESPN and Tennis Channel as well. So, you cover it all. but I know you're also someone who likes to bet on golf and handicaps golf as well. We've got the Memorial coming up this weekend, starting today. So what are some bets, maybe some markets or some players you're looking at Muirfield Village?
Well, I want to say first, you were talking about the $90 keyboard. As sports bettors, we have spent money on worst things. And one of those things is betting a Fleetwood outright multiple times. He's just Mr. No-win, but he's so consistent for the top 20, top 10 market. So I love Tommy Fleetwood for a top 20 at minus 125. That's priced as with no ties. But I took some money on him to win an outright, but I used the without Scotty odds. So take Scotty out of the equation, and he's 18-1. But I absolutely love Fleetwood. If you watch him every single week, he's so confident out there. He makes it look so easy, and he's striping it from tee to green. He's 5th best in the field. He leads in strokes gained around the green, which is something that you absolutely need from Muirfield Village because you're going to miss these greens. They're so small. And if you don't have the ability to get up and down and recover, then that could be a big problem. Except Fleetwood is one of the best at doing that. He finds the fairways. He plays out there with finesse. And I know it's Mr. No-win, but I just feel like this is his time. There's no better tournament that fits him. There's no better course that fits his style of play. This is the absolute perfect setup for Fleetwood to finally win on tour. It's just absurd. I don't know if you saw that stat a couple months ago, but he has the most money earned on the PGA Tour without ever winning a title.
Wow.
Let's change that.
That's crazy. Right. But eventually it feels like we do hear these stories. Like Xander Schauffele is one of the guys that kind of comes to mind when it comes to like, well, he's never going to win. He's never going to win. Eventually they do win something. So I personally will be rooting for Tommy Fleetwood because I think he's like a fun one to watch. Let me ask you a fun question. It's maybe not numbers based. Who is your favorite golfer on tour? It feels like there are so many guys that are easy to root for. I know you're a Longhorn, so maybe Scotty Scheffler's in the mix. Who's your favorite guy to watch?
It's such a cop-out to say, but I do love Scotty Scheffler. Yes, he's a Longhorn. Hook 'em. But I also have a Scotty Scheffler shirt that says, "What would Scotty do?" And he would win. He just wins. That's all he does. But I love his personality because he's so humble. Like, you would never even know he's the best player in the world. You would never know that he's just like, we're comparing him to Tiger. He just doesn't have that personality of, oh yeah, that's me. I'm it. Such complete opposite of like a Bryson DeChambeau, right? He's not flamboyant. He's not loud. And because of that, I just respect him so much more. He holds on to his values. He loves his family. It's just, there's so many solid qualities. Also biased because I met him once at a Longhorn game, and he had a big giant plate of macaroni and cheese, and I was like, yes, I love macaroni too. So I was like, okay, we just became best friends. So in my mind, we're best friends.
Okay, so we got a couple minutes here. I mean, the box has been open, so I have to ask, how much fun is it going to be to watch Arch Manning this season?
So exciting. We're all excited. We were excited for him last season. Every time Texas was down, we were like, okay, let's swap out Quinn. Let's bring in Arch. It's Arch time. So all of us are waiting for it. There's signs already plastered all over the city. We're very excited for it. Also, as the bettor, let's lower some expectations. Yeah, he's still young. That's it. He's going to make some mistakes. He's not going to be as sharp as we're probably hoping that he's going to be. So let's see what happens. Let's see what develops. But I think it's a great time because I was never as a Longhorn, I wasn't the biggest fan of Quinn Ewers. So I'm very excited to see the transition of what we could be having a much more mobile quarterback.
It's going to be so much fun. The hype train is going to be unbelievable. Make sure you check her out as betting analyst for ESPN and Tennis Channel as well. She is Pam Maldonado. Pam, it has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, guys.
You bet. Have a good one. Oh, you shouldn't have said you're a Longhorn. That's all I needed to hear. 98 days and counting. 98 days until college football season. Oh, my God. I cannot wait.
Oh, here we go.
Double D. You know what I'll do? I won't even talk about football. I'll just talk about the number one golfer in the world, Scotty Scheffler. Oh, I don't know. Does he dominate? Yes, he dominates. And every time I see him, I turn to whoever's next to me. Maybe I'm by myself. I have to shout across from, hey, Longhorn right there. Hook 'em, Longhorn. Doesn't matter what season it is. It's always a good time to be a Texas Longhorn. Oh, almost
man,
at the end there.
You nail that every single time, Jenks. There's a reason we continue to play that theme music. I thought that we wouldn't hear it for another few months, but I stand corrected. It's never a bad time for Jenks to talk about college football. And listen, like Pam's a big college football gal as well, so you were not off base there.
Man, Double D. I mean, all of us are thinking of Double D. I mean, he's not in hospice. He's just not feeling well today. But well done to actually have that like on the ready. I mean, I feel like that's right there. The hotkey. I'm telling you, he's got that bad boy memorized. Coming up next on the show. All right. No more Longhorn talk, at least for today. But we have a short baseball slate. Got a little basketball tonight. Where are we going to go? We'll tell you our best bets, and we're going to talk with the Donkster as well. I don't know what he's up to today, but he's got a few things to say. That and a whole lot more coming up next. We're going to wrap up hour 3 on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network when we come back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
There we go. Welcome back to the show on a Thursday. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Have your best bets coming up. We'll talk with the Dockster as well. I'll tell you one thing I don't think I'm ever doing again. I'm quitting cold turkey. I'm trying to put in my bets as I'm saying this. I don't think I'm ever going to take melatonin again.
Ooh.
I'm
really?
telling you, I usually need help falling asleep. I have been up since 1:30 this morning.
Oh, no.
I had one of the most violent dreams I have ever had, and I will spare everyone the details. But I mean, I woke up like, what in the hell was that? And I knew it was bad when I hear Catherine go, "Hey, you all right?" I'm like, yeah, I took some melatonin. I don't think I should. And I didn't take much. I took just a little bit, like not even a full pill. Like this is just stuff you get off Amazon. This was not some sort of like crazy dosage or something. And then I was talking to Chat GPT. I'm like, hey, I'm not crazy, right? Are these things correlated? Because sometimes I believe that dreams, your subconscious can absolutely come to light when you're sleeping. But then sometimes I think dreams don't mean anything. Like it's just a scramble of whatever's in your head. And this definitely felt like a scramble. I'm like, I don't know what this was, but I don't want to do this again. So I think I'm done. I'm out.
That's definitely a side effect of melatonin. I have noticed I have wild dreams on it. But my suggestion would be this. Go down to the kids version. I take kids melatonin. It's just like half a gram or half a milligram. I'm not sure what the measurement is, but it's a lot less. That way it gets you like a little drowsy, but you don't get the wild dreams. So there is an in-between there. I feel like people used to say this about Lunesta. Do you remember that drug?
Oh, yeah.
Where it was like the butterfly that came during the night in those commercials, and people reported like wild side effects. Like people were sleepwalking, people were doing all these wild things while they're still asleep. And now I feel like nobody takes Lunesta.
What happened to that? It's like what happened to, what's it called? Airborne. Do people still take Airborne before they get on a plane? Remember when that was a thing for a long time?
It's still available.
Is it?
Like
Okay.
it still exists. I've seen it. I just think people are like, wow, this is just vitamins.
Yeah. There was a time we just read out, oh, you got to take Airborne before you get on a plane. You got to take Airborne. And now it's just like, yeah, you can take it if you want. It's kind of fallen off. I'm not taking melatonin again. And the thing was, I was the one, I was protecting some kids, and I was using a baseball bat to keep these. I know, terrible. I'm like, am I a psychopath? Oh my God, it was terrible. I'm like, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Maybe cut back on the true crime. That would be one suggestion. Maybe
I was gonna say, what did you watch before bed?
Pause Dateline for a little bit.
Yeah, that's what it is. What did we watch before bed? We watched Murder Has Two Faces.
There we go.
It's what we watched. Catherine's suggestion. I mean, I was like, sure, I'll watch it. Yeah. So just maybe watching that and the combination of melatonin, just scatter shooting, maybe that had something to do with it. Tonight, guess what? It's Cinderella. Something very, very light. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. What's going to go on? Sammy P and Joe O. Of course. The crew is back. They're going to talk about the Thunder heading to the NBA Finals after that dramatic, I don't even say dramatic, convincing win over the Timberwolves last night in Oklahoma City. Nick Friedel will join the guys at 10 o'clock, and then Sean Zerillo from the Action Network will give his favorite plays today in Major League Baseball at 11 in the morning. I want to hear those because we have a short slate today. We have 5 games on the schedule, and I have to say, I don't like any of these games. So I can't wait to find out what you have to say because I'm just going to throw something into the wind. Let's tell you what we're going to go for and go with tonight.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. 2-0 this week. It is all you.
Yeah, I feel like a bit of a coward because I'm not just taking the Pacers and the points here because we've been rallying all show long for the Pacers because, listen, they've been good as underdogs. But I feel like this pick is correlated. So I'm going to go with a team total for the Pacers over 108.5 for minus 135 because it feels like that's the thing that we can bank on. Even if they don't win the game, I do think they're going to score a lot of points because this is what we've seen in the postseason thus far. So if you look at this number of 108.5, they've already hit this in 3 of the 4 games against the Knicks in this series. And dating back to last series, they hit this in 4 of the last 5 games against the Cavs, who are also a team that plays at a very slow pace, supposedly has a good defense, and they still hit it in 4 of those 5 games. Also hit it in 4 or 5 games against the Bucks. So we've already had the outlier game in this series in which the Pacers scored, 100 points in that loss. I don't think we see that again. I think the Pacers are a team that knows they can run and gun. I think the Knicks are going to have to be the ones keeping pace. So let's go Pacers over their team total of 108.5 for minus 135.
You know what? Maybe I'll do it. I mean, I've been talking about the Pacers all show long, and then I'm not going to bet them after all this.
I know.
I'm a coward.
We're cowards.
I think I'm going to do it. All right, here's what I'm going to do. First of all, here's my baseball bet for today. I hate this bet. Every now and then, I'll put a bet. I hate this bet, but I'm going to do it anyway. Here we go. You can fade me if you would like. Every now and then, I just find a bet that I'm going to go with, but I'm not crazy about it. I keep going back and forth. We just don't have a big slate today. But if I am picking baseball, I'm going A's, Blue Jays over 8. So I was going to get the A's at plus money in the first 5 when I thought Jeffrey Springs was on the mound. And they switched. Now they're going with Jacob Lopez. So he is generally a reliever. Did start last time out, was very impressive. I'm not quite a believer just yet based on a single start on a guy who has made his bones as a bullpen guy. And by the way, he will give way to an Athletics bullpen that has been the worst in Major League Baseball over the last 2 weeks. An ERA well over 9. Also, if you look at the Blue Jays splits, okay, they disappointed. They're an under team, but they are much better against left-handed pitchers. Lopez is a lefty. Jose Barrios will go for Toronto tonight. He's been okay. Like I said earlier, I read a preview. He's been so good in Toronto. No, he has not. He has an ERA over 5 this season, and the Athletics can get to him. Obviously, on the road, not in Sacramento, which is definitely a hitter's park. We've seen that, but this is still an A's team, 6th in OPS, 7th in slugging this season. The Blue Jays, again, much better in those categories against lefties, so I'm going against the money here. I think we get an over. Let's go over 8 in Toronto.
Yeah, like you said, the A's have a good offense. I think people fail to realize that. They're also top 10 in home runs, so they've got some power to those no-name bats as well. So, Jenks, now that neither of us have taken the Pacers officially, they're definitely winning this game, and they're definitely covering. That's just how it goes.
Oh, I'm taking them. I just put them in. I'm doing it.
Oh, you are?
I'm putting them in.
Okay.
All right. I'm not yellow. I'm a guy who puts his money where his mouth is. Let's do it. Here's the thing. I don't understand this number. Could the Knicks pull it together? Sure. I just don't understand, based on what we've seen, why in the world the Knicks are still laying a number this big. The Pacers are the better team. They are the deeper team. I think the Knicks are absolutely worn out. And Tom Thibodeau has done his best to switch around that starting lineup. Okay, maybe they have a bit of a rebounding edge, but you're losing some scoring punch. It doesn't matter what they've done. It just hasn't worked. The Pacers are unfazed. The Pacers are still undervalued. And Karl-Anthony Towns, banged up. That is certainly not a good sign if you're the Knicks. And this is a team that is exhausted anyway. The Pacers' depth will wear them down. I will happily take Indiana and the points tonight. Pacers plus 4.5 against the Knicks. Let's just do it.
Yes, sirs. Isn't that they're saying?
Yes, sirs. Yes, sirs. Okay, we got to get to Sammy P here. Before that, Donkster, get on in here, buddy. You've been waiting all show. What's going on?
Yeah, I was listening to your segment earlier on the Blue Zone cruise, and it sounds like such a grift.
Well, I mean, it's expensive, but, you know, you pay $1 million, you know, maybe a lifetime on a boat. That's not bad.
Dad, I know. I'm not deaf. I have big ears. I heard all about it.
It's pretty rude, Donkster.
The point is, you can set sail with someone on this show free of charge.
We're going to take people on the Potomac here in D.C.?
It's not even that complicated. Just hop in while we go from one end of the hot tub to the other.
That sounds gross.
And plenty of healthy snacks are provided by my friend Stefan.
Snacks, huh?
Snacks. Okay, that's one way to put it. Donkster, do you have a bet?
I do. Astros, money line, minus 115 against the Rays.
Awful as
Nailed
always.
Mm.
Awesome as always. The handsome and lovely Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P, good morning. How you doing, my friend?
What an introduction. Handsome and lovely. I thought
Yeah.
good things came in threes, though.
Oh. And erotic. You know.
Oh, no. The donkster rubbed off on you. Wrong
Sorry, I had to get out of that
headspace.
mindset. How to get out of that mindset.
You forgot to change
intelligent.
the voice there, buddy.
Intelligent,
The voice has to-
yes.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
you say erotic, you got to change the voice.
Yeah. Sorry.
Why can't we, Chelsea, why can't you pull the trigger tonight? You know you want to.
Well, I did team total instead of the Pacers getting the points because it's correlated, right? Because if the Pacers lay an egg, like that bet loses 2, but I'm doing team total over 108.5. I just feel like they're not going to slow them down, especially since they have fresh legs. So, like, that's the thing I feel like I can count on more as opposed to like sweating a spread late in the game.
That's fine. You're playing it at least in some way, shape, or form. I think a lot of people last night outsmarted themselves, seeing a big number with OKC and thinking, I don't know, everybody likes it. Sometimes everybody's right. And everybody was right last night because the T-Wolves were out of gas. It feels similar tonight. It really does.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes desperation doesn't matter. Like, people love that angle, but like sometimes the better team just wins.
I heard this quote a long time ago in Vegas. If you must win, you must not be that good.
Oh, I like that.
Ah.
I'm going to remember that.
I get
That's
it.
really good. That's why we have him on this. That's why he has a show. Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P, thank you so much. That is going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For the entire crew and Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great Thursday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can also watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And from 6 to 7 Eastern, head on over to the NBC Sports Now channel, available on Peacock. That's right, it's a Peacock Power Hour each and every weekday here on YBYB. And as always, you want to go ahead and listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure to hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. Check me out on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network. Do you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, Send It In, all the shows, weekdays or weekend at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. We got the crew hanging with us here on this Thursday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Nick Costos. He is out today. Filling in for Nick, though, is the guy who was filling in for Nick yesterday, our buddy, Jared Smith, hanging out with us here on a Thursday. Hit up Jared on Twitter at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, hello, how are we? How was your Wednesday evening taking in the NBA draft and other things across the world of sports?
Yeah, I had to be woken up a couple times during the draft because it was kind of a snooze fest. I woke up actually at one point to Colin Cowherd getting drafted. So congratulations to that.
All things are possible, buddy.
Just to, you know, I was kind of dozing off because it was all chalk at the top of the draft. I mean, we tried to give you this whole conspiracy theory that maybe VJ Edgecombe would drop and we would get, you know, some kind of crazy Sixers move where they would take Ace Bailey.
None of that for us.
Yeah, it didn't work out at all. It was all chalk pretty much for the first 4 picks. And then congrats, actually, Ace Bailey to Utah. I think that'll be a really interesting move. But then all of a sudden I dozed off a little bit because it was all chalk. And I woke up to Colin Cowherd getting drafted. Again, anything could possibly happen on a crazy NBA draft night. But overall, it was a pretty decent night on the diamond. Hit a couple of good baseball bets. Started out the day with some afternoon baseball, hit a couple Nerfies this morning. It's all day baseball today, so we'll have some sweats coming up there in the show.
100%. Yeah, we'll get to some. Do you have anything in this Dodgers-Rockies game real quick before we get into the rest of the show here? Because it's about to get underway in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, high total. You got Kershaw on the mound. I feel like it's probably due for an over because it was a relatively low-scoring game yesterday. Nerfy hit, plus money Nerfy hit at Coors. And the under first 5 hit. I don't know if I'm pretty sure the full game under hit too, but I do have a strikeout prop in this Giants game, which starts in about 40 minutes. Jansen Junk. Hopefully he throws a lot of junk balls and we get a lot of strikeouts today for San Francisco because I'm on the over. 3.5, very low, moderate number for Jansen Junk. 3.5 strikeouts today for the Marlins pitcher. You can still get that minus 115 over at BetMGM.
Excellent. Nothing for me in the games that are about to get underway this hour. I will have a bet in the Braves-Mets game. That's going to be the lone evening game in Major League Baseball. So Jansen Junk over on the strikeouts for Jared. That game starts at the bottom of the hour at 3:45. But we're going to talk a lot of baseball. We're going to talk a lot about the NBA draft, NBA futures, NBA offseason, a little NFL, Tampa Bay Buccaneers extending general manager Jason Light and head coach Todd Bowles. A lot to get to over these 4 hours. And if you miss any of it, make sure to check it out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, you might as well subscribe, rate, and review. We greatly appreciate how much you guys love the Wagertainment. There'll be 3 guests who will be joining us throughout the program, starting at 4:20 Eastern. NBA betting analyst for BetUS, Alex Noops Christensen, returns to You Better You Bet, giving us his betting thoughts coming out of last night's first round of the NBA draft. We're doing round 2 tonight. not as much fanfare, not as much hoopla, but round 2 will be tonight in the NBA draft. But we'll get his thoughts on what happened after last night in round 1, and if there's anything he wants to bet in the NBA futures markets, or maybe some win totals he might have circled or highlighted, waiting for those to come out. We'll talk to Noops at 4:20. At 6 o'clock Eastern to begin the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. It's our NBC and Peacock teammate, Noah Eagle, who makes his You Better You Bet debut. Play-by-play voice for the NBA on NBC coming up this season. Lead play-by-play voice for college football on NBC. Big Ten Saturday nights. You hear him every Saturday. You absolutely love him. We'll tackle the top storylines in the NBA offseason and a little college football as well. Maybe his favorite storyline heading into the Big Ten this upcoming season. Noah Eagle joins us at 6 Eastern. Absolutely fired up for that conversation. And to continue with the college football theme, at 6:20 Eastern, another NBC and Peacock teammate, lead college football insider for NBC, Nicole Auerbach, returns to You Better You Bet. We'll go big picture college football with Nicole. What's going to happen with the CFP format? That's been the big talk all offseason in college football. Feels like we made all this progress and then made none. And everything's just on the table as it was prior to all the big wigs and powers that be speaking throughout all these meetings. So we'll ask her about the CFP. We'll ask her who can be this year's Indiana or SMU, Heisman contenders, etc. We're breaking down college football at 6:20 Eastern with Nicole Auerbach. But we want to hear from you guys as well. Hit us up on Twitter at You Better You Bet is where you can find the poll, which was just posted moments ago. What is the best bet for NBA Rookie of the Year? Is it Cooper Flagg minus 225? Is it Ace Bailey plus 800, Dylan Harper 11-1, or VJ Edgecombe 25-1? Weigh in on the poll once again at You Better You Bet on Twitter, and we will reveal the results later on in the program. But Jared, let's get into last night's NBA draft, because that was the big thing in the world of sports. I was not sleeping while watching the draft. I was thoroughly entertained. One of the reasons why I was entertained, I was actually watching it in my pool. I was floating in the pool, had the iPad up, watching the NBA draft, a bottle of Pinot Noir. Like, I was living a bourgeois lifestyle last night, man. It was pretty fun. I must admit, it was pretty fun. But the big headline from the NBA draft last night, and it's what we were talking about all throughout yesterday's show, what are the Sixers going to do with the 3rd overall pick? I mean, we all had our theories, whether this was all smokescreen, they were going to take Bailey, whether a team was going to trade up and take Bailey, whether they were going to take Edgecombe. Like, there's so many possibilities. I mean, I bet Con Knipple to go 3rd overall. Like, a lot was on the table. But at the end of the day, the chalk prevailed. And it was Baylor guard VJ Edgecombe, selected by the Philadelphia 76ers. Was I surprised? No. I mean, he was a minus 650 favorite through all of the show yesterday. I guess the reason why I was so hesitant to bet Edgecombe or to push back on Edgecombe being that big of a favorite was that it felt like it was all speculation. It was not as lock steady as Dylan Harper going 2 or Cooper Flagg going 1. It was more, hey, we think the Sixers are going to take VJ Edgecombe. We don't know that they're going to do it. Like, we knew San Antonio was taking Dylan Harper, but all of the educated guesses, the prognostications from the mock drafters, the NBA experts, they all had Edgecombe going to Philly at 3, and he goes to Philly at 3, which I think is a really interesting move, because that backcourt for the Philadelphia 76ers is pretty crowded. I mean, Tyrese Maxey is one of the best guards in the NBA, an all-NBA caliber guard. You have Jared McCain last year, who was really, really good, probably going to be your Rookie of the Year winner, if not for getting injured. And then you have Quentin Grimes, who, I mean, they had to bench Quentin Grimes at the end of last season because he might cost them a higher draft pick. Quentin Grimes was playing too well for the Philadelphia 76ers. There's so much in that backcourt for Philadelphia before we even get to the front court with Joel Embiid and Paul George, that I'm curious to see how VJ Edgecombe develops with a team that has title aspirations as early as this upcoming season. A great situation. He's going to be playing competitive basketball, but individually, you have to wonder how much is Edgecombe going to be able to shine on a team where he's likely going to be like the 5th banana at best.
Yeah, I think Philly kind of had their hands tied, and they couldn't take Ace Bailey. Maybe they wanted to, and the situation that came up, whoever Ace Bailey's agent is that told him not to work out for Philly deserves to be fired, because you didn't want to go to Philly, but you're cool with Salt Lake City. Like, it didn't make sense how that worked out on his side. But for the Sixers, I think they got better. I mean, injuries have been such an issue for them. I think having depth at all positions makes sense. now you have Maxey and Edgecombe where you can hopefully build around that backcourt in the future. And yeah, you hope Paul George and Joel Embiid stay healthy, but I also hope $1 million drops out of the sky so I don't have to work for the next few months. But we all know that's not going to happen. Just like we all know Embiid and George are like not a year. So I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But it kind of like the Sixers, I think, just didn't really have a choice. Had to take Edgecombe in that because I don't think they were sure about
it. It looks like I think you're brave, but pretty saying there. Maybe you can go refresh here for the next couple. But it's I just don't know how to fit this Philadelphia Sixers young veteran-laden team. I think that's going to make for an interesting dynamic for the Philadelphia 76ers. So we will see what happens with VJ Edgecombe. But third overall, I had to mention that off the top. Like, we were kicking around so many scenarios, Ace Bailey, like Con Knick, all these different guys, but it ends up being VJ Edgecombe, who was the odds-on favorite for much of the week, and definitely when he was as high as -7 as we were wrapping things up. You mentioned Ace Bailey, though, Jared. Bailey overall, Todd. It's funny because Ace Bailey, after being drafted, said he had no idea Todd drafted him because he decided not to work out for anybody. It didn't work out. Like, you didn't talk to people. You didn't work out for them. How would you have an idea that anyone was going to draft you? But reportedly, of course, we're not one of the preferred destinations. Brooklyn, New Orleans, Washington, those are the teams that people were kicking around when it's Bailey. But what Eddie Johnson, NBA radio, 17-year NBA veteran, told us yesterday on the program, like, if he was an NBA general manager, he would have just drafted him. You ain't got no choice. He draft. And like, that's what Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge did. Austin Ainge, now your basketball operations, of course, getting advice from Danny Ainge, who was running the show Lake City. Like, those two guys, you know what? We don't care where you want to go. We like the talent. We're going to take you here at 5.
Yeah, I think Ace Bailey is a really good player. He'll hopefully learn this experience. But was an general manager, and everything was in a vacuum. Workality, and I knew every variables, and there were no red flags. There were no random things that popped up throughout the process. I would have taken Ace Bailey because the side is bigger. I just think what he can offer because of his size, kind of a unicorn. Where Edgecombe's a really good player, but when I watch those guys, and that's the beauty of this draft. All of the guys in the lottery, except for I think the kid from France, they all watched them in college play against each other, high level competition, right? Like, so I think it's a lot easier for us to grade those players at that level. And when I watched Ace Bailey, I actually watched him in person. I went to that Rutgers game they played here in Vegas in November. And I remember watching him and I'm like, this dude's a freak. Like, he's an absolute freak. And I think the process is kind of what tripped him up. And I'm not surprised that the Hornets stayed pat. We all thought they were going to take Knipple. Even though Bailey was available, they still took Knipple. I think Khan's going to be a fantastic player, but I do think Ace Bailey has more upside than Knipple. I think Ace Bailey has more upside than Edgecombe. I even think he might have more upside than Dylan Harper, but he had more of a complete game. And again, none of those red flags. So we'll see how it plays out, Femi, but I do think Utah got a pretty good player at 5.
Yeah, and Austin Ainge told ESPN as well after the draft, saying, quote, we really like him as a player and a fit in our program. And AC Bailey even said it when he got drafted. Like, he didn't look like he was about to do cartwheels or whatever. Like, he didn't look like all that stuff. But, like, he even said, hey, I'm just ready to go play basketball. I'm ready to hoop. Like, this is what I am. I'm a basketball player. Like, all this nonsense aside, let's go play basketball. Well, now he has that opportunity. And he's on a team where, like, there's some veteran presence there with, like, Lauri Markkanen, who obviously is a really, really good player. John Collins, who I think, like, spent, like, the last 4 years being in trade rumors. So it's hard to gauge, like, how the Jazz feel about John Collins. But you would think that Ace Bailey's going to have some runway to do his thing here. Like, Markkanen's the big guy you have to worry about. Colin Sexton's also going to take some shots as well. But for the most part, I think that Ace Bailey should have a decent-sized runway, because that's what's most interesting to me about the top of this year's NBA draft. Because the lottery was so wonky, you got these teams that were actually established picking high in the draft with Dallas and San Antonio and Philly. Like, usually you're picking high in the draft. Hey, buddy, it's your team now. That's not the case for these top guys. Even someone like Ace Bailey, who's going to Utah, like they still have Lauri Markkanen, who's an all-star. Like it's not going to be just Bailey having the show and being able to do whatever he wants to do. So I think it's a really fascinating fit. These young guys going to teams that have more established players kind of already there for their teams as kind of like the main shot takers in their NBA careers. So Ace Bailey, he goes 5. A little bit of a shocker there. Most people thought he was going to fall to Washington at 6 if he did not hear his name called at 3. He ends up going to the Utah Jazz as the top of the draft. Mostly chalky until we get Bailey going to the Jazz at 5. We'll get more into the NBA draft, the teams that left us scratching our heads, and also some value picks throughout the NBA draft. This is You Better You Bet, Femi Betfair, Jared Smith here on a Thursday on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Really good on-ball perimeter defender, but if you look at the metrics, the numbers last year, it was a down year, and he's not getting any younger. So that made sense, moving on from Drew Holiday. Porzingis also makes sense. He's going to be 30 years old. He's had injuries throughout his career. Last year gave you about 19 points per game, but he missed a lot of time. The second half of the season, he had that weird illness where he missed 11 games. So this makes sense, man, because Jason Tatum is going to miss the entire next season, or at least the majority of it. So the Celtics are kind of doing a little bit of a rebuild or a little bit of a retool, getting rid of some of these older players. Porzingis was set to make a lot of money, right? Like that's a guy that probably never buys a drink, him and Drew Holiday in Boston ever again. You'll remember the championship run a couple of years ago. This year, unfortunately, you don't get the job done, but you still have Tatum to build around. Let's see what they do, man. Like, would they listen to offers for Jaylen Brown? We've heard those reports. I don't know if they're going to get that crazy, but we talked about this last night because I was looking at the Eastern Conference odds, man, and Orlando has shorter odds than Boston. And going into the summer, I was like, this might be a dynasty for Boston now that they finally got that monkey off their back and finally got that first chip for Tatum and Jaylen Brown together. But now looks like they're at least going to do a little retool. I don't know if it's a full rebuild, but yeah, not really shocking, but I think it's a good move for Boston, to be honest with you, man. I think they should just blow the whole thing up, get young, and then build around Jason Tatum, to be honest with you, man, because he's not going to be right next year, even if he does come back late in the season.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. It's You Better You Bet. Femi Betfaith, Jared Smith coming to you here on the BetMGM Network on a Thursday. 20 minutes from now, we will continue our NBA draft recap. Maybe bring up some of the funny moments from the NBA draft broadcast. I don't know if you saw what happened with Colin Murray Boyles. I know a lot of people were sharing that video across social media. We'll talk about it in about 20 minutes. Nice. I think it was really, really fun. But let's talk about a couple teams that left us scratching our heads with last night's NBA draft, because the two big moves, obviously, Edgecombe going 3 to the Sixers, Bailey going 5 to the Utah Jazz. But then once that settled, it's like, okay, like how is this draft going to play out? Like what's going to happen? Are we going to see trades? We knew that the Brooklyn Nets, wink, wink, had 5 draft picks last night and had the ammunition to either trade for veterans if they wanted to, or trade up in this draft to try to get up there and get a player that they desire. Well, the Brooklyn Nets, with all that draft capital, with that big war chest, decided to draft 5 players last night in the first round of the NBA draft. It's the first time, Jared, in league history that a team made 5 selections in the opening round. They took Igor Demin in the top 10. They took France guard Nolan Traore. They took Drake Powell out of UNC, which like Atlanta technically drafted him, but that was the trade that just happened, the 3-team deal between the Nets, the Atlanta Hawks, and the Boston Celtics that involved Kristaps Porzingis. They took Ben Suraf, and then Michigan forward Danny Wolf, who I think brother gave us one of the more viral memes that we might have in the next 12 months. So I'll say this. I love the fact that he was showing emotion. You know, men should show emotion more often. That might be the ugliest cry I think I've ever seen in my life. Like, let's just be quite honest. The camera cuts to him and they're talking about it like, oh, like Danny Wolf's brother is like so emotional because like his family was up there doing the interview, Monica McNutt's interviewing him, and it's like, oh, like I know your brother right now is still sitting at the table trying to gather his emotions. And like I don't know who the director was. The director was definitely like a sinister mind thinking, oh, we got ourselves a meme if we cut to this dude right now. And they cut to him and like seriously, like if you've not seen it, I'm sure you have, but if you've not seen it, you're listening and watching right now, go look up Danny Wolf brother on Twitter. Like you will not find an uglier cry by a man. Like it's just insane. A funny moment though, as Danny Wolf rounds out the 5 draft picks for the Brooklyn Nets.
Wild. So I'll start with Brooklyn's 5 picks. If you just closed your eyes and threw a dart at all the players drafted, you had a 17% chance that it was a Brooklyn Net last night. Like, didn't matter. Just close your eyes, just throw a dart at the board. 17% chance you're going to hit a Brooklyn Net.
That's what they wanted to do, I guess. Yeah.
I don't understand it. I don't know what. And the irony of all of it is, I actually think the best player they drafted is the last one, Danny Wolf, who's a big that can do a lot of different things. And I think he's a player that has some intriguing upside. The other big head scratcher, and frankly, this is more damning than taking 5 players, because at least the Brooklyn Nets utilized all of their draft capital. But the New Orleans Pelicans trading up 10 slots and giving up an unprotected first-round pick next year so they can take Derek Queen. When you've already made a selection in the first round, who a lot of people think Jeremiah Fears, we talked about him yesterday, I would say high ceiling, low floor, and then you give up a ton of draft capital, a really premium pick, to move up just 10 spots from 23 to 13 to get Derek Queen. I was reading an article in The Athletic this morning, and one of the assistant GMs was quoted by saying, this is the worst non-Luka trade we've seen in a decade. And the Luka trade, I would say, is pretty wild, but not quite in that weight class, but a step below. Just an insane trade the Pelicans made last night. So I would say those are the 2 biggest head scratchers for me last night. The Brooklyn Nets taking all 5 of their picks and utilizing them and waiting till the last pick to take, I think, the best player. And I don't know what the Pelicans were thinking, moving up 10 spots, giving up a first-round pick next year for a player that a lot of people have questions about, especially defensively.
Yeah, the Pelicans, I want to put them off to the side for right now because, that's definitely something that we will hit. But, this Brooklyn thing, think about how we were talking about the Nets yesterday. And we had John Fanta on, Field of 68, NBC and Peacock, Big East shoot around, Fox Sports, like college basketball junkie, also an NBA draft junkie. And he was like, hey, like, I think the Nets are going to package these picks, try to move up as high as even pick 3 to take someone like Ace Bailey. That's what he had in his mock draft. All of us were expecting Brooklyn to do something. It's one of the reasons why they've been kind of like this team this offseason that's like, okay, like, who's an intriguing team? Atlanta, we knew they were going to do some stuff. They end up getting Kristaps Porzingis. Like Brooklyn with all these draft picks, like, okay, like what are they going to do? Like, because nobody would ever just draft 5 guys in the first round. You would never do that. They decided to do that. Now, like the argument for them is that like they didn't have a whole lot of guys on the roster and like they actually do need bodies and like they're getting young bodies, cost controlled contracts, et cetera, et cetera. But man, like how are these guys going to develop? Like, yeah, you can't play all these guys at the same time. Like what are you going to have a team of just kids? Like it's not a good way to use those resources. And they just decided to do it. Like Sean Marks, who I know a lot of people respect in NBA circles, like, man, this was his time to try to make a move to put the Nets back on the map. And instead, he just kind of sat there and said, we're just going to take guys and take one after the other. And even the guys that they took, a lot of draft experts kind of have questions about them, you know? Like Nolan Traore or Drake Powell. Like, these aren't like surefire draft picks that people that are high on. Like, they're questionable. Like, I mean, shoot, Kasparas Siakatonis was slipping and sliding down the draft. They could have drafted him. They decided to pass. Like I don't know what the thought processes was for the Brooklyn Nets, but man, like in an Eastern Conference that's so wide open, you just thought that they would try to do something, and they didn't, and they decided to just kind of stick and pick, and now they have 5 players, which come Summer League in a couple of weeks, 3 weeks from now, whatever, hey, they're going to be the belle of the ball. They're going to be a fun Summer League team. But after that, like it's not going to translate to the actual games this upcoming NBA season. I thought it was a really, really, really poor job, only to be outdone by the New Orleans Pelicans. And like to your point, like just a terrible. Like, I was looking at this right now, Jared. The Western Conference odds. The Pelicans have the 5th worst odds in the Western Conference, and they decided to trade away an unprotected first-round pick.
Yeah, they're going to pick in the top 10 next year, and they're not going to have that pick.
Like the Atlanta Hawks. I don't know what they were doing when they got this call from New Orleans, but like they must have been like, wait, unprotected, right? like that's what you want to do? And New Orleans is like, yeah, we want unprotected. We'll send it to you. Give us the 13th pick. And the Hawks are like, done. Like no hesitation. Like it's a gift for Atlanta. The Hawks team that thinks that they're going to compete to win the East. Like this is a gift. And a draft that next year is supposed to also be really, really good as well. Maybe not as good as this year, but like it's supposed to be another deep draft. We could be talking about the Hawks picking in the top 3, kind of like how they won the lottery with the Zachary Reese-Shea a couple years ago. Like I don't understand this at all by New Orleans and Joe Dumars.
It makes no sense. I thought Atlanta got a really good player too. First of all, they got already Porzingis in that trade, and I thought the player they got from Georgia, who now gets to stay in state and play for the Atlanta Hawks, Newell, I think he's got a lot of upside. He's not going to be relied upon right out of the gate. So not only did Atlanta get a first-round pick in next year's draft that's unprotected, that will likely be a lottery pick, but they also got a good player with upside who is an in-state product that they can market. I mean, like you're right. The Hawks must be over the moon. But to your point on the players the Nets selected, so they had 8, 19, and 22. And according to rookiescale.com, the players they took in those spots were ranked 14th, 22nd, and 30th. So they overdrafted all 3 of them based on some of the consensus ratings. And again, I said this at the top, I think the best player they took was the last one. What they probably should have done is taken all 4 of those first round picks, packaged up, moved up, got a premium player, and then still taken Danny Wolf at the end of the first round. And then you have a premium player that not only you can build around, who could start right away and be a franchise type of player, but then you also get the developmental big who can do a lot of different things and can fit into your scheme very well. It just, and again, I'm not this NBA draft guru or this, player personnel guy. Like I do that more on the football side, but it didn't take a genius to look at this and say, what? Like every single analyst was scratching their head on the broadcast last night with not only what Brooklyn did, but how New Orleans handled their situation as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Brooklyn one, the win total, I don't even know what it's going to be, like high 20s, You know, like that's probably where we're sitting. They had the worst odds in the Eastern Conference at 500-1 to win the East. Like, the team is terrible. And now the team is really young, and we all know that young teams don't win in the regular season, barring like some exceptions where there's like a couple of veterans and maybe a really good coach. But like Brooklyn, everybody loves Jordy Fernandez. He's supposed to be a really good coach, but he doesn't have the players. The cupboards are bare unless some of these guys exceed our expectations. But yeah, it's not a good situation for Brooklyn, not a good situation for the New Orleans Pelicans either, who are likely going to be in that lottery. In Atlanta, congratulations, you fleeced them. A team, on the more positive side, a team that was able to just kind of let the draft come to them. And it feels like this happens all the time. The Miami Heat, 20th overall, Kasparis Jakučionis, which... the man's tumbling down the board. Nobody wants to bring it up on the broadcast. I'm like, hey guys, like, isn't he still? Like, has anybody picked Jakučionis? Can we get an update? What's going on? Like, why is he falling? But the Miami Heat just sit there. A player who was projected to be a top 10 pick, falling for reasons that we don't know. I mean, some of the players that were drafted ahead of him. I mean, shoot, I had never heard of this guy before in my life. You know, like some of these guys, like Yang Hansen and I guess Joan Behringer was a guy that John Fanta brought up yesterday. The first time I ever heard of him. Like Nolan Traore and stuff like that, like Walter Clayton Jr., he goes 18, is going to end up going to Utah. But man, like Jakučionis, everybody thought he was a lottery pick, and the Heat get him at 20, which it's another Miami Heat guy, and I'm sure he's going to be really good for them. Just like how like Jaime Jaquez in his stints out there has been pretty solid for the Miami Heat. Like the Heat continue to find some of these gems outside the lottery.
Yeah, and again, we use the word runway a lot, and I think that is a very important word to use when you're analyzing the draft. Because you look at certain players and you're like, yeah, this part of their game's not polished. But then you look at the roster they're on and what they're going to be asked to do on that roster. And then you're like, wow, this actually is a good fit. The reason why this is such a great fit for Miami is he's not going to be a starter. He's going to be able to develop. And is there another franchise in the NBA that you trust more to develop good talent than the Miami Heat right now? So they took him at 20. He was a consensus, I would say, top 15 pick. Like every board I saw 10, I saw 12, I saw 11. Like he was right there in the lottery range. You get him at 20, he can do all of these amazing things, and he's not going to be relied upon right away to be a starter because you've already got a pretty decent backcourt. You got Tyler Hero, you got Davion Mitchell, you got Andrew Wiggins, you've got Duncan Robinson off the bench, you've got Highsmith who's had you some moments, and Terry Rozier as well. I don't know what his situation is, but Jakučionis is probably going to be a rotational player at best in his rookie year, but I trust the Miami Heat to get the most out of his basketball skills. And that is where Miami did their best work. They got a player that has a higher ceiling than I think a lot of other teams can get out of him because of just how good their development is.
Yep. It's a top-notch organization. Eric Spoelstra, one of the best coaches in the NBA. Obviously, this past year, the team was bad. I mean, they got embarrassingly swept out of the playoffs by the Cleveland Cavaliers. They did all get into that field of 8, though, as the 10 seed, being able to win those 2 play-in games. So I guess you got to give them some credit there. But, like, they need a lot of help. And it sounds like the Miami Heat, which, like, I don't know. It's an interesting Eastern Conference. They're going to be in the mix for Jonathan Kuminga, where they want to do that, sign or trade or whatever. Kuminga's a potential guy that they could get. Like in a wide open East, you have a really, really good coach, a team with Hero and Bam. Maybe they get some stuff out of Jakučionis and Kuminga. Like all of a sudden, maybe Miami is a team that you want to bet the win total over. Like I know that the team was bad this past season, but I just keep looking at the Eastern Conference. There's so much room for somebody to go in there and just say, hey, like, we're actually going to be a 45, 46 win team. Maybe that's Miami next year. Like they could definitely be that team. So like whenever that win total comes out, that's one of the first that I'm going to look at. Like what's Miami's win total out? If it's like 500 in that range, like 41 and a half, 42 or 40 in that range, I think I'm going to be betting the over on the Heat.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all. I think, a lot of these markets that come out, it's always interesting to see what the first move is. It's really hard to fade Miami over the long haul. They just seem to always figure it out. And after coming off a year where they really didn't have a very, their season ended in a thud, I thought they definitely got better last night.
Yeah, 100%. The Miami Heat right now, looking at BetMGM to see their odds, they are 66-1 to win the Eastern Conference behind Toronto.
Yeah, East is wide open.
Like Toronto's 60-1, Miami 66. Like
I would much rather have Miami.
I'd rather have Miami. And like, unless Toronto's going to trade for Giannis, and we don't know, like I'd rather have the Miami Heat. And Miami, obviously, like they were trying to trade for Kevin Durant. They didn't want to give up. I think who was it? Was it Jaquez, or there was guys that they didn't want to give up? Where it's like, yeah, it makes you kind of like wonder, like, why wouldn't you give that person up for Kevin Durant? It's Kevin Durant. But yeah, like I would much rather bet Miami 66 than I would Toronto 60. And in the Eastern Conference, once again, like we're going to continue to talk about this all summer heading into next NBA season. It is as wide open as ever. And I think one of these long shot teams could be live in the East. We will get to more of the NBA coming up a little bit later on in the program. But on the other side, breaking news out of the National Football League as it pertains to former Ravens kicker Justin Tucker. We will get you updated on his status for this upcoming NFL season. Justin Tucker suspended by the National Football League. We'll give you all the details when we return here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
They trade Drew Holiday back to Portland, and guess what they do? They get a 3-point shooter in return in Simons and a couple of twos a day before the draft.
If you look at how this whole thing played out over the last couple of years, think about what Brad Stevens did. He took Aaron Nesmith, who the Celtics originally drafted, and traded Nesmith to the Pacers for Malcolm Brogdon. Then he traded Brogdon and Robert Williams, Big Slick, to the Blazers, ironically enough, to get Drew Holiday. They win the championship, and then a couple of years later, Holiday to the Blazers for Simons and 2 second-rounders. He milked everything out of that gallon that Drew Holiday had to offer. Win a championship, gave him a big deal, and now it's not your problem anymore. Now it's somebody else's problem. You got to pay him now, because Drew Holiday, without looking it up, I think a lot of people wouldn't realize that guy made over $30 million last year as the Celtics' 4th best player. They did what Stan Bowman did in Chicago with the Blackhawks. We're going to just swipe the credit card over and over again. We're going to win a championship, and then we'll figure everything else out down the road. They had to do something, and I don't think they're done.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet here on a Thursday on the BetMGM Network. Family of BetFate, Jared Smith hanging out with you guys this afternoon, taking in some day baseball, breaking down the NBA draft. We'll get to back to the NBA draft shortly here, but wanted to go ahead and share the breaking news out of the National Football League. Mentioned it as we were heading to break in the last segment, but just wanted to go ahead and share the details. But the NFL has suspended former Ravens kicker Justin Tucker a 10-week suspension, I shall say, for Justin Tucker. He'll be suspended without pay for the first 10 weeks of the 2025 regular season for violations of the NFL's personal conduct policy. Tucker's suspension will take effect on roster cutdown day, August 26th, and he will be eligible for reinstatement on Tuesday, November 11th. And it says, as with any free agent, Tucker may serve his suspension while not being under contract with a club. Tucker remains free to try out and sign with a club. If he is signed during the offseason, he may attend training camp and participate in preseason games. We also have a statement from Justin Tucker's agent, Robert Roche, on the 10-game suspension. And he says, quote, "We are disappointed with the NFL's decision. Justin has always strived to carry himself in a way that would make his family and community proud. He stands by his previous statements in order to put this difficult episode behind him and get back on the field as soon as possible. We have advised Justin to accept this resolution and close this matter. The people who know Justin best know his character and understand that while he remains fully committed to excellence as a football player, he is deeply dedicated to his most important lifetime roles as a father, husband, and friend." So no appeal by Justin Tucker, according to that statement from his agent, Robert Roche. Tucker, obviously a free agent. I mean, based on what is alleged, you might as well suspend him for the rest of his career. I don't think he's going to play another game, Jared, in the NFL. Like he was a kicker who was all this stuff aside, was already kind of on the decline this past season. It was oh, Justin Tucker is now human. He's not automatic anymore. And now you put this on top of it, which is obviously a very, very serious allegation. Which NFL team is going to sign up to have this now be a PR nightmare for them? This just seems like an insane distraction, which is probably not even a strong enough word to use in this instance. I don't think we're going to see Justin Tucker again in a National Football League game.
I agree. I mean, let's just go over the facts, the precedent that we have for these situations. Ray Rice, Colin Kaepernick, those guys play premium positions in the NFL, running back, quarterback. They weren't given another chance. And why would you do it for a kicker? I mean, and a kicker that, again, and I don't know, I'm not here to pass judgment on whether or not the allegations are true or not. That is not what I'm going to do. But if you can take some context clues from what happened last year, you want to say that his decline is physical. He's 35 years old. Adam Vinatieri kicked till he was almost 50. So I think there is an argument to be made that his decline was in part because of this weight he was carrying of this incident, and not knowing what the allegations would end up being public, not knowing when they would become public, basically looking over your shoulder every day, waiting for the anvil to drop. That has an impact on you psychologically, which then leads to your job. Just take it for you. Just take it, you guys listening at home or gals listening at home. If something's going on in your personal life that is weighing you down, breakup, death in the family, whatever, it impacts your professional life. You carry that with you. You're a human being. You carry that with you to your job every day. I know we view these players like they're invincible, but they're human beings, that their personal lives will likely bleed into their professional lives in some way, shape, or form. So, all of this together is just a really difficult stew for an NFL team to try to digest if they want to bring in Justin Tucker for a test run for their kicker job.
Yeah, it just, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. I think that's just a good way to put it, Frank. And I think that's how NFL teams are going to approach this. Whether it's true or semi-true or false or whatever, he's been suspended 10 weeks. It's very, very clear. All the allegations are out there. If you want to Google that stuff and read about it, it's the stuff that's alleged is pretty disgusting. But I just don't think that we're going to see him again. It's just he wasn't good enough or whatever. And he doesn't play in premium position, so I think we're just going to see the last of Justin Tucker in NFL uniform, and I guess he can go on to live the rest of his life. if he so chooses. That is the latest news out of the NFL. We'll talk some more NFL coming up a little bit later to begin hour number 3. Tampa Bay Buccaneers extended general manager Jason Light and head coach Todd Bowles. What does that mean this season and for the NFC South, which I do think is a very, very intriguing division. Not if you can't make cases for all 4 teams, at least I don't think you can, but I do think all 4 teams are really, really interesting. So we'll break that down coming up at 5 o'clock. About 10 minutes from now, I guess to say 10, 15 minutes from now, I should say, we will get into the NBA Rookie of the Year betting market over at BetMGM, because I think there's some interesting bets to be made, and also just an interesting handicap given the fact that all these guys have gone to established teams so far. But let's get back to the draft last night. The Phoenix Suns, Jared, they go ahead and finish the trade for Kevin Durant. I guess trading Durant to the Houston Rockets. So the Rockets technically with the 10th pick drafting Kaman Malawach for the Phoenix Suns. Said it yesterday during our chat, or I think I might have typed it in the chat. I didn't say it on the air. Kaman Malawach, I think, is like my second favorite player from this draft process. Like Cooper Flag is obviously number 1. I think Malawach, what he did this past season at Duke for a guy that's barely played basketball, like the sky is the limit for him. Like he looks like a future defensive player of the year. Like some of the plays that he was making at Duke, like the rim protection, the mobility, like he is a defensive monster, and it's what Phoenix needed. And like they drafted him and they doubled up and traded for Mark Williams from the Charlotte Hornets, to where like, hey, like they've had this big hole at the center spot ever since they let DeAndre Ayton go. And they addressed it 2 times to try to shore up that need there. So Phoenix Suns, I thought, did a really good job drafting Malawach, who can be their future kind of rim protector for Devin Booker and the rest of those guys out there for the Suns.
Yeah, I didn't love them giving up a first rounder for Williams. I thought that was an intriguing move, especially when you just draft this. Yeah, like, and you know, what are you going to get with pick 29? Well, the Hornets got, I think they got a pretty good player in McNeely. You know, feisty backcourt player who can make a bunch of threes. I think his last season was hampered due to injuries, and they asked him to play a lot more on the ball, which is not really his spot, right? Like UConn had that incredible year running through the tournament 2 years in a row, and then last year kind of coming back down to earth a little bit. And they asked McNeely, who was a star on that team the year prior, you know, didn't really fill that on ball guard role as well as he was when they were on the championship team. He was more of a role playing guard, more of a shooting guard. And I think, you know, it'll help Charlotte, I think, you know, to kind of get a good feisty defender. And I was, again, a little bit befuddled after getting Malawach with that 10th pick to double down later and give up your first round pick later in the draft and get Mark Williams, who, again, I feel like if you want Malawach to be the guy, you let Malawach be your starting center, and you've got Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. Like, you've got a pretty good backcourt to build around Malawach as kind of a centerpiece going forward. I thought the centers last night were kind of a story, Femi. I was reading this today. Let me make sure I get this stat right. 7 centers were drafted in the first round. That's the most in the top 30 since 2003. How about my guy, Yannick Niederhauser, Penn State, first ever first round draft pick. How about that? I mean, listen, I didn't watch a ton of Penn State hoops last year, but anytime Penn State, I was like, I didn't see that dude play. I'll tell you that. I didn't watch a ton of Penn State hoops last year, but I can tell you that Penn State had more first round picks than half of the teams that were in the Final Four. Houston and Auburn didn't have a first round pick. Penn State had a first round pick, baby. But I do think 7 centers in the first round. You saw it with Oklahoma City, right? The double big lineup. It was very successful. Maybe more, right? Like kind of like in the NFL, running backs. You kind of had that pendulum swinging back towards the running backs. We've had this shooting generation since Steph Curry. Maybe the bigs having their say, a little bit more emphasis on the centers in last night's first round.
Yeah, it was almost like it was wings early, centers late is what happened. Because like the first like 9 picks is like forward, guard, 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 forward. Like those are your first 9 picks in the NBA draft. And then after that, that's when Malawach went off the board, then Queen and all these other centers like Sorber and Henson and Behringer. Like it was, the big guys had to wait a little bit, but once they got rolling, that's when the run on centers really hit. The 9th overall pick last night, Jared, I thought was pretty funny. The Toronto Raptors drafting Colin Murray Boyles out of South Carolina, a guy that a lot of people had talked about in the draft process. Maybe he goes high, maybe he goes a little bit later. It seems like he was a little bit of a polarizing prospect. But did you happen to see his reaction to being drafted by the Toronto Raptors? And if you've not seen this, make sure to search this on Twitter. Just search Colin Murray Boyles drafted. Everyone was talking about it late last night. But when the Raptors drafted him, Adam Silver at the podium, hey, Colin Murray Boyles, forward out of South Carolina. Camera pans to him. He's at his table with his family, his girlfriend, which we'll get into here shortly. He shakes his head and says the F-bomb. As his name gets announced, shakes his head and then says, bleep. Now, I don't know why he's mad. You know, clearly he didn't want to go to Toronto. His girlfriend, mind you, plays for the South Carolina women's team, Chloe Kitts. So like the two of them, like he was on the men's team, she was on the women's team. I don't know if it's maybe because like now this is long distance, like Canada and the United States, or what's driving behind it. But Colin Murray Boyles did not seem to be happy to be drafted by the Toronto Raptors. And it's funny because the Raptors, later on, after he did his press conference, took a photo of Colin Murray Boyles smiling and saying, see, guys, he is happy. But it was pretty hilarious, shaking his head, dropping the F-bomb, his initial reaction to being selected by the Toronto Raptors.
I'll pull a phrase from one of my favorite shows. I guess, I don't know if it was the movie or the show, South Park. Blame Canada. It's all Canada's fault, right? It's all Canada. That's the whole I forget if that line came from
but Toronto's like a worldly city, though. Like that's the thing. Like,
I know.
I've never been to Toronto. Have you been to Toronto?
I have not been to Toronto. I've been to Canada. I've been to Niagara Falls. I've been to Canada a couple times. I've not been to Toronto.
I've always wanted to go. Like I've heard great things about Toronto, especially in the summertime. And like everyone says, it's a worldly city. Like it's kind of like it's like Canada's version of New York or whatever. Like it seems like it's got a lot going for it. I mean, those Raptors and Maple Leafs games seem like they're lit with the what is it called, like the Jurassic Park outside the arena. Yeah, like it seems like a fun time. It seems like you'd have a great time in Toronto. But man, I don't know if Colin Murray Boyles just hasn't been educated about what's going on north of the border, but he didn't seem too happy.
No. He did not. I hope it's a customs and travel issue and not a I hate the Raptors issue.
Well, the Raptors are signing his check, so I think he'll get over that part. Maybe it is the customs part, or maybe it's the fact that his girlfriend's in the United States and now he's in Canada. I don't know. We'll find out, I'm sure, at some point. Colin Murray Boyles, 9th overall pick, Toronto Raptors. Let's talk Rookie of the Year, which we'll do to begin hour number 2 here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
They trade Drew Holiday back to Portland, and guess what they do? They get a 3-point shooter in return, and Simons, and a couple of twos a day before the draft.
If you look at how this whole thing played out over the last couple of years, think about what Brad Stevens did. He took Aaron Nesmith, who the Celtics originally drafted, and traded Neesmith to the Pacers for Malcolm Brogdon. Then he traded Brogdon and Robert Williams, Big Slick, to the Blazers, ironically enough, to get Drew Holiday. They win the championship, and then a couple of years later, Holiday to the Blazers for Simons and 2 second-rounders. He milked everything out of that gallon that Drew Holiday had to offer. Win a championship, gave him a big deal, and now it's not your problem anymore. Now it's somebody else's problem. You got to pay him now because Drew Holiday, without looking it up, I think a lot of people wouldn't realize that guy made over $30 million last year as the Celtics' 4th best player. They did what Stan Bowman did in Chicago with the Blackhawks. We're going to just swipe the credit card over and over again. We're going to win a championship, and then we'll figure everything else out down the road. They had to do something, and I don't think they're done.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is hour number 2 of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM network. Femi Abebefe, Jared Smith filling in for Nick Costos. Nick will be back with us coming up after the 4th of July weekend, but Jared's been rocking it here, and we'll be rocking it all next week as well here on You Better You Bet. So awesome to have him. We had an awesome first hour breaking down the NBA draft. We'll get more into the NBA later on this hour. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by our buddy Alex Noops Christensen of BetUS, NBA betting analyst, to break down what he would like to bet on post-draft. Because, things happen. We see a couple of trades here and there. NBA Rookie of the Year, which we're going to get into here in this segment. What is the bet now that we have made our way through the NBA draft? At least the first round of the draft. Second round coming up later on tonight over there in Brooklyn. And also, last time we talked to Noops, Tyrese Halliburton still had his Achilles. How's he betting the Eastern Conference? Updated NBA offseason futures talk with Noops Christensen in about 20 minutes from now. But Jared, I wanted to start this hour breaking down the Rookie of the Year, because your Rookie of the Year is likely going to come from one of the guys who was selected last night in the first round. Some of the historical trends I was looking at earlier this morning and prepping for the show, the last 8 winners of NBA Rookie of the Year have been top 5 draft picks. The NBA is pretty good. They're pretty good about like, hey, like the guys who go high are the guys that are really, really good. And also too, like what that means, which I think is really interesting in comparison to this season. Usually when you're a top 5 draft pick, you get the usage rate, you get the shots, you get all the opportunity to go out there and score. This year, maybe it's a little bit different, but it doesn't just go to the top 5. Obviously, you see guys like 8th overall. Damian Lillard was 6th overall when he won Rookie of the Year for the Portland Trail Blazers. Like other guys get Rookie of the Year honors. Michael Carter-Williams was actually 11th overall in that dreadful NBA draft class of the 2013 class that saw Anthony Bennett go 1st overall. Like there were some guys that go outside the top 10, but there have only been 2 players who are outside the first round in the history of the NBA. One of them was in 2016-17, Malcolm Brogdon won it, going 36th overall. That was the year where it was between Brogdon and Embiid, and Brogdon beat him out because Embiid, I think, only played like 30 games or whatever it was. But like everybody acknowledged that Embiid was clearly better than Malcolm Brogdon. It's like, oh wow, this Embiid guy is like ridiculously good, but they couldn't justify giving him the award because he played like 35 games or what have you. And then after Malcolm Brogdon, you would never guess this, so I'm not even going to ask you to guess it. 1957-58, Woody Salisbury, the 60th pick that year in the NBA draft. You got a lot of Woody Salisbury opinions, Jared?
That's my guy right there. Oh, Woody. Oh, Woody Two Shoes, man. He was a good
Who could forget? Who could forget that 57-58 season from Woody Salisbury? Yeah.
Household name.
He won the award back in 57-58. So, like, you get the gist if you're at home, you're thinking about NBA Rookie of the Year. It's a pedigree award. It's definitely a first rounder, and it's likely a top 10 guy. But over the last 8 years, it's been a top 5 guy. So you look at the odds board, and that's kind of how it matches. Like the number 1 overall pick, Cooper Flagg, massive favorite, minus 225. Trey Johnson, who went to the Washington Wizards, 6th overall, he's at 7-1, who is a guy who I think a lot of bettors will gravitate towards because it looks like he's going to have the open runway to go out there and try to get buckets. Ace Bailey, 8-1 for the Utah Jazz. Dylan Harper of the Spurs, 11-1. Spurs have had the last 2 rookies of the year, Victor Wembanyama and Stephon Castle, in respective seasons. And then you have VJ Edgecombe and Con Knipple at 25-1. Edgecombe in Philly, Con Knipple with the Charlotte Hornets. I think the conversation has to start with the favorite, Jared. Cooper Flagg, minus 225. An even bigger favorite than what Victor Wembanyama was 2 years ago. Wemby was minus 145. Flagg is minus 225 because he is seen as the best American prospect probably since Anthony Davis in 2012. I just don't know if you could justify betting that price. You probably can't. And I just think that right now he should be the favorite. I don't think he should be this big of a favorite because you look at the Dallas Mavericks roster, I get it. Kyrie Irving, he's not going to be playing in the first portion of the season, but you still have Anthony Davis, who's going to take the most shots on that team. Klay Thompson, he's a guy that averages like around 13, 14 points per game. Like Flagg's going to be the next guy kind of in command, but man, like it's not going to be just, hey, Cooper, like clear out ISO, you go cook. At minus 225, I can't justify a bet there. I don't even know if there's a bet to be made that's like a really strong bet, but man, Flagg, like it's not as clear a path as your usual number 1 overall pick. The fact that he's going to a team that some people think can contend this season.
I agree 100%. And that's what makes this unique. But if it's unique and it's unprecedented, then maybe there is some value because to your point, Cooper Flagg is a bigger favorite than Wemby was last year. And take nothing away from Cooper Flagg, but Wemby was viewed as this freak generational talent who was a lock to win Rookie of the Year the moment he put the jersey on. And I think we feel similarly about Cooper Flagg, but to your point, the Spurs are not the Mavericks. The Spurs had a huge hole in their rotation last year and Wemby filled it. And I think that is what makes the last 2 rookies of the year, because I think Castle last year too, same situation. And now you look at the rest of the teams and the motivation and the runway. I think that's a better word than motivation. The runway that these players have for playing time and usage. I think all of them have a unique case. I think Edgecombe's a throwaway for me because of just the uncertainty with what's going on with the Sixers right now and how much usage he's going to be, going to be, relied upon. I think Jeremiah Fears at 35-1 is an intriguing candidate. And the reason why is because of that Dumbo trade that the Pelicans made. You know that they are not going to be in tank mode, because if they are, then they're giving up a top 10 pick next year to the Atlanta Hawks. So they are going to at least try to build and shove all of their chips to the middle this year. And that likely means milking every drop out of Jeremiah Fears that they possibly can. And to be fair, of all the players in this draft, I think Fears is one of the ones that has the most intriguing upside. Like, he is a show-stopping type of talent. He has a lot of holes in his game, and he's not the perfect prospect, and maybe he was overdrafted, but he has an incredible upside, and you're getting 35-1, right? Like, there's going to be warts when you're betting a 35-1. So if the goal is to try to unseat the favorite and try to make a bet today that will move significantly in your favor by the time we get to, let's say, mid-season, I don't think Cooper Flagg's number has a whole lot of movement to the upside, right? Like, if you want to bet Cooper Flagg, you'll have plenty of opportunities to do so over the next few months, and the number's not going to move that much. If Jeremiah Fears on a Pelicans team that has a lot of shots to be taken all of a sudden becomes this shooting star, and New Orleans, because of the weird trade that they made, is going to continue to push, maybe that's a little nibble right there. 35-1, Jeremiah Fears.
Yeah, I guess you have to ask yourself the question. It's like, are they going to be able to get 15 plus points per game? Like, is Jeremiah Fears going to be able to average 15 points per game or more this season? Because like, that's what you have to do to win. Like, even like Stephon Castle averaged 14 points per game, but like, this was such a bad draft this past year that like, that was good enough to clearly be the rookie of the year. But like, you look at all these other guys who have won, like Wemby was 20 points per game. Paulo Banchero was 20 a game. Even Scotty Barnes was 15 points per game, and nobody really thinks of him as a scorer. LaMelo the same. John Morant around like 18 points per game his rookie year. Luka was like around 20 points per game when he won it. Like, that's the recipe. Like, can you just get buckets? You don't have to even be efficient. Just get buckets, To where, like, Fears, I worry because he can't shoot. That's the knock on him. It's like he can't shoot and he can't defend. So, he's probably not going to be efficient, but also the problem with him not being able to shoot is that when he gets to the cup, he's not even that great at the rim, like with the layups. So, like, he's not even getting that great of stuff from the layups. So, 35-1, like you mentioned, it's not going to be without warts. There's a reason why he's that price, and he's not 12-1, thought of as that kind of a guy. Like, I honestly, if I had to bet this right now, the way I would look at it is, man, is Philly just going to have a bunch of injuries again? Like, I think that's how you handicap this thing. Like, let's say Joel Embiid, who we'll talk about later on this hour, like, if Embiid gets banged up, Paul George, like, we already know, like, he struggles to stay healthy. Like, Maxey, I think he's probably going to be fine. I think that was more of a fluke injury this past year. Jared McCain, he's coming off an ACL. Like, it's not as difficult as an Achilles, but, it's like, it's not like he's, like, just been running around here healthy this entire time. Like, if there's ever a bunch of injuries in Philly and they just say, you know what, like, we're just done with this core, VJ, go out there and do your thing. Like, that's a guy that I would look to bet if there's like kind of like, all right, like, how do I beat Cooper Flagg? It would be someone who plays in a pretty decent sized market in Philadelphia and somebody who has a path via injuries because he's on an older team. Edge comes 25-1. And I get it, because if everyone's healthy, he ain't got no shot to win. But if guys get hurt, and think about the guys we're talking about, they always get hurt. Edgecombe at 25 all of a sudden becomes 10-1 if those injuries end up taking place at some point this season.
That's fair. And then if you're basing it just off the injuries, my guess is you will likely have a little bit of a run, because betting on I always hesitate, and we're having this exact same conversation in the Major League Baseball awards markets. Both of us are praying, not really praying, but, if Shohei Ohtani gets a hangnail and misses a couple weeks, none of us are going to be upset.
No, Jared's praying. I'm just, let's be honest. Jared is like, Ohtani, send him to the IL.
Soto and Acuna, man, like, they're ready. They're waiting. Big fat tickets on them. But to your point, like, I didn't make those bets thinking I hope Shohei Ohtani gets hurt. But right now, that's probably the only chance I have to win those bets. Yeah, like it's so going into it knowing, man, I'm making this bet knowing the only way that I really can win is if multiple players on the Sixers are hurt, which opens the path for Edgecombe. I think that is a fair way to look at the market, but it's not a bet I would make now because the way that the markets kind of navigate, fluctuate, you're going to have time once that injury news gets made public. The first market that comes down is something that is related to the game itself. But once Joel Embiid gets announced with an injury, the rookie of the year market will likely stay up a little bit longer. And it won't adjust immediately. We always say that the trickle-down effect with news hitting the screen is the individual games first, then the derivative market second. For example, and I do this trick all the time with baseball, and I'm about to share it with you right now. This happens all the time. Player in the top of the lineup gets announced out for the game, late scratch. First number that comes down is the game total in the side. The Nerfy doesn't always adjust. In fact, I've had situations where Alex Bregman has missed the game for the Astros a couple years ago. Nerfy number doesn't change. Well, I think Alex Bregman getting scratched in the top of the Astros lineup has a pretty big impact on the Nerfy. But because of the way that the markets adjust, the derivatives take a little bit longer. So, yeah, that's a fair strategy, but wait until Joel Embiid actually gets hurt and then bet it. Right? Like, you don't need to bet that today or even next month. Like, you have the ability, because of the window that takes place with the adjustments, you have a little bit of a time window to make that wager.
Yeah. No, I think it's like those things are very, very applicable to the awards markets because the awards markets are usually the last thing that the sports books are thinking about. We would be remiss if we didn't bring up Trey Johnson, 6th overall pick to the Washington Wizards. I know a lot of people are going to really like him just because, like, you look at Washington's roster, it's like, okay, maybe there's a chance for him to get buckets. I don't know if it's as clear as people think, just because, like, they traded for CJ McCollum. Now, like, I don't know, like, I doubt that CJ McCollum's going to be out there like, oh, like, let's go out there and contend. Like, you know, like, but he's still going to be playing. He's still going to be taking shots. Marcus Smart's on the roster. Like, they have veteran guys like Chris Middleton, who's always injured, but if he's healthy, like, they have like legitimate veteran players who've played big time minutes in big playoff games. Like, I don't know if they're just going to let Trey Johnson do his thing and, like, defer to the young guy, you know, like, hey, Trey, take 15 shots a game. I don't think that's happening. Now, maybe they look to reroute some of these guys. Maybe they get hurt, which is very likely since they're all older players. That could definitely be a thing. But then also, you look at their center, Alex Sarr, 2nd pick in last year's draft. He's going to try to get his as well. And, oh, by the way, Bub Carrington, 2nd year in his NBA career, he's going to try to get his as well. Like, Trey Johnson, yeah, maybe he can get like 10 shots per game, but I don't think this is going to be him being able to be like a pig and bleep, just going out there doing his thing in our nation's capital, you know? Like, I don't think that's going to be that easy for him. Like, it's a very, very difficult market to bet this year, I think, because the situations are unprecedented to where, like, maybe there's a long shot, and at the end of the day, like, you're also trying to beat Cooper Flagg, who a lot of people think has the potential to be like a top 10 player at his peak, you know?
This
and
reminds
maybe it's
me of the
sometimes
conversation we had
it's as
last
simple
night.
as Flagg. 100%.
It reminds me of the conversation we had last night. We're trying to find the value play. And sometimes we do this. We talk ourselves into a paper bag and we're like, well, if this happens and if this happens and if this happens and we can do this and this and this. And one of my former colleagues, Paul Bovey, used to tell me, before you make a bet, walk yourself through everything that needs to happen in order for you to win this bet. And then try to match that to what the odds are.
Yeah. Need a lot of stuff to happen if you're going to beat Cooper Flagg. I'll tell you that right now. Minus 225. I'm not betting that, but if I had to bet somebody, I think it would be Edgecombe, and just hoping for a prayer that he is able to get some more opportunity in the city of brotherly love at 25-1. All right, Noops Christensen will join us on the other side. We'll ask Noops who he would bet to win NBA Rookie of the Year, as well as other storylines from around the offseason. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
So Chad Johnson was saying when he was drafted by the Bengals and he was being shown all these different houses, these big houses, he said, I don't really see the point to this. I don't need all of this. And he says, I've always been sort of frugal anyway. So for the first 2 years, he lived in the Bengals practice facility. He was like, I got a shower here. I got food. I got a locker where I can keep my stuff. And so he pulled this off for 2 seasons until Marv Lewis, who is the Bengals head coach at the time, said, why are you always here? You need to get a home. And so he finally left. But I think, A, that's a very Chad Johnson thing to do. And then, B, it speaks to the fact, not that players should try to live at the team's practice facility, but I also think it sort of speaks to the alternate reality or mentality of a lot of these players, which is, I need to save and be careful. Most people don't approach it like that.
Oh, absolutely not. But I feel this story seems super relatable to me because my husband played baseball. And here's the thing, you are not in that city for the entire year. It is really hard to find short-term leases. And if you do, it's a lot more expensive. Then you have to find furniture. Then you have to hook up electricity. You have to pay your cable bill. You have to arrange all of these things just for guys to not even be there for half the season. Because think about it in football as well. You know, you have away games, you're traveling, you're doing a lot at the field. So, like, it makes sense. Honestly, I feel like for some of the guys, it would be nice to have an option where you could have like a few apartments, you know, at the stadium or somewhere close. In fact, they do this in baseball now. I wish they were doing this when Jake was playing, but they do this for minor league guys where they have like a big unit of apartments or something, and the team will fund your stay there. Because just logistically, it's really hard for baseball players because they're moving around so much. And again, it's a short-term lease. Oh, you got released. Oh, you got traded. You got to find somewhere mid-season. So there are a lot of things. And what you said about the guys who don't make the huge contracts, you're right. That's the majority of professional athletes. It's not just football. It's baseball. It's whatever. Most of it are guys who are playing a few years. They'll make decent money, but it's not money that's going to last them the rest of their lives.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe, Jared Smith on the BetMGM Network here on a Thursday, recapping the NBA draft. Momentarily, we'll be joined by Alex Noops Christensen of BetUS, their NBA betting analyst, to give us his thoughts coming out of last night's first round and what he wants to bet in the NBA Rookie of the Year market. I think Cooper Flagg's going to win. I also don't want to bet minus 225. If I had to bet it, like I said in the last segment, for me it'd be VJ Edgecombe at 25-1 and just hoping that maybe Philadelphia's injury issues come up again this year and he gets an open runway similar to what Jared McCain had last year before he got hurt when he looked like he might win Rookie of the Year. So Edgecombe's at 25-1. People speak very highly of him at a pretty big price. That's a guy that maybe I would look to bet for this Rookie of the Year market. Speaking of the Philadelphia 76ers, Jared, and we can also have this conversation in the next segment as well as we wait for Noops to join us here to talk some NBA. This news kind of went a little under the radar last night, but it's pretty big. Sixers team president Daryl Morey said Joel Embiid should be expected to return by training camp. This is the quote that he told the media last night. He said, quote, of Embiid, he's very engaged, attacking rehab, doing everything he can to be out there. He had a meeting with the surgeon this week. All things, to use a NASA term, are nominal. Things are going well and expected, and we expect that to continue. Daryl Morey putting it in only a way that he can. But Joel Embiid sounds like he should be good to go for training camp coming up in September. And, man, if he's healthy, Sixers are 11-1 at BetMGM. I'm going to continue to pound the table. You needed to get him healthy for the season, but you need him healthy in April and May. That's the team that I'm betting to win the East. That's pretty wide open. It's Philadelphia. And then maybe we can look at some other teams, but if Embiid's healthy, he's one of the best players in the conference.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that bet, especially if, to your point, that news kind of sneaks under the radar, because that is a market-moving news nugget right there. If he's ready to go for the start of the season, there was a very not all systems nominal. I think Daryl Morey needs to go back to Houston. We have a problem here where NASA headquarters is. But besides that, I think it was obviously a positive development. That would be a really interesting situation if Philly all of a sudden was healthy with a top 5 pick and the Eastern Conference up for grabs.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very, very interesting development out of the city of brotherly love. And to help us talk about that, as well as other news that we got through the course of the week in the NBA, it is our buddy, NBA analyst for BetUS, Alex Noops Christensen, joining us here on You Better You Bet. You can hit him up on Twitter at _Noops. Noops, hope all is well. Hope you enjoyed last night's NBA draft. Jared and I were just talking about this before you popped on. Daryl Morey saying that Joel Embiid should be good to go by training camp. Feels like that should be bigger news than is being made of. I know, hey, he's hurt every single year, but he had the surgery. Sounds like everything's on track. And in a wide open Eastern Conference, why not your Philadelphia 76ers if the big man's going to be healthy?
Well, full disclosure for the people, I am a 76ers fan. This is the hat. I used to wear this hat quite a bit. I don't put it on nearly as much lately. Maybe next season I'll put it on. But in the same way that watching video of Ben Simmons shoot threes yesterday, it's the beginning of the offseason, folks. Ben Simmons is working out. Joel Embiid's knee is good. There is nothing but hope and optimism in the world. I'll say what I love about last night and what Morey's been doing. We've really moved the timeline, and I say I think of myself as part of the 76ers, given how much I really care. They've moved the timeline to around Maxey. He's finally sort of engaged and started to plan and building a team around these younger guys that are really interesting. And I think what we saw in the postseason, you want athletic guards who have handles. Now they have 3: Maxey, McCain, Edgecombe again. Maybe not quite the creator the other 2 guys are, but 3 really great options. And I'm very happy. I was kind of hoping maybe they'd trade down. I think there was a chance for them to still get a good player, maybe pick up some assets, but grabbing Edgecombe at 3, he's a perfect fit.
Noops, what did you make of what Utah did last night? Because we heard maybe, the Sixers would have just taken Ace Bailey and said, screw it, you're the 3rd best player on the board and then, move on from there. But he falls to 5. Utah gets him, and then they get Will Riley later in the first round, who was traded to Washington. But I do think Utah, made some interesting moves last night. Do you think they got better with the addition of Ace Bailey?
Absolutely. I think if you're the Utah Jazz, that's exactly the kind of swing that you want to take. It's a team that, despite kind of tanking the last couple seasons, hasn't been able to get that high upside player. They've got a lot of really solid pieces, but nobody that has really all-star potential. And Ace Bailey was one of the guys in this draft. And really, I think the last guy by the time you got to their spot that had that kind of upside. So we'll see how it goes. At the end of the day, there's still just not enough talent for the Jazz to compete in the Western Conference, but it's getting better. And I think they finally have a player who is going to bring some excitement and really raise the ceiling of the team.
This is You Better You Bet. Femi and Bebefe, Jared Smith. We're hanging out with Noops Christensen, NBA betting analyst for BetUS, on Twitter at _Noops. The 2 Texas teams at the top of the draft last night, Dallas 1 taking Cooper Flagg, San Antonio 2 taking Dylan Harper. Those are 2 pretty good situations for those guys to join, like teams that think that they might be able to contend this year. If you had to buy one of the 2, either Dallas or San Antonio, which one would it be to compete in a deep Western Conference, and why?
I think I'm going to go with San Antonio, and I think it's more about what Dallas lacks. I love the Spurs. Obviously, Wembanyama is really great. De'Aaron Fox, Harper, Stephon Castle. You've got depth. And again, we'll see how the head coach does in his first full season, but kind of everything's there. the Mavericks just don't have a point guard yet, and there's not a lot of options there. We know Kyrie Irving got hurt towards the end of last year. He may come back towards the end of the season, but if you're the Mavericks, you have to go into next year and now this offseason really trying to find a couple ball handlers. And when you look at some of the options that are available, I don't think the answer is Dennis Schroeder. I don't think the answer is, starting Chris Paul every night. D'Angelo Russell, again, kind of some of the other names you hear about. So as much as I love the foundation the Mavericks have, I'm a big Derek Lively fan. Anthony Davis, again, when he plays, is really good. Cooper Flagg's awesome, but the Spurs are, I think, at least a level ahead of where Dallas is and could definitely compete for a playoff spot.
Joe Dumars made a very curious move last night. I think the first pick he made, has some upside with Jeremiah Fears, but then trading away a first-round pick next year to move up 10 spots and take Derek Queen, like just a very head-scratching move. What do you make of New Orleans draft last night? First with Fears and then second with the very intriguing trade.
It's a very interesting night for Joe Dumars, and I think that's as nice as I can be about it. Someone who continues, I think, to get credit for stuff he hasn't done for decades. I mean, when you've got Jordan Poole in the backcourt, let's see. Let me get another guard that's a little small, maybe not defensively great, doesn't shoot very well. Awesome. Give me Jeremiah Fears. Why aren't they looking to take maybe Malawach there? I'm surprised that he fell a little bit. And that trade, in a year, in the last year, we've seen some of the most insane trades going again all the way back to the Luka trade. This is going to be an absolute disaster. The New Orleans Pelicans are nowhere near competing. And to give up that pick, again, totally unprotected, completely unprotected. It's just absolutely mind-boggling to, again, move up for a guy in Derek Queen who is pretty good, but I don't know if he has, again, kind of that ceiling-raising potential, that all-star potential that you want when you give up an entirely unprotected first-round pick to move up to get him.
Which team do you think made out the best last night? Because obviously, Flag to Dallas, we all knew that was happening. Harper to the Spurs, even the top 5 teams or whatever. Who do you think had the best night last night from a team perspective, and why?
I was going to say the Phoenix Suns. If they hadn't done the Mark Williams trade, wow, what a great night that'd be for them, kind of backing into Malawach and stuff like that. But Ishbia continues to confound. I think you look at the Miami Heat, just kind of hanging out, not really getting into the Durant sweepstakes, not doing a lot of the things that people thought they would. They sit, comfortably wait for the 20th pick, and they grab Kasparis Jakučiūnas, who I think I'm pretty close on that. Looks like he's a really good player. Was in someone, I saw a lot of guys big boards. He was 9, 10, 11, 12, somewhere in that range. So I think they come out with a really nice player there. All of that, again, works really well. Again, if you're looking for players sort of at the top of the draft, again, I really like what the Hornets did. I think Con Knippel's a really good fit there, and you got to like what the Jazz did. But the Heat, I think, probably had the most plus EV night, if you will.
Yeah, I like the Hornets draft because then, you give away Mark Williams and you get McNeely later. I thought that was another intriguing pick later in the first round. What the heck were the Brooklyn Nets doing? I think every GM, every analyst that I heard talk yesterday said, no way they select all 5 players with their 5 draft picks. They're going to package something and move around. No, they sticked and picked with all 5 of them. That's a crazy move, right, Noops?
It's just, I kind of forgot that they had 5 draft picks. They only mentioned it about 12,000 times in the broadcast. It was absolutely exhausting to watch and hear him say it over and over again. I'm confounded. If it wasn't for the New Orleans trade, we'd be talking about how bad kind of the net situation was. And again, you go back and look, it's not just keeping the 5 picks they have, but at number 8, again, you got a chance to grab Malawach, Coward, maybe a Senge, someone kind of like that, and they go for Igor Demon, who, again, a nice player, a really solid guy, but I don't think is someone that really kind of raises the ceiling for them. Again, I talked about Jakučiūnas going to Miami. The Mets could have taken him at 19. I think that's a much better player than what they were looking at. So, again, maybe there is some sort of deal we haven't heard about that's going to come out. It turns out a couple of these guys have already been traded, but it doesn't seem like that's the deal. And I don't know. If you're Brooklyn Nets and Sean Marks, you got to wake up this morning, I think, just a little confused at how that happened.
Yeah, well, I think the Nets finally made a trade. They trade the 36th pick to the Phoenix Suns for 2 future second-round picks. That's the trade everybody was waiting for with the Brooklyn Nets, not the 5 first-round picks that they had last night. We're hanging out with Noops Christensen of BetUS, talking all things NBA offseason and NBA draft. All right, Noops, the draft first round's in the rearview mirror. NBA Rookie of the Year. Cooper Flag is the favorite, minus 225. Bigger favorite than what even Victor Wembanyama was a couple of years ago. Trey Johnson 7-1, Ace Bailey 8-1, Harper 11-1, VJ Edgecombe, Con Knippel 25-1. If you had to bet it, where would you bet Rookie of the Year?
Yeah, some really interesting numbers there. And I think a lot of the times as we look at this market, I think Cooper Flagg should be the favorite. I'm not sure that he should be minus 225, but when you think about this award, it all comes down to usage. Your Rookie of the Year tends to be the best player who plays the most. Now, when you have a guy like Wembanyama who's much better, when you have a guy like Flagg who I think is much better in these picks, maybe that doesn't quite come into play. But when I'm looking down this list, I'm looking for guys who are going to put up numbers. And give me Ace Bailey, 8-1. I think he is going to get the ball in his hands. I think he has a chance to be on a Utah team. It's a situation where they were bad. And if they're bad again, it's not going to be his fault. But if they're anything better than bad, if they're even remotely competing for a play-in spot and Ace Bailey's averaging close to 20 points a game, he is going to be very high on everyone's list. So right now, I would take Ace Bailey.
Yeah, and I didn't even mention this when I asked you about him, but the Walter Clayton trade, adding him and Clayton, I mean, those are two very, very solid players that I think will make Utah a very intriguing team next year. And I know the Western Conference is brutal. We asked this on yesterday's show. Of all the teams in the Western Conference, how many of them would be favored to win the Eastern Conference next year just because of how unbalanced those two conferences are? We got to as far down as maybe like San Antonio, even Dallas perhaps, because of the upside in what they're doing. Like, would you be picking any of the, like, how many Western Conference teams would you say would be favored or amongst the favorites in the East based on that balance?
All right, the Spurs and the Mavericks, you guys made it too far down the list. That's, I mean,
hey, man, Wemby might be the best player in that conference. Yeah, you never know.
Right. Okay, but you're really stretching, I think, at that point. So you look at the Eastern Conference, again, you've got the Cavaliers, the Knicks, the Magic. I think the Celtics are still going to be pretty solid, but we're talking about the Cavaliers. For me, that is the team that should be favored in the East, especially given the coaching situation with the Knicks. So obviously the Thunder would be favored. I think the Rockets would be pretty close. I think the Timberwolves would be pretty close. The Nuggets, I'm not sure about the Lakers. I think we need to kind of see what they do in terms of a center position, but I think you're looking at a good 5, almost 6 teams. Again, definitely the Thunder, the Timberwolves, and the Nuggets, I think would probably be favored over the Cavaliers. The Rockets, again, you get the KD adjustment. I don't make them better than the Cavaliers, but I could see why people would be betting that. And then I would draw the line kind of at the Lakers. If they can get a good center, they would probably be favored over the Cavaliers, but the Warriors wouldn't be. The Mavericks, the Spurs, the Clippers, all of them are kind of under. So I would give you that 5-6 team list.
We got about 60 seconds left. I mean, you trust Cleveland, Noops, after what we've seen over these last couple of years in the postseason, like flame out against Boston after barely beating Orlando in a 7-game series when the Magic are just kids. Last year, or this past season that we just went through, they get embarrassed by Indiana, which looking back, obviously the Pacers were really good, but like to lose all those games at home, you're trusting Cleveland?
I mean, I have to pick a team, Femi, and I'm definitely not going to pick the Knicks. And that's what I mean. And I think that's kind of the point of the exercise, isn't it, guys? Like someone has to win the Eastern Conference, and I'm not going to pick the Knicks with Karl Anthony Towns and no coach. And what I will say about the Cavaliers is, as I start to look back on it, maybe we underrated Indiana. Maybe Indiana was a lot better than we thought, and losing that series wasn't as bad considering all the injuries, right? You've got Evan Mobley misses a game, again, plays with a bad ankle, did not look like himself. Darius Garland was really never healthy during that series. So you really lost a lot of the dynamicism that you had during the season with Mitchell, with Garland together. So again, if they get the playoffs with that top four healthy, and again, maybe they could take Jared Allen, turn him into something. I still think that is the best team in the East. So to maybe answer your question most directly, I am a little less faithful in Cleveland than I was last year, but they're still the best team in the East, I think.
Yeah, just won 64 games last year, second most of any team in the NBA. He is Alex Noops Christensen, NBA betting analyst at BetUS. Hit him up on Twitter at _Noops. Noops, we appreciate it as always. Be well. We'll talk soon, man.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Best of luck until we talk again.
Good stuff,
Awesome stuff there from Noops Christensen. Going with the Cleveland Cavaliers. How about Ace Bailey, Rookie of the Year? That's one that we didn't even bring up, Ace Bailey going to Utah. I mean, let's see. Lauri Markkanen's still out there, but we'll talk some more NBA offseason on the other side to wrap up this second hour of You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
High on the Bears this year, a little lower on the Lions this year. Don't know what we're going to get from the Vikings, but if Green Bay wins 11, 12 games and he throws 35 to 40 touchdown passes, which I think he's capable of doing, I think he could be in the running here, man. And you look at the schedule, he's going to see some tough defenses, obviously, some tough secondaries, but I still like him to throw at least 25 touchdown passes. Last year he was all banged up, and he still went over this number. So I'm going to go over 24.5 touchdown passes, as well as the MVP price at 28-1. Over 24.5 touchdown passes for Jordan Love is minus 110. They still have Josh Jacobs, but he's going to be 28 years old. They're going to run the football, we all know. But even last year, he missed time, played injured 70% of the season, threw 25 touchdown passes. In his first full season as a starter in Green Bay, he threw 32 touchdown passes. So he's went over this number both years. Romeo Doubs, solid possession wide receiver. You still have Wicks there. Jaden Reed, I think he's going to have a big year. They got to get him on the field a little bit more. He only ran a route on 72.3% of pass plays, which was only 73rd in the league. Got to get Jaden Reed more involved in the offense. And then for the first time in forever, they go out in the first round and draft Matthew Golden. I didn't think that was going to be possible because I didn't think he was going to slip past Dallas, but he did. Tucker Kraft, solid tight end. You still have Luke Musgrave in that tight end room. So I just think 24.5 seems a little short, man. Even without a true number one wide receiver last year and with the Christian Watson injury, they were 12th in passing yards per game, 223.9.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Thursday. Femi Abebefe, Jared Smith on the BetMGM Network. It's, of course, You Better You Bet. Thank you to Alex Noops Christensen of BetUS, who joined us in the last segment. Noops, a very, very sharp NBA betting analyst. It was good to get his thoughts on last night's NBA draft and as well as how to spin it forward to this upcoming NBA season. Noops liking Ace Bailey at 8-1 at price to be your NBA Rookie of the Year. But obviously everybody who talks about that market goes ahead and concedes the fact that Cooper Flagg is definitely the most likely player to win that award. But what's interesting, though, to me, Jared, is that we were talking about the Western Conference in comparison to the Eastern Conference, and Noob says he would not have the Los Angeles Lakers favored to win the East if they were in that conference. I disagree, but reasonable minds can always disagree. You know, like I love Noobs, Noobs love me. Like, hey, we can all disagree. But I think the Lakers are up to something this offseason. And I don't know what, but they realize they need to put a roster around Luka Doncic, who's going to be the future face of this organization. Like, I know LeBron James is still there, and it's probably still technically LeBron's team, but like in the future, it's going to be Luka's team. And the roster this past year was a little bit strange, given the fact that they just had to make the trade just to acquire Luka and then figure out the rest later. But now they have some time to actually figure it out. And Mark Williams, hey, they didn't pass him on the physical, and now they can't even go back to that well since Mark Williams has been traded to the Phoenix Suns. but there are some big men that are out there, and the Lakers have picks, and they could actually take on a contract. We were talking about Cleveland in the last segment. Now, it's not going to be Evan Mobley, but what if the Lakers called on Jared Allen? Like, someone like Jared Allen, I think, is exactly what Luka Doncic would need. It's like, here's a top-notch defender, a lob catcher, a rim runner. Like, that's the kind of big guy to where, like, Jared Allen, as good as he looks right now, probably looks even better playing with playmakers like Luka Doncic and LeBron James. And shoot, draft pick, maybe Austin Reeves, maybe something else. Maybe that gets it done for Jared Allen for the Cleveland Cavaliers, because Cleveland is also approaching that apron status of like second apron tax there, which they don't want to have to pay with Donovan Mitchell. They have to start earmarking money for an Evan Mobley extension, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's a move that maybe if you wanted to bet the Western Conference right now or bet the NBA title market, which is probably even better, Lakers 14-1 before we get to free agency, which begins on the 30th. That's, I think, a way to bet and try to get ahead of some news that might be coming in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something to keep in mind, because we know that Mark Walter has money to spend, and that was the whole reason for the sale. Was the Lakers. It's crazy to think that, a $10 billion company, the Los Angeles Lakers, could be cash poor, but apparently that
they're
was
a mom and pop. Yeah,
there's a mom and pop organization there in LA with Jeannie Buss running the show. But listen, I think now that they have some money to spend, that is on the table as a possibility. And if you are a team that was just sold, like, this is exactly the blueprint. Now, maybe not, it's not apples to apples because the salary cap doesn't exist in Major League Baseball. But when Mark Walter took over the Dodgers, I mean, they've been buying stars left and right like they're bottles of water at the grocery store. Like, it's just, let's bring this guy in. Yep, let's bring Blake Snell in. Yep, let's bring Tyler Glasnow in. Let's bring all these guys in. And I think you look at their situation, and they're I would say, frankly, I would say they're two pieces away. Like, I just think the Lakers have a very top heavy roster. And what did we just see with OKC and Indiana? Depth wins championships. Nobody had Indiana on the championship radar this year, but they have a system that is very difficult to defend, and they can come at you with 8 or 9 guys every night, and all of them play at a very high level. I know Halliburton and Siakam are like the stars, but let's be honest, during the course of the postseason, every single one of the Pacers had a moment. McConnell had plenty of moments. Nesmith had plenty of moments. Like, these are guys that are not stars. You bring in those players that are role players, and you add depth to your roster, and then you have Luka Doncic, and then all of a sudden the sky's the limit. So, I wouldn't be shocked if the Lakers made a big move, because they need to add players, and they didn't draft anyone.
Yeah, and the Lakers, they've actually made a trade today. I'm looking to see if I can find it. I know Shams reported this earlier, the Lakers getting a little bit active in the trade market with tonight's NBA draft. I think they've moved up to 36, I believe it was.
Right. We'll get a player.
Actually, 45, excuse me. It was 45. So the Lakers moving up in the second round to acquire the number 45 pick from the Chicago Bulls for the number 55 pick and cash. So the Lakers moving up 10 spots to try to position themselves to get a young, talented player. Like, we'll see if that's what they're able to do tonight. Now, you look at the board for tonight, like, a lot of the guys who are like the best of the rest or whatever who are still available, like, there's nobody that's going to really impact anything. At least I don't think. That could be famous last words. Of course, Nikola Jokic famously drafted during a Taco Bell commercial in the second round of the NBA draft. So, like, there are some diamonds in the rough, but, like, that's usually not the case in the NBA. Like, if you're going to be an impact guy, you typically go in the first round. So, like, I don't think anybody the Lakers draft tonight is going to be someone that's going to help them, like, try to win a title next season. But I just think that this team, like, they're not going to sit here and wait around, Like, they need to convince, first of all, they got to convince Luka Doncic to, like, re-sign. Like, he's eligible to sign an extension this summer. So, like, you need to put a roster in front of Luka that says, hey, like, we're building around you. Like, we think we can win a title with you as our guy, unlike your previous team and their previous management. Like, this is your squad, and this is what we want to do around you. And I think they got to make some moves to kind of give Luka the confidence in re-signing as well. So, like, I think they're going to be aggressive. Now, like, how aggressive can they be? I mean, it's going to take 2 to tango, but I mean, shoot, you look at some of these teams and, like, the second apron tax and how it's been kind of looming. I think you might get a player to be able to at least come back on the other side. So I think the Lakers are a very, very active team. Like, I'm going to bet some Lakers before I get out of town here this weekend, like 14-1. Because I think next week you're going to see the fireworks really start to crack in the NBA, and the Lakers might be one of the teams where we see it. I don't know who else could be that team though, Jared. Like that's where I kind of look around. Golden State, they made that move this past year with Jimmy Butler. Like who else is kind of in that conversation coming off of last night's draft and the rest of the storylines that we have in the NBA? Like it feels like it's going to have to be one of these kind of out of left field trades that we don't expect, or maybe it's going to be a pretty quiet NBA free agency relative to what we've already gotten over the last like 5 to 7 days.
It could be. And let me ask you a follow-up question. Like if you pull up the odds on BetMGM right now, the Lakers and the Timberwolves are 14-1. We just saw that series in the first round this year, and LA had no chance to compete. Like it was a gentleman's sweep. Yeah, it was not even close. Do we think the market is already baking in the Lakers doing something? Because if it's not, what justification do you have for putting LA and Minnesota on the same line? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, Minnesota's bringing back the same team, and you would think that they're going to get a little bit better because they were a relatively young core. I know Edwards, the face of the league stuff, people want to push back, but you would expect him to continue to improve. You would expect Minnesota to continue to push forward. They were in the Western Conference Finals this year, yet they're being priced the same as a team that they gentlemen swept out of the playoffs. So is the market overvaluing LA? Are they baking in the Lakers, to your point, making some kind of move? Because putting the Lakers on that price line at this stage feels a bit of a reach.
My guess is that I think there's also a little bit of Minnesota like uncertainty with Julius Randle and Naz Reid. I believe both guys have player options. So like it's like they have to decide, are we going to pay both of them? What do we want to do? Because like once again, the reason why they made the Karl Anthony Towns trade for Julius Randle was financial reasons. Like they all love Towns in Minnesota, but they said, hey, like we got to try to like keep this under wraps to where we're not like flirting with the second apron. Like, is there a chance that one of those guys walks? Do they try to trade one of those guys? I think maybe that's baked in a little bit with Minnesota, but then also too, like, I mean, you're going to always have to pay a Laker tax, I think in any market, like whether it's on the side or it's in the future market, like the sports books know people want to bet the Lakers on stuff. Like the Lakers have a big fan base, the biggest probably in the NBA. So yeah, maybe that 14-1 should probably be like, I don't know, 16-1, but you're going to have to pay that little tax because it's probably the most marquee team in the sport.
Definitely don't bet the Lakers right now. That would be my advice.
I feel that's where I disagree because what if they're active next week? Like, because
that would be the one thing. That would be the one thing if they pull off that block. But then you're betting on a blockbuster trade to be pulled off to get some balls.
Yes. Yeah, you're trying to free roll like essentially like a blockbuster move. Like if they don't make the move, you're holding 14-1. If they do make the move, then that 14-1 is probably like 900. Then you're in good shape. Sure. You're cooking with some gas there. So you're trying to, I guess, project it. Yeah, it's like you're trying to project what might happen next week. And I think the Lakers are going to try to do something. Like we've heard Austin Reeves' name get floated around. Like he is not untouchable. And like he's a pretty good player, scores like around like 16, 17 points per game. Is he a player that every team is like clamoring for? No, but he could also help a playoff team. The guy's played in the Western Conference Finals before. He's not like he's like some scrub. So like you have that, and then I think they have their draft pick as well. The Lakers are very much a team that I think could make something happen as early as next week. Jake just put this into the chat, and I was actually watching this on my iPad because I just switched to the Dodgers-Rockies game in Major League Baseball. Shohei Ohtani has hit another home run, Jared.
Yay.
Like, it's just, I'm sorry. We're going to talk some baseball coming up in the next hour, but like, what are you supposed to do? Like what are you supposed to do? You just like, you can't beat this guy. Like literally, he is the best player probably of the last century. Like it is what it is, man. Like it's just we are watching a legendary player.
I'm gonna get a CLV trophy with my Acuna 80-1. That's probably gonna close like 10-1, but it's not gonna win.
I mean, I thought I was buying the dip on Juan Soto. Like, hey, like I can get Soto at 25, 30-1. Look how smart I am. And it's just going to be Soto finishing second, Acuna finishing third, and they're finishing behind the guy who's going to be your unanimous NL MVP, that being Shohei Ohtani. I
we need an awards market like they have in golf, like bet without
Ohtani.
Without Ohtani.
Yeah.
I need an MVP without Ohtani market to bet.
BetMGM, are you listening? Like clip this and send this to BetMGM. We need NL MVP without Shohei Ohtani. Like, give him the Scheffler
We'd be
treatment.
crushing that market.
Like, we need that market, man. Let's have some fun because Ohtani's just gonna keep hitting tanks, and if he keeps hitting tanks and striking dudes out, ain't no way in hell these other guys are gonna beat him. Give us NL MVP without Shohei Ohtani, and let's have ourselves a damn good summer. Sounds good to me. All right. End of that rant. Yeah. Let's talk some football on the other side, huh? Let's do that. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, celebratory day at One Buck Place. Extension for the general manager, Jason Light. Extension for the head coach, Todd Bowles. We will talk the Bucs in the NFC South to begin the 5 o'clock hour here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
So I'll start things off. OKC is going to be my NBA champion for next year. They're plus 240. I like the Thunder to go back-to-back for all the reasons that I just said. Major League Baseball right now, I think the team, especially at the price, I'm going with the San Diego Padres at 29-1. I love the Padres. I liked them last year. I thought the Padres and the Dodgers were the two best teams in baseball last year. And again, from a talent standpoint, I still think San Diego is a top 3 talented team in all of baseball, especially when they're healthy. Right now, their starting pitching is a little banged up. No Michael Kim, no Yu Darvish. Jackson Merrill is banged up as well. But man, when they're healthy with that lineup and that pitching staff, and what I love about San Diego is their general manager, A.J. Preller. He's the kind of guy you want to bet on when you have a futures ticket because he's not looking long-term. He's looking to win right now, and he always makes moves at the deadline to try and improve his team. If King can come back healthy and Darvish, you get those two to go along with Cease, and then that lineup that San Diego can put out there. We know that they don't fear the Dodgers, and they hate the Dodgers, and they want to beat them. Love the price on San Diego at 20-9. The reason the price is so good is because they're fighting for the NL wild card, but I'll take the Padres. Give me the Dallas Stars in the NHL at plus 850. The Stars are the kind of team that I'm always looking to bet on in the NHL market because usually the Stanley Cup kind of goes in waves. I know we've had some years where it was a different winner every other year, but you think back to the past 15, 20 years, right? Penguins went on their run, then the Kings went on their run, and the Blackhawks went on their run, then Tampa Bay was in the finals just about every year, and now here comes Florida, right? All these teams kind of have their mini little dynasty runs where they dominate for 2 or 3 years, but there's always a team that kind of sneaks in there and win it, whether it's the Caps, whether it was the Blues a couple years ago, and Dallas has been knocking on the door for years, and they finally got rid of their head coach this offseason, Peter DeBoer. Got rid of him, a guy who's been great in the regular season but can't figure it out in the postseason. We'll see who they end up hiring, but I like Dallas plus 850. That team's good enough to win it all. Just need to get the right head coach. And then in the NFL, I think this is going to be the years that the Buffalo Bills finally do it. I really don't like anybody in the NFC. The Eagles, you could argue, are still the most talented team in the NFL, no question. We know how hard it is to repeat, though, in the NFL. Don't know if they're going to do that. The Lions, I expect to take a step back. I'm not quite there with San Francisco yet. Green Bay, I don't think is going to be there. Maybe the Rams, but man, they're just like a couple injuries away from really falling apart. I really think it's kind of the Eagles or nobody else in the NFC. In the AFC, it feels like it's the same three as it always is, right? It's either Kansas City, Buffalo, or Baltimore. I mean, Kansas City's been to the Super Bowl 3 straight times. I don't know if they can get back there for a fourth. The Ravens, you guys know how I feel about them. So I'm just going with the Bills at plus 700. I think this is finally the year that the Bills get it done. So give me Thunder, Padres, Stars, Bills as my 4-leg championship parlay.
What's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is hour number 3 of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Femi Abebefe, Jared Smith. Jared doing an awesome job filling in for Nick Costos. Nick will be back with us after the 4th of July weekend, enjoying some nice time off. We are 1 hour away from the NBC Sports Now Power Hour, where we'll be joined by our NBC and Peacock teammate, Noah Eagle, breaking down the NBA offseason, what we saw last night at the draft, and also a little bit of college football, because Noah, the lead play-by-play voice for Big Ten Saturday nights on NBC. And college football will be here before we know it. I mean, like, I'm looking at the calendar right now, June 26th. 2 months from now, what is it, week 0? Like, college football's going to be here, man. It is crazy how fast this summer is going to go by. So we'll catch up with our friend Noah Eagle, who will be making his You Better You Bet debut. But we have some other stuff going on in the world of sports. We'll get to the Rocket Classic, a first-round update. A very, very good development for us here on You Better You Bet. A little bit of Major League Baseball coming up this hour. The WNBA, a lot coming out of the W. Caitlin Clark out for tonight's game as the Indiana Fever are getting set to take on the LA Sparks. The second injury for Clark so far this season. All the ramifications of Caitlin Clark's absence in tonight's game, and how long is she going to be out going forward? She's already missed 5 games this season after dealing with a quad injury. Now it's a groin injury. So bad news for Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. We will also get to our social question, which we put up at the start of today's show. What is the best bet for NBA Rookie of the Year? Is it Cooper Flagg at minus 225? Is it Trey Johnson? Or is it VJ Edgecombe, Ace Bailey, Dylan Harper? Let us know. Best bet for the NBA Rookie of the Year, and we'll reveal the results later on during the program, later on this hour, for that matter, at 5:40. But we must start this hour, Jared, with the National Football League. Big news this morning out of Tampa. Tampa Bay Buccaneers have extended general manager Jason Light and head coach Todd Bowles to 5-year extensions, as I just saw this nugget from Mike Garafolo over at NFL Network, and this is pretty crazy. Todd Bowles is the first Bucs head coach to receive a contract extension since John Gruden in 2008. That's how long it's been since a Bucs head coach has gotten an extension, and Bowles has kept the ship afloat after being the defensive coordinator for Bruce Arians when they won the Super Bowl back in 2020. All they have done since then is win the division in 21, 22, 23, and 24. Tampa Bay has been dominant in the NFC South, and they'll try to continue that reign in that division. But I think this makes a lot of sense based on how the Bucs have been trending under these guys. Jason Light, like, quietly one of the best general managers in all of the NFL. And Todd Bowles, like, Is he my favorite coach? No. I think he's a really good defensive mind, but he's done a really good job with Tampa, and that team has not missed a beat since Bruce Arians left. And now they're once again favored to win the NFC South at BetMGM at plus 105. I think we might get a different winner this year, but the Bucs definitely deserve to be favorites based on what we've seen with Baker Mayfield and that offense over the last couple of years.
Agree, they deserve to be favorites. Agree, there is opportunity here. They actually have a really difficult schedule in the first half. They're uncommon foes, Houston, Philly, and Detroit. Doesn't get much tougher than that. All three in the first half of the season with a -8 net rest differential in the early part of the season.
Oof.
So those first 9-10 weeks are not going to be easy. And that's like, if I'm looking to unseat the favorite, the goal is A, the team I'm betting on has an easier road to start, and B, the team I'm betting against, Tampa Bay, has a difficult road to start. You don't want it to be reversed. Same thing if you're betting a win total. If you're betting a win total to the over, I want that team to have an easy part of the schedule early. Bank some wins, and then you can make decisions on how you want to handle it later on in the year. Reverse it if you're betting an under. I want the difficult part of the schedule early. Bank some losses, and then if you want to bet on that team to win later on in the year, you've got an opportunity to do so. You look at the rest of the division, though, and that's when I'm like, okay, we're all kind of in agreement. Tampa Bay is got a difficult schedule. I like what they did in the draft. I like Ekbuka up top. I think with the Godwin injury, you needed to solidify that receiver position, and defensively, you expect them to be kind of steady as she goes because under Bowles, that's what they've been. But then you look at the rest of the division. New Orleans is a throwaway. Like, let's be honest. We're throwing away the Saints. We do not think they can compete this year. So then our choice is Atlanta or Carolina. I think there's some buzz for Carolina because of how Bryce Young ended the season after the benching. I like the fact that they have 16 games on Sunday, so they have a pretty consistent schedule this year. Atlanta's intriguing. The NFL thinks Atlanta's going to be good because they booked them on 5 primetime games. So there is this.
Who asked for that?
I don't know, but that's
who called the schedule maker and said, you know what, we need the Falcons in primetime 5 times this year.
But is it possible? Is it possible that the NFL is looking at the situation saying Atlanta is in a position to take a step forward and let's get ahead of let's put the cart in front of the horse here and let's give them some primetime games because we think Atlanta has a chance to compete. We thought they had a chance to compete last year and they just didn't have the right guy at quarterback. Maybe Penix is that guy, and the offseason, he had 1 year to kind of sit and stew, and now he's going to be thrust into the starting role. Maybe Atlanta is that team. As unsexy as they can be, maybe they're the team to look for to unseat the Bucs this year.
Yeah, I mean, 5 primetime games just seems ridiculous. To be honest, you can be bullish on them, give them 3. I don't know. I don't know if you got to go to 5. It's usually teams that have made the playoffs and have an established kind of a program, or at least a massive media market. They check none of those boxes. But here's 5 primetime games. With that said, though, I do think the Falcons are going to win the South. I like Atlanta, and I've not been an Atlanta person. There have been years where people have been banging the drum for the Falcons in the offseason, and I never understood it. Not too long ago, I think 2 years for that matter. 2 years ago, heading into the 23 season, people were saying, oh, Desmond Ridder, they could lead him to the division title. I said, guys, did you watch Desmond Ridder at Cincinnati? He ain't doing anything. He's not doing it. I almost even swore there. Desmond Ridder is not going to go to the playoffs. And Desmond Ridder now is on team 3 or 4? I don't know. But the Falcons right now, plus 210. The reason why I like this bet is because I believe in Michael Penix Jr. I think Michael Penix Jr. has the upside to be a very good NFL quarterback. And if they get very good quarterback play, with the offensive weapons that they have, we didn't get to see the full display of offensive weaponry from the Falcons because they had a quarterback who couldn't move. They couldn't even run a lot of the offense, play action. You can't do that when the quarterback can't move. You just had to, let's put him in the shotgun and let's try to go from there. A lot of their offense was kind of kept under wraps because they didn't have a quarterback that could actually execute it. And in the final 3 games, I thought Michael Penix Jr. actually showed to be pretty good. He got thrown into the middle of an NFC South title race, and they just said, hey, Penix, save us, please. And he couldn't do it. But, man, talk about difficult circumstances. He really had difficult circumstances. And now that he has the full year to be the guy, all the reps, he'll get them during training camp. He's the person that they're building this around. I think you'll see a much better Falcons offense. And defensively, they took some shots in the draft, man. And they got real aggressive. Like James Pierce, like all these moves, trading up Jalen Walker out of Georgia to add to that front seven, bring some athleticism. Like, let's see if they hit. If they hit, I don't think many people are going to be talking about the first round picks that they gave up, especially for Pierce. But if they don't hit, boy, that's how you get fired if you're Terry Fontenot, which some people might argue that he should be fired already after giving Kirk Cousins all that money and only getting about 14 games out of him. But yeah, I think the Falcons are the team plus 210 that has the upside to finally take down Tampa. Where are you at with Carolina? Because it feels like Carolina, people are bullish on the Panthers off of what happened at the end of last year. Bryce Young started to look like the Bryce Young we thought we would see when he was drafted first overall. It seems to be like he and Dave Canales, after getting off to a rocky start, Canales benched him like 3 games into his head coaching career, and then they finally go back to Young, and it feels like now the both of them are on the same page. Are you bullish on Carolina, or do you think last December was fool's gold?
Well, the part about Carolina that you have to really analyze, they were relatively average under Bryce Young that last half of the year. That's great. Their defense was atrocious. 32nd in the NFL in EPA per play. Didn't matter who was starting at quarterback. That's not going to fix the defense. But what did they do in the draft? They at least addressed the defense. I know they took Tet McMillan at the top, but then they took Scourton and Princely, who I always get his name wrong, Umanamalaman from Ole Miss. He's fantastic.
Nailed it.
Those are two. Yeah, I definitely did not nail it. But I'm sure you probably can do a much better job of me pronouncing this.
I don't even know who you're talking about, to be quite honest. So you're good.
Princely Umanimalin. I cannot. I'm terrible.
This is on the Carolina roster. Let me take a look at this.
It's the guy they took in the 3rd round, the edge rusher from Ole Miss. Princely. Right, let's call him the Prince.
Oh yeah. Umanamanimalin. Yeah. You actually didn't. You didn't do too bad. Honestly,
we tried.
Yeah, I was like, I never heard of this cat before.
I apologize, Princely. You're a fantastic talent. I hope you do great things in the NFL.
Ole Miss.
Ole Miss player. And again, they at least tried to address the defense. And I think based off of what we know about Carolina, if they can get their defense to, like, say, 22nd. You go from 32nd to 22nd, right? You're not average, but at least you're not dead last. And then you can take another step forward on offense. Maybe you're a top 15 offense this year. Yeah, like you can make the case that Carolina can sniff the playoffs in an NFC that, maybe isn't as top heavy as the AFC. So I think there is room and reason for optimism because of what we saw down the stretch with Bryce Young. But I need that defense to be better, significantly better. If you go from 32nd to 16th, league average, yeah, they've got a chance to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I just don't think they can.
It's a big ask. It's a very big ask.
And you know what? What's interesting is that, like, if they did it, I mean, I always go to the awards. Like, Dave Canales definitely becomes a finalist at least to be coach of the year, if not like a winner. Now, I don't want to bet it because I don't believe, but if the Panthers are a 9-10 win team, which is actually possible in this division. Atlanta, when have they ever disappointed? Just every single year. Like Tampa, maybe they take a step back because defensively, like Tampa has some big question marks on defense. They weren't good last year near the end, and they didn't really address it early on. Everybody thought they were going to go edge rusher in the first round. They end up taking Emeka Ibuka, which it's like, okay, yeah, like you want to shore up the wide receiver, but like, can you get stops? Like offense wasn't the problem last year. They were one of the most efficient offenses in the league last year. So you thought they would go defense. Like if they take a step back, New Orleans looks like a dumpster fire, but like, let's see what that even looks like. Like Kellen Moore, I'm not a fan. I could be wrong. Maybe he's a great coach. Tyler Shuck, I'm not a fan. I watch college football. I could be wrong. Maybe he's actually a really good quarterback. If they knock out those two things, maybe the Saints are actually more viable than people think. That's probably another coach of the year candidate right there, Kellen Moore, if you believe.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people do believe, but I just think that there is a path for Carolina if they can actually improve the defense. I just don't believe it, which is why I look at the Falcons and say, I think that's the team that's going to win the division. If they win the division, then I don't see the path for like someone like Dave Canales to win Coach of the Year, because I think this is to me, it feels like a one bid division. I don't think we're getting multiple teams out of the South.
I agree. So here's the other bull case for Carolina. they're the only team in the division that did make a coaching change in the offseason, right? Atlanta's got a new DC, Ulbrich. I know Raheem Morris is probably going to be the main defensive guy there, but still working in, a new defensive coordinator. Obviously, New Orleans went through a boatload of changes, new head coach, new OC, new DC. Brandon Staley comes in, and we don't know what that's going to look like. We know Kellen Moore's going to run the offense. And Tampa Bay's got Josh Grizzard now calling plays with Liam Cohen gone. So there is at least some kind of upheaval with all of the other coaching staffs where you can make the case that Carolina's now had this staff together for, I think it's the third year of Avero. I don't think he got fired when they brought in the new regime with Canales. I think he was there. He was the one holdover. He stayed. So you do have a defense that has continuity, and you have a coaching staff that's now been together 2 consecutive years, which is the only coaching staff in the division that has that continuity heading into the offseason. Again, none of this
is
might
that a good
matter.
thing?
I don't know. Again, I'm just kind of bringing this up for conversation, but it is at least you have that continuity heading into the offseason.
Yeah, because I hear you, and usually continuity is a good thing, but I'm like, if the team stinks, maybe we do need to make some changes.
I don't think losing Liam Cohen's a good thing. I don't think losing Liam Cohen's a good thing for Tampa Bay's offense. Anyway,
but here's what I'll say though. We did that dance with Dave Canales. When they lost Canales to Carolina, everyone says, how do they replace him? Well, here's Liam Cohen. And now we're saying, how do they replace Liam Cohen? Maybe the talent's just really good on that offense. And I guess we'll find that out in Jacksonville and how Liam Cohen does with Trevor Lawrence and Brian Robinson Jr. and Travis Hunter. But I don't know. Tampa still has Baker Mayfield. They still got Mike Evans. Godwin's back from the injury. Now they bring in Emeka Ibuka. Jalen McMillan's there. There's so much talent on their offense to where maybe these guys are actually getting these dudes head coaching jobs versus the coordinators being the guys that are elevating them and having these offenses be really, really good. But yeah, I want to fade Tampa. I'm going to fade Tampa, and I'm doing it with the Falcons because I think Penix has the potential at the end of the year to say he is clearly the best quarterback in the NFC South. All right, we'll talk some Major League Baseball on the other side with our buddy Jake Hassan here on You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
So I'll start things off. OKC is going to be my NBA champion for next year. They're plus 240. I like the Thunder to go back-to-back for all the reasons that I just said. Major League Baseball right now, I think the team, especially at the price, I'm going with the San Diego Padres at 29-1. I love the Padres. I liked them last year. I thought the Padres and the Dodgers were the 2 best teams in baseball last year. And again, from a talent standpoint, I still think San Diego is a top 3 talented team in all of baseball, especially when they're healthy. Right now, their starting pitching is a little banged up. No Michael Kim, no Yu Darvish. Jackson Merrill is banged up as well. But man, when they're healthy with that lineup and that pitching staff And what I love about San Diego is their general manager, A.J. Preller. He's the kind of guy you want to bet on when you have a futures ticket because he's not looking long-term. He's looking to win right now, and he always makes moves at the deadline to try and improve his team. If King can come back healthy and Darvish, you get those two to go along with Cease, and then that lineup that San Diego can put out there, we know that they don't fear the Dodgers, and they hate the Dodgers, and they want to beat them. Love the price on San Diego at 20-9. The reason the price is so good is because they're fighting for the NL wild card, but I'll take the Padres. Give me the Dallas Stars in the NHL at plus 850. The Stars are the kind of team that I'm always looking to bet on in the
He used to be able to escape trouble and throw an absolute dot right to where only the receiver could catch it. He's not doing that anymore. He didn't do that last year with the Jets. He was okay statistically, and again, you're trying to assess a quarterback who's 40 years old off an Achilles injury, and it's incredible that he could even come back and do what he did. You know, to throw for almost 4,000 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 picks. But he's not the guy he used to be, and that's, I think, the hardest thing to gauge or the hardest thing to analyze. We know what he used to be, but what he used to be isn't what he is. So maybe he's worth an extra win or a win and a half. Maybe. As I say, win and a half, that sounds like a lot, doesn't it? Look at his prices for MVP. 80-1 MGM, 75-1, 60-1. He's 400-1 to win Offensive Player of the Year. He's 50-1 to have the most passing yards. His touchdown numbers 22.5 over under. He's being priced the way he should be, but you'll always have those people that say he's one of the best to ever do it, and I think they're blinded by what he did 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and so on.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. You Better You Bet's rolling along here on a Thursday. Femi Abebefe, Jared Smith hanging out with you guys. 20 minutes from now, we will get into the WNBA. The news of the day out of the W, Caitlin Clark will be out for tonight's game between the Indiana Fever and the LA Sparks. Clark dealing with a groin injury, has already missed 5 games due to a quad. Now will miss tonight's game. That'll be her 6th game missed early on in this WNBA season. Betting ramifications, side, total, futures markets, awards with the WNBA MVP. We'll talk about that coming up in the next segment, as well as an update from Motor City with the Rocket Classic on the PGA Tour as an interesting development with the first round of the Rocket Classic. Tyler Morales will join us for that, as well as our social question, which our executive producer Bill Zimmerman will bring the results to. We asked everybody, what's the best bet in the NBA Rookie of the Year market? Is it Cooper Flagg? Is it VJ Edgecombe? Is it Ace Bailey? Dylan Harper? Let us know on Twitter. You still have time to do that, by the way, at You Better You Bet over on Twitter. But let's talk a little bit baseball. And to do that, we bring in our baseball aficionado here on the program, the one and only Jake Hassan, as good as it gets when it comes to betting Major League Baseball, futures, sides, awards, you name it. Jake loves it as it pertains to the diamond. Jake, you alerted us, I should say, earlier this hour that Shohei Ohtani hit a home run against the Colorado Rockies. Ohtani, a minus 600 favorite to win NL MVP. Jared is holding out hope that Ronald Acuna Jr. can get it done. I do not have any Acuna stock. I am more of a Juan Soto guy. Soto hit 2 homers, by the way, yesterday. Doesn't seem to matter because Ohtani's going to keep doing his thing. BetMGM has the market up. Ohtani versus the field. Ohtani minus 600 and the field plus 375. Is this as easy as Ohtani's going to win this thing as long as he stays healthy, or can someone actually run down the reigning NL MVP?
I think people can convince themselves that somebody can run down Shohei Ohtani. I mean, Femi, you know I'm with you on Juan Soto. I get the Ronald Acuna case. He's been white hot ever since he got back from his injury, literally hit the ground running. And it would be a great story, right? But it feels like we're just never going to get the Shohei Ohtani fatigue that we've been projecting for the better part of the last 18 months. Like, we've been sitting here saying, well, he's only DHing this year. Surely the voters won't vote for him for MVP for that. Here's 50-50 right on your face, makes history, and then gets the MVP. Oh, well, they're not going to give it to a DH twice when he's only pitching in August. Here's pitching in June, and he's everywhere on social media, and it's, one inning, but he struck out two. Like, I think this is just what it's going to be. Acuna, it's not sustainable. He's awesome, but he's not going to hit like this for the next 4 months. It's just not sustainable. Soto, at a certain point, we can have these 2 home run games every 2 weeks. Can we get a couple strung together? Then we'll have a conversation. But Ohtani remains the most consistent out of all of these guys. So I just think it's minus 650. Okay, minus 1,000. Great. Let's do it. Let's rock. It's going to be that in 2 weeks anyway.
Yeah, it does feel like we're kind of on the path to doubling down 2 consecutive years of AL and NL MVPs being the same person, which has never happened before. Again, an unprecedented time to be a baseball fan watching Judge and Ohtani do their thing. The Cy Young market's not as open and shut. In fact, today, Hunter Brown, 7 scoreless. You're starting to see Skubal come back to earth a little bit. He's had 2 shaky starts. That market in the American League does seem up for grabs.
I think American League Cy Young is wide open. Maybe not wide open yet, but I think it's going to be very quickly. And mostly it's because, like you said, Skubal, back-to-back shaky starts. We haven't seen that from him in the better part of a year. And for me, the biggest thing is his velocity dip. You guys, like, his velocity went down a couple starts ago. It ticked back up, and then it went right back down. So I think that Skubal is going to be very vulnerable going forward. If this velocity dip for him is real, then I think that we're going to have some real issues with him going forward. And like I said, I think it's a workload thing. He threw 190 innings last season. That was his career high by about 80 innings, and now he's turning around and having a full workload again. He's never done this before in his career. It's always been injuries or the COVID season that have derailed things. So I think Skubal maybe isn't bulletproof. And the thing is, guys, the odds didn't move. He's still minus 150 at most places. He's a significant minus price. Meanwhile, Jacob deGrom throws 7-8 innings of no-hit ball. I mean, his price changed $7. He was 18-1 yesterday. Best price now, 11. And I still think that's valuable if you think he's going to stay healthy. Hunter Brown today, you guys know my bread is buttered with Hunter Brown from before the year. Today, I was watching that game, and I was fanning myself because that's exactly what I wanted to see. And so I think Skubal, with this velocity dip and the back-to-back shaky starts, I think that door is open, and especially now with Crochet, the night that a couple nights ago, Skubal had that shaky start, Garrett Crochet went out through 6 innings, struck out 10. So all of these guys are running him down. I think this is way more open than the odds would suggest.
Yeah. Skubal right now, like, obviously, like, he's going to be the favorite, most likely guy because he's obviously really good, and the Tigers are the best team in baseball, at least in the regular season. So he also has, like, the team success narrative on top of it. But, like, in terms of his contemporaries, they're right there with him in the American League. So I understand why you'd want to bet that. Now, DeGrom, you're not going to sell me on DeGrom just because, like, I don't trust that dude to stay healthy. The IL stint is around the corner, which I hate to even say that out loud, but it is what it is, man, if we're playing the probabilities. Hunter Brown, though, I can get down with at 4-1 to win the AL Cy Young. And it's starting to be around that time to where you can really, like, pitchers are so hard because there's only but so many data points. But we're starting to get enough to where it's like, okay, this is just what it's going to be. And if Hunter Brown keeps doing this, that puts a lot of pressure on someone like Skubal to hold on to that award, an award he won last year. NL Cy Young, I don't think is as interesting. I mean, unless you want to continue to have, like, Logan Webb was good yesterday. It wasn't great. Wheeler was really, really good yesterday as well. But, like, Skeens is still kind of the guy. I think NL Rookie of the Year is the conversation we should have with Jacob Mizorowski after what he did last night or yesterday afternoon during the show. 5 innings, scoreless ball, struck out 8 guys. Now an odds-on favorite to win NL Rookie of the Year, minus 135 at BetMGM. Drake Baldwin, 4-1. Chase Burns, who made his debut a couple nights ago, 8-1. Augustin Ramirez, 18-1. Our guy Matt Shaw, 30-1, which is rather unfortunate. Is it as easy as we're going to see another pitcher win a Rookie of the Year award, which hadn't been happening over the last handful of years, but we got 2 last year with Skeens and Heel, and now Mizorowski is in the driver's seat.
I think Mizorowski is a freak. Like, I think he is a unicorn type of pitcher. It's just, here's the difference. Skeens came up with all of this hype, number 1 overall prospect, number 1 pick, won a national championship with LSU, then went right to the draft. He's awesome. Everybody had been talking about him for the better part of a year going into that draft. And then, of course, there was his rise to stardom through the minors when he's holding a 1 ERA through every level of the minors. Then he's got the celebrity circuit with Livy Dunn, and everybody's obsessed with him. Jacob Mizorowski is a guy that started at JUCO and was a second-round pick, but he's a freak. He throws 103. His stuff is nasty. I saw multiple people in baseball Twitter in those streets yesterday saying, this is the first time we've ever said in a game that Paul Skeens started, he didn't have the nastiest stuff. Like, by the eye test and by the metrics, multiple people said Mizorowski was better than Skeens. And granted, Skeens had a bad start. It was not his best. It was one of the worst starts of his career, arguably. But I think that Mizorowski, I learned my lesson from last year. I'm not going to be in the business of trying to fade pitchers, especially when they're this good, just because they're pitchers. Now, Luis Heel was a separate conversation because that guy's a bum. He's a number 3, but Mizorowski has all the tools to be an ace. I'm not going to be in the business of trying to fade those guys anymore just because they have the pitcher label. I think he could win. Now, I do think that maybe the price has drifted a little too far on Drake Baldwin because I think that guy could be a star. And he played really well again yesterday. He's not in the lineup today, but he hit a home run yesterday. It's just a matter of, are the Braves going to stop doing this stupid thing where they give Sean Murphy a handful of starts a week because they're paying him all this money? We'll see. It looked like they were going to do that because Drake Baldwin started 4 or 5 games, and now, nope, here's Sean Murphy 2 of the last 3. Okay, sure, let's do this really stupid dance. Agustin Ramirez, I still think, is in the mix. He had a home run today, but I think I just cry CLV on that one and let myself suffocate on that CLV sandwich. But I think Mizorowski could win. I think Drake Baldwin is still very firmly in the mix. I think it's going to be one of those 2.
Yeah. Jared, before you jump in real quick, I just wanted to share this note that I got from a buddy of mine who is in Wisconsin. He works in Wisconsin covering the Brewers. And he was telling me about Mizorowski earlier this afternoon and said that, like, Pitching Ninja kind of has Mizorowski's comp as Jacob deGrom. And like they did like a side-by-side of them after both pitched yesterday, and the mechanics and everything look identical. Like, apparently he's like the next DeGrom, which is insane. If you think about DeGrom prior to all the injuries, it's like, whoa, this is like maybe an MVP guy.
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it. I think it was last week, Jake. I was like, man, plus 190. Like, we haven't seen a lot from Mizorowski yet, but the phenom status in the awards markets that are not the premier award, right? Like the Rookie of the Year is not the Cy Young. Like there was talks last year that Skeens might win the Cy Young. Didn't quite get to that level. I think this year is obviously a different story, but that shooting star quality in the Rookie of the Year market, I think, is intriguing. Speaking of that, you mentioned in the American League side, there is a bit of an opening now because we're not seeing what we did see earlier in the year, which was Jacob Wilson just go crazy. He's come back down to earth a little bit. Is it as easy as the second next guy in the market, Nick Kurtz, who's now 15-1, or should we look a little bit further down on the board?
Yeah, I don't want to get too excited here by a small odds move. I shot myself in the foot last year doing that with, Wyatt Langford's the favorite. Here we go. We got one. And then Luis Heel just wins. So I don't want to get too excited here. It's probably still just Wilson. But while we're having these conversations of, hey, the door might be open, Wilson was minus 1,000 2 days ago. He's now minus 650, so you're starting to see the books adjust a little bit. I said to you guys during our break, he's hitting 180 over his last 10 games with 1 extra base hit. And that's not going to win. No matter how much runway you've built yourself, it's still only June 26th. There's a lot of runway for a Nick Kurtz, a Jack Caglione to make up some of this ground. So I think Kurtz is the next most likely because he's literally the only other guy that's done anything. He's hitting 310 over his last 20 games. He's got 10 home runs in his last 20 games, including 2 walk-offs. He's been unbelievable. I really like him. But again, I'm not going to get too excited yet because Wilson could turn around tomorrow and have a 5-hit game, and we're like, okay, never mind. He's just fine.
Yeah, Jacob Wilson, actually, Jeff Passan of ESPN wrote an article about Jacob Wilson today, talking about, hey, he's batting .349. He leads the American League in all-star voting at shortstop. He rarely strikes out, and he believes the secret to his success is Fortnite. So I guess you want to read that profile on Jacob Wilson if you would like to do so. Jake is just not a fan of that.
Fortnite,
but like, yeah,
I am, but that's just disgusting.
Maybe you can stream Jacob Wilson, get him on Twitch or whatever. I don't know what you guys do on that stuff.
Keep Jacob Wilson up all night playing Fortnite so we can open up. So make him really.
Can somebody give me Kyler Murray's number? I have somebody I want to refer Jacob Wilson to.
It's like, hey, here's your new best friend, Kyler Murray, and you guys can just play video games until your eyes just pop out or whatever happens. Wilson. It's going to be hard, and it's going to have to be, like, starting now if someone's going to overtake this guy. Because, like, if he's already getting the profiles before we even get the All-Star break, like, he's leading the American League in the voting for shortstops, like, that's – man, a lot of people sometimes just get ingrained with their opinions of, like, hey, this is just the guy. We don't care. We're voting for Jacob Wilson. I feel like that's kind of what happened with Luis Gil last year. Like, did it not? Like, he started off really, really well and was pitching well in, like, May, and then nobody else kind of ran him down, and everyone was just like, oh, well, it's just Gil, isn't it? It's like, well, not really if you look at it, but I guess if you vote for him, it's Luis Gil, and that's kind of how he won. My fingers are crossed because I'm with you with Nick Kurtz and all that stuff, but, man, it feels like Wilson's going to win this one. Like, I actually think, and Jared was asking me this before we started today, like, how would you like what's the over-under on like which awards are already done right now? And I guess done is a strong word to use, but like which ones do you think are the favorites going to actually win? I think it's like 3 of them. I think it's the 2 MVPs, and I think it's AL Rookie of the Year. Where like the favorite's definitely going to win, and maybe 4 if Mizorowski puts up 2 more, 3 more of these kinds of starts.
I would say only 2 are done. If Wilson continues to slide, just because of the star power of Cags, of Roman Anthony, I think people are looking to punch holes in Wilson's case. So I feel like if this slide continues, then maybe people are going to be looking for reasons to vote elsewhere. Rather, it's close. It's close because you know what's going to happen. He starts at shortstop in the All-Star game. You're going to get the profiles in game, before the game, after the game. But I do think that one isn't done, open and shut case. MVPs, I think, are done, but I still, and maybe this is me trying to convince myself more than anybody else, I still think there's a little bit of wiggle room in AL Rookie of the Year.
Fair.
Man, I hope so. I'm not putting any money into it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not putting any money into it right now. Maybe we have this conversation, we revisit it in about a month or so, but I am not going to be out there looking to bet against Jacob Wilson as it currently stands. Because like even though he's had this recent rough patch, he's still far and away the best rookie right now in the American League. Who's the best player right now at the Rocket Classic? We'll answer that question coming up next. A look at what's going on the PGA Tour as well as the WNBA. Caitlin Clark out for tonight's game. We break it down next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Pop-Tarts are headed to the freezer aisle with ice cream pints and sandwiches coming to Walmart late May 2025. So the pints are brown sugar cinnamon, strawberry, and s'mores. The sandwiches will be available in brown sugar cinnamon, strawberry, chocolate fudge. And apparently only at the Walmarts. I quoted the tweet and wrote, "Diet starts in June," because I'm witty like that. And Brian Gertch on our show has apparently made several trips to the Walmart, and they're all sold out, which is very funny.
Many?
Like,
I need Gertch. How many Walmarts did you go to?
I think he said 3. He said, "LOL, just 2." Okay, sorry.
Just 2. Oh, okay.
I want this though. I love Pop-Tarts. I love
are
ice
close to me.
cream. I mean, we all would
Yeah.
eat that. I don't.
Which one you getting?
I don't.
I'm
know.
chocolate fudge. Where you going?
Yeah, you are. I'd probably get the brown.
Yes. No strawberry.
I'm chocolate fudge will be on my tombstone when I die. That's classic. I'd probably go brown sugar cinnamon.
All right, but not the pints, right? You're going for the sandwich over the pint.
I want the sandwich. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I get the sandwich. So supposedly they are at Walmart. I can only imagine somebody walking into Walmart like, "I'm here for the Pop-Tarts ice cream."
You run into some whack jobs at Walmart. That's the other thing. And then you got to look for someone with the bright blue vest. Like, "Hey, can you look him back? You got a Pop-Tart ice cream sandwich for me?"
I haven't laughed as hard as I did during the break, and then I thought I was over my giggle spree, and then you came out and said, "I'm chocolate fudge." Oh, I don't know why that's so funny. I'm just a 12-year-old boy sometimes. It's a problem.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet presented by BetMGM. Femi Abebefe, Jared Smith hanging out with you guys here on this Thursday. 20 minutes from now will be the NBC Sports Now Power Hour, available on Peacock, where we'll be joined by Noah Eagle, the lead voice of Big Ten Saturday Night on NBC, as well as the NBA on NBC. Very much looking forward to the NBA returning to the NBC. We're all fired up for that one. We'll talk to Noah about all things NBA offseason, last night's NBA draft, and a little college football as well. But right now, to wrap up this hour, I wanted to get to the big story out of the WNBA, because this one, it's a biggie. Because Caitlin Clark, face of the league, biggest star in the WNBA, is out for tonight's game. Now, usually you look at that and say, okay, players miss games, it's whatever. But Clark has already missed 5 games this season. The missed 5 games with a quad injury, and now she's out for tonight's game with a groin injury. The betting market, of course, reacted earlier this morning. The Fever are about a 10.5-point favorite. Now they're down to 5.5 as they're at home against the LA Sparks. Clark is one of the contenders for the WNBA MVP when we look at the betting market, which we'll get into here shortly. But Jared, just with this game tonight, and also the Fever going forward, this is now a second injury for Clark, and you start to wonder, how long is she going to be out for this stint? Is it going to be another 5 games that she misses? And if so, Like, are the Fever a team that you can actually count on to win the WNBA title? Like, I don't think I can get there. I've watched them play. They're better than they were last year. And maybe if they were all healthy and it was all good, then I would look to back the Indiana Fever. But they're just going to be so heavily priced in the market because the books know that everyone wants to bet on Clark because she is the biggest star in the game. Like, you're going to have to pay a tax on this team, and it's still a flawed team. Like, I don't like them against either New York or Minnesota. Heck, I might not even like them against Phoenix, who right now has the third best record in the WNBA. I think this is all bad for Indiana, and they'll likely make the playoffs, and they're probably a team you don't want to face because Clark is as dangerous as it comes. But man, in the regular season, feels like it's going to be filled with some turbulence if Clark's going to continue to miss time due to injury.
My guess is this is the residual effect of last year, which was a really grueling college season. And then you go right into the WNBA season. I hate how the league is structured in terms of if you're a college star and you play the whole year and then you get drafted high in the WNBA, then you're going to be asked to come in and play right away. I mean, you don't get a break. It's not like the NBA where the college season ends in April. For most people, it ends in March. You don't start again until November. October, late October, right? You get training camp, you summer league, July, but you get 3-4 months off completely before having to play again. And no one's played a more grueling schedule than Caitlin Clark, but that's all. We can't change that. Let's get to some brass tacks numbers. It looks like the market's implying about a 5-point move. It might not be enough. Again, we'll give you the projections that I've been using. Our colleague Tyler Shoemaker does a great job with the WNBA projections. He had the Fever as a 4.5-point favorite tonight with Clark. Without her, 3.5-point dog. That's an 8-point move. Maybe that's too much. Maybe we're somewhere in the middle between 5 and 8, but it's definitely a pretty big impact. And I think it's fair to say she has the biggest impact of any player in the sport right now.
Yeah. And you also have to wonder, because the recent road trip for the Indiana Fever was not good. They went 1-2. They had to go out to Golden State, which shout out to the Valkyries, who once again covered. Both Jared and I, we liked the Valkyries +10 last night against the New York Liberty. And it was a good bet because we did not bet the money line because they lost by 3. So if you just bet the +10, that was the way to go. But the Valkyries beat Indiana last week in a bet where I had plus the points, money line, Golden State at home was really, really good. But they lost that game. They also lost to the Las Vegas Aces last Sunday, and they beat the Seattle Storm most recently to wrap up this West Coast swing. But now going back home, you take a step back and you look at kind of how Clark performed in those 3 games, it was bad. And it makes you wonder, was she trying to play through the injury? Because, what is Caitlin Clark known for? 1, it's her passing. Her passing is impeccable. But then 2, it's the shooting. She's a really good shooter. Everybody sees the highlights. Oh, look at these 38-footers and these 35-footers and pulling up like she's Steph Curry. She's an elite shooter. She hasn't been able to shoot the ball well. Caitlin Clark in the road trip beyond the arc, 1 for 23 from 3-point range. That's awful. And it makes you wonder, hey, are you dealing with something? Which I'm glad the Fever finally just said, hey, clearly you have a groin injury. You can't be out here playing. And we'll see if she rests up. A groin, that's one you don't want to try to rush back from because knock on wood, you aggravate a groin injury, sometimes it turns into a sports hernia. And it's worse. And now you need surgery. And all of a sudden, maybe you're out for 2 months. And that would be the nightmare scenario for the Indiana Fever because that would be pushing all the way up until the playoffs, which if she's out for that much time, I don't know if they're going to be making the playoffs given the depth that there's in the league right now. So I think that this is bad sign for Caitlin Clark, especially if you look at the WNBA MVP market, which I still don't understand right now when I look at it. Because your favorite, Nafisa Collier, she's dealing with a back injury. Your second choice, Caitlin Clark, has missed damn near half the season and doesn't have good numbers from an efficiency standpoint. Why is she plus 225 when there's been a boatload of players who have been better than she has been? That's all liability right there that explains the Caitlin Clark price. That's not actual production. That's just all the preseason bets in the books being we're not going to go ahead and put her at 20-1, 30-1, which is what she should be. Instead, she's plus 225, which makes no sense whatsoever. As I just told you, 1 for 23 from 3-point range over the last 3 games. I think there's a bet to be made in that market. Maybe I'm going to go down swinging and I probably will because I think Nafisa Collier, if she's fine, she's likely to win the award. And maybe that's the bet to be make as well. Like you bet some Collier, but you also bet somebody else. But I think the somebody else is Breonna Stewart of the New York Liberty. Like the Liberty are going to be one of the best teams. She's one of the best players. There's a little bit of voter fatigue with Stewie because like even a couple of voters or voter adjacent people from the WNBA who have been talking about the award, they don't seem to bring her up. Now, there's still a lot of season left, and if she's awesome, I'm sure she'll be brought up eventually, but she's won the award twice, once with Seattle and once with New York. Like, I think a lot of the voters kind of just like, yeah, we're kind of done with giving you the MVP award. But at price, 25, 30 to 1, like, that's a bet that I think that is worth something. Is it going to win? Probably not. Collier's probably going to win. And maybe Collier continues to drift down, which at that point, if she ever gets into like the minus 180 range, I'm definitely betting Nafisa Collier. But right now, as she's nursing a back injury, which back injuries also sound a little bit sketchy, it's a little wide open at the top with the top two players dealing with injuries.
Definitely not betting Caitlin Clark. Now you're talking about a second stint on the injured list in a very short period of time. And you nailed it. And this is why these awards markets, sometimes the price is not predictive. We've had these conversations before. It's a more advanced level, I think, of handicapping that can be a little bit in the weeds sometimes, because when we look at the prices on these markets, a lot of times it's kind of like a security blanket. Like it's gospel. This person's the favorite. This person's the second favorite. They're the top two choices. It's got to be one of these two. In a situation like the WNBA, where we are in unprecedented waters, the amount of handle, the amount of attention that this league is getting is not something we have ever seen before. And the amount of attention that Caitlin Clark gets is even take it to an advanced level from that. So I think that is a reason for optimism that there is value underneath those top two tiers. And Stewart makes sense to me. I mean, the Liberty seem to be the best team in the league. And I guess maybe the Lynx are right there, but I mean, it's 1-2. And I feel very confident that she's going to be near the top. And you're getting a price that if there is a big move, then you have some flexibility later to come off of it.
Yeah, like last thing I'll say on this before we get to Tyler with an update at the Rocket Classic, like I think Clark and Stewart should switch prices. Like I think that's what it should be. Like Clark should be 25, Stewart should be plus 225, and Collier is probably right at minus 250. Like this thing has been completely mispriced. I think Stewie is definitely the second most likely player. And maybe it's a distant second because it feels like I think a lot of voters want to give it to Collier because she's never won before. She finished second to Asia Wilson last year. But yeah, like there's no way in hell Caitlin Clark is the second most likely player to win WNBA MVP. Like not a chance in hell. All right, let's get to what's going on at the Rocket Classic with our golf aficionado, Tyler Morales. Tyler joining us right now. We're almost through 18 holes at the Rocket Classic. Give us an update. How are you feeling? Because based on the guys you gave out yesterday, the leaderboard looks really, really enticing right now. It's early, but it looks pretty good, Tyler.
I'm not going to lie. We have this leaderboard flooded. So right now, we gave out Aldrich Pock-Eater. We gave him out yesterday at 125 to 1. He tied the course record. Right now, Max Grazerman, who we gave out yesterday, it could tie the course record with Pock-Eater too. So he could get to 10 under. Right now, he's the betting favorite. We have Michael Thorbjornsen, who's 3 shots off the lead. And then we have Wyndham Clark, who's 4 shots off the lead. So we really have this thing flooded. Pock-Eater did this earlier in the year. He shot a 61 at the Mexico Open, almost went wire to wire, and completely blew the tournament. So he should have a win this season. I don't think this is someone that's like, I mean, he could melt down. He has 2 ugly losses, but I think he's going to be in here till the end. If you're just looking to dive in right now, Cameron Young, I think, is a great bet at 40 to 1. He's someone that's a really good chaser. But right now, we have this thing flooded, and I'm worried because we know what happens here. We got 4 guys within 4 shots, and 2 guys maybe might tie the course record. So, buckle up. This is going to be a wild weekend here.
It's what we asked for. We want a wild weekend. We want a sweat, and we might get a sweat at the Rocket Classic. Well, obviously, we'll do another update tomorrow to see how things are going in the second round. But so far, Aldrich Pock-Eater, he is our guy, and maybe Max Grazerman. Names I didn't think I'd be saying on a Thursday on You Better You Bet. All right, let's get to our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, with the results to our social poll. What's the best bet to win NBA Rookie of the Year? Billy Z joining us now. What did the real ones have to say?
All right, Femi. Jared, let me give you the results here. Gave him 4 choices. Bringing up the rear, Ace Bailey, plus 800, 14.8% of the vote. Dylan Harper at plus 1,100. I thought that might get a little more love, but 16.4% of the vote for Harper. Edgecombe at plus 2,500. People like the big number, 24.6% of the vote. And no surprise, they are not afraid of the juice. Cooper Flag minus 225. 44.3% of the vote.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue, Jared, with the real ones. Like, Cooper Flag is definitely the most likely guy. Like, do you want to bet minus 225? I don't. No. Now, before the start of an NBA season, like, injury is also a factor in. Knock on wood, we hope everybody stays healthy. But, man, if everyone's healthy and the usage is what we all expect, Cooper Flag is going to be your 2025, 2026 NBA Rookie of the Year. I think he's been that good so far in his career, and there's been no evidence that would suggest that we'll see otherwise in the NBA. All right, on the other side, we'll begin the NBC Sports Now Power Hour with our NBC and Peacock teammate Noah Eagle, who makes his You Better You Bet debut here on a Thursday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I feel bad for Steelers fans. I feel like they've been sitting in purgatory for a long time. And they're like, dude, either send me to heaven or send me to hell, but get me out of here. Like, I've been sitting here winning 8-9 games for God knows how long, and I'm tired of sitting here. And that's going to be the story of this season, right? Like, when the Steelers signed Aaron Rodgers, did it move the numbers at all? No, it didn't. I think they became like a half point more of a favorite against the Jets in week 1. So, yeah, it's an upgrade over Mason Rudolph, sure. But I feel like it's still going to be the same old song and dance for Pittsburgh, which is we're not going to be terrible, but we're not going to be amazing. And it's rinse and repeat again and again and again. And look, I love Mike Tomlin. I think there's a vast appreciation in Pittsburgh and across the league for the kind of man and kind of coach he is. But at some point, it needs to break one way or the other for Pittsburgh so they can move forward in a way, either rebuild or be great. And it looks like they're going to have to rebuild at some point, but maybe they'll just sit here and run in place for a while. It has to be maddening.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, bring it up, Jake. Let's go. Welcome to the final hour of You Better You Bet, otherwise known as the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with Jared Smith. Jared doing an awesome job on this Thursday, filling in for Nick Costos. Nick will be back with us after the 4th of July weekend, enjoying some nice time off. But Jared's been holding it down for the last 3 hours, and we're going to continue to hold it down for the final 60 minutes, because coming up 40 minutes from now, all of our best bets across the world of sports with Gambling Night in America. A very truncated slate of Gambling Night in America with only one baseball game and 2 games in the WNBA. But there's games, baby, and we're going to bet on them. All of our best bets coming up in about 40 minutes. Our breakdown on last night's first round of the NBA draft. But before we get into all of that, we kick off this NBC Sports Now Power Hour with a real treat for us and our audience. It's our NBC and Peacock teammate, play-by-play voice for the NBA on NBC, which begins this upcoming season. We're absolutely fired up for that. Lead play-by-play voice for the Big Ten Saturday night on NBC, which you heard all this fall with Todd Blackledge, is our friend Noah Eagle, joining us here on You Better You Bet, who you can find on Twitter at Noah Eagle 15. Noah, welcome to You Better You Bet. We're fired up to have you. We're fired up for the NBA on NBC. I'm sure you are as well. Absolutely awesome to have you on. It's a real treat for us, buddy. How we doing today?
Well, Femi, first and foremost, I appreciate the fantastic introduction. Second of all, I think you've been spot on with our boy Jared over here, who has been a great betting man, first and foremost, just for the last several years. But now I feel like he's a motivational gym goer. And every time I look up, I'm like, I need to get my behind into the gym to keep up with him. So this is awesome. And, yeah, I mean, I am – to say I'm pumped for the NBA on NBC would be wrong. To say that I've been literally going da-na-na-na-na-na-na to myself every day.
Yeah, man.
That's awesome. Well, Noah, thank you very much for the kind words. I can tell you that it's all discipline and consistency, and you, sir, can do anything because of not only your fantastic talents, but just it's not that hard, just discipline and consistency. Speaking of discipline and consistency, I feel like the NBA is lacking that, at least sometimes with their nightly games. We're seeing a lot of roster movements. We're seeing a lot of players missing. What are you expecting your first year doing this for NBC? Is it a challenge that you're willing to accept, having to keep track of who's playing on any given night?
Yeah, I mean, look, I would tell you that the NBA has been one of the greatest passions in my life for a long time, really since I was a very young man. And by young man, I mean toddler. And I would say my first real sports memory being in person that left a legit impression on me was Game 5, 2002 first round, New Jersey Nets, Indiana Pacers, with my now colleague Reggie Miller sending the game not only to overtime with a half-court heave, but then double overtime with a dunk, tie the game once again before Jason Kidd and company took over in double OT and won the series in that decisive 5th game. It left such an impression on me, and it really, I guess, spearheaded my love for the game of basketball, but more specifically for NBA basketball. And so for me, you know, being with the Clippers for 4 years, now with the Brooklyn Nets the last 2 years, just being within the NBA world as much as I have been, immersed in it, that's what I've been doing anyway, and it's what I would be doing anyway, even if I wasn't going to be a part of the NBA on NBC. So I'm excited because now it just goes hand in hand with what I get to do. But yes, it's a little bit more of a jigsaw puzzle than maybe in years past. The rosters are a little bit larger. You've got guys on two-way contracts that come in on a random Tuesday and they play hero for maybe the one and only time in their career. So you've got to be ready, but that's the fun in it. I think that's the challenge in it, and I look forward to doing it, hopefully at the highest level with some pretty amazing teammates.
I'm sure you will. You mentioned your amazing teammates. I mean, how cool is that? You're going to be doing games with Reggie Miller, a guy who had so many iconic moments on NBC in his playing days. Everybody remembers like the series with the New York Knicks in '94 and even in '95. I think it's a real treat. And also Vince Carter, Grant Hill, like NBC's putting together a pretty damn good lineup. And I'm not just saying that because we're on NBC and Peacock right now. Like, I think anybody objectively who loves this stuff as much as we do can say that the NBA on NBC is something we're very much looking forward to this upcoming season. Now let's talk a little bit about basketball, Noah, because like the basketball I think is going to be really fun. The NBA right now feels like it's going through a very big transition. I think it didn't really hit most people until this year and this offseason in particular, with all the second apron tax and what the Boston Celtics have done to kind of tear down their team a little bit for financial reasons. Obviously, a year that's kind of in limbo with Jason Tatum dealing with the Achilles injury. You have Indiana, unfortunately, Tyrese Halliburton tearing his Achilles in Game 7 this past Sunday. Like the Eastern Conference just as a whole, I mean, so many storylines to chew on. I think the biggest one is just the fact of the matter that it's so wide open. Like, I don't know how you look at the Eastern Conference, but we're trying to figure out who's going to emerge out of this thing upcoming season because, man, you can make the case for about 8-9 teams maybe.
Yeah, and I'd say the next couple of weeks are crucial for just about all of those teams. And now you have to look yourself in the mirror if you're any of these specific organizations and say, okay, this coming year, how do we want to attack it? I think it's clear what Boston has decided to do. You mentioned it. Jason Tatum will likely miss the entire season. You know, he might have a chance to come back close to playoff time if they're in position. It would be tight. It would be difficult. If I were him, I would sit the year. We've seen that's the best, really, course of action with an Achilles injury like that. But in all likelihood, he's playing 0 games this season. So what have they decided? You mentioned the second apron. They recognized, hey, we're going to either be in that or we can use this year as a retool and completely change the look of their team so that when Tatum does come back in 2026-27, now they're ready to be one of the best teams in the NBA once again. And you can really, it can actually be to your benefit because now you've reset your books entirely. And that's what it looks like Brad Stevens is essentially trying to do. He's going to manage it for a year and then completely retool. It'll be just an absolutely different team come 26-27. I'd imagine Indiana is going to be in a somewhat similar scenario, not completely the same because they're too good as currently constructed to probably be in the lottery. And so you have to make a decision. Do you try to maybe offload some of the pieces now, get ahead of it so that you don't end up in that second apron type of tax? Or do you decide we're just going to go for what we have and trust that Rick Carlisle, one of the best coaches in the NBA, can do the most with it? And because the East is so wide open, you just never know what might happen. You tinker here and there in free agency and see what you can pick up, maybe make 1 or 2 deals that, again, puts you in the mix in the East. And we've seen that teams are 1 or 2 injuries away in the playoffs from just completely being eliminated. I mean, you go back to 2021, Milwaukee gets through the Eastern Conference because they were the healthiest team. Brooklyn looked like they were going to wipe the floor with them and probably would have wiped the floor with Atlanta in the series after, even without Kyrie Irving or James Harden. It was just set up and just couldn't stay healthy enough. So we see that every year. I mean, same deal with Oklahoma City this season. But on the flip side, if I am the Orlando Magic, if I'm the Detroit Pistons, if I'm the New York Knicks, if I am any of these teams that are hovering in that realm, and you look up and you say, wait, hold on, who's not available? Tyrese Halliburton won't be here. Jason Tatum won't be here. The Knicks don't have a head coach. Like, if I'm Orlando or Detroit, I'm saying the next couple of weeks, I'm going all in. This is your time because to your point, we've seen the last couple of years in the NBA, it's a year-to-year league now. It's not, hey, this is a 5-10-year window. It's a 2-3-year window. And now you have to reload, retool, you have to offload, and now find another way. The same deal for Oklahoma City. I love everybody saying, well, it could be a dynasty in the making. And maybe it is. You've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at 26 years old, who's one of the undisputably top 3 players in the league, obviously just won MVP, finals MVP. But you have him. You've got Jalen Williams, Chet Holmgren. At some point, one of them is going to have to go. You just can't keep 3 guys at that price anymore. And so how will they navigate over the next couple of years? And that's why it's so hard to have the sustained success that we've had in the past in this league. And it makes for really exciting storylines and obviously exciting play come playoff time.
Yeah, the two conferences couldn't be different. I mean, you just mentioned it with the East, all those teams. In the West, it feels a lot more top heavy. OKC, obviously the favorite. Houston, maybe a notch below, then a little bit of a bigger gap. Lakers, T-Wolves, Nuggets. Do you think it's OKC or bust? I mean, can you see a Kevin Durant on the Rockets making a splash in year one? Can, Luka, can they add pieces with the Lakers? Like, is it as easy as OKC should just run through the Western Conference again? And if not, who would be that top contender?
Well, I would say the word you just used was the correct one. Should is accurate. They should, based on who they have. They're going to have basically their entire team back, and they're only, in theory, going to get better. But should doesn't mean will. And I think we saw that 2 years ago with Denver. Denver wins in 2023. They have clearly the best player in the world in Nikola Jokic, and still do, by the way. But Jamal Murray had an all-time great run en route to that title, and Michael Porter Jr. and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and you return essentially everybody outside of Bruce Brown and draft replacements and have guys like Christian Brown ready to rock. So you had everything back, and it looked like, well, they should just do this again. And if they got past Minnesota, maybe they would have. Maybe they beat Dallas in the conference finals last year, and maybe then they go and give Boston a legitimate run in the NBA finals. But it just didn't happen that way. They had a bad matchup, and Minnesota just had enough to get past them. They got on them early, and Denver couldn't recover. The same deal could have been said with Oklahoma City this year. I mean, they're a couple bounces away in both the Denver series and the Indiana series in the finals from not hoisting the title. So I just think it's so fickle, and we see that every year in the NBA. So, yeah, you could say Minnesota's now been to back-to-back conference finals. Is Anthony Edwards ready to take that next leap to leading his team to the NBA Finals? Is Houston ready with Kevin Durant? I mean, I think people got a glimpse at how good Alperen Şengün is, but man, that dude is special. And Amen Thompson, he has a chance to be a different tier of player as he continues to develop. So you've got that along with elite coaching. You mentioned the Lakers. They now have a full offseason to retool around what Luka Doncic needs, not what just LeBron and Anthony Davis and that group needs. But now you can tailor a team to Luka, and we've seen that he's capable of grabbing and guiding a team to the NBA Finals through a difficult Western Conference. And then I just think you've got more. Like, Golden State's going to have a full offseason now to try to retool around Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry. That can be scary. And Steph, it does feel like, again, health is the biggest key in all of this. But if Steph Curry can stay healthy through a playoff run, and Jimmy Butler can stay healthy through a playoff run, why can't they go out and compete with anybody in the West? And the list goes on and on and on. And so I think we need to see how the next few weeks shake out. But, yes, Oklahoma City should be repeating the Western Conference next year. It just doesn't mean it's going to happen.
This is You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe, Jared Smith. We're hanging out with our NBC and Peacock teammate Noah Eagle, play-by-play voice for the NBA on NBC, lead play-by-play voice for the Big Ten Saturday night on NBC. And I think Noah's answers about the NBA so far in this interview, I think a lot of folks will be really excited about what's going to happen this fall when the NBA goes on NBC for the 25-26 regular season. All right, so Noah obviously is great with the NBA. But he's also a spectacular with college football. Once again, lead play-by-play voice for the Big Ten Saturday night. You heard him with Todd Blackledge this past fall, calling all the Big Ten games, the biggest ones, over on NBC. And we're happy to announce that, hey, Noah's going to be doing the game, the whiteout game between Oregon and Penn State, rematch of last year's Big Ten title game. We're fired up for that. Obviously, Texas A&M and Notre Dame. We only have about 90 seconds left here, Noah, but I'm curious from you, what is your favorite storyline heading into this season out of the Big Ten?
I'll make Jared happy with it. It's got to be Penn State. They've got so many guys coming back. Drew Aller easily could have been one of the highest selected picks in the NFL draft this year. Probably would have been a first-round pick in all likelihood if he decided to leave. He decides to come back, and we've seen this now from Michigan 2 years ago, where they had a number of players that said that easily could have gone and been first, second, or third round picks and decided we have a goal that we want to accomplish together. Let's come back. Ohio State last year, same exact principle. All these guys, and some of them still were. Emeka Egbuka, he took a risk, came back, and still was a first-round pick. But a lot of them decided to come back and, again, had one common goal. They win a national championship. Both those teams did. So can Penn State do the same thing? I mean, Singleton and Allen both coming back was pretty stunning to me. Aller coming back was already a surprise. And now you go and nab arguably the best defensive coordinator in all of college football and bring him to State College. To me, there's no excuses now. You've got an elite offensive coordinator, elite defensive coordinator, in theory an elite quarterback, 2 absolute studs at running back. You're guaranteed to have one of the best defenses in college football, just littered with talent. So can they go and legitimately get it done? They were close last year, knocking on the door. Now it's time to take that next step. And I think there's a legit argument to be made that they could and should be preseason number 1. But will they live up to the expectations?
Yeah, they're one of the co-favorites to win the Big Ten alongside the defending national champion Ohio State Buckeyes. Noah, this was a real pleasure for us, a real treat, man. Hope all is well. We'll hopefully talk to you before the season begins, but if we don't, have a great call this year with the Big Ten on NBC.
Gentlemen, appreciate it, and now I got to go to the gym.
There you go. He's motivated, clanging and banging on a Thursday. Nicole Auerbach joins us next year on the NBC Sports Now Power Hour.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I think he's going to be one of those guys, especially if you're on auction salary cap draft. His name will get tossed out there, probably at like a mediocre price, and it's going to be like going once, going twice. It's going to be crickets. And at that juncture, I might jump in because the price is going to be too nice. Go the extra dollar, and I think he'll be able to profit for a lot of fantasy managers that are out there. Mike Clay's got it predicted to be the 15th best quarterback in fantasy this season. I believe in the play calling power of one Liam Cohen. I believe in Travis Hunter. Of course, I believe in Brian Thomas. I also believe in Diami Brown being somebody that could be more than just a bye-week filler, as you mentioned, with that McMillan type of role. I like both these guys, especially at their ultra cheap and affordable price tag. So I'm starting to kind of buy into the hype. And again, it's early. It's only June. We'll see how this winds up once training camp opens. And, of course, the preseason gets underway. All right, let's go to Bear Down, Chicago Bears.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
The NBC Sports Now Power Hour rolling along on a Thursday here on You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe hanging out with Jared Smith. Jared doing an awesome job filling in for Nick Costos. Thank you to Noah Eagle, who joined us in the last segment. It was always good to hear from an NBC and Peacock teammate. He's going to absolutely crush it with the NBA on NBC coming up this fall, and is already crushing it doing the Big Ten Saturday night on NBC. During the pregame show of the Big Ten on Saturday night, you will see and hear from our next guest, also an NBC and Peacock teammate, also crushing it when it comes to college football. It's the lead college football insider for NBC, Nicole Auerbach, who joins us here once again on You Better You Bet. You can hit up Nicole on Twitter at Nicole Auerbach. Nicole, thanks for hanging with us on this Thursday. Really appreciate you stopping by to talk a little college football here in the offseason, but we all know 2 months from now, we're going to be talking week 0. The season will be here before we know it. But before we get to what's going to happen this fall, I got to ask you about the college football playoff format. I mean, this is a storyline that's dominated the offseason. It feels like the powers that be got somewhere, and then at the end of it, didn't really get anywhere with the Big Ten and the SEC not really being on the same page. Like, what's your best guess as to what the future of the college football playoff will be in a couple of years or so?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question because, as we all know, with the new contract, which starts next fall with the 2026 season, you know, the Big Ten and the SEC have control, and they essentially can agree to change it. They are required to have input from other members, but this is not sorry, I'm driving and somebody just cut around me to run a red, so I'm a little confused what's happening. Anyway, basically, the Big Ten and the SEC are going to have to agree because if they're going to change it at all, they have the power to do it. But right now, they don't agree on what they want this thing to look like moving forward. I think the Big Ten, we know, has this stance of wanting to support 4 AQs for the Big Ten and the SEC, and then 2 for the ACC, 2 for the Big 12, and then the rest, you know, is kind of on their own. The Group of 5 would still have a designated spot. But there was a hope or a thought that from the Big Ten, the SEC, they've been spending a lot of time together. Administrators have been having a lot of joint meetings. They thought that the SEC was coming around on that idea, was going to support it. And ultimately, that got derailed at SEC spring meetings last month, where we started hearing from coaches and even some athletic directors clearly reading the room that the coaches didn't like that model. They supported this 5+11 model, 11 at-large spots, believing, I think, that the SEC deserves more than 4 spots per year. And listen, they could have still gotten at-large spots, but they just want something where they think the depth of the SEC, the grind of the SEC is rewarded. And they don't really care about the idea of like building out a conference championship weekend and your 3rd place team, your 6th place team for an auto bid, et cetera, et cetera. So really the question is, like, can they come to an agreement? And I've been kind of comparing it to a chicken or the egg situation where, you know, the Big Ten doesn't want to agree to a CFP format with a lot of large spots if the SEC stays at 8 conference games. Meanwhile, the SEC doesn't want to change and go to 9 conference games without knowing what the CFP format is. So you kind of, you know, everyone's just kind of in this holding pattern, waiting to see if someone would budge or change their stance on this. And so we just don't know. They have to give ESPN an answer by December 1st if they're going to change it. Otherwise, I think we're moving forward with the model we have now. 12 teams, 5 conference champions, each get an AQ, including the highest-ranked Group of 5 team. And then you have all the rest are at-larges. And I personally like that model. I think it's going to be even better this year because they fixed the seeding issue. It's going to be 1 through 12 like it should have been. The top 4 teams get buys. It doesn't have to be conference champions. But I think that there's this push from these mega conferences. They want more spots. They want more access points because their leagues are so big now. So they want more spots for more teams to participate in the playoffs. So we'll see. It does seem like there's more support for a 16-team bracket than 14. So it does feel like if it is going to expand next year in the coming years, that it would go from 12 to 16. We just don't know about the AQs and the at-larges, or if they're going to come to agreement this year for this to take effect next year.
It's such a weird argument, Nicole, because you have the Big Ten with 18 teams and the SEC with 16 teams, and maybe that's a good enough reason why the SEC is going to want to play the fewer game, only 8 conference games compared to the Big Ten playing 9. Like, you have all these different levels that we're trying to approach this conversation from, and it makes sense why there's a ton of disagreement on both sides. I'm glad you mentioned the changes this year to the seeding. My biggest takeaway from what I kind of gleaned from that was the continued death of conference championship weekend. Like, if you're going to seed these teams the way that we're going to do it in this new style, the conference championship games, you're going to lose value there. Is that a concern for the NCAA and for the committee going forward, that we might have this very unique weekend where the 2 teams playing in the SEC championship game have absolutely nothing to play for?
Well, I think in the SEC championship game, you probably do, right? Like, the winner of that game is probably going to be in consideration for like the 1 or 2 spot, right? And they would still get a first round bye. But I think that this was just an acknowledgement from conferences like the ACC, the Big 12, and the Mountain West, which just had Boise State get one of those spots, that it's more important to have a model that everyone believes in and trusts, that actually rewards teams for finishing as high as they possibly could and doesn't penalize the number 1 overall seed as it did this year, that's more important. And listen, there was a financial part of this compromise. Those leagues are going to get paid out as if those teams from their leagues, got that first round bye and they got the $4 million for advancing this year. So there was a compromise, right, involved here. But I just think it's going to be so much simpler for everyone to just know that, you're not looking at like, okay, they're the number 3 seed, but the number 9th ranked team. That's confusing. So I think it was something that had to be done. I think you risked, kind of de-emphasizing the importance of conference championship game either way, because last year the whole narrative going into the weekend was, hey, Oregon might be in a better spot if they lose this game. And it's true. Penn State had a better path to the national semifinals than Oregon did because of the seeding, because of the way it broke down, because the 3 and the 4 seeds weren't actually the 3rd and 4th best teams. So that affected all the teams below them and the way that the matchups fell. So I think you didn't want a scenario where you didn't want teams qualifying for the conference championship game because they felt that they'd be better off not playing or wanting to lose that game. So I think you're picking between some tough decisions here, but I think those incentivized outcomes would have been worse. And so I think that's where you go again to this Big Ten idea of, okay, if you have AQs and a couple of them that you can build a conference championship weekend towards, add a couple more games and create this like mini tournament, a play-in tournament, if you will. That was one of the ideas to try to emphasize, to make that conference championship weekend a bigger deal. But you're totally right. I mean, this is going to be an issue going into media rights negotiations and things moving forward if people aren't sure that is going to be a valuable game in all of these conferences.
This is You Better You Bet, Femi and Buffet, Jared Smith. We're hanging out with Nicole Auerbach, lead college football insider for NBC, our NBC and Peacock teammate, talking all things college football. Hit her up on Twitter at Nicole Auerbach. Well, all right, let's talk about some of the games and what's going to happen this fall, because like all of this stuff is very interesting and we all love it and we're all very fascinated and curious to see what happens. But at the end of the day, the games are why we love college football. And I was curious because the CFP last year introduced us to some teams that would never, ever have made it under the 4-team playoff, the likes of Indiana, SMU. Like, who do you think this year can be kind of that dark horse team that makes it to the 12-team playoff and then can be this year's SMU that we're talking about all throughout the fall?
So I don't know if they're going to be a dark horse by the time we get to week 0, because I think everyone's going to give you a similar answer here, but it's Illinois. This is a program that the schedule is nice. It's nice and tidy for them. It sets them up well to win 10, 11 games, to be in that conversation. And I think, when you're looking for the type of team that you want to buy into, they check all the boxes. They bring back almost every single starter from their bowl game. They bring back one of the most experienced quarterbacks in the country, and there is so much quarterback turnover at a lot of the Blue Bloods this year that we just assume, they'll figure it out, right? The quarterback at Ohio State, it's always good, right? So, okay, it's probably, people want it to be Julian Sain, but we haven't really seen him. Is that going to work? Well, okay, we can still just pencil them in. We think they're going to be pretty good. But you don't have that uncertainty with Illinois. You have Brett Bielema, program that has like all of the Bielema, just the blueprint of what he wants his program to be known for, the style of play, the way that they do it. And you have so much continuity in their coaching staff. All their coordinators have been there multiple years. And again, so many players, almost every single starter from a bowl team, which by the way, last time we saw them, they beat an SEC team in a bowl game. So I think that's a team that has a lot to build off of from really successful but kind of quiet 10-win season last year. And the schedule, it sets up really nicely. They're also going to be playing Indiana. I think it's like week 4, week 5. It's pretty early on in the conference schedule. And that feels like it's going to be billed as like a passing the torch kind of game, right? If they take care of business against Duke and then they beat Indiana, we're going to be talking about them. Hey, are they this year's Indiana? So I think that's going to be the team with the way that they're built, the way they're coached, and a proven quarterback who really took care of the ball a lot better last year, really cut down on his interceptions, which really were the biggest knock against Luke Altmaier. So I like that team a lot, and I think that they're going to qualify. They might be talked about too much to be a dark horse, but right now I'm going to call them a dark horse.
Nicole, the Heisman race is fascinating. Obviously, quarterbacks at the top. The one non-quarterback, Jeremiah Smith, I think he's the best player in college football, but their quarterback situation at Ohio State, Julian saying we don't know. However, to be fair, Devonta Smith won the Heisman with Mac Jones as his quarterback, so I guess anything is possible. Is it as easy as the best quarterback in the field is going to win this year, or do you think Smith has a legit chance to win this award?
Well, he's got enough name recognition, right? And that's what's so important when it's not a quarterback, because you need to be aware of them going into the season. I think that was really important for Travis Hunter. We knew enough. We had seen special plays, and we knew he was playing both ways before he had last season. So every single week, starting right out of the gate with week 1, you're seeing highlights of him. And that means that even more casual fans, even if you're not watching Colorado games, you're seeing him. And I think Jeremiah Smith is obviously must-see TV. He does very special things when he is out on the field. So you're going to want to watch Ohio State games anyway. They have high-profile game to open the season. Like, he'll be right there in our faces right from the jump. But I just think enough people already know him. He was already being talked about as a freshman who could have been the number 1 player if you were eligible in the NFL draft. So I think that's going to be really, really important, especially, like I mentioned, I mean, you are going to have some quarterbacks that we have not seen yet. And listen, that's not like 1 year of an amazing season has won quarterbacks the Heisman plenty of times, especially in recent memory. But I think that does give you a little bit of an edge going in. But I think, you've got a couple guys like a Lenora Sellers at South Carolina, also electric, also must-see TV. So you're going to have a couple of those guys coming in, but it does feel like a wide-open race where you can't just necessarily pencil in like 8 quarterbacks that we know, that we've seen, that we know are ready for that next step. It does feel like the formula, especially coming off a year where a quarterback didn't win it, that voters are prepared for. Voters are ready to watch a non-quarterback and evaluate him, even if he is not going to have the ball in his hand every single possession, even if he's not going to play both ways like Travis Hunter. I think people are aware and they'll be watching.
Yeah, no, the Heisman conversation will be really, really fun. Arch Manning right now in the betting markets, what we do is leading that conversation as the favorite at 6-1. I mean, it's awesome analysis from Nicole, our lead college football insider at NBC, who you can follow on Twitter at Nicole Auerbach. And if you follow Nicole on Twitter, you would realize Nicole, a newlywed, recently married. Congratulations from all of us here at You Better You Bet, Nicole. I have a couple of questions. Where did you go for the honeymoon, and what's the best thing you ate? We got about 90 seconds left.
Oh, wow. Okay. So we went all the way to the Maldives, which is very, very far, but very, very beautiful. Would totally recommend it. It takes like 24 hours to get there. So like it's very, very far. And I would just say, we just had a lot of fresh seafood, and the fruit was incredible. So like, I don't even know the names of all the fruits that we were eating every morning. But there was like this specific kind of plum that was definitely local, that was sweet, but also had a little bit of tartness. So I know that's kind of a weird answer, but like I loved the fruit. I was eating it every morning for breakfast. And it was so colorful, and like there's kiwis and dragon fruits and like bright pink, all sorts of colors in these fruits. So I think just the local delicacies and just the freshness of the fruit and the seafood would be the top of the list.
The Maldives. Look at you. I went to St. Lucia for my honeymoon. I thought I was stunting. You went to the Maldives. Absolutely love to hear that. Also, like, I think our audience is curious. You said that you were driving. Some people are cutting you off. Where are you going? And hopefully you get there safely. We got about 20 seconds left.
I am going to book club because that's what I do in the off season. I can actually make it to my book club and see my friends in Chicago. Because usually in season it's a lot of, hey guys, I'd love to, but I'm in Bloomington, but I'm in New York, but I'm in studio. So that's where I'm headed. And yeah, there's always traffic, especially this time of day, but I'm sure I'll get there and take a break from sports for a couple hours.
All right, next time we have you on, we're going to need to get your book list of what everyone should be reading for the summer. But until then, we wish you get there safely. Say hi to your friends. We appreciate you joining us here on You Better You Bet. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks, Nicole.
That is Nicole Auerbach, lead college football insider for NBC, joining us here on You Better You Bet. We'll wrap up the show on the other side with Gambling Night in America here on the NBC Sports Now Power Hour.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I remember vividly one day I was on the field, it was batting practice, and then batting practice ended, and I got a text from somebody who was asking about the wind. How bad is the wind? And I sent a video from my iPhone. I went to like the third base coaching box and picked up a couple pieces of grass and just went like that, straight up in the air. And it took it into center field. And the guy responded, "Thank you for your service." And that was one of those, Friday afternoon, July 10th, July 12th, whatever, where it's 85 degrees and the grass is blowing from the third base box to center field. Imagine what a fastball off the bat at 105 miles per hour does. And you see those balls land on top of the rooftops or deep into Waveland Avenue, guys hitting the ball on the Sheffield and right field. That wind out in the humidity, it's very difficult to bet unders in that park. And we're just entering the sweltering days of summer. So it's not a blind bet, but there's a reason when the wind's coming in, the total's 7, and when the wind's blowing out, the total's 11, 11.5, 12, 12.5. It's very difficult to peg that ballpark for the bookmakers.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet. Final segment here on the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. Femi Abebefe, Jared Smith, been holding it down for 4 hours. Thank you to Nicole Auerbach, our NBC lead college football insider who joined us in the last segment, talking all things college football. And it's been a fun show. Thank you to the crew that we have on the show, crushing it as always. Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, and thank you to Jared Smith holding it down, filling in for our guy Nick Costos, who will be back with us after the 4th of July weekend. And if you missed any portion of the show today, make sure you check it out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts, and while you're there, you better subscribe, rate, and review. I mean, Odyssey, Spotify, Apple, like you get a chance to go ahead and watch You Better You Bet on demand. I mean, how great is that? I mean, you can check out our interview with Noops Christensen, NBA betting analyst from BetUS. How about our interview with Noah Eagle about 40 minutes ago, lead play-by-play voice for Big Ten Saturday nights on NBC, NBA on NBC coming up this fall. And once again, Nicole Auerbach, college football insider for NBC and Peacock. Make sure you check out all of those. Once again, just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. But the good times will keep rolling here on the BetMGM network after us, starting at 7 o'clock Eastern, 7 to 11, our friends from BetMGM Tonight, hosted by Ryan Horvat, and the man who's joining us right now, and the man who joins us each and every weekday here at 6:40, it's our buddy, Brad Evans. Brad, hello, how are we? What's going on, buddy?
Hola, amigos! I'm in a dandy mood, guys, because the Cubs beat those nettlesome Cardinals, and we almost had fisticuffs at the end of the game because Wilson Contreras can't stop running his mouth.
Oh, wow. So I had the first 5 over in that game. I had the first 5 over. It's like I stopped watching like when the 6th inning when the Cubs were leaving dudes stranded on base. I was like, okay, it didn't help me out here. But what happened with this game? Like, well, Wilson Contreras is yapping, or just set the scene. Like, why was there almost a fight?
Yeah, so it was bottom of the 9th inning. Cubs up 3-0, 2 men on base, and Palencia, who is the Cubs' fireballer closer, usually hits like 100, 101, 102 on the gun, throws some high and tight heat, hit Contreras on the head. He takes his base, and as he's walking down to first base, he's just going off in Spanish to Palencia. Palencia does not respond at all, doesn't even show any kind of interest in what he's saying. Goes out, strikes out the next guy, game over. And then Palencia turns around, looks at second base. Contreras was not there. Alec Burleson was. He thumps his chest, says some stuff in Spanish, loud and clear. Then he turns to Contreras, says some stuff in Spanish to him. And then we nearly had a throwdown. A bench is clear. Cubs win. I don't care. Shut up, Wilson Contreras. So thank you for 2016.
No me gusta.
Wow. Yeah, apparently. That's what was said out there. And I think maybe some other words as well that we will not repeat on these FCC airwaves. Yeah, definitely a lot going on. Obviously, there's not a big-time slate that we have out here in the world of sports. We got 2 WNBA games. We got a baseball game. But I'm sure you have a bet, Brad Evans. What do you like tonight and why?
Hey, yeah, let's go with the W. I'm going to go with Asia Wilson. I fade her on rebounds last night. That hit the under on the 9.5. And tonight I'm doing the opposite. Give me the over on 9.5 rebounds. Take it on the Mystics, is she? It's at plus 105, mind you. So little baby seduced by the juice, if you will. And remember, she already faced the Mystics earlier this season back on May 23rd. She had a dozen boards in that game. She's gone over 9.5 rebounds at 5 of her last 11. She's averaging just north of this number, 9.6 rebounds per game on the season. Washington, their last 10, have allowed the 4th fewest opponent rebounds per game at 32.9. But the MVP, formerly of the WNBA, is going to be a baller in the post. I think she's going to snag at least 10 boards, and hopefully, mercifully, I cash in at plus 105.
The baby seduced by the juice. like it's just... The hand motion is something else, man. Like if you're just listening and you're not viewing what's going on, I mean, it's incredible. Like I almost say it's like TVMA, mature audiences only. It sounds like tonight though, a little birdie told me, aka Tyler Morales, in the chat that Ryan Horvat's actually sick tonight. So you're doing the show with Will Ortner. I've never met Will. Tell us a little bit about your co-host for tonight's show.
Yeah, but former Division II football giant in the Washington area. I think he played at like Central Washington, if I remember correctly.
Wow.
Awesome, dude. Very knowledgeable.
Get him out of here. I said, oh, come on. So I'm a Western Washington grad. Central Washington was our main rival in the old the GNAC, the Great Northwest Athletic
Rivalry
Conference. Like Central Washington, we will not have that here on You Better You Bet. John Kitna, Will Ortner, all these guys, get him out of my face. All right. So tell your buddy Will that WW is here on the BetMGM network. Damn it. All right.
Palencia Contreras, get out of the way. We need Femi in order to throw it down.
Ellensburg, Washington. Nobody ever goes to Ellensburg, Washington. Get out of here. All right, Brad. I wish you and Will, since we're teammates tonight, a very, very good show. Have fun sweating out the 3 games that we have in the world of sports. I don't know. Maybe Western Washington, Central Washington will come up for a couple of minutes here on BetMGM tonight. But once again, 7-11, Brad Evans and Will Ortner. Brad, thanks as always. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Braves money line against the Mets. I'm out.
Ooh.
All right. In the lone baseball game, giving us the Braves.
We got
Central Washington, Jared.
I didn't expect Central Washington to make the show tonight. That was a big underdog on my card today.
I mean, come on. Get out of here. The Wildcats. They were our biggest rival back in the day.
That's wild.
Why I hate them is because they absolutely whooped our ass in football. just destroyed us. But we don't have to get into all of that. Let's get the vibes back up. Let's drop the dope ass beat and let folks know the cool promotions that we have at BetMGM and pay some bills here while we're at it. How about this? Get in on the excitement at BetMGM with any sport. No sweat token. If you don't win your wager, you'll get a stake back in bonus bets. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly. NBC Sports Now channel is pumping out all great content. You better you bet. I know it's the summer months. The golf is absolutely active. Got the Rocket Classic going on. And our friends at the Golf Channel are covering all of it. Go inside the ropes with the Golf Channel podcast hosted by Rex Hogard and Ryan Lavner. Tune in weekly as Rex and Lav discuss and debate the latest news from the pro, college, and amateur game. Watch the Golf Channel podcast with Rex and Lav on YouTube or listen wherever you get your podcasts. All right, it is time to go ahead and get patriotic. It's time for Gambling Night in America. All right. We don't have that many games, Jared, but the music still hits the same. Major League Baseball. One game tonight. It is the game on national television, an NL East showdown. Brad Evans likes the Atlanta Braves. The Braves and the Mets right now a coin flip price pretty much. Mets a slight favorite, -115. Atlanta -105, total sitting at 8.5. What do you like in the Lone Ranger tonight in Major League Baseball?
I've been betting this every day for the last 2 weeks. Ronald Acuna over her hits, runs, and RBIs to take a page out of our Brad Evans' book right there. 2.5 is plus money. I think I got plus 125. If you want to buy one her and get it down to 1.5, it's in the -160 range. I say just go for the plus money here. I was actually fortunate last night I was on this, and he had a 2 RBI single in the top of the 9th inning. He was 0 for prior to that. But again, Acuna, the market, it's starting to catch up, but I don't think it's fully there yet. So maybe there's just a smidgen of value left on betting Acuna props every night because this dude just continues to rake.
All right, going to Ronald Acuna Jr., which if you've been betting him like every single game, you're just absolutely rich. So kudos to you, Jared, for slamming the Ronald Acuna Jr. bets. Our baseball aficionado, Jake Hassan, also has a bet on tonight's game. Once again, Jake crushes it with Major League Baseball. Make sure you listen to everything he has to say. Jake, what do you like tonight between the Braves and the Mets, the lone game that we have in the MLB?
Yeah, I like the over in this game. Griffin Canning has been terrible in his last 3 starts. He's regressed to the mean, and Grant Holmes cannot pitch away from Atlanta. Anytime he's on the road, he's got an ERA of about 5. So I think there's going to be a lot of runs in this one. Give me the over 8.5.
Lead off home
we are
run
in
for
lockstep.
Get the her right out of the gate.
There you go. We're in lockstep, Jake. Not all the way, but I do like the first 5 over. I'm going over 4.5 in the first 5 for everything that you said. Like Grant Holmes is an absolute fraud. Griffin Canning, get out of here. He ain't getting anything there. So I like the first 5 over. Holmes does. He does. He looks like a TV character, like Danny McBride or something. Over 4.5 for me between the Braves and the Mets in the first 5, minus 120. Don't care. I'll pay the juice. I think this bad boy is going to have a lot of runs in it between Atlanta and New York. The WNBA gives us 2 games tonight. Sparks at the Fever. The big news with that game, no Caitlin Clark for Indiana tonight. That point spread is down to 5.5. It was 10.5 this morning before the news that Clark being ruled out with a groin injury. And then also the Mystics at the Aces. Brad Evans likes Asia Wilson with the rebounds. Jared, what do you like tonight in the W?
Yeah, I'll be honest, and I know it's all, who cares what you bet last night or early this morning if the number's not available now. I got 10, in that Fever Sparks game with LA. I still would bet it at 6, 5.5. I feel like it's still a decent price. Our guy Tyler Shoemaker makes LA a slight favorite in that game. I also will take the points with the Mystics. I got 8 earlier today, down to 7.5. I still would play it there. These are 2 opposite teams, right? Vegas, 5-9 against the number this year. Washington, 9-6 against the number this year. Vegas has kind of underachieved the market. The Mystics overachieved the market. I think that continues. I will take the points with the Mystics.
Yeah, the Mystics have been getting bet. That's down to 7.5 now. And there's even a 7 that's out there in the market. So a lot of people fading the Las Vegas Aces who have been struggling. Jared, my friend, we will be Oppo Taco in the first game tonight. Sparks and the Fevers. I'm rocking with the Fever. Fallen hero spot, baby. Unfortunately, the WNBA, they have not been working so far this season, but we're going to go back to the well, trust the process. I'm laying the 5.5 with Indiana. Aaliyah Boston, she's been balling so far for the Indiana Fever this season. Like, this looks like rookie year Aaliyah Boston, playing really, really well. I think that carries it home. The Sparks, they don't want to defend a soul. I like Indiana laying the 5.5 tonight without Caitlin Clark on the floor. Nothing for me in the Mystics and the Aces, but give me the Fever. I got the Fever, and I'm going to get the money later on this evening. That does it for us here on a Thursday. Jared, great job today. Good luck with the bets, except for the Sparks Fever game. Or let's maybe it lands at like 7, and you win and I win. Let's do that.
I got 11, so there's a lot of wiggle room there.
A YB middle, and we'll celebrate it all tomorrow on a Friday here on You Better You Bet.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
All right, so I'm going to sound like a broken record here because, Jenks, I think you've heard about this one quite some time. Since we've been doing this show for 3 years, a lot of our stories are recycled. But listen, this one still lives rent-free in my heart and in my head. My Titans blowing the AFC in the first round against the Bengals. Point favorites at home against the Bengals. Ryan Tannehill throws a pick. the very first play of the game. I thought I was stabbed in the heart. He goes on to throw 2 more interceptions. This game is still close. The Titans actually had a chance to win, and instead, it's Evan McPherson that I believe drills a kick, and the Titans lose. I do not regret this pick because of the numbers and because of the handicap. I regret this pick because I bet with my heart instead of my mind. So sometimes you'll run across this in betting where you say, I want to bet on the teams that I like. I want to root for my team. Don't do it. Don't do it, especially with the teams who have been known to break your heart time and time again. I don't know why I ever trusted the Titans with my money, with my prognostications, because that was the thing. I went on radio stations across the country and said, oh yes, put your money on the Titans minus 3.5. So not only did I have to walk back from the stadium with all these dumb Bengals fans, I also had to live with everybody knowing that this was my pick. And it unfolded so horribly wrong that that's a core memory for me, and it's not a good one.
Commence.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
and it's gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise! Another booming edition of BetMGM Tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, and in for Ryan Horvat, Will Ortner in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday, and we are thirsty for some bets across the smattering of games that we have action on tonight. There's only one Major League Baseball game left on the slate. A lot of day action out there. Way to go, Chicago Cubs, taking care of business 3-0 to even up the series in its finale against the arch rival beautiful St. Louis Cardinals down there in steamy St. Louis. Shota Imanaga looked fantastic in his return to the rotation. And right now, Giant Mariners fans sweating out his squad. They are down 2-0. Top of the 6th inning up there in Minnesota, as that one got off to a delay due to the inclement weather in the area. Ain't dead yet, especially when you got the big dumper on the squad, and Cal Raleigh has been one of the best power hitters in the game. We're going to keep our eye on that. We're going to keep our eye on the Braves and Mets. We're going to keep our eye on action in the W as well, and give you a whole host of other bets in the futures market. So, of course, we're going to start things off with our cards here momentarily. Our top 3 plays of the night. From there, we're going to get Parlay Pete's Boney Butt in here and get his parlay of the day on the board. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. And working some bonus time wagers as well. Then, Kevin Franson is going to join us, former big leaguer for a number of teams, and he's calling the games right now for the Washington Nationals. So we're going to get his thoughts on the Nats. I got a question about a specific guy who's been a breakout for that team this season. Sensational big bat at a very young age, and get his general thoughts about the entire slate of Major League Baseball teams. So you don't want to miss that interview coming up in Seg 3. Then we're going to try to make some college cash. Again, focus on the Big Ten today. We're going to focus on some more overs and unders. There might be a certain team right around the corner for me, a certain team called the ILL that we're going to discuss. Whether or not they're going to hit the over on their total. Everybody and their great-grandmother is right on that bandwagon. Will join me in that quest. We're going to find out. Then batter up, looking at the futures market in the world of Major League Baseball. Then Cordell Woodland is going to stop on by, a guy on 105.7. The Fan in the greater Baltimore area. He is also a Ravens insider, so we're going to pick his brain about Baltimore. Are they going to be able to get over the hump this season finally in the AFC and maybe oust the Kansas City Chiefs and reach the Super Bowl? We'll get his thoughts on Lamar Jackson and some of the other key players a part of that franchise, followed by another edition of NFL Exotics and the 3-point stance on guess who? Oh, what a quinky-dink. The Baltimore Ravens. Fantasy values, over-unders, and a team lean on wins total. Will and I are going to be breaking down all of that tied to the Baltimore Ravens. And two, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine program. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, you want to talk sports betting, whether in Major League Baseball, the WNBA, NFL, college football markets as well. Simple way to contact Will and I here on the show. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole question of the day, and it's asking you this, fantasy football peeps. Which Baltimore Raven are you targeting most at his current ADP? Is it Lamar Jackson at pick number 22.5 overall? Derrick Henry at pick number 7.3, Zay Flowers at pick number 58.6, or Mark Andrews at pick number 65 even. So far, over 130 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, I'm bringing our my esteemed colleague, Will Ordner, a man up there in the great Northwest. Will, I know we're all waiting for the Seattle Supersonics to make their return to the NBA, or maybe the Portland Trailblazers or your jam, but the NBA draft went down last night. Currently at BetMGM, here are the top 5 favorites to win NBA Rookie of the Year. Naturally, number 1 is Cooper Flagg at an absurd minus 225. Trey Johnson, he went to the Wizards, is at plus 700. Ace Bailey went to Utah, is at plus 800. Dylan Harper, number 2 overall to San Antonio at 11-1. And BJ Edgecombe, who went to the 76ers at 25-1. Maybe you have some action on one of those names, or you're looking elsewhere. Who do you think hoists the hardware in their inaugural campaign in the association next season?
Well, look, Brad, you come out and every single year you support your teams. You support the Cubs, the Bears, the Illini. I do the same thing for my teams. And in my area, there's only one true blue local team to Vancouver, Washington, and that's the Portland Trail Blazers. And I know that everyone else in the world is going, what are you doing drafting Yang Hansen? He wasn't even in the green room. He was just hanging out in the stands, didn't even know it was the little Sasquatch meme. What, me? I got drafted? Me? Really? Okay, I guess I'll come down. He is 200-1. Why not throw $1 down on Hanson Yang to win Rookie of the Year? What's the worst thing that happens? I can't go and afford, a Prime energy drink or whatever you can buy from the dollar store anymore. They don't even sell anything over there for $1. You can't buy anything in this world anymore for $1 except for a ticket on Yang Hansen. If you get that back, you end up winning what, $200? Why not? Might as well support my boys. They're comparing him to Nikola Jokic. Anyone that gets compared to Nikola Jokic, I'm sure there will be success in Portland. Portland has never had any issues drafting big men in the first round of the NBA draft. Why can't this go my way for once?
A great call, and for a bag of Skittles, why the heck not? I totally agree. Maybe you are indeed going to taste the rainbow on a winner at 200-1, worth a little sprinkle to say the least. Also worth a little action, in my opinion. I love the landing spot because I think he's going to start instantaneously, and that's Cooper Flagg's former Duke teammate Con Knippel, who went to the Charlotte Hornets. I absolutely love that landing spot for him. I got LaMelo Ball, obviously, is going to be the dish man. And he is going to see sizable minutes. I bet straight away he's going to play at least 25 minutes a game. Last season, 39 games played with the Dukies, baby. Average over 14 points per game. He also grabbed 4 rebounds per game and 2.7 assists per game. Shot over 40% from way downtown. And, we had Jim Boeheim, the legend himself, a former head honcho at Syracuse and a basketball Hall of Famer. And he talked up the shot-making ability at Con Knippel right here on BetMGM tonight. So if Boeheim is backing him, I got to follow his lead. I like Con Knippel at 25-1 to push Cooper Flagg and potentially win NBA Rookie of the Year. All right, let's march on now and review the plays on our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays of the night in the world of sports betting. Again, it's slim pickings that are out there, Will. But go ahead and give me your numero uno play, por favor.
Well, the very first one I put down is I'm supporting my teams. Not only am I supporting the Portland Trail Blazers, I'm supporting my Seattle Mariners. Now, they are down 2-0 right now to the Twinkies, but there's plenty of time. They're still in the 6th inning. Plenty of at-bats for the Mariners. Julio is 0 for so far, so you got to bank that hopefully he'll get on base soon. Randy Arozarena's already getting hot. He has a double in this one. And the most important player in Seattle, my future AL MVP, I'm picking him. I'll give you a little teaser in what we're going to talk about later on. Cal Raleigh, he hasn't gotten a hit yet today. I think he's got a shot at that. Right now, the Mariners are at plus 1.5, so they can still lose this game by 1 run, or they can come back and get the victory. That's at plus 425 right now. I'm going to support my boys. They need me in their hour of need. They love Chaos Ball. I'm banking on Chaos Ball to get me back in this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Twins put up another run. It's now 3-0 in the bottom of the 6th inning. 1 man on, 1 out. So hopefully Pop can clean up the mess, get him out of the inning, and your boys can come alive at the plate and win you some substantial cash at plus 425. Numero uno on my card tonight. Give me Marcell Ozuna on the over 1.5 total bases in the lone baseball game yet to start, taking on the Metropolitans in the Big Apple at a plus 135 on that juice. Now, he's only done this a handful of times here in the month of June, batting well below the Mendoza line this month at 176, but I think he's going to break out of the slump tonight. Why? Because he's going against Griffin Conning, and you have to say that with your pinky out all fancy like. with that kind of name, but he's 4 for 5 lifetime against Griffin Canning with 3 extra base hits, 2 home runs, as a matter of fact. And Canning has got a 6.08 ERA in his last 5 and a 45.6% hard hit rate allowed this season overall. So Marcell Ozuna over 1.5 total bags, plus 135. My top play of the night. Numero dos on your card tonight. Will, what else do you have?
Well, I'm taking a little trick that I learned from the Brad Evans gambling playbook, and I went with the same game parlay. I've got Kelsey Plum. Now, her number was at 20.5 points. I bumped that down to 18 plus points. I combined her in the parlay with Aaliyah Boston at 15 plus points. If they both hit that number, I'm going to get plus 122 money back. They're just a little bit under what their averages have been. I'm banking on them staying true and blue to their averages. High scoring game in this one. If they both can hit those numbers, we're bringing back some money in our pockets.
Yeah, amen on that. All right, let's go back to that action in the Big Apple. I am going to go with the Braves on the money line at even Steven plus 100 odds against the Mets. Again, Griffin Canning taking them out with that 6+ ERA in his last 5, that high hard hit rate that he has given up on the overall season. Now the Braves are 5-1. Straight up against the Mets this year. You look at Atlanta, only number 22 in WRC plus the last 2 weeks. But the Mets, even worse, at number 23 in that category. So runs have not been plentiful for either squad. Holmes taking the mound for the ATL. He's got 3.76 ERA in his last 5. So getting this at a pretty good amount of odds, and that being at plus 100. I like the Braves to steal the victory at Citi Field and knock off the Mets tonight. Again, I'll take him at an even Steven plus 100 juice. Numero tres on your card, mi amigo. Bring it home.
Well, I'm staying in the Big Apple as well. I'm in the same boat as you here, Brad. I got Matt Olson, total bases, 1.5 at plus 120. The same idea that you had here for Ozuna. I think that the Mets and Canning, I don't trust that pitching staff, especially once you get into the bullpen. I think that Olson's going to have multiple at-bats. He's up at bat right now. So if I'm a little distracted, I'm sorry. I'm already rooting for the double or the triple. Might as well just get a home run and get all of us a little bit of plus money on the back end. But I think that Matt Olson, he's going to get multiple at-bats. I think that the Braves are going to get multiple hits in that game. I love that. If we're getting 4 or 5 plate appearance from Matt Olson, I think we get the job done there. And we get a double or maybe a couple singles, maybe a home run, whatever we need from him.
Yeah, whatever mathematical equation that needs to happen, get it done, Matt Olson. All right, numero tres on my card. Let's go to the W. No Caitlin Clark in action tonight, sadly, for the Fever. I'm going to play a little SGP. Give me the Indiana Fever on the money line. And I'm going to do a little negative correlation. Give me Kelsey Plum on the other side of the court for 5 or more assists. I put those hands together, a cool plus 140. They're at BetMGM. You look at LA in their last 10. They're a team that has really struggled defensively. That's why I like the Fever quite a bit, even without Caitlin Clark on the floor. They're playing excellent defense right now for the most part across the board, but they have allowed the 4th most assists per game to opponents in their last 10 at 21.4, and Plum has cleared 4.5 dimes in 4 of her last 6. So again, Fever on the money line, Kelsey Plum, 5 more assists, plus 140. My last play of the night. We'll keep track of all that. We'll keep you updated throughout the show. We got to take a little siesta right now. When we come back, Parlay Pete's going to get in here, give his parlay today. We're going to roll the shoulders and say hello to our little friend. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Awesome. Thank you so much for doing that. You're the best. I wasn't going to say anything.
The BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Will Order in the house in for Ryan Horvat. We're going to be getting some more bets on the board. Yes, here in this segment. Parlay Pete is going to mosey on over for the bar. Again, he's getting sloshed as he normally would be. You know, it's a hashtag Tequila Thursday. That's kind of my jam. I love the agave juice. He's always down with the rum, and he's just slugging it back. So hopefully he is going to break out of his funk. He has been living in Siberia bitterly cold right now. Still up lifetime, 3.74 units. But I don't think he's hit a single bet in like 5 consecutive shows. So maybe he's got to get off the schneid with his parlay selection he's going to give out here momentarily. Then we're going to say hello to our little friend, and the Sledgehammer special gets seduced by the juice, all plus money on the time, and working some bonus time, wagers as well. Friendly reminder, if you want to talk to Will and I about fantasy football, NFL and college football futures, maybe the Major League Baseball futures market, heck, maybe even the WNBA. We do have a couple of games tonight. Simple way to contact Will and I here on BetMGM tonight. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this, hashtag fantasy football peeps. Which Baltimore Raven are you targeting most at his current ADP? Your choices are Lamar Jackson at pick number 22.5 overall. Derrick Henry, Seal, Smashel. Oh, the football Frankenstein at 7.3. Zay Flowers at pick number 58.6 overall. Or Mark Andrews, catch the ball, Mark, at 65 flat. So far, over 130 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic right. Keep the votes a coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. And Will Earmuffs, my friend, update in Minnesota. As Will was talking how much he loved the Mariners, they're going to come back. Big Dumper is going to ignite. Pop, the reliever, was getting absolutely snowplowed. They're down 10-0 to the Twinkies as Pop alone gave up 7 earned runs in that frame. Into the 6th inning, there's still time, but you need a miracle, my friend. 10-0 Twinkies over the Mariners. We'll keep you up to date on that game. And, of course, the Mets and Braves, which just got underway at Citi Field in the NYC. But right now I got to yell at my friend over here who's at the bar. Hey, pony jackass over there at the bar, get over here. Yeah, shiver me timbers. I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete has got a lock and load his parlay of the day. And with limited action, he's going to look at the NFL futures market and a pair of player props that are tickling his bony backside. Leg numero uno, he says Kyron Williams, the LA Rams, rushes for at least 1,000 yards this season. And leg numero dos, London calling, Drake London of the Atlanta Falcons, going for 1,000 receiving yards this year. I'll reserve the juice on that simple two-legger and give her the reason straight from the cold, dead hand. A Parlay Pete I have in my very warm and lively hand. Again, leg numero uno, Kyron Williams, 1,000+ rush yards. Mike Clay at ESPN's got him projected for 268 carries, 1,174 rushing yards this evening. He had just 1 yard shy of 1,300 on the ground a year ago. He's got the 12th easiest fantasy football strength of schedule for a running back this year, according to Full Time Fantasy. He saw 82.8% of the opportunity share a season ago. Do you think he is going to lose touches in that backfield? Highly unlikely. Probably going to log at least 75, maybe upwards again of 80% of the overall opportunity share. He was number 15 in total yards created. Lackluster, number 42 in yak per attempt, but he was number 10 in total missed tackles forced, according to Pro Football Focus. So Parlay People believes Kyron Williams going to hit 1K on the ground this NFL season. Meanwhile, leg numero dos, Drake London to go for 1,000 receiving yards down in hot Atlanta. Mike Clay, again at ESPN's got a projected for 139 targets, 88 catches, 1,080 receiving yards this season. Last season had 1,271. I don't think, and I agree with Parlay Pete, he's going to take a step back at all. Why? Well, you look, At the strength of schedule for fantasy wide receivers, the fourth easiest in virtual pigskin. He was number 3 in total air yards last season, number 10 in yards per route run, and he was number 7 in total route wins. And the quarterback situation has improved. I was able to get his feet wet with Michael Penix last season down the home stretch. That will hopefully be able to carry over in a very successful way over a full slate this season. So to recap, yar! Shiver me timbers, Parlay Pete. Got to roll with a little two-legger in the NFL futures market. Kyron Williams, 1,000+ rush yards. Drake London, 1,000+ receiving yards. A cool plus 200 built at the King of Sportsbooks. That, of course, is BetMGM. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Will. What is a phrase that pays?
Well, Brad, of course, that phrase is daddy want, daddy need, and daddy gotta have it.
Woo!
Fantastic. Well, today, look, I'm not going away from this game. It's the only game that's really starting in the beginning of action right now. And I'm sticking with that Braves-Mets matchup. I've got Ronald Acuna Jr., total bases 2+. That's at plus 100. The reasoning for that right now, Acuna is just under 400 since he returned back from his injury, right? He missed that first month or so of the season. He's at 380 on batting average so far. He did get out in his first at-bat of this game, but you're still going to get 3 or 4 more at-bats in this one. I don't trust the Mets pitching staff to keep this a low-scoring game. I think that the score is going to be high. That means Acuna is going to get a lot of at-bats. How often do you see Acuna at over 1.5 total bases at plus money? It really hasn't been there for most of this year. So whenever I see an opportunity to hammer Acuna for his total bases at 2+, I have to. He can get a double. He can hit a home run, but he can also leg out an infield single and keep that bet alive for us throughout the entirety of this game. So I just love that play.
Here's an update. It's now plus 140 on the live line for Ronald Acuna to collect a couple of total bags. It's just one crack in the bat for one of the true menaces at the dish. One of the fastest bats, most powerful bats in all of baseball. I absolutely love that selection. And against who? Griffin Canning. Again, entering the 9, his last 5 starts with a 6+ ERA over that span. All right, let's go to the W. And I'm going to break out my little friend in that sport. So daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Kenny, let's go. Ooh, yeah. All right, let's go with De'Erica Hamby. And I am going to lay the under on 7.5 rebounds against the Caitlin Clark-Liss. She's out of action tonight. Indiana Fever. And if that bet hits, is that of standard minus 110. They're at BetMGM. You look at Indiana over the last 10 games. They've allowed the fewest opponent rebounds per game in the W at 31.8 per game. Now, Hamby averaging just north of the needed number. She's at 7.7 rebounds per game, but she has gone under 7.5 boards in 3 consecutive contests. And on the season, she has lived in the land down under in 8 of 15 games. So I'm taking advantage of the matchup here. I think the Fever are going to box out and limiting the opportunities for De'Erica Hamby to squeeze the horn. So give me the under 7.5 rebounds against the Indiana Fever and a minus 110 juice. All right, I mentioned for some plus money, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, because we're going to get seduced by the juice. All plus money all the time. And naturally, thank you, bartender, for the handsome pour. It is a Hashtag Tequila Thursday after all. So let's take a shot. We'll catch a buzz and hopefully cash in. What do you like at plus odds?
Well, now I'm going to jump on over to the other side. It's the same game. Unfortunately, it was day baseball fever the entire day. So we only got one game on the slate for the late shift. And so, of course, I'm going to go with Francisco Lindor total bases plus 2 over there. So over 1.5 as well. That's at plus 115. Here's my reasoning for this. I think that this game is going to be a high-scoring game, right? I've talked all day about how I think the Braves are going to get a lot of hits. They're going to put runners on base. Olsen's going to get up a couple times. You said Azuna's going to have a couple hits. Canning's been struggling. Well, guess what? The only way to keep the Mets in that game then, well, that means that Lindor, Nimmo, Soto, Alonso, they're going to have to get on base as well, right? Lindor's already had that back. It was a deep fly out to left. So I already like how he's feeling the at-bat right now. He's seeing the ball well. I'm going to look for him to get up again multiple times, 4 or 5 attempts at this one. You got to love him being at that number 1 spot to have a shot at hitting this. It's the same reasoning as Acuna, too. Not only can he hit the ball deep, he's also pretty quick, and so if he has to leg out an infield single, Lindor can do that as well. And whenever I can get Lindor at plus money on total bases, I have to jump on it. Plus 115, I love Lindor at getting over 1.5 total bases.
Yeah, with him going 0 for 1 on the first at bat, you're getting a better number too. It's 15 cents higher, now at plus 130 on the live dive for Francisco to Lindor to collect a couple of total bags, so even better. All right, back to the W for me. You might have heard of her because she won the MVP before. Asia Wilson, 10 or more rebounds against the Mystics at a plus 105. Little baby seduced by the juice, if you will, on that one, but I think it's going to come through. Wilson's already faced the Washington Mystics back on May 23rd. In that game, she had a dozen rebounds. She is gone for 10 or more boards in 5 of her last 11 games, averaging just north of the needed number at 9.6 rebounds per game on the season. Yes, Washington has allowed the 4th fewest opponent rebounds per game of the last 10 contests at 32.9, but Wilson is a paint patroller extraordinaire. She's got to box out, she's got to seal out, and she's got to snag, I think, at least 10 boards in the action tonight, and the fact I'm getting a plus money is way too enticing for me to pass up. So again, Asia Wilson, 10 or more rebounds, plus 105 against the Mystics. My seduce by the juice play. All right, we got some bonus time. Whether in the W, whether in Major League Baseball, or maybe looking at the futures market as well. All I require, Will, is another bet. So give it to me. Give it to me.
Well, I got it seduced by the juice one more time, and I'm kind of stealing a little bit from you here, Brad, because you got Asia Wilson 10 plus rebounds. Well, guess what? I've got her at a double-double at plus 105. Here's the reasoning for it. All I need is for her to get 10 points. That's half of what she already averages. She's averaging 21.5 points per game. She's right at that 10 mark for rebounds. She's been the best player in the WNBA since really I've been paying attention to it the last 3-4 years. She's dominant, fastest player to get to 5,000 points. She cannot be stopped. Once she starts feeling it too, just like you were talking about earlier, once she knows that she sees a couple buckets go in, she's going to be fighting for offensive rebounds, getting easy boards, easy putbacks. That just helps us on what we got. And whenever you can get Aja Wilson at a double-double at plus 105, don't you just have to jump on it? Don't you just have to take it? Whenever I see plus money and I see a superstar, in fact, the best superstar in the sport, in the league, I got to throw a little bit of money down on them to get that number.
Yeah, it's pretty much what you're wagering on is the same bet that I had. Is she going to get 10 rebounds? Because the points, I think, is practically automatic. Now, there's no guarantees in anything. The L word, the G word, they don't exist in betting. I mean, somehow, some way, she go ice cold, scoring the rock. But more than likely, that is not going to occur. She's probably going to reach double figures in scoring. It's just a matter of, is she going to be able to squeeze the rock at least double figures tonight a number of times? I think that will be the case. So I think both you and I are going to be cashing on Miss Wilson this evening. All right, let's go to the NFL. And let's talk about the rookie du jour for the Las Vegas Raiders and Ashton Genty, who is indeed going to be a juggernaut in his inaugural campaign. 10 or more rushing touchdowns, a cool plus 260. And I think it's entirely doable for what I feel is going to be a banner back in fantasy or in reality. A guy that ran a 4.47 40-yard dash at 5'8", 212 pounds. He's built like a Sherman tank with wheels. Mike Clay's kind of projected for only 7 touchdowns on the ground, but I think he's got to get at least 275 carries. He's got to get a ton of those inside the red zone, as this is going to be a better than advertised offense under Pete Carroll with Geno Smith now at the controls there in Sin City. Vegas was only number 20 in run blocking efficiency according to PFF last year, and he does have the 4th hardest strength of schedule for fantasy running back. But Genty, he's the man. He's got to get it done, score at least 10 times this season at plus 260. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, former Major League Baseball standout Kevin Franson's going to be joining us, breaking everything down on the diamond. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Good start, guys.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. And in for Ryan Horvat, Will Ordner along for the ride on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're going to be talking some MLB insights with Kevin Franson here momentarily. Before we bring Kevin on, a friendly reminder to our listeners and viewers out there, if you want to talk a little fantasy football with us, you want to talk about Major League Baseball in the futures market, you want to talk the WNBA, you want to talk college football or NFL futures, you absolutely can. Easy way to contact Will and I here on the show. All I got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: fantasy football peeps, which Baltimore Raven are you targeting most at his current ADP? Your options are Lamar Jackson at pick number 22.5 overall, Derrick Henry at pick number 7.3, Zay Flowers at pick number 58.6, or tight end Mark Andrews at pick number 65 flat. So far, over 130 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a coming and bring the noise. Drop us a comment, and we're going to read those a little bit later on the show on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Right now, let's go out to the phone lines and talk a little baseball with Kevin Franson, Washington Nationals broadcaster, former big leaguer, who played for the Giants, Angels, Phillies, and Nats. Also an MLB Network radio host. Give him a follow on X, which you kindly always bringing it to you there, at Kevin Franson. Again, on X, at Kevin Franson. Kevin, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. Book it out of the box. Let's start with a player you know well, and Washington's James Wood. Entering the day, he was fourth in the National League in home runs with 22 bombs this season. His isolated power is spiked from 163 to 277 this year. What explains the power jump this season, and what is this dude's ceiling? He's only 22, for the love of God.
What's up, boys? Well, there's a lot. I mean, it's you look at James and his overall minor league success that he's had. It's usually come after a little bit of an adjustment period, get moved up, adjustment period, and then he figures it out. Next thing you know, he goes. So last year was his adjustment period, and you don't get a lot of kids that are 6'7" in the game that have the bat to ball skills that he does. He's different than Ellie De La Cruz. He's different than O'Neal Cruz. He's different than like an Aaron Judge. He's got a simple swing. He's got a knack to find the barrel on the ball, and he's special. It's to me when I watch it, I'm not surprised because of how good of the quality of swing he has. Great understanding of the strike zone, all that stuff spikes, right? You always understand. You always find these guys that why do they have a jump in power? It's because they swing at strikes. That's the ultimate thing. It's like the guys that chase and they have those random spikes in power. You're like, okay, year to year, can you believe it? Not as much, right? But guys that are able to find a pitcher out over the middle of the plate and do some damage with it. And again, he doesn't try to pull homers. He hits the ball over the field. So yeah, it's special to watch for me. Number one, but number two, I think I don't think there is that limit because I don't think there is a limit on Aaron Judge. And when you look at that size, and I feel like a way more repeatable swing at this stage of the game than Aaron. I wish I could give you a comp. I wish I could. I don't think there is one right now. I don't.
Wow.
Kevin, you're talking about your star over there in Washington, but I want to talk about my Washington and my star over here that's having a career year as well. Cal Raleigh has been on an insane pace. He's leading the MLB. Yeah, the big dumper. I've got his shirt here for you. I'll mail it to you. He's hit 32 home runs this year. He's got, 69 RBIs. He's second right now in AL MVP odds. Is he going to be able to keep up this historic pace? And is there any shot that he can beat Aaron Judge for the AL MVP?
All right, so I know the betting odds are on Aaron Judge, and I get it. But I think, Major League Baseball and us included on the MLB Network Radio, talked about how bad of a place T-Mobile Park is to hit, right? I mean, it was all these excuses, all these things, and the team sucks there at home. But then you have what Cal's doing, who's got 32 jacks, who's got 69 RBI, who's at a 1040 OPS, and you're going, okay, that should play a bigger factor, right, in this whole thing? And then let's put it into perspective here. Like, Aaron Judge is a good right fielder, right? We could all agree. He's a good one. Not great, but good.
Yep.
Cal Raleigh's the best catcher in the damn league, defensively. If you threw out all his offensive stuff, you would still look at him and go, that's one hell of a defensive catcher, right? So now that you have the most impactful position on the field that plays every day in the catcher position, that he plays it at I'd say a double above average, scale, and then you put up his numbers on it. How is he not the favorite? I just want to know, how is he not the favorite? I understand. The only thing people could say to me is New York versus Seattle. That's it.
Yeah.
But what he has done in Cal Raleigh is one of the most special things that we're going to see in the last few years, because of how good he is on both sides of the ball. And it's supposed to be about the player, the overall best player in the league, right? The most valuable player. There's no more valuable player than the best catcher defensively and a catcher that's hitting 32 and right now, and hopefully, by the end of the year, 50 plus. That'd be awesome. But it's I just wonder, I think the easy one is, how are they going to keep his legs fresh? Because he is that good defensively. Right. You want to make sure that he's behind there, but it's going to be an interesting thought, I just think there's only one little glitch with him for me, which is he runs in scoring position this year. He's a 228 average, right? He's 955 OPS, which he's doing damage with. But let's say he has let's say 10 more hits, right, in that time frame. I mean, 10 more hits is going to get him close to or just above 300 in that, and 10 hits is probably going to give him another, let's say 15 to 20 RBI. We'd be talking about a guy that, in the 80s already right now. Wouldn't that be insane?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be a historic season for a historic player and a historic dumper. As we get kind of close to the All-Star break, is there a team right now that's kind of floating just outside of the playoff picture? Maybe they're in a wild card spot. Maybe they're just outside of it. They had some early season injuries that you can think that might make a late charge post All-Star break. Hopefully you say my Mariners, but who do you think?
I like the Mariners. I don't like what's happening today. Today sucks for them. But yeah, I know. I'm going to be interested. The one that I'm actually going to be interested in, they're actually 4 up, is Tampa. Yeah, I'm going to bring them up because you think about most of their second half is going to be on the road. And they've played only 31 road games right now. They've played 50 home games. So there's going to be that the time for teams to catch up to them in that moment. Now, they played great on the road. That's the part that you have to tip your cap to in those few games, but that's not a lot, right? You're thinking we're going – I mean, I think they're at their halfway point, Tampa is. So the rest of the way of the 81 games, they got 50 of the last 81 on the road. That's a crazy one to think about. Cleveland's always going to be one of those teams. They're one game back right now on the, American League side, and with the pitching that they have, with the guys that they, I'm interested to see what they do with the trade deadline for some of that. On the National League side, I think it's 2 teams that have been in it the entire time. That are right now I think they're either one, I think San Diego is a half game up above San Francisco, but those 2 teams are the teams I'm looking at. They have the most insane bullpens in the league. We just saw it. Washington. We just left San Diego. San Francisco came to Washington a few weeks ago. It's the best bullpen I've seen. And to me, I'm just like I'm interested to see how they go forward because they're going to play in some meaningful games later in the year, and I think that's going to be a huge part of this. So again, they got to continue to win through the Giants. You can't get swept by the Marlins, which they did today. But it's a long season. Arizona's only 3 games back in the last wild card spot with all their injuries they've had. Can they do anything? I don't know. We'll see.
Kevin, we only got about 60 seconds left. I'll squeeze this in really quick. The Cubs won today, 3-0 over the arch rival St. Louis Cardinals, evening up that series at 2 apiece. What's the end game in Chicago this year for this team? Shota Imanaga looked great in his return of the rotation.
I think it's on him. I do. I think what we've seen throughout, you look at the bullpen, another one of those bullpens that's actually stepped up and played, to a higher level than what I think any of us had this year. I think we all saw Seattle, San Diego, San Francisco all having great bullpens. I didn't see Daniel Palencia doing what he's done. Pomeranz coming in, Brad Keller doing what he's doing, Caleb Spielbar, those guys. That's a pretty damn good pen. So yeah, I'm interested to see what they're going to do during the trade deadline because I think more or less it's not about a bullpen piece. It could be, but I think they need a starter, another starter, add to the depth there. So I'm interested to see what that.
Yeah, look at the rumors right now are Sandy Alcantara for the Miami Marlins and Mitch Keller of the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Cubs doing some investigative insights on both those guys. It could be targets there at the trade deadline. Awesome stuff from Kevin Franson, Washington Nationals broadcaster, former big leaguer, MLB Network radio host. Make sure you give him a follow on X at Kevin Franson. Kevin, we appreciate the time. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
All right, there he goes, Kevin Franson, and there we go. We got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back from the diamond to the gridiron, we're going to try to make some college cash, examining some Big Ten team futures. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. And in for Ryan Horvat, Will Ordner in the house with me this evening. We're going to go to the college gridiron, trying to make some of that college cash here in a minute. But before we do a little dive in on some of the Big Ten team over-under on wins, a friendly reminder, you want to talk college football with us, you want to talk the NFL, whether in betting or fantasy football, you want to talk MLB betting, the WNBA, or whatever else is on your mind, you absolutely can. To contact Will and I, all you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: fantasy football fans, which Baltimore Raven are you targeting most at his current average draft position, aka ADP? Your options are Lamar Jackson at pick number 22.5 overall, Derrick Henry at pick number 7.3, Zay Flowers at pick number 58.6, or Mark Andrews at pick number 65 flat. So far, over 130 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment. We're going to read them a little bit later on the show. We'll give you a shout out on air. So bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Scoreboard update on the lone baseball game that is going down right now because the Mariners are trash. They are done. Even though that game is still going on, doesn't really matter as the Twins are clobbering Will's poor M's. But we got a scoreless game right now, bottom of the third inning, between the Bravos and Mets. The Mets are threatening right now. We got one out and runners on second and third with your boy Francisco Lindor up at the plate. So hopefully he's got to split a gap, collect a couple of bags, and make you some cold, hard cash. But right now, 0-0, bottom of the third inning. But again, New York threatening with runners on second and third against the Atlanta Braves and Garrett Holmes. We'll keep you up to date on everything going on the diamond, and we'll keep our eyes peeled for the action as well. About to get underway in the WNBA, but right now, we got to take care of some business and try to make some college cash.
It's time for chaos.
They're back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. All the band is out on the field.
It's time for tradition. It's time to make the college cash.
Oh, yeah! Again, we're focused on the Big Ten. We've been, highlighting several teams in that conference, that Mammoth League, powerful conference, all week long. By the way, friendly reminder, if you miss any of our prior college cash breakdowns on the over-under on wins tied to some of the Big Ten teams, you can always go back and listen at your leisure to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Subscribe and download wherever you get your podcasts. It's the BetMGM Tonight podcast. And I apologize for being obnoxious, but we're going to start off with my University of Illinois Fighting Illini squad. I only live 15 minutes away from campus in Champaign-Urbana, Illinois. My son is in the Marching Illini, plays the bass 3 drum. I'm a season ticket holder. I just renewed. My wife and I go to all the games at the 50-yard line. And I'm a guy that always likes to sit up high. I don't know about you, Will, but I like sitting up at the upper deck because I can get the full survey of the action on the field. I don't like being low. I got to see everything unfold right before my eyes. I'm going to be spending a lot of time this fall at Memorial Stadium, and the hype is deafening in these parts. Illinois right now, 8.5 wins is the line at BetMGM. The over at plus 125, the under at minus 150. Let me give you a little bit of background, Will. statistically speaking, before I get your thoughts, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, Illinois at number 44 in the projection, projected only to win 6.8 games. Get the hell out of here, ESPN. And if you look at the analyst.com, they do have a Luke Altmaier company, number 19 projected offensive rating, but only number 51 in defensive rating. They got 18 starters back combined. Brett Bielema looks like he's really jettisoning right now and creating a bit of a juggernaut on what he's been able to do with this, football franchise. Nobody really thinks about football around here, even though that Dick Butkus went there, Red Grange statues out there, Jeff George, so on and so forth. Some of the recent players that come out of the program, we're a basketball school. We're good in football like once every 10 years, but coming off a 10-win season with so much firepower back, please tell me the over is going to hit. Again, the over-under at 8.5, and it's juice to the under right now. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't understand what this number is, and I don't understand why the numbers are juiced to the under. I'm running to my sports book to bet Illinois over plus 125. Like, you just have to, right? 8.5. I go through your schedule right now. You're going to start 3-0 going into Indiana. And yeah, that's going to be on the road. You're going to beat Western Illinois, Duke, and Western Michigan. You got 2 cupcakes right away. That Duke game, it'll be fine. I'm not really buying what the Blue Devils have going on. Then you're going up against the Indiana team that, to me, with whatever Cignetti's doing over there, I think it's going to be a feast or famine type of a program. Yeah. We saw what happened last year with Norvell and FSU. He brought in a big transfer class the year before. They have a shot at making the college football playoff. Todd gets hurt. Now, all of a sudden, they're out of the college football playoff. They do the exact same thing with a new batch, bring in like 30-some-odd transfers, and they're absolutely horrific last year, right? And it's not just because that guy wouldn't eat the dog poo. They were a bad football team with bad chemistry, and they did not build the way they needed to. You look at this Indiana team, I'm banking on Curt Cignetti catching lightning in a bottle twice. I don't know that I really want to do that. Now, I think that USC is going to take a step up, but I think that step up is going to be slow and gradual over the next couple of years. That's the team you play after Indiana. Lincoln Riley is just now finally starting to get into high school recruiting, which is a problem when you're in LA. You should be recruiting high school like nobody's business. Then you get Purdue. I'm sorry, look, you're probably not beating Ohio State in October, but then after that, you get a nice bye week. Then you travel. It's going to be your longest travel trip of the year to go take on UW. UW, again, I think Fish has that program rolling. The Williams kid is a really good QB. But does UW take a 2-3 step up? Are they able to keep up with Illinois? I just don't think they are. Yes, I think they're building something, but Illinois has already built that. And then you go down the rest of the schedule, Rutgers, Maryland, Wisconsin, Northwestern. If Fickell gets it right, Wisconsin maybe scares you. Other than that, no one scares me. You're scared by maybe USC. You're probably losing to Ohio State. You might be scared by Washington. Indiana, Wisconsin are wild cards. Right now, by my math, that puts you at about 7-8 wins. That's all you need. You need to win one of those toss-ups to hit this number. I'd be running to the sports book to put that number down.
Yeah, we had Jake Butt on the show about a month ago, and of course, Jake does excellent coverage for CHSN, works for the Big Ten Network as well. Had a great career at Michigan, and had a couple of seasons in the NFL. And I, had the privilege of working alongside Jake at Stadium Sports. And Jake's like, Brad, am I feeding a load of BS? I think Illinois has a shot to make the playoff. And he's not wrong. I think they're going to be in that conversation. You're right about the Ohio State game, but it is in Champaign, so you never know there. They can maybe stun the world, and it could be a historic season in my neck of the woods. But, yeah, this team has got the entire offensive line back, and that, to me, is what's being underreported. Everybody's talking about Altmaier. They're talking about defensive backfield. They're talking about, the enhancements they've made at the wide receiver position despite losing Pat Bryant. It's the offensive line. They're going to win a lot of battles in the trenches. ILL, baby, and I, they're going to win at least 9 games this year. And yes, of course, the bias of the orange and blue is bleeding through for me. But at plus 125, that number is just too enticing, just too juicy to pass it up. All right, let's go to College Park, Maryland, talk about the Terrapins. The over-under is on 4.5 wins at a minus 120 on the over. plus 100 on the under. Will, ESPN's got it projected as number 61 according to Football Power Index, and projected to win 6.1 games this year, so well north of 4.5. 66 in offensive rating at theanalyst.com, 59 at projected defensive rating. So, average, but a balanced team, at least projected and forecasted. What is your fearless forecast, over or under, for the Turtles on 4.5 wins?
Yeah, I think they're going to be right at this mark. You go through their non-con, and there are 3 games that you should probably win. The problem is then you go into this Big Ten schedule, and it is a gauntlet. They have to play your Illinois team. They have to play both Michigan State. Rutgers is very well. And look, I know I was kind of hemming and hawing about what Indiana was going to be, but if Indiana hits, that's a brutal game. They're going to have to play UW. And yes, they get UW at home, but if that UW team, if that Williams kid can turn into what everyone thinks he can, that scares me. Can Fickle get Wisconsin going? And you're going to have to go to Camp Randall. That's a very difficult place to play. So you start going through the schedule, and it's like 4.5. That seems like something that Maryland should be able to hit pretty easily. You look at their first 3 games, there's 3 wins right off the bat. And then it's like screeching halt. They also have to play Nebraska. Nebraska is going to take a step up. I see them right at about this number. I think if you're going to force me to make a bet, I think I would bet them at the over. It's minus 120. I don't love it because right now when I look at this schedule, it's like, yeah, they probably get to 3 or 4. I don't know that I see the 5th win, but I see the first 4. And if I can get to 4, maybe a ball goes my way, something happens, weird, funky. And so I think I'm going to go with the over for Maryland just because they're going to be right at that mark anyways.
Yeah, I think they're going to win 5 games. You're right. I mean, they got a bunch of cupcakes in non-conference, so they're going to start off unblemished, an impeccable 3-0. I think they'll find a way to scratch a claw and win a couple of more games, in the Big Ten and get the needed number here. And it's only minus 120. It's not like it's juice to high heaven and like minus 200. It's very viable at that minus 120 juice currently at BetMGM. So I'm with you. I'll take the over on the Terps and the Turtle Power. And acquiring at least 5 wins this season. Let's go to Indiana. The surprise sensations under Cignetti last season, 8.5 wins. So identical to Illinois. It's plus 115 on the over, minus 140 on the under. A little bit of background here. ESPN's Fantasy Power Index has them, or Football Power Index has them at number 31, projected to win just 7.5 games, so well below the 8.5 by a full tick. Though the analyst.com extremely bullish with their advanced metrics forecast at number 3 in offensive rating, number 15 in defensive rating. Looking at the schedule, seeing the success they had last year, can they build and off of that and continue to carry the momentum over into this season? So your thoughts on Indiana over under 8.5 wins. The Hoosiers relevant in football? Who would have thunk it?
Yeah, it's a scary bet because here's the issue. They have they're playing the Sisters of Mercy, the school for the deaf and blind, and then they've got Indiana State. So they're going to roll through, and they are going to have 3 wins right off the jump. Then they get your Illinois team. I don't like how that's going to go. Iowa could go either way. Oregon seems to be an easy win. Michigan State could go either way. I like them against UCLA. I like them against Penn State. Maryland, Penn State, I think, rolls. Wisconsin can go either way. Purdue, I think that's a victory. So you go through that list real quick and you go through the schedule. Well, guess what? Again, they're sitting right at that 7-win mark. And if Wisconsin doesn't end up being what they're supposed to, if Michigan State doesn't end up being what they're supposed to, Iowa doesn't end up being what they're supposed to, now all of a sudden this Indiana team can get to that over mark. It just depends on how the transfer class gels together. Do they come in and look like last year's team where they click right away, they have a great QB, he comes in and dominates? Or do they go the way of Florida State last year with DJU? DJU comes in, highly touted QB, and he absolutely flails, and the team goes to the wayside. I think if I have to pick either way, I think I'm going to go to the under 8.5 wins, and that's strictly just because it's easier to slough off wins, and if I'm wrong betting on the numbers where we've seen these big transfer portal teams go. They usually don't hit their win totals.
Look, I think Captain Hook, Shiver Bean Timber is going to come into play here. I think they're going to win 8 games on the nose. So I like the under minus 140. And truth be told, fun fact, I'm going to be taking the road trip for Illinois and Indiana in Bloomington. I haven't done that in quite a while. Last time I did it, Antoine Randall L. was the jack of all trades for Indiana. So it's been a while since I've been in Bloomington. Beautiful place, wonderful campus. Can't wait to get there. All right, last one. UCLA. 5.5 wins is the number. Plus 125 in the over, minus 150 on the under. Are you leaning under?
Yeah, take the under on UCLA. You go through their schedule and they might have 3, maybe 4 wins on that. UCLA, they're losing recruits to WSU and Oregon State. Go on the under with UCLA. I do not buy them.
Yeah, ESPN's got it projected for 5.4 wins. I think that's bullish. I'm with you. I think it's like 3 or 4 at most. Hell, they could go like 1 and 2 in non-conference play, looking at the schedule and the layout overall. So fade 11 daylights out of the UCLA Bruins at that 5.5 number. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're head of the diamond with another edition of Better Up, looking at futures and series props. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with your Will Order in the house and for Ryan Horvat. And we're going to step to the dish and take some hacks. Another edition of Butter Up here momentarily. But before we get to that, a friendly reminder, folks, if you want to talk a little Major League Baseball with us, you want to talk WNBA, we got some action going on right now. No Caitlin Clark in uniform. She was a scratch with a physical setback, so she is not going to be in action tonight against the LA Sparks, but the Indiana Fever is still up presently in that game, still in the first half. If you want to talk again, WNBA, if you want to talk the NFL, college football, we just did college cash in the last segment, breaking out some futures tied to a few Big Ten teams. If you miss any of that, by the way, you can always go back and listen on your free time on the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Download, subscribe, wherever you get your podcasts, the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Or if you want to pick our brains about fantasy football, the National Football League, you absolutely can. All you got to do to contact Will and I on the show, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this: fantasy football peeps, which Baltimore Raven are you targeting most at his current average draft position? Your options are Lamar Jackson at pick number 22.5 overall, Derrick Henry, Seahole Special, the Football Frankenstein at 7.3, Zay Flowers at pick number 58.6, or Mark Andrews at pick number 65 even. So far, over 130 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. And we got a run on the board as the Mets draw first blood against the Atlanta Braves. 1-0 in the bottom of the fourth inning as, let's see, Tyrone Taylor just hit a sac fly. As Juan Soto scored as a result, Pete Alonso also had a hit in this half of the inning. Soto got on with a walk. So Holmes gives up the first run of the game on a sac fly. New York Mets up 1-0 bottom of the fourth inning against the Atlanta Braves. We'll keep you up to date on the action there. What's going on in the WNBA a little bit later. But right now, before we get to another edition of Batter Up, I got to tell you about this awesome promo going down right now at the King of Sportsbooks. That, of course, is BetMGM. Get in on the excitement at BetMGM with an any sport, no sweat token. If you don't win your wager, you'll get your stake back and bonus bets. So opt in right now on the any sport, no sweat token only at BetMGM. With that business out of the way, let's get after it with another edition of Batter Up.
Let's cash in on the diamond. Ryan Horvat and Brad Evans are swinging for profits. It's Batter Up on BetMGM Tonight.
All right, all Major League Baseball all the time. Again, we only have one game in action right now, as I mentioned, with the Mets up 1-0 on the Atlanta Braves. So we got to look at the futures market. We got some series props that have posted on BetMGM, or we could be eyeing at some of the other markets that are out there. Maybe the awards market, division winner, who's going to make the playoffs, World Series winner, whatever tickles your fancy, Will. That's how we're going to play this. Will has exceptional out-of-the-box speed. He is Ichiro Suzuki during his prime. As a Mariners fan, obviously, that was probably one of his favorite players growing up in that area of the country. So he's going to bat leadoff. He's going to book it out of the box. Presumably, he's going to reach first base, maybe swipe a couple of bags, hopefully score a run, and score a winner with his first selection. He's going to give said first selection and the reasons behind it. And when he is done giving you those reasons, he's going to drop a little baseball phrase. That then is going to cue Kenny, who's working the board here on BetMGM tonight with the sounder. Could be from a famous movie, could be from a famous call, and then that will be my cue, my signal to dive in on my selection. I'm going to go back and forth and squeeze in as many baseball bets as we can in this segment. So we'll step in the box with your first Better Up.
Yeah, Brad. Well, it's easy right now. I'm going to go with the regular season home run leader, my big dumper, Cal Raleigh, plus 115. Look, right now, Aaron Judge is leading in the market odds with that. But Cal Raleigh has the most home runs in Major League Baseball right now. And what people don't realize that's going on with Cal Raleigh as well, not only does he have 32 home runs this year, not only does he have multiple home runs from both sides of the dish, right? He's in double digits in home runs as a left-handed batter and a right-handed batter because he's a switch hitter. He's also leading the MLB in most home runs knocked down by wind. Is that a real stat? I don't know. I saw it come from the MLB Twitter account, so I'm saying that it is real. And he's had 4 of those home runs get knocked down this year. He plays in Seattle at the beginning of the season in April and in May and in June. It's a lot cooler here. There's a marine layer. Well, that's all going to get burned off because it's going to get warmer. I think Cal Raleigh goes long multiple times. I think he breaks multiple records. And I really do think that when we are talking about the home run leader in the AL at the end of the year, Cal Raleigh is going to be right there with Aaron Judge, and he's going to get it done. So right now, before I toss it back over to Brad, I'm going to hit one long, just like Cal Raleigh.
Swing and a drive to center and deep. Way back. Get up. Get up. Get out of here and gone for Ryan Braun.
Oh, yeah, Ryan Braun, throwback. Somebody pass a Roids. All right, I'm going to dive in on a future that I like quite a bit. Everybody's talking about the LA Dodgers. Eventually going to get healthy. Of course, they have this guy named Shohei Ohtani. They also have another future Hall of Famer, and I don't know, Freddie Freeman, possibly Mookie Betts. Oscar Hernandez is a baller too. Will Smith has been raking at the dish. I think a lot of offensive firepower, but I think Detroit is overlooked to have the best record in the major leagues this season. You get it right now at plus 425 at BetMGM. And entering the day, the Dodgers won, but so the Tigers. They both have the same record on the season. And you look at Detroit, they have the 3rd easiest remaining strength of schedule of any Major League Baseball team that's out there. Now, LA has also got a fairly easy slate. And again, they're going to get healthy, especially in that rotation on the back end of the bullpen. But Detroit has arguably the best pitcher in the American League, and Tariq Skubal, who's the front runner to win the AL Cy Young. Spencer Torkelson went yard. Kerry Carpenter is having a great season. Javi Baez is alive and well right now, actually making contact and consistently. That is a very good team top to bottom in the Motor City. They're number 7 in WRC plus on the year. They're number 8 in ERA in the bigs at 3.55. Meanwhile, you look at the Dodgers, they're number 23 in team ERA this season. Again, they're 51 and 31, and a team playing very well away from Detroit at 23 and 18 overall. So I think Detroit, tremendous value here to have the best record in Major League Baseball this season at plus 425. Hey, Kenny, give him the heater, Ricky.
You can put it on the board. Yes.
Brad, my next one, I've got the Mariners to win the West at plus 375. Look, I get it. Today was stinky. It was smelly. They waited until I got on air and gave my great opinions, backing my boys, making sure that the Mariners knew that I supported them. And what did they do? They turned in an absolute clunker. They were horrific today. That's good. That's right where we want everyone. We want everyone to think that the Mariners are not going to be a good baseball team. Right now, they're 6.5 out from the Astros. And I know that sounds like a lot, but here's what you have to remember with the Mariners. Logan Gilbert has missed significant time this year, and he's just getting back into the ball club. Last year, he finished, second, third for AL Cy Young? He was their ace. So they're getting back their best pitcher. They're also getting back their second best pitcher in George Kirby. He's only had a handful of starts. He missed the beginning of the year dealing with some elbow soreness. He's coming back. Brian Wu hasn't had a start where he didn't go 6 innings this entire year. He's got quality start after quality start after quality start. I've been talking about Cal Raleigh hitting a lot of bombs this year. But guess what? The rest of the players, they're just starting to get hot. Everyone knows that Julio Rodriguez hibernates in April, May, and June. And right around that All-Star break is when he wakes up. I think Randy Arozarena, he's going to catch a little bit of that wake-up juice that Julio's got, and he's going to start hitting as well. And they got a lot of young, talented players that are coming up through. The bullpen worries me. I'm not going to lie about that. But if they can get to Matt Brash and Andres Munoz, you're not getting runs on either one of those two. They have been fantastic this year. So I do, and maybe I'm drinking the juice too much. Maybe I love my Mariners too much, but I think they get it done. They win the West plus 375. And now it's time to give Brad the big bender.
You're killing me, Smalls.
That's it. That's a mic drop sounder right there from Kenny. All right, Kevin Franson we had on earlier in the show. He's a broadcaster for the Washington Nationals, played in the big leagues for a number of years. He just touched on this very, passively, but I think he's exactly right in his assessment of it. I think the Cleveland Guardians are going to make the playoffs. You get them right now at plus money to achieve that feat at plus 130 there at BetMGM. They have this guy named J-Ram, Jose Ramirez, Stephen Kwan, one of the ultimate table setters in the bigs, batting over 300. That's a pretty good lineup from top to bottom, and they have the second easiest remaining strength of schedule of any team in Major League Baseball. They're middle of the pack and team ERA at 3.89. Bybee had a really good start today. They're number 25 in WRC plus on the season. But again, they've underachieved offensively, and they're starting to wake up and come alive. And there are a couple of games above 500 on the season. They're only half a game out of the wild card, trailing Tampa, Toronto, and Seattle. Your Mariners in that category. But I think they're going to catch one of those teams and eventually punch their ticket for the second season. Probably going to be buyers at trade deadline as well. They got bats that, again, are wide awake presently. They're only going to get better offensively, and that overall pitching staff better than advertised. So give me the Gardens to make the playoffs at plus 130. Kenny, swipe a bag.
Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed.
Yeah, for my last one, I've got the Brew Crew. I need them to make the playoffs at plus 110. Here's the reasoning behind this. Not only are the Brewers already in that second wild card position in the NL, I like that they are going to have to play more of the Central Division, right? The Cubs, they have been fantastic this year. I'm not here to knock on your Cubbies, Brad, but I don't believe in what the Pirates have going on. Yes, they have like 3 of the best pitchers in the majors right now, yet they still find a way to lose every single game. I feel bad for Paul Skeens if he wasn't dating Livy Dunn right now, right? The Cincinnati Reds, they have a lot of star power over there, but are they going to be able to hold on? They always seem to falter as the year gets going. Remember, right now they're in a close wild card race with teams in the West, the Padres and San Francisco and Arizona. Here's the problem with those teams. They all have to play each other, right? They're all going to beat up on each other. I'm banking on the Central being so weak that the Brew Crew is able to sneak their way in. Christian Yelich is kind of turning back the clock. This seems like the perfect team in the Brewers to sneak their way into the playoffs if everyone can stay healthy. And then who knows, maybe they go on a run like Arizona did 2 years ago or Texas did 2 years ago. You want to talk about a forgettable World Series champion? That team won a World Series 2 years ago. I like the Brewers if they can sneak in to the playoffs at plus 110, just like I'm going to try and sneak into second right now, Kenny.
You play ball like a girl.
The Brewers certainly don't. And I kind of agree with you. I think those bats are underrated right now. William Contreras, Jackson Chourio. I mean, they got a bunch of guys that can absolutely rake it. They got to invest in some arms at the trade deadline. Freddie Peralta's been terrific at home, but you get him away from Milwaukee. a bit of a misadventure, to say the least. So they're going to have to make some upgrades in that area at the trade deadline. All right, let's go to a series nobody cares about unless you're a gambler. Nationals and the LA Angels starting tomorrow. And that one being played in SoCal. I think the Nationals are going to go on the road, and they're going to take this series against the Halos at plus 135. Here are the pitching matchups. Again, they're not the greatest. Jake Irvin against Jose Soriano. Irvin with a 4.79 road ERA. Not all that exciting, but Soriano 4.26 home ERA this season. They got Soraka in game number 2, nearly a 6 ERA on the road against Kyle Hendricks, a former Cub. 4.20 ERA. You never know what version of Kyle Hendricks you're going to get. And then Mitchell Parker and Jack Kochanowicz to finish things off. Kochanowicz a 5.40 home ERA. Now, these two teams here lie identical in WRC plus the last couple of weeks. Great value in my estimation. I think the Nats win the series in LA against the Angels at plus 135. All right, we got to take a little CS here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Cordell Woodland is going to join us. We're talking all things Baltimore Ravens. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Will Ordner in for Ryan Horvath. We're going to be talking to Cordell Woodland here momentarily. All Baltimore Ravens all the time. Can they get over the hump this year? Man, I am praying that they do, because Lamar Jackson deserves the spotlight in a Super Bowl showing, and that is certainly within the range of outcomes this upcoming NFL season. By the way, before we bring Cordell on, if you want to talk NFL with us, whether in the futures market or a little fantasy football, maybe to talk college football features, MLB action, WNBA, whatever is at the top of your mind in the gaming world, you can contact Will and I very simply. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. We can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: fantasy football freakazoids, which Baltimore Raven are you targeting most at his current average draft position? Your options are Lamar Jackson at pick number 22.5, Derrick Henry at pick number 7.3, Zay Flowers at pick number 58.6 overall, or Mark Andrews at pick number 65.0 overall. Over 130 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming. And drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Let's head out to the phone lines right now and talk to Cordell Woodland, Ravens insider for 107 The Fan, co-host of the Fresh Take. Make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Cordell Woodland. Again, on X, at Cordell Woodland. Again, give him a follow. He's got all kinds of spicy takes on that social media platform. Cordell, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. Straight away from me, Baltimore has been on the cusp of reaching the Super Bowl seemingly every year for the last several years, but it continuously gets stiff-armed by KC. What do you believe are the top priorities for John Harbaugh and company to finally get over the hump and maybe oust Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it just needs to be the Ravens being themselves in January. We haven't seen the Ravens that we see in the regular season. We haven't gotten to see those guys in the playoffs usually, and that's been the big bugaboo for them. And they're losing close games. I think turnovers have been an issue for them, both committing turnovers and not forcing enough turnovers. That was something that Marlon Humphrey told us at the end of minicamp when we talked to him. Was I asked him flat out, like, Marlon, when you go back and you watch these games, what do you find yourself asking yourself, like, why can't we get over the hump? And he said the thing that he kind of came closest to was they're not forcing enough turnovers. So I think that is going to be a big point of emphasis for them when they do eventually get to the playoffs, because I do think this is a playoff team. The Ravens are a boring team because you know what you're going to get from them in the regular season. But come January, the same question pops up. I do think, and look, I think it's more than just KC. They've been knocked out by Buffalo twice in the Lamar era, including last year. They've been knocked out by the Titans before. So they just have their own personal hurdles that they have to get over. But I think it's really about them getting to being a defense that forces turnovers in January.
Cordell, Baltimore made it pretty clear this offseason with different free agent pickups and some draft picks that they really felt like they needed to strengthen their secondary. Do you think, in your eyes, that they did enough to make that kind of weak point on their defense a strength this year and maybe be the final hurdle to getting them over the hump and getting them to a Super Bowl?
I mean, I'd imagine so. It's funny, going into last year, I turned out to be a fool, but I thought that their secondary would be the strength of their team. I thought that would be one of the better secondaries in the NFL. And Marcus Williams just he was just really a dud for them last year. He ended up getting benched maybe halfway through the season. He's still out there on the street. He's still a free agent waiting to be picked up. This was one of the guys that was a premier safety in the league just a couple of years ago. So that was a huge disappointment for them. And look, they had Zach Orr, who was a young first-time defensive coordinator calling plays at the NFL level for the first time. He replaced Mike McDonald, who was probably the best defensive coordinator in football before he left the Ravens to take the head coaching job in Seattle. The Ravens defense were a triple crown winner the year that they went to the AFC Championship game against KC. So they lose people like Patrick Queen at the second level. That impacts all three levels of the field. So I do think this year, though, they'll be right back to where they want to be. Not even just mentioning the addition of Jair Alexander, who at his best is an elite corner in his league. The question marks are the question marks. Can he stay healthy? That'll be the big thing. But when he is on the field, there are a few questions about what he brings. Marlon Humphrey, you're hoping that he can build off of a really good bounce-back season last year. Nate Wiggins was really good for them as a rookie last year and really got better as the year went on. I love the Malachi Starks draft pick. I mean, that he fits in like a glove watching him in rookie minicamp and minicamp. And Kyle Hamilton, I mean, he's in contention to be maybe the best safety in football. So the pieces are there on paper. We'll see what happens when the season comes.
Cordell, obviously last year, Derrick Henry kind of drank from the fountain of youth, right? He was such a big focal point for Baltimore. It looks like he kind of turned back the clock, turned into 27-year-old Derrick Henry and not 30-year-old Derrick Henry. Convince me why I shouldn't be worried about Henry hitting that 30-year-old running back cliff where he just kind of turns into a pumpkin and can't produce at the rate that he was last year for this team.
Well, the number one encouraging thing is that number 8 is still back there, and he is just the force multiplier. I mean, I said it last year a couple of times. When the NFL was created, these unwritten rules of what to do on short yardage situations and what to do on fourth down, those rules weren't created with the idea that any team would ever have a backfield with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry in it. So they are just able to do things that no other team is able to do. So that threat alone of Lamar being next to him is a huge, huge boost for him. The fact that this offensive line should be better this year. Going into the season last year, the Ravens had to fill 3 starting spots around that offensive line. And as the season started, the first quarter of the season, you saw that offensive line struggling. Derrick Henry really he didn't get going, I don't think, until that game in Dallas where they ran all over the Cowboys. But it took some time for that offensive line to really gel together. So I don't think they'll have as big of an issue with that this year. I think they really only have one spot up for grabs maybe, and that's at left guard, I believe. And I think they know that they want Andrew Voorhees to be that guy. They're just kind of waiting for him to take that spot. So, Derrick Henry, as long as he stays healthy, and believe it or not, watching him at camp, he looks like he's gotten bigger. I'm not even lying to you. I'm watching him out there. It almost looks like he inflated his arms a little bit. Now, maybe he had on a jersey that was a little too small, but he looked like SpongeBob with the inflated muscle arms walking around a couple of times during practice at minicamp. So, everybody's been waiting for Henry to hit this cliff that just hasn't shown up yet, really. I have no reason to believe that cliff is going to show up this season.
Yeah, he just continues to stiff-arm Father Time with those that SpongeBob body. Apparently, Derrick Henry, outstanding stuff. We're talking to Cordell Woodland, Ravens Insider 105.7, The Fan, co-host of The Fresh Take. Make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Cordell Woodland. Again, on X, at Cordell Woodland. Cordell, the fantasy football community is always on the hunt for values. And which pick after number 60 overall in fantasy football among the Baltimore Ravens do you believe is going to profit most for gamers? Your options are Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely, or Rashad Bateman. Who do you like?
Oh, I don't think you can really go wrong with any of those options, but my top 2 are between Likely and Bateman. The Ravens are in a weird spot where their entire tight end room is in the last year of their contract. So they have to kind of figure out where they want to go from here. Mark Andrews is coming off of a great regular season where he led all tight ends and receiving touchdowns, but left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths with the way that divisional round game ended in Buffalo, where he has the fumble in the fourth quarter. He also has the drop that would have tied the game. So I think they know what they have in Mark, but likely they've barely scratched the surface with Likely, and everything that he has shown them has basically given them more reason to continue to invest in him. He does a lot with little. He's earned Lamar's trust. He's become one of Lamar's go-to guys in the scramble drill. He's really good at jump balls, and he is underrated after the catch. So Likely could be one of those guys. I just wonder if Likely's going to give fantasy fans that touchdown, those touchdown numbers that they're looking for out of that tight end position. Mark Andrews probably will give you more of that, I would imagine, but I'm still unsure myself if Likely will be that tight end one for the Ravens or if they're going to continue to let Mark hold that spot down. Bateman is coming off just a spectacular year that just got him paid. He was uber efficient. He was one of the best down-the-field threats in the league. I don't know if he'll be able to duplicate those numbers. Now, he is an incredible route runner. His separation percentage is always through the roof, so he gets open, and he and Lamar are on the same page. So, look, he had, 9 touchdowns, I think, last season receiving. I don't know if he'll get to that, but I wouldn't be upset at anybody for taking Bateman. But if you're going to make me choose one, I probably would say I'm going to go with Rashad Bateman just because there are fewer question marks about him than there are about the 2 tight ends right now.
All right, Cordell, I need a 30-second answer here because we're up against it. Team Waivos time. What's your official stance on the over or under 11.5 wins for Baltimore this season?
Oh, easily over. The Ravens should be a 12-win team at worst. I mean, the Steelers, I don't see them really going anywhere. We'll see with the Bengals, but their defense is still their biggest question mark, and the Browns are the Browns. And the Ravens, again, they dominate the regular season. As long as number 8 is upright, I feel pretty confident that they'll get at least 12 wins this season.
Fabulous stuff, Cordell Woodland. We appreciate the time. We got to head out to a little break. Again, follow him on X at Cordell Woodland and listen to him on 105.7 The Fan in the greater Baltimore area. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, another edition of NFL Exotics. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. And in for Ryan Horvath, Will Ordner in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're going to be hopefully packing a little bit of a buzz, talking to some NFL exotics, whether in the team props market, player props market. Will and I are going to go back and forth, juggling some of the action, giving you our insights. And it's very appealing, especially the player props market for you fantasy football fans, because it really quantifies everything in black and white and gives you our general feelings about a player. So we're going to be breaking things down on those certain markets here momentarily. By the way, if you want to talk to us about fantasy football, about NFL futures, about college football futures, about Major League Baseball, maybe some action looking ahead on the immediate horizon or further off in the distance, maybe you want to talk some WNBA, and come on, Indiana Fever, I need you to finish off the Sparks. Tied up at 71 last I checked. With time nearly expiring there in the fourth quarter, you can contact Will and I quite easily. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: fantasy football fans, which Baltimore Raven are you targeting most at his current ADP? Your options are Lamar Jackson, pick number 22.5 overall. Derrick Henry at pick number 7.3. Zay Flowers, pick number 58.6, or Mark Andrews at pick number 65 even. So far, over 130 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Scoreboard update. One baseball game still underway right now. Mets and Braves are in the bottom of the sixth inning. 2 men out. New York up 2-0 right now on the ATL. Somewhat good news from my boy Will. Francisco Lindor, cue the Bon Jovi in the background, is halfway there. Wow! Hopefully, living on a prayer. He just needs another hit for him to get to 2 or more total bags. So we're going to see if that comes through. But again, Mets up 2-0. Pete Alonso with a pair of singles, 1 for an RBI in this game. Garrett Holmes, I believe, has been chased for the ATL. They're still in this sucker. Ronald Acuna's got to wake up. He hasn't done a whole lot, so not a whole lot of Acuna Matata. But the Mets up 2-0 into the sixth inning, heading into the seventh. And we've got Marcell Ozuna, Austin Riley, and Sean Murphy due up for the Bravos. We'll keep you up to date there. Keep you up to date on the WNBA action as well. But right now, we got to get after it with another edition of NFL Exotics.
Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath are on the case.
But what I do have are a very particular set of skills.
Finding all the crazy props for the NFL season.
Are you nuts?
I'm a degenerate, so let's ride.
It's NFL Exotics on BetMGM Tonight.
All right, we're going to get after with some more NFL futures bets. It could be team related, could be player prop related, whatever tickles our fancy. We're going to fire it off and give you the reasons behind it. Yeah, we're just not firing off random picks. We're not charging exorbitant monthly fees to see our random picks. All free, all transparent, all the time. It's how we roll here on BetMGM Tonight. Again, Will has elite speed. I told you he was Ichiro Suzuki and batter up. He's also like classic Dante Hall, Devin Hester when it comes to receiving the ball on kickoffs. The ball's already up in the air. He's waiting to catch it. He's going to corral the pigskin, and he's going to take off maybe up the left sideline, right sideline, maybe through the wedge in the seam and take it to the house. So he's about to have the ball in the belly, and he's going to sprint up the field. So he's going to give you his first bet He's going to give you what that bet is, the juice behind it, the reasons that he supports said bet. And then when Will is done with his final reason, he's going to drop a little football phrase. At that point, it's going to cue Kenny, who's working the board on BetMGM tonight, to hit the button and sound the sounder. It could be from a movie, football related. It could be from a famous call, whatever is top of mind for him. He's got to fire that off. It's going to be my cue to pick up the torch and run with it. With my selection, we're going to go back and forth and get in as many bets as we possibly can in this segment. So, Will, again, ball is about to come down and hit you. You got to run outfield. What is your first NFL exotic?
Well, my first one is NFL passing leader Joe Burrow at plus 450, and it's simple. Yeah. Do you know who's playing DN for the Bengals right now? Because I sure as heck don't. And if you don't have anyone playing defense for the Bengals, they're going to have to put up a lot of points, and they're not going to run the football to put up those points, right? Joe Burrow led the NFL last year in passing yards. I think if he had just found a way to sneak Cincinnati into the postseason, he might have been the gosh darn MVP. That's how important Joe Burrow was last year. They're bringing Jamar Chase back. They're bringing T. Higgins back, right? They have a fantastic tight end room. Running backs over there, they seem to have career years when they get their receiving yardage numbers. I feel like Joe Burrow has to be the play here because no other team combines such a good offense with such a horrible defense. They're always going to need Joe Burrow to throw the ball to keep them in football games. Cincinnati, they have a deal with the devil, and that deal is for them to win, Joe Burrow has to put up a lot of points, and he will be the NFL passing leader at plus 450. Now, Kenny, go long.
Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs?
Shout out to Jim Moore, a senior guy that did radio back in the day on Fox Sports Radio. The guy's a joy. I love doing broadcasts with him. One of the most hilarious dudes that have been around. What you see is what you get, and that's one of the greatest quotes of all time in a post-game interview. All right, I'm going to go to the city of brotherly shove. No, I'm not talking about Jalen Hurts. No, I'm not talking about Saquon Barkley. The reigning Super Bowl champs. I'm going to fade Devontae Smith, the Slim Reaper. I'm going to live and lay down under on 6.5 receiving touchdowns this season at a minus 120 juice. Mike Clay at ESPN's got a forecasted 407 targets, 79 receptions, 884 yards, and 5 touchdowns. That's wide receiver 29 in fantasy. Again, he's going to be a firm, high-end wide receiver 3. I think this number's just too aggressive. I know he has been over 6.5 receiving touchdowns in 3 of his first 4 seasons in the NFL. And yes, he has the 7th easiest fantasy football schedule for a wide receiver, but wide receiver 39 in total red zone targets last season. He was only number 65 in route win percentage, despite his elite speed, not getting a ton of separation with a whole lot of consistency. A modest workload at 6.8 targets per game. Coaching staff is already talking up. They want to get Dallas Goedert more involved in the pass game. We got A.J. Brown there as well. I don't see how Devontae Smith is going to come remotely close to 7 touchdowns. I think he's going to finish in that 4 to 5 range overall. So I'll take the under 6.5 touchdowns. Devontae Smith at a minus 120 juice. Kenny, hike.
That's fantastic. Well, unfortunately, in the playoffs, Jared Verse had to hear the Fly Eagles fly on to victory after the Rams got knocked out by the Eagles in the divisional round of the NFC Championship Series. But I do have Jared Verse's sack total, and I've got him going over 7.5 at minus 110. Now, the reasoning for that is as the year got going, Jared Verse got better. Now, last year as a rookie, he had 4.5 sacks, but much like the rest of that Rams defense, as the year went on, he got better. Remember, at the end of the year, too, he went against some of the top offensive lineman in the NFL, and he was still able to get a bunch of tackles in the backfield. He is a power rusher, so he's going to use his speed and his strength to get past people. It's a little bit different than like a Von Miller type. But when they needed him most, right, the first time he plays Philadelphia, he doesn't have any sacks, but he does have 7 total tackles. They play them in the divisional playoffs for the NFC. He has 2 sacks in that one, including a sack fumble. Jared Verse is only going to get better as he gets older. Guess who he spent his whole offseason working out with? A guy who got to the quarterback a ton in LA, Aaron Donald. So I think that Jared Verse, he has a step up from his rookie season. He gets to that sack total number over. He becomes one of the more feared defensive ends in all of the NFL. Now, Kenny, make sure that you hit that wide receiver across the middle for a slant.
Da Bears, dick up, pull the sausage, mini dick up Bears. I'm not going to have a Bear selection here, but I am going to go with the best wide receiver in the NFL. Will went with Joe Burrow lead the NFL in passing yards, and I agree with him, especially at plus 450. And who is his main man? Who is his primary target? His main flame, if you will? That's Jamar Chase. And I think he's going to lead all wide receivers in yards at plus 550. Bulls love the value on this prop. I talked about Jamar Chase on our Cincinnati Bengals 3-point stance last night. A guy that Mike Clay has got projected for 153 targets, 109 catches, 1,419 yards, and 10 touchdowns, the most valuable wide receiver in fantasy. He had 175 absurd targets last season, over 1,700 receiving yards on 120 receptions and 17 touchdowns. He was a god in a football uniform last year. 10.3 targets per game, number 9 in air yards, number 1 in red zone targets, number 1 in total yak, number 12 in yards per target, number 3 in total route wins, middle of the pack, a fantasy football strength of schedule for a wide receiver. It doesn't matter. It's all about pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume, dance, and he's certainly got to do that on the field. And for those backers in their living room who invest in this prop. So I love Jamar Chase to lead the NFL among wide receivers in yards at plus 550. Kenny, hike.
I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
Well, I think with my last pick, he is praying for NFL quarterbacks to deliver a lot of pick sixes, maybe even a couple to him. But I've got Aiden Hutchinson. I have his sack total under 14.5, and right now that's at minus 120 over the BetMGM Sportsbook. Here's the reasoning behind it. That's a horrific broken leg injury that he just suffered. Look, I get it. You can put out videos from Hutchinson's camp where it looks like he's moving around halfway decent on his broken leg. But when you have your leg wrapped all the way around another man's leg, I can't assume that you're going to come back the very next season and be what you were before, which is so unfortunate because Hutchinson was leading the NFL in sack numbers. He was such a major point of that Lions defense, and he was really the first domino to fall before we saw a bunch of injuries happen to that linebacking core, that D-line crew, and that secondary. I believe that Aiden Hutchinson is going to get back to where he was eventually. I don't think he's going to get back to that number this year. 14.5 sacks is an insane number if you're 100% healthy and you had your entire offseason coming into prep. Now you're having to recover from one of the more gruesome leg injuries that we've seen as a defensive end, and more teams are going to be focusing on you, sending more double teams to you. I just don't see how he goes over that number. It's not an attack on the player. It's an attack on the injury. He'll be back in 2 years being closer to that number there. And for my last one, Blue 42, said hut.
On the move, going deep, speed race. He's got Hill. He's got Hill. He beat James.
Oh, Tyreek Hill, the glory days. We'll see if he can bounce back this season, but a bit of a roller coaster ride for him on and certainly off the field. All right, let's go to a former Chicago Bear, now a member of the New York Jets with a Pittsburgh sandwich in between. And he is going to be the starter entering the regular season. Justin Fields, a fantasy football darling and a guy you can get ultra cheap right now in fantasy drafts. I know the story is all about the legs. Probably going to run for at least 650 yards. Maybe as far north as 750 on the ground. But I also think He's going to cash the over on 14.5 passing touchdowns. And I like it at BetMGM right now at an even Steven plus 100 odds. And here is the reason why. Now, my Clay at ESPN's kind of projected through the air for 404 pass attempts, 2,807 passing yards, only 14 touchdowns and 10 INTs. He does have for 680 and 6 on the ground, a quarterback 16 overall, but recall back in 2022, had 17 passing touchdowns. Recall back to 2023 in Chicago, had 16 passing touchdowns. He was number 7 in red zone completion percentage in 22 and 17 in red zone completion percentage in 23. Decent arsenal highlighted by Garrett Wilson, and the Jets defense could be touch and go this season. Could thrust him into some high volume opportunities. Maybe comes out smell like a rose in garbage time. I think he's going to connect on at least 15 touchdowns through the air at plus 100 odds. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, our final 3-point stance of the week on who? The Baltimore Ravens. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Probably the Big Noise Evans with you. And in for Ryan Horvat, Will Order in the house. We're going to be doing a little three-point stance here momentarily on the Baltimore Ravens, capping off our full season preview on the AFC North from a fantasy football and also a sports betting perspective. By the way, before we dive in on everything Lamar Jackson and company, you want to talk a little fantasy football with us, NFL futures, college football futures, MLB action, MLB futures, the WNBA, you absolutely can. Easy way to contact Will and I here on the show. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: fantasy football peeps, of which Baltimore Raven are you targeting most at his current ADP? Your options are Lamar Jackson at pick number 22.5 overall, Derrick Henry at pick number 7.3, Zay Flowers at pick number 58.6, or Mark Andrews at pick number 65 even. So far, over 130 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming. And drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise. Going to read your comments coming up in the next segment. Give you a shout-out on air, so keep them coming. At BetMGM Tonight, again on X, at BetMGM Tonight. A scoreboard update real quick. 4-0 now, Mets are up on the Atlanta Braves at the end of 7. Jeff McNeil with a 2-run single knocking in Juan Soto. And Pete Alonso with 3-hit game, 2 singles and a double, 4-0 Metropolitans. They're coasting potentially to a win with a couple of innings remaining there at Citi Field. All right, with that business put to the side, it's time to get after it with another edition of the 3-Point Stance.
Ready, set, hike. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat are lined up in their 3-point stance to blitz through every NFL team on BetMGM Tonight.
All right, again, we'll focus on the AFC North this week. We already did breakdowns on Pittsburgh and Cleveland and the Cincinnati Bengals yesterday. Today, we're going to be focused on the Baltimore Ravens. By the way, if you missed any of those season previews, for you fantasy football and sports betting fans that are out there, they're quick, they're easy, they're down, they're dirty. You can always go back and listen at your leisure on the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Download, subscribe, wherever you get your podcast, a BetMGM Tonight podcast. All right, going to start off first, Will, with favorite fantasy value. So here how this game is going to work. I'm going to throw out a player. I'm going to throw out their average draft position. I pulled all that data from Yahoo. And then I'm going to simply ask you, at that price point, is the player overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued? So let's start off with Lamar Action Jackson. Number 8 is a guy that runs figure 8s around the competition. He's QB2 right now in average draft position on Yahoo at 22.5 overall. So again, at that price point, is Lamar Jackson overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued for fantasy football purposes?
I think he's properly valued. Right now, the only QB that I think would be above him would be Josh Allen, and that's simply because Josh Allen runs in a lot of touchdowns. Like when you look at it yardage-wise passing, you're probably going to be in a similar ballpark between Lamar and Josh Allen, right? The difference is that Lamar, when they're getting into the red zone, they want to run the football with Derrick Henry. Right? The Ravens want to lean on Henry. That's why they brought him in. He's big, he's strong, he's physical. Apparently, he has Popeye-sized arms that he eats spinach and they just grow and grow and grow. Cordell told us that, right? Lamar, they want to use his legs, but they want to be smart about how they use his legs. They want to use him by the sideline. You'll notice when he scrambles out now, early on in his career, he just ran. He'd make people miss. He'd run circles around them, but that also led him to getting hit more, and that led to him getting injured more. The last 2 years, what you've seen Jackson do a lot more of is pick his spots. Hey, is there an opening here where I can go and get 10 to 15, but get out of bounds before the defense touches me? Can I slide down before contact gets to me? Because Lamar knows at this point, the regular season stats don't matter for him. It's all about legacy. And for a quarterback, unfortunately, legacy matters when it comes to winning Super Bowls. And that's what Lamar is trying to gear himself towards. So to me, when I look at this, he's properly valued. He should be the second quarterback. You're going to get a ton of rushing yards from him. You'll get a few rushing touchdowns from him, but he's going to fall just short of Josh Allen when it comes to that. And that's why Josh Allen should be number 1, Lamar number 2. It's more of a touchdown perspective, less of a yardage perspective in my eyes.
I think he's slightly undervalued. I got him at QB1. Look, I'm
Really?
a buyer in Jackson because of the duality. Yeah, look, Josh Allen's a great dual threat as well. I mean, he is just a rolling boulder when he is sitting back in shotgun inside the 10-yard line. Good luck trying to stop him from running in the end zone at 6'5". But Lamar Jackson is still the shiftiest guy on the ground in the entire NFL. I will fight anybody who disagrees. Mike Clay's kind of projected to be QB2. 3,306 passing yards, only 28 passing touchdowns. He improved by light years in terms of his passing efficiency last season with over 4,000 yards and 41 passing touchdowns. Also ran for 915 and 4 scores. He was number 6 in total air yards last season. Only number 27, believe it or not, in deep ball completion percentage, but numero dos in red zone completion percentage. I'm a buyer through and through of Lamar Jackson. Again, I am not going to budge. QB1 for me entering the NFL regular season. So, again, slightly undervalued. Let's go to the football Frankenstein. C-hole, smash hole. Oh, Derrick Henry, who apparently from Cordell Woodland has gotten bigger, which is remarkable, or just wearing schmediums all the time. RB4, 7.3 is the ADP overall. So I ask you the question yet again, Will, overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued for fantasy with Derrick Henry?
I think Derrick Henry is a little bit overvalued, and this is simply because I worry about where he's at in the longevity of his career. He's 31 years old. I understand that he's a freak among freaks, right? He's bigger than every other running back. He's stronger than every other running back. He's faster than every other running back. The problem is, how many times have we seen it where a running back is a superstar and then all of a sudden they hit that cliff and they are god-awful the next year? Now, I'm not saying that that's what Derrick Henry is going to be, but he's 31 freaking years old. There's a reason why most running backs don't even get to that second contract. Remember, they had like a State of the Union address last year from all the running backs because they wanted to shorten down their contract structures. They didn't want to be stuck in contracts for 4 or 5 years because they knew they wouldn't get to that second. They wouldn't get to that third. Derrick Henry has taken a lot of wear and tear over the years. He was the main feature back, and he did, it felt like, kind of turn back the clock a little bit last year. But when he was at Tennessee, he had years where they were winning offensively because of him in that offensive line. His last year at Tennessee, he was starting to get dinged up a little bit, and you saw him take a step back. There's a lot of really good young running backs that are coming into the league, and a lot of really good running backs that are young that catch the ball out of the backfield, something that Derrick Henry does fine, but it's not his main attribute. So to me, he's a little bit overvalued, and I think he's going to come back a little bit more to earth. I'm always going to bet against a running back on the other side of 30 years old.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I got him at like RB6 in my ranking, so I think he's slightly overvalued. I'm not going to be investing him in, especially at 7.3 overall. Yet, you know, he's always got those freakish workouts, and he's probably in tip-top shape. But, yeah, Father Time remains undefeated. Mike Clay's got him projected for 1,267 on the ground, 13 rushing touchdowns, 22 catches, 192 yards, and a receiving touchdown at RB8, so even lower than me. Opportunity share is still north of 73%, probably going to be around 70% this year. He's number 5 in YAC per attempt, number 1 in missed tackles forced last season, number 5 in yards created. Again, the epitome of efficiency. Great offensive line. The duality of Lamar helps, but yeah, Father Time is a worry. So I think he is overvalued. Let's go to Zay Flowers. This is going to be a Zay day for you, Will. Wide receiver 23, 58.6. Overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued, my man?
I think he's probably right around properly valued. If you're going to skew anyway, it's undervalued, and it's not necessarily what Zay Flowers is going to do, but it's what Lamar Jackson is going to do. And the progression that we saw with his ability to read defenses and get the ball out quicker. Lamar has progressed as a passer year after year after year. Remember 2 years ago, the Ravens were him and hawing about giving him that contract because they were worried about his long-term health because he'd been running so much. And Lamar said, no, change the offense to be built around my passing ability. And you've seen that Ravens offense flourish ever since then. And that's also right around the time when Zay Flowers came in. Zay can play on the outside and he can beat you deep. He can play in the inside in the slot and be a possession wide receiver. He runs crisp routes. He holds onto the football. He's going to get a high volume amount of targets because he can play in so many different positions. So personally, I think he probably is properly valued, but I might skew a little bit to undervalued. I just think that Zay Flowers does so many different things, and with the progression that we've seen Lamar have over the past couple of years in his passing ability, if anything, Zay will skew upwards. He will not skew downwards.
Yeah, I got him at wide receiver 26. I think he's slightly overvalued at wide receiver 23, 58.6 overall. Clay's got him projected for 103 targets, 66 catches, 948 receiving yards, 6 touchdowns. Wide receiver 25, 6.8 targets per game, decent but not the greatest. Number 21 in air yards, number 10 in yak, and that's where he's most dangerous is after the catch. Number 13 in total route wins, but number 29 in fantasy points per route. So I think he's more of a, teetering on that wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 line in 12-team league. So I'm a little bit more bearish than bullish on that, current ADP at 58.6, wide receiver 23 overall. All right, Rashad Bateman quickly, wide receiver 55, 131.5, overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued. What do you say?
I'd say he's probably a little bit overvalued. I don't really get the Rashad Bateman hype. Like, he seems to be a big play artist, and if he's not having a big play, he doesn't always live up to all the numbers and all the hype that he had around him. Maybe I'm just a little bit bearish on him, and I need to be a little bit more bullish. But it just seems to me it's either feast or famine with Rashad Bateman. It's either 4 or 5 catches and 100 yards and a touchdown, or he's got 2 or 3 targets and he doesn't catch the football. So I'm a little bit overvalued when it comes to Rashad Bateman.
I think he's undervalued at wide receiver 55. I think he cracked the wide receiver top 50 this season. A couple of key stats last year. Number 16 in average at the target. Outstanding. He is a big play threat for sure. Number 6 in yards per target. And number 35, respectable standing in route win percentage. So again, undervalued, nice bench stash. And it's somebody you can plug and play when the matchup warrants. Off your bench in a 12-team league. All right, so a little prop stop. Quick hitters here. Lamar Jackson, over under 3.5 rushing touchdowns, minus 140 on the over, plus 110 on the under. What do you say?
Give me the over. He'll find his way into the end zone 4 times.
I totally agree. He got in last year 4 times. He is a guy, again, who is so deadly in the open field. I think he'll call his own number inside the red zone and find his way to cross the chalk and hit the over on 3.5 rush touchdowns. How about Derrick Henry? 1,325.5 rush yards, minus 115 either direction.
Give me the under. That's an insane amount of yards that he's going to have to hit. And again, he's on the wrong side of 30. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm going to keep betting against him and his totals and start betting unders just because of the age that he is and what has happened to that position when you turn 30 years old.
He's going to land somewhere between 1150 and 1250. Over 1,300 yards, yeah, firm under from me. Mark Andrews, 600.5 receiving yards, minus 115, either direction there.
See, I think I bought into a little bit of what Cordell was telling me, and I think I'm going to bet the under here on Mark Andrews, and that's not because I think Mark Andrews is bad, is I think Isaiah Likely is that good, and they're going to kind of shift more towards Isaiah Likely. He stayed healthier. He's a little bit younger than Mark Andrews, and there's just more that you can do in today's NFL. You can line him up in the slot. He can still block in space, but you can also use him out of the backfield. You can use him as a fullback. There's just more options with Likely than there is with Andrews, and I think you see Baltimore kind of shift towards Likely being tight end 1.
That's a really good number. I think he's going to just barely creep over. But, yeah, if you're looking for fantasy football purposes, Isaiah Likely is a prime investment. I mean, his ADP is north of 200 compared to Mark Andrews is at 65, as I already mentioned. All right, let's do a team lean. Over under 11.5 wins, minus 120 on the over, plus 100 on the under. Will, what side are you on?
I'm on the over. I think this Baltimore team got better in their weak spot last year defensively. That secondary is getting nasty. While I do think that Derrick Henry is going to take a step back, I still think he's more than serviceable. Lamar Jackson probably should have been the MVP. People just got kind of sick of him being an MVP, kind of got the Nikola Jokic treatment there. And I think that this Baltimore team is trending the right way. They just have to find a way, to get the monkey off their back in the postseason and get that victory over Buffalo or Kansas City. And I think they're primed to do it. Don't be shocked if this is the year where they get that done.
Totally agree. Mike Clay gives them a 60% or greater win probability to win 14 games. They could blow this number out of the water. All right, so we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, I'm going to roll and smoke my card. I'll explain why. And we'll give you some final thoughts, and I'll give you a little bit more NBA draft insights as well. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Will Ordner in the house, in for Ryan Horvat on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're going to give you our pole dancing poll results here momentarily. We're going to give you some thoughts on the NBA Rookie of the Year market, give you an update as well what's going on in the lone game on the diamond, and I'm going to probably reshare a favorite play in the WNBA game. You have to go down. Don't even tip off for another 18 minutes. So there is some action. If got an itch that needs to be scratched, I'll give you a piece of a play, and you can fade or follow as we always do. That is up to you. Friendly reminder, if you want to contact us, phone line's wide open right now. If you want to talk a little fantasy football, you want to talk futures bets in college, in the NFL, the MLB, or the WNBA, sure as hell can. All you got to do to contact Will and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we're pole dancing poll question of the day. Let me go ahead and shut that down. It was asking you this. Fantasy football peeps, which Baltimore Raven are you targeting most at his current ADP? Your options were Lamar Jackson at pick number 22.5. Derrick Henry at pick number 7.3, Zay Flowers at pick number 58.6, or Mark Andrews at pick number 65 flat. Officially, we had 132 votes cast. Will, who led the way?
Well, of course, the people agreed with me because I'm a man of the people, and that was Lamar Jackson, right? When you can get a player who's already been a multiple-time MVP player, he's at the most important position in any sport there is. It just seems like he's always going to have to be the most important, and that's the one that everyone wants on their fantasy team to help lead them to victory.
You are correct, sir. Ding, 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 ding. Lamar Jackson was number one at 37.1%. The silver medalist, Zay Flowers, at 30.3%. ADP of 58.6. Third place, the football Frankenstein, Derrick Henry, pick number 7.3 overall at 18.2%. Mark Andrews, bringing up the rear. Pick number 65 overall at 14.4%. We did have one comment from Chris Cianci. I think it's Cianci. He said Rashad Bateman. That was his only reasoning there. And only 2 cents that he threw in. Rashad Bateman, again, the ADP, we just talked about it. And our 3-point stance. Wide receiver 55, 131.5. I kind of agree with him in a certain way. Ultra cheap option. Great bench staff in the bare fuzzy hours of your draft. Will kind of disagrees. He's a bit of a roller coaster ride. He's got peaks and he's got low valleys. He's 100% right there, but I still think he can finish inside the wide receiver top 50. And right now the price tag is wide receiver 55. We just got a final, just went final. The Mets win 4-0 over the Atlanta Braves as Marcell Ozuna, I needed one more stinking hit to hit the over on total bags. He struck out. And that is the exclamation point of my day. Let's go ahead and review our cards this evening. Well, my 3 bets suck. Hopefully yours look better. How does your card shaping up so far?
No, my card was absolutely atrocious, and I blame the Mariners. It's all their fault. I come out and I support them, and I back them, and I make sure that I spread the good word and the gospel that is Seattle Mariners baseball, and they repay me by making sure they get absolutely blown out. They had one of the best, if not the best, bullpen since the month of June started, and then they brought in Mr. Top, and he gave up 8 runs in his outing. So Mariners plus 1.5 did not hit. That was absolutely atrocious. I had a same game parlay with Kelsey Plum, 18 plus points. She hit that. Aaliyah Boston did not do her job. I needed her to get 15 plus points. She ended up with 12. She was a measly 4 from 11 from the field. Just need to get a couple more baskets there. Matt Olson left me on the hook, total bases. He was at 1.5. He ended the day with a single. So not great. I don't think either you or I are racing over to the bar to get some extra tequila with the money that we won.
No, we're racing over the bar to numb the pain with that extra tequila. I went 0 for 3 tonight. It's been a rough week for your boy. Fade the noise and you'll make money. I can practically guarantee that. I had Marcell Ozuna over 1.5 total bags. He had a single. I had the Braves on the money line. They lost 4-0. Way to suck, Braves. I had a little same game parlay. Kelsey Plum over 4.5 assists. Oh, she crushed that. So that leg hit. But the fever let me down. I have him on the money line despite, I knew that Caitlin Clark wasn't going to play. Still back to fever. They were still favored in the game. They didn't win. They crapped the bed of the last minute of the game at plus 140. That didn't hit. Parlay Pete, of course, is not going to cash out until the end of the NFL season. Even with a 2-layer, Kyron Williams, 1,000+ rush yards, and Drake London, 1,000+ receiving yards at plus 200. We'll see how that shakes out come, 2036. My sledgehammer did it. I had Derek Hamby under 7.5 rebounds. Captain Hook, came into play in a good way for me. She had 7 boards exactly. So ding, 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 ding. And the lone bet that I got left tonight in the WNBA, we got Asia Wilson on the over 9.5 rebounds, taking on the Washington Mystics at plus 105. Again, she had a dozen boards against Washington back on May the 23rd. Hopefully she can duplicate that effort and I can get off the schneid. So a lousy day. We didn't have a whole lot of options. I blame the board for the lack of options and why my cards suck. But then again, I'm just an ice cold better right now. Let's talk NBA Rookie of the Year market. We talked about it at the top of the show. Let's revisit it right now. Again, the draft, why is there a second round? Why is there a second day? Usually the second round's the same night as the first round. ESPN's like, oh, we got to make more money. People are going to tune in and watch round 2 of the NBA draft. Nobody's watching that. The ratings are going to be comical, but it is going on tonight. Cooper Flagg is your leader. Of course, picked number 1 overall by the Dallas Mavericks. He's minus 225, the Hoist the Hardware, and the Rookie of the Year market, according to BetMGM. Trey Johnson, product of Texas, now with the Washington Wizards, next up at 7-1. Ace Bailey going from Rutgers to Utah. Good luck to you, Bailey. I know you like to party. Not exactly a party city of Salt Lake City. 8-1. Dylan Harper, also a member of Rutgers, now a member of the Spurs. He's 11-1, and BJ Edgecombe, former Baylor Bear, now a member of the Philadelphia 76ers at 25-1. Will, share your favorite bet in the NBA Rookie of the Year market, and it's a long shot, isn't it?
It's a long shot, but just like what I did for my Mariners, I support my teams and I support my Portland Trail Blazers. It's the only team that my home city really gets to claim. Of course, I love the Mariners, but that's a 3-hour drive for me. Portland, I can darn near jog over the bridge and I'll be over there in about 10 to 15 minutes. So, of course, I grew up loving the Blazers and I get it. They went out and they made the surprise of the first round. They drafted Yang Hansen. He was in attendance, but he wasn't in the green room like everyone else that was expecting to get picked day one. He was all the way up in the stands. I think he paid for the seats himself. He wasn't even brought there by the NBA. Did the little Sasquatch meme of like, me? I got drafted? Me? Oh, okay, cool. I'll come on down then, I guess. But what you're telling me right now, he is 200-1. It is long as has ever been. However, I found one tweet, one spot with a blue check mark where the guy said, I'm an NBA expert. And he said that Yang Hansen might be the Chinese Nikola Jokic, and I love that. I'm all bought in. Nikola Jokic has been the best basketball player for the last 5 years. If you're telling me I can get a 7'1" version of that, a player that interviewed well despite the language barrier, I love that because that means he's smart, he's personable, he's a superstar, and whenever you're compared to one of the greatest players to ever touch a basketball court, I'm always going to throw maybe not a full unit. How about we just throw $1 on it, right? Instead of buying that extra pack of Skittles, instead of getting that extra Diet Coke, I'm going to throw that $1 on my man, Yang Hansen, and maybe he'll get Rookie of the Year. And if he doesn't, at least it was fun.
Yeah, let it ride. I mean, you're betting with your heart, and you're taking a heady approach, too, by limiting the unit spend. And that is a recommendation when you're looking at some of those extreme long odd wagers, which you just highlighted. My guy is Con Knippel. I love the fact he went to Charlotte, and I think he's going to start immediately. And he's going to get probably 25, 30 minutes a game. A guy that, was overshadowed a little bit by Cooper Flagg at Duke. Of course, Common Malawach also went high in the draft, who's going to be one of the best rim protectors, I think, in the NBA immediately. But Knippel can do a little bit of everything. A staunch defender. Guy shot 40.6% from beyond the arc last season for the Dukies, baby. Averaged 14.4 points per game, 4 rebounds per game, 2.7 assists per game. He's got a versatile skill set. And again, it's all about the tick. And a guy that's a shot maker. And, Jim Boeheim talked him up. We had him on the show last night. I'm going to listen to a Hall of Fame coach. He saw him a lot this season with the ACC Network. I watch him a ton as well. I like Con Knippel quite a bit. And I'll throw another player out there. The Bulls fumbled the bag. They should have taken Derek Queen at 12. He slipped to Atlanta. He's 35-1. And somehow, some way, he could be a premier six-man or penetrate the lineup. Man, I love that guy's all-around skill set with his size. He can be a banger. He can nail some of the outside jumpers. He's excellent with the ball in his hands. A really good passer for a big man. A tremendous, talented, multi-tool player. And I think it's going to make an instant impact there for the Atlanta Hawks. And again, 35-1 for him. Knippel at 25-1. If you want to fade the Cooper Flagg narrative, those are two guys that I would debate more so than Trey Johnson, more so than Ace Bailey, Dylan Harper, or VJ Edgecombe. All those guys with better odds. Oh, actually, Edgecombe at 25-1 as well, same as Con Knippel. Maybe Walter Clayton at 100-1 with the Washington Wizards. Somebody worth more of those Skittles-based sprinkles, if you will. All right, I got to exit stage left here on BetMGM tonight. I'm going to be off all next week. Will's sticking around for a bonus hour of the program, so don't you go anywhere. Until next time, amigos. Adios, amigos. Asia Wilson, save me. I stink at betting.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back on into BetMGM Tonight. I'm Will Ortner, hosting this After Dark edition. I'm going to bring on my main man, Kenny. We've been working on the Sunday show now for, 4 or 5 months together. Haven't gotten enough time to chat. So we're going to talk a little bit about the NBA draft. It's still ongoing. Don't worry. I'm not going to break down the 23rd pick in the second round, 53rd overall, whoever's going to Utah Jazz. That seems gross. Kenny in the break told me that he kind of came up with a game for the Brooklyn Nets and their draft picks. They ended up having, 4 first-round picks in this draft. They did end up having 5 there. So they've got their first-round picks. Kenny, you have a game for me. Explain the game of what we'll be playing with the Brooklyn Nets and their draft picks in the 2025 draft.
Okay, so as a draft connoisseur, as I know you are, we like to look at the rankings, right? And we like to look at where players are ranked. And I think with the Nets having these 5 picks, it's very unique who they picked, because I think they missed on a lot of players who are much higher ranked according to most of the websites, most people. And so I'm going to go through each pick. So Igor Demin was the 8th overall pick from Brooklyn. They took Igor Demin over Kaman Malawach. Did they make the right choice in your mind with that pick? Do you think Igor Demin is better than Kaman Malawach?
Well, and here's the thing. I know they're completely different positions, right? Malawach is a center, Demin is a point guard. But no, they didn't take the right person there, because Igor Demin, he would have been there with their other picks. That's the first pick that they have of these other 4 still left to come. And then we're talking about Demin possibly being available in that 18, 19, 20 mark. Well, guess what? Brooklyn has the 19th pick. And Igor Demin came into the year very highly touted, very highly regarded. BYU, they've got a great recruit this year. They're going to have an even better recruit in the upcoming season. And then Igor Demin, honestly, as far as that BYU team was, he was the only kind of disappointment. I felt like they got the most out of all the other players that they had coming through, right? They were a great shooting team. They played fast-paced offense. They were fun to watch. And Igor Demin, yes, he's doing a great job at that point guard position, but he wasn't really scoring the way everyone kind of expected him to. It didn't feel like he kind of took that step forward like he needed. And it just seemed like a little bit of a reach. I want to say it was the biggest reach of the first round. Unfortunately, I think my Portland Trailblazers hold that right after taking Yang Hansen. But it was one of the bigger reaches of the draft. And so, yeah, I would say that Malawach would have been the much better pick there at 8. And I don't think that they'd be getting crucified by the media right now. I think they'd be getting applauded.
I mean, Malawach was a lock top 10 pick, right? I mean, one of the best big men of the draft. Igor Demin was one of the better solid upside wings, but like you said, they could have gotten him later. And so I think it even gets worse. All right. Nolan Traore was their next pick. Another guard, project type guy, long, athletic, but they could have had the kid from Illinois who was like a top 12 prospect, Yakichonis. Do you think they made the wrong decision there? I think Yakichonis went to Miami. I mean, what do you think about that?
Well, I think Brad is going to agree with me here, where I think they should have taken Yakichonis. Because, look, I've gotten to see more of Yakichonis. I'm not locked into French basketball, right? I'm not watching European basketball in my free time unless I think that the Blazers are going to take someone who is playing in the Euro League. Guess what? I watched a lot of Yang Hansen highlights. And by watching a lot of Yang Hansen highlights, I mean I watched a 3-minute clip on X from, again, a blue checkmark expert. I don't even remember the guy's name. That being said, Yang Hansen, Rookie of the Year, 201, who knows? Back to your question, though. Yakichonis, we got to see that this year at Illinois. And yes, I understand that he's not a true blue point guard, right? And when teams seem to blitz that Illinois team, he struggled getting the ball to his teammates and setting other people up. However, he can shoot the freaking lights out. He's going to go to Miami. He's going to be one of those guys where in 2 or 3 years we go, how did Pat Riley get that guy over there? It's going to be similar to a Duncan Robinson, a Tyler Hero, where, look, he's not going to be a top 10 NBA player, but he's going to be a solid, serviceable player in the NBA. I like Jokic a lot, and I think he can do a lot of NBA things that you ask out of him. He's also the type of player that, while he might be drafted as a point guard, might do better as a 2 guard, might be just fine as a point guard with the second crew. He can play with that first group. He can play with that second group. Traore, he is a project. It is going to take time. Now, Brooklyn has plenty of time because they're going to be awful, but are you going to just throw a bunch of young guys out on the court and then hope that Traore and Igor Demin, another project, figure it out together? I don't know. I feel like I would have liked to have at least gotten one adult in the room. And I understand that Jokic is kind of the same age as Igor Demin, but he gives you something that right now Traore and something that Demin doesn't give you, and that's putting the ball in the basket. And at the end of the day, when it comes to basketball, Kenny, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that what you're supposed to do anyways?
You're right. Yep. I mean, they're 0 for 2 so far. I mean, I don't understand these moves. It even gets worse. I mean, Drake Powell is their next pick. Do you even know who that is? They took him over Asa Newell, another guy who was top 12 that could have fell into their lap. Is it? They got to be 0 for 3 now, right?
Yeah, I think the one thing on this one is Drake Powell. He's a bigger-ish guard, where like Asa Newell, that's more of a forward. You're banking on athleticism, and you're banking on his ability to become a good rim attacker, right? You're banking on Asa Newell figuring out how to shoot, where I don't necessarily love that. But again, I don't necessarily think that you came in with Drake Powell and now you're going, wow, he can shoot the lights out. Like when I watched UNC basketball this year, I didn't come away going like, they shoot the ball at an incredible rate. Now, Powell, he's shooting it at 38% from the 3. Cool. Are you trusting that he's going to be able to get the ball from Traore? Are you trusting that Igor Denim's going to find him? And if they do find him, if he's the only one that can shoot, well, aren't they going to put the best wing defender, perimeter defender on Powell? Like, I think I might be here with you. I think this is the closest matchup between Asa Newell and Drake Powell. So this is the closest pick that Brooklyn took, as opposed to someone that they could have taken. But I can hear you out here if you want to say that Asa Newell should have been the pick instead of Drake Powell, just from an athleticism standpoint and from an upside in, if they do get him to figure out the offensive end, I don't know that there's going to be anyone that can stop Asa Newell.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of those websites and a lot of mock drafts had Asa Newell going well ahead of Drake Powell. I know Drake Powell was on you, but Asa Newell was like the guy at Georgia last year. So I mean,
yes,
I think I know that doesn't go into everything when it comes to NBA draft prospects, but I mean 0 for 3 for sure for me. And then they had 2 more first rounders, and they go with Ben Saraf out of Israel and Danny Wolf. And I don't hate the Danny Wolf pick, but Liam McNeely and Rasheer Fleming were both on the board, 2 guys who I believe are going to be great pros. I think they went 0 for 5. What do you think?
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on the Danny Wolf thing. I like Danny Wolf a lot. I think they might be 1 for 5 here, just because what he was able to do at Michigan last year. We'll go 1 for 4, right? They got 1, they lost 4. He was right around that mark of getting a triple-double in every game. He's a stat sheet stuffer. He's 6'11", and he's weird because you watch Wolf play and you wonder, how is he going to get to his spot? Yet every single time he seems to get to his spot. And I know it's not fair to compare him to 2 other players that play in a similar style, one as big as Wolf and the other one not quite as big. But like when you look at Jokic and when you look at Doncic, it's how does Luka get to his spot? Every single time, he just kind of meanders his way there until he's there. And he's in a good position every single time he seems to make the right move. Obviously, Jokic is doing that to the umpth degree. He's the best player in basketball. And I'm not saying that Danny Wolf is going to be either one of those guys, but when he was at Michigan, like he really did seem to be the straw that stirred the drink, right? He was able to shoot 3-pointers at a pretty high rate for a forward. 34% isn't bad. right? He's not super quick or explosive. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if you came in here and told me, like, hey, Danny Wolf can't dunk at 6'11". Wouldn't shock me. But at the same time, like, he still always got to a spot where he could get a good shot up, or he could get the ball to one of his teammates in a position for them to get a good shot up. So I'm not going to bash the Danny Wolf pick here, because I do think that in today's game, he can find a way to be productive. Is he going to be a superstar? No, probably not. But I do think that Danny Wolf would end up being someone that you talk about as being a nice 7th or an 8th man off the bench. When it comes to the Ben Sarif out of Israel, again, I'm not watching Israeli basketball night and day. Patrick Beverley was playing in. I love Patrick Beverley's podcast. I don't watch any of Patrick Beverley's games over there, so why would I watch Ben Sarif, right? So I don't know what he's going to be when he comes in. It worries me that when you talk about his weaknesses are his perimeter shooting, right? When you get a guard, by the way, that was their 4th guard that they took in this draft, typically one of them should be able to shoot the ball well, and the only one that does that at a halfway decent rate is Drake Powell. So it worries me that they just said, hey, we're going to grab as many guards as possible that are good facilitators and get the ball around, but now none of them can shoot. So, Kenny, I get what you're poking at, dude. Brooklyn had 5 picks, and at best they hit one of them. At best.
Yeah, I mean, would you rather have Wolf over McNeely or Fleming, though? Like, I don't want to hate the Danny Wolf pick, and I agree with everything you said, but not over McNeely or Fleming, right?
Well, what if we trade Sarif for McNeely? I think that's the better trade there. So if you keep Wolf, you still get your forward, because McNeely, look, he's listed as a guard. He's really more of a wing, small forward type of player, because I get what you're saying. Liam McNeely can shoot. To this day, I will always thank Liam McNeely. He hit my cover when it was UConn against Florida, and he hit my over with that bogus, good-for-nothing, no-reason 3-point, 3/4 court heave that he hucked up there, right? So I'm always going to have Liam McNeely's back. My worry with McNeely would be the athleticism, but again, they've made it clear at points where they don't really care about the athleticism, but then sometimes they do care about the athleticism. I think the better trade would be McNeely and Sarif, so that way you can still get Danny Wolf, where McNeely would be more of a true shooter, and Wolf can give you that point forward, and then you almost just kind of figure it out between Traore and Igor Demon and Powell as who, like, 3 of you guys enter a room, one of you leaves and gets to be a starter on this team. The other 2 we probably move on from in 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like what they did overall. I just think they could have had with those 5 picks, they could have had such a better haul. And they, to me, they really came up with a bunch of, I don't know. Like, some of these guys can work out, but I feel like they just could have come away with at least 2, 3, 4 players that it could be really impactful right away in the NBA. So, I mean, I want to know some of your thoughts on what New Orleans did, trading next year's first-round pick unprotected to Atlanta to get Derek Queen, and also taking a chance on Jeremiah Fears at 7.
Yeah, well, first of all, frat bros everywhere are rejoicing. The Zero Fears shirt, jersey, whatever you want to buy, is going to look fantastic at Darty's in 19-year-old and 23-year-olds for probably the next 10 to 15 years. It might replace the Chad Kelly Ole Miss jerseys. So congratulations to the worst bros you know. That's me. I really almost bought that jersey. I thought it was sick. I think that the Blazers should thank New Orleans, because the Blazers were going to come into this draft at the end, if everything else had stayed pat, where they draft Yang Hansen, and they would have been lame-basted. Obviously, I'm kind of doing a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek thing of saying, hey, Rookie of the Year, 200-1. I've been trolling, tweeting out his highlights so far, saying, wow, what a great pick. If only all the other franchises could have had him. Look, they reached for Yang Hansen. He was a guy who wasn't even supposed to go until today. He was going to be a back-end round 2 guy, yet the Blazers reached for him at 16, and I don't care what anybody says, they probably could have gotten him much later on in the first round. Keep trading back. Luckily for the Blazers is that the New Orleans Pelicans thing happened. And what people don't realize is Joe Dumars is now running that front office over there in New Orleans. And he's made an absolute mockery at times of front office decision making. When he was in Detroit, he's the one who made all the bad moves, grabbing the wrong guys, grabbing guys that kind of ended up destroying that team. So to me, for him to trade away a pick when you know you're going to be bad, yes, I get it. Derek Queen, you're bringing him in. He's going to be a really good player for you guys, but you just gave up a first-round pick unprotected, and you aren't supposed to be good at basketball next year. What are you doing? There's still a chance that Queen would have been there, or maybe you could trade up for that round and still protect, your first-round pick. Make sure that you have it top 10 protected. Shoot, top 7 protected, top 5 protected. Do something so that you can protect your draft. It was a wild draft yesterday, and I'm glad that we were able to get into that there with Kenny. But we're going to get out to a break here on the BetMGM Tonight show. We're coming back with MLB Futures next on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back on in to BetMGM Tonight. I'm Will Ortner. I'm going to bring on the super producers right now. I'm going to bring on Addie and Kenny. But first, we're going to be talking a little bit about MLB baseball. Obviously, I'm a Seattle Mariners fan. I've been hyping up the boys. They've been finding a way to let me down. Don't worry, everyone. Our super young prospect, Harry Ford, he's joining the ball club, so can't wait for his debut. So just so you guys all know, the Mariners are about to get hot. Catch the fever. Jump on the bandwagon now. Now's the perfect time. Everybody wants to come aboard, and I'm bringing on our two super producers. Kenny's coming on. Addie's coming on. Addie, you might be the only person that's not allowed on the bandwagon. You were talking a bunch of trash in the break, talking about your Houston Astros, and I don't want to hear it. Why would you root for a team that just bangs on the trash can whenever they're about to lose? How could you do that to yourself?
So now that it's been long enough, I can say this. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. They haven't cheated since then. They're just good, guys. They're just good.
Fair enough. All right. So right now in the West, the Astros are obviously the favorites. I was able to snag a Seattle Mariners West prop earlier on. We were doing the exotics. And so I was able to grab the Mariners to win the West at plus 375. Kenny, you seem to have kind of an interesting perspective on the AL West, how you think it's going to end up. What team do you think is going to win the division? And then we'll get into who you think is going to do better in the postseason here in a sec.
Yeah, I do think it's the Astros, and I told you, as we've seen this movie before, usually that the Mariners have the lead past the 4th of July. They already gave it up well before the 4th of July. I mean, we're only at June 26th, and it's 6.5 games. And you're talking a lot of smack for a guy who's a fan of a team behind 6.5 games right now. We know the Astros are a team. I know they lost Bregman and Tucker, but they're a veteran team who I expect to hold on to this lead. And like you said, we'll talk about the postseason, but I do expect the Astros to hold on to this lead. And you could still get a decent number on them to what are the odds for them to win the AL West? I know that it's pretty. Oh no, it's minus 400. Never mind.
Well, you might want to parlay them with someone else. Yeah. Right now, the Astros, they're leading the division 48-33. Mariners 41-39, 6.5 games back. They are 1 game over the Angels. The Mariners are right now, at least last time I looked, in that second wild card position in the West. Addie, can you hear us breathing down your necks? We're getting Bryce Miller back. George Kirby's starting to hit his stride. Logan Gilbert's coming back. Are you nervous at all, or am I just blowing a bunch of smoke right now?
You know, I don't mean to be a homer, but I'm not nervous at all. I keep saying this Astros team, their success, if you look at these players, yesterday pitching, Colton Gordon, Brandon Walter, who are these people? We've never heard of them, but they're still finding ways to win, and they're winning against good teams. They just swept the Phillies, who are one of the best teams in baseball. And right now, I know that the Astros, they've been putting out injury updates. A lot of their pitchers will be coming back. So I feel like once they even have this healthy team that's supposed to be there, they're going to be a team to look out for even after the All-Star break.
Yeah, my Seattle Mariners, I'm really banking on Cal Raleigh. Just everyone turning into Cal Raleigh. That's the hitting. It's okay. It's better than it's been in the past, but it's really bolstered by him. I am excited for Julio, and I do think that he will catch fire. Randy Arozarena seems to make big-time hits when runners are in scoring position. Obviously, you're going to get some of that pitching staff back, but we saw it today, right? You go to your bullpen, you're down, 1 run, 2 runs to the Twinkies, and all of a sudden you give up an 8 spot in 1 inning. Just absolutely brutal display from that bullpen. Now, don't get me wrong. If you can get to the setup man in Matt Brash, he's been lights out since he returned from Tommy John surgery. Andres Munoz has given up like 1 run the entire year. He's an unbelievable closer. Also, sneaky tall. If you didn't know that, he's the same height as me. So 6'5", really caught me off guard. That dude is throwing absolute heat right now. So if you can get to the setup, you can get to the closer, it's going to be good for the Mariners. The problem is they're not always able to do that. I'm still holding out hope. Unfortunately, Kenny and Addy might be right there. Now, we were talking a little bit about MLB futures, and Addy was pointing me out towards the AL Cy Young. I instantly just went, oh, it's going to be Skubals, right? He was the breakout star of last year's postseason. He's been absolutely shoving this season. Every time he comes in, it seems like he's getting double-digit K numbers. Right now, the Detroit Tigers, they're leading the AL Central at 51-31. And after doing a quick peruse, not only do they have the best record in the American League Central, they have the best record in the American League. They have the best record tied with the Dodgers right now in baseball. Both of those teams at 51-31. So can either one of you convince me? We'll start with Addy. Why I shouldn't put money on Tariq Skubal. Maybe I put him in a parlay to win the AL Cy Young Award with the Astros, so that way I can at least ease some of my pain and get a little bit of plus money value there. Is there any value in anyone else at that AL Cy Young Award, Addy?
So I think after today's start, if you look at Hunter Brown, 98 innings pitched, his ERA 1.74. That is the best in all of MLB, all of baseball. And if you look at BetMGM right now, you can get him at plus 400. I think those are great numbers because Skubal is at minus 135. But when you're looking at how Skubal's been pitching lately versus how Hunter Brown has been kind of going the opposite direction in a positive way, I'd put all the money on Hunter Brown there.
Kenny, do you have a zag?
I agree with everything Addy said. I think it's going to be Skubal versus Brown, and I'll tell you why. And I could be wrong, but I think the Red Sox and the Rangers, because you got Crochet and DeGrom as the other two guys kind of in this mix right now, with Max Fried as well, who I mean, he would fit more into the category with Brown and Skubal, but where I'm going with Crochet and DeGrom, I don't think the Rangers are going to be competing down the stretch. There's a chance those guys can get shut down. I know they're still in the mix right now, but I mean, the Red Sox traded Devers. The Rangers have not been what we might have expected they've been all season long. So I think it will be between Skubal and Brown. I think you're getting a good price on Hunter Brown right now. So everything that Addy said, I do agree with. Do I have any interest in betting against Skubal? Not really.
Right. Like, that dude is just a hoss. And for whatever reason, when it comes to starting pitching in the major leagues, like when you get a guy up there who wants to throw hard and he wants to attack batters, and the more strikeouts that he gets, the more hyped up he gets, the more excited he gets. It's just hard to go against them, right? Like, how many times have we seen Madison Bumgarner back in the day where he'd come out and just get excited to get a strikeout, and if anyone got a ball on him, he was going to start screaming at him, getting in their face, chewing them out, almost attacking the umpires all the time. Obviously, Skubal is not to that same extent, but it does feel like he's got a little bit of that similar vibe. Roger Clemens obviously was like this as well, where once you get that bigger pitcher in, they're mean, they're nasty, they want to strike you out every single chance that they get, and they really just attack batters in that way. I want to jump over to the NL side. I made a joke about this earlier. Hopefully you got it. If you didn't, it just sounds like I'm making a lame attempt to hit on Livy Dunn. But Paul Skeens right now might be the best pitcher in baseball if he's not the best pitcher in the NL. Obviously, he's gone this year. He has 106 innings pitched. He's only given up 67 hits, 25 earned runs, only 5 home runs. He has 110 Ks. He has more strikeouts than innings pitched. Right now, he has a 2.12 ERA. He's been absolutely fantastic. His Ks per 9, he's averaging 9.3 strikeouts per 9. Yet on the year, he has 17 games started, 12 quality starts, 4 wins, 7 freaking losses. This Pirates team is abysmal. But when you look at the NL Cy Young Award, he's up there as the top candidate right now. Can Paul Skeens win the Cy Young with a losing record? As a Mariner fan, I think that he should be able to get close because Felix eventually did it. And obviously, I have extra love for Felix. Felix got the job done. I think if Skeens gets there and keeps these numbers, he should be able to win the Cy Young as well. Kenny, I'll start with you. Is there anyone that can upset Skeens from a wins perspective and that be enough to get the NL Cy Young away from him?
No, because the people that vote understand that wins. Everybody, as a baseball community, you're a fan of baseball, we all understand that the win stat does not mean anything as far as how good a pitcher is. And I know you look at the Pirates, they're not a team that's competitive. I know I said when it comes down to all the AL candidates, I like the guys that are on contending teams or teams that are supposed to be contending in the second half. But you look at the National League, you look at how special Skeens has been. Like him and Skubal are in a class of their own as far as how special and consistent they've been. And it just seems like they're the Judge and Ohtani of the Cy Young market, and fading them is not a good idea. If I had to pick anyone, it would honestly be Logan Webb. Plus 800 right now. I think Logan Webb has had a phenomenal year, but it's getting overshined because guys like Paul Skeens, Tarek Skubal, a lot of the other guys in the American League. So, but yeah, I mean, Skeens is just incredible. It just sucks that the Pirates can't give him any run support.
No, it's brutal. When you have 12 quality starts, yet you're 4-7, something tells me that that's not entirely your fault. I do like that lean there with Logan Webb just because the Giants have been kind of the surprise team so far in the NL. If they're able to sneak it, look, they're not going to overtake the Dodgers for that NL West title. But if they can sneak into the postseason in a wild card spot, maybe he gets that number a little bit closer, and then you can cash out or you can hedge out that way. Addy, is there anyone that you've been looking at that you think has a shot to beat Skeens for that NL Cy Young award?
When it comes to the NL Cy Young, honestly, I think Paul Skeens should run away from it. Like we were talking about the win-loss record. I hope that we don't take into account poor management for being the reason why he doesn't get it. Because, I mean, man, I really do blame the management on not signing better hitters so they can actually put up runs. I mean, minus 220 is not a number that I would personally bet on, but I don't see anybody else that can catch up with Skeens at this point.
Right. Right now you've got Skeens at minus 220 to win the NL Cy Young. Zach Wheeler is followed. Let's put air quotes around that. Closely behind at plus 400. Logan Webb third at plus 800. The other guy that I do feel bad for in that Pirates pitching rotation, Mitch Keller, 16 games started, 11 quality starts. So not quite as good as Skeens, but pretty darn good. He's 1-10 on the year. 10 losses despite 11 quality starts. I think even Felix Hernandez feels bad for him after all the different things that the Mariners did to him there. Okay, lastly, I know we're getting close to the end of the segment, but I want to make sure that I get this from you guys both quick. Is there a team right now that you're looking at that you think has a shot to sneak into the postseason and make some noise? So every year it seems like there is a team in baseball that when you look at them right around that end of June, beginning of July mark, they are not in the postseason or they're just barely in that wild card spot. And then they go on an absolute heater of a run and put themselves in contention, make it into the postseason, and then go on a big run. I'm thinking of the Arizona Diamondbacks from a couple of years ago. My Seattle Mariners kind of did it. They got in the postseason and then they got bounced pretty well. But I'm going to go again to Kenny here first. Kenny, do you have a team right now that's just on the outside looking in that you think will make a big run post All-Star break?
Well, they're in the 5 spot. Is that okay? But I don't think a lot of people expected them to be here. The Toronto Blue Jays. I think that they'll end up third. I do like the Yankees and the Rays to finish ahead of them, but I do think that they find their way, whether it's the 5 or the 6 seed, into the postseason. The Toronto Blue Jays, they finally have had that first half where it's like, okay, now we're in competitive mode. Bichette's playing great. Vlad's getting it together. You've got a pitching staff as well with guys with a lot of pedigree like Gausman, Berrios, Bassett, Max Scherzer, Hall of Famer. So I think this is a team, and if they do sneak into the postseason with the guys I said, with the bats, I mean, Andreas Jimenez upgraded second base from what they've had in years. George Springer, I know. I'm sure Addy loves George Springer. He's a playoff riser. So I think that this is a team, get Santander healthy, is a team that gets in the playoffs that can make some noise nobody really expected.
Fantastic. Addy, quick, we got a minute. Who do you like?
I like the Giants. Like I said, I think they're going to make a lot of moves at the deadline. They're going to be the team to watch out for. I think Buster Posey is going to go all in.
That's fantastic. Obviously, I'm siding with my boys. They're sneaky in right now. I believe they're that second wild card spot. Seattle Mariners. They can get funky. Kenny's been hyping me up in the breaks, and unfortunately, I did kind of cut him off there, so we weren't able to get Kenny's take on my Seattle Mariners and how they were going to find their way not only into the postseason, but make some real noise. We just need the pitching staff to get healthy as we can get close to the end. Put the roof over T-Mobile Park, and then hopefully Julio will not realize that the marine layer, the fog layer, is coming in. Balls will keep flying out of the yard. Cal Raleigh will keep hitting the ball at the rate that he has been. I still think that he might sneak his way and get the home run leader at the end of the year. Not just in the AL, not just for catchers, but of the entire MLB. We've got one more segment for you here on BetMGM tonight. We're talking football because it's never too early to talk football here on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Welcome back on in BetMGM Tonight. Will Ortner here. I'm going to bring on the super producer Kenny here in a moment. But first, we do have one game currently in action. You got the Mystics taking on the Aces in Las Vegas. That one right now, second quarter, 39-32. Plenty of spots to go there. Aja Wilson, I need her to get a double-double to hit at least one bet, so that way I don't go 0 for have to wear the golden sombrero. Right now, she has 5 rebounds. She had 6. In the middle of me talking, they took a rebound away from her. 5 rebounds, 6 points in this one. She's 2 for 6 from the field, so I do need her to get it figured out there. So I at least don't go 0 for on my evening here with the BetMGM Tonight crew. But enough about what's currently going on. I want to talk more about my teams because I'm biased and I'm selfish. And Kenny has told me that he's very high on my Seattle Seahawks over in the NFL. Right now, if you want to go over to the BetMGM Sportsbook and you want to put a bet on the Seahawks to win the NFC West, they are at plus 500. Now, that is the worst odds in that division. But plus 500 odds, I think you could convince me of that. Kenny says, Will, don't worry about it. They're not going to win the division. But they might make the playoffs. Kenny, what are you talking about?
Well, they can win the division. I wouldn't bet it. I think that's a good number.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't say I wouldn't bet it. I mean, if you do like the upside is there. And the reason I think that they're going to make the playoffs is because I think that they're a top 7 team in the conference, and we can go over the conference and we can start with the division. And the thing that sucks is I think this is the best division in football. And although I do think they're a top 7 team in the conference next year, this is a football team that won 10 games last year. And it's going into his second year with Mike McDonald, which I think he's going to have that defense top 10. The defense took big leaps last year, especially in the second half of the year with the way that they were playing. And although I think Darnold is a slight downgrade to what you had with Geno, I still think that he's going to come in and have a similar production to what you had with Geno. And losing DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, to me, is not a big deal because JSN was already your number 1, and then you bring in Cooper Kupp. So I think this is going to be very similar to what they were last year, even a little bit better because it's a year 2 coach. I just think the Niners and Rams are just as good, if not better. And I don't know what the order is going to be, but I think there's 3 playoff teams in the NFC West, and I just named them: the Niners, the Rams, and your Seattle Seahawks.
I love that, Kenny. Right now, the Seahawks are plus 180 at the BetMGM Sportsbook to make the playoffs. I also saw a bet earlier on that I was trying to convince Kenny of, which I don't know that he was going to take the bait with me there, but the Seahawks to finish top 2 in the West at plus 160. I completely agree with what you're talking about with McDonald. Although I'll say that defense, I think, is going to get miles better because they've been in this system now for a year. Remember, halfway through the year, he cleaned house. He brought in a bunch of new faces after the Pete Carroll era ended, and McDonald's like, these are going to be my guys. And then after a month, he said, these are not my guys. I don't like these guys. Get these guys out of here. I don't want to deal with them. He brought in guys like Ernest Jones. You saw Leonard Williams start to just take a bigger step up in the way that they used him. They started using him not only on the inside at that defensive tackle position, but also as a defensive end. When Murphy was healthy on that defensive line, he was running around making plays. In the draft, you go and get Nick Emanwuri, who, look, I get it, right? Not the highest football IQ player of all time. You're looking at some of the South Carolina mistakes that he had, why he wasn't a first-round draft pick. He made some mistakes over there. But when you look at his testing numbers, it is Sean Taylor. He is Cam Chancellor. If you can get him out onto the field in McDonald's system where he is playing with his hair on fire in that strong safety position, you're looking at a version of a player that could turn into a Kyle Hamilton, a Cam Chancellor, a Sean Taylor. And remember, McDonald is the person who turned Kyle Hamilton into what he is. Now, don't get me wrong. Kyle Hamilton is a great player, and he was going to be a great player in whatever defense he was going to be in. But what McDonald did is he saw what Hamilton was and say, I'm going to take all your strengths, and I'm going to create that for this defense. I think Nick Emanwuri can be the same type of player. You now get to move Love back to his true position, which is that free safety. So he's not in the box banging with the offensive linemen as much. I think that defense takes a step forward. Obviously, Kenny, I'm going to let you spread the love of Devin Witherspoon here in a second, but he's been absolutely fantastic. I think this offense is going to be much different than last year. Under Grubb, they were a pass-first team, so much to the point where McDonald would show up to pressers with a run-the-damn-ball hat. Something tells me that when your head coach is wearing a run-the-damn-ball hat at a presser and your offensive coordinator isn't running the ball, that might be a problem in your organization. Now he goes out, he gets Kubiak. He's got more of a run-first offense. They're going to be running behind their first-round pick in Zabel. You've got K9 back there, Kenneth Walker. The backfield, Charbonnet is fantastic. I think Damian Martinez was a sneaky great pick in that 7th round. So I just love everything that the Seahawks are doing. I agree with you. I'm bullish. I might be racing over to make sure that I can get that plus 180 for the Seahawks to make the playoffs. Now, you had a couple more exotic bets, Kenny, and I already kind of previewed a little bit of the Devin Witherspoon one. You like him for Defensive Player of the Year. Convince me on it.
Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, so the 3 criteria, everyone has this idea that you have to be an edge rusher. And first of all, last year, who won Defensive Player of the Year? A corner. Everyone has this idea it has to be an edge rusher, and the way the NFL has been over the years, it makes sense. But the main 3 criteria is you want to be on a winning team, a top 10 defense, and you want to just be a good defensive player, impactful in whatever way it may be. And we saw that last year with Surtain. Team makes the playoffs. Defense is top 10, and he was impactful. And I think Devon Witherspoon is a guy that fits this criteria to me. Or if the Seattle defense is going to be this good in year 2 with McDonald, and he's the best player on the defense, and they're top 10, and they make the playoffs, and it's a little surprising to people, and they make the playoffs because of the defense, and he's the best player on that defense, 100-1 for Devon Witherspoon to win Defensive Player of the Year. I think it's worth a sprinkle.
I don't
His
hate
teammate,
that at
Leonard
all.
Williams, is 60-1. I think he should be the favorite, though. I mean, Leonard Williams is a great player, too, and he plays more of the position that you're going to get the sack numbers, so I understand why the number is what it is. But like I said, you're trying to look at defenses that you think are going to be good. A lot of these guys at the top, like Micah Parsons, do we think Dallas's defense is going to be good? Probably not, right? Nope. The Browns are going to have a good defense, but are they going to be competitive? Probably not. So that's like Myles Garrett. So I think you have to fit the criteria of being on a good defense, a good team, and just being a very impactful or the best player on that defense. So I think Devon Witherspoon, like I said, could fit all that criteria, and at that number, I think it is unbelievable. Convince you?
No, I really don't hate that. It's close to convincing me because what the Seahawks are going to do with Witherspoon is at times they're going to say, hey, this team that we're playing, they've got a great receiver, number 1. You're playing the Rams. Puka Nakua's on the outside at that X spot. Witherspoon, go lock him down. And then you're going to play another team where, hey, their best receiver, that guy's going to be in the slot. If they were playing Baltimore this year, I don't believe that they do. Ooh, this is a better example. They're playing Minnesota this year, right? Jordan Addison's in the slot. Hey, Devin Witherspoon, you're going to have to go off of Justin Jefferson and make sure that you lock down Jordan Addison in the slot, right? You play a team like Detroit. Amon-Ra St. Brown bounces all over the place. Well, Devin Witherspoon, he's one of the few corners in the game that can do that as well. He is an absolute ball hawk. Couldn't agree with you more there. If he gets a bunch of turnovers this year for Seattle, not only do you think that you're going to see that defense play to the highest ability of their capabilities, but you're also going to see more national love be thrown his way. He's a fun player. He's an energetic personality, which is important when it comes to some of these awards. But the other thing that they do with him as well is they're not afraid to blitz him. Remember his rookie season, they were on Monday Night Football against the Giants. He had 2 sacks in that freaking game, coming off the edge on corner fires. How often do you see corners get 2 sacks in an entire season? He did it in 1 game. So when I look at this Seahawks team, I think you're convincing me right now, Kenny, to at least throw that Yang Hansen money on it, right? Hey, instead of the Skittles, instead of the gummy bears, let's throw $1 on it. It could be fun. Why not? You never know. Maybe it'll go your way. Now, are those your favorites?
If he has a pick six on prime time too, you're like, I have $1 on him to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Right. And I'm sure that'll go well with me when I'm trying to find my future wife at a bar. She'll love that. So, all right. We only have a few more minutes left, so I wanted to make sure that I did get this out to you. Do you have any other NFL futures that you're liking? Okay. Do you like anyone else in the Defensive Player of the Year market? Are you liking a team? Are you seeing something that maybe you're bullish on? Where are you leaning, Kenny?
So we talked about the Seahawks, obviously, as one of my sleeper teams to make the playoffs that didn't make it last year. I know they were 10-7, but I'll go over to the AFC. I'll talk about my Las Vegas Raiders. I know that they're in a tough division as well, but I think the upgrades with Geno Smith and Pete Carroll, who you know a lot about, is going to be huge for this team. The defense is going to be very good. I think top half of the league with Max Crosby leading the way. I think Ashton Genty and Brock Bowers is the best young running back tight end duo in the league. And this team is going to be in the playoffs. I think both Wests, the NFC West and the AFC West, get 3 playoff teams next year. So I like the Raiders to make the playoffs in the AFC West as my sleeper team, and also over 7.5 wins for sure. Pete Carroll did not come out of retirement to win 7 games. So.
No, Pete Carroll is great at finding ways to get victories. Right now, if you want to bet over 7.5 for the Raiders at the BetMGM Sportsbook, that's plus 135. I really like AP Offensive Rookie of the Year, Ashton Genty. I'm sticking with you in Las Vegas, Kenny. I believe in Ashton Genty. That's plus 250 right now. What does Pete Carroll like to do with the football? He likes to run the ball. Remember, Marshawn Lynch had a great rookie year when he was in Buffalo, and then he comes to Seattle after 2 kind of lackluster years, and Seattle turns him back into the superstar that he was. He became one of the best, if not the best running back in all of football in Seattle, and that was under Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll wants to run the ball. He's old school mentality, right? 3 things happen when you throw the football. 2 of them are bad. That's why you want to pound the rock and play good defense. Keep yourself in games. Find a way to get a victory. I really like where Kenny's going there with the Raiders to make the playoffs, and I really like Ashton Genty, AP, Rookie of the Year in the NFL, plus 250 on the BetMGM Sportsbook. Thank you to Kenny and Addie. Thank you for the super producers. Thank you, Mike, back in Chicago. Thank you, Brad. This was BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Sportsbook. Good night, y'all.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM Tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner.
Hey, welcome in. Back to the Futures is back again. Brandon Sprague out here in Portland, Oregon. My great co-host, as always, Will Ortner, the pride of Hockinson High, the 62nd greatest offensive line prospect in Hockinson High School history. Look it up, Google, fact check it. You will find that I am correct. It is good to be with you here this evening on the BetMGM Network. Will, good evening. How was the old gambling weekend? Did we partake much in the gambling? And how you doing?
Not doing too bad. Got out on Saturday morning, first golf round of the new summer. Not too bad. You got to start the golf season off with a best ball. I think that's the best way to kind of work your way back in. You need spring training. You can't just go out there and try and shoot your best round ever. You need to be with the buddies, kind of ease your way in. You're going to have some bad shots. You're going to have some real bad shots, and you'll have one or two good shots. Are you disagreeing with me? I'm seeing you're making faces. You don't think best ball is the way to start off your golfing season?
So you guys collectively each hit a tee shot, and then you all just choose the best tee shot and then hit from there?
Well, it was a tournament. It was a best ball tournament. I think the best way to sign up.
You didn't specify that it was a tournament. You said I got out from my first round of the year, and it's the best way to do it is best ball, which it's like if that's just a regular round, that's bullish, man. You got to go out there and golf for yourself, and if you shoot on 110 or you shoot a 90, your score is what your game is at. So, like, you didn't specify it was a tournament. Had you said got out, golf round, good tournament, we did a best ball style, I wouldn't have given you a face, but you made it sound like it was your first round with just your boys with no real stakes. And I'm sitting here going, why would you play best ball? What a ridiculous way to play with a round that doesn't matter.
You've never wanted to go out with your boys and tried to shoot a course record? Like, every once in a while, we used to do that all the time.
But it's not a record. It's cheating.
It's not cheating. It's just a different way of getting to the course record. Like, let's see if we can if four of us together can beat one guy. Come on, man.
If you're in a tournament, sure. That's how we do our radio station tournament out here in Portland. You know that at the Fan Golf Classic. Yes. But if you're just you and your boys at your local muni and it's just a regular foursome at 1 o'clock on a Saturday, I'm screaming at you guys if you're playing best ball if I'm behind you. Like, get this amateur hour stuff out of here. What are we doing? Have some course etiquette. Have some respect for your golf game.
That is respect for the course, and it has great course etiquette because we're not searching for balls that are lost in the woods. We're motoring through. We're probably done in less than 4 hours.
You're still looking for the ball.
No. You know
everybody looks for the ball.
This is the 100 men versus the gorilla, except we're just doing it 4 men versus the golf pro. That's all that it is. It's just, your Tiger Woods or whatever your course record champion is versus us 4. And that's a fun way to get going. It's a nice way to ease into your season. If you're doing it in August, that's different. Probably don't do that then. But if you're doing it at the beginning of like May, end of April, when the golf season just starts, I think that's perfectly fine.
Okay, but the problem is you said it was a tournament, but you didn't start it as a tournament. Then it's a tournament, and now you're arguing as if it wasn't a tournament because you know how ridiculous it is if it's not a tournament. So were you in an actual tournament, or are you just saying you played around with your boys and played best ball? Which is it?
I was in an actual tournament raising money for my alma mater, the Hockinson Hawks. Go Hawks.
Okay. Then I'll tell you, as a bad golfer who loves to golf, yeah, play best ball. But if it's just you at Tri Mountain on a Saturday at noon and you play best ball, shame. Absolute Game of Thrones, shame on you. Be better than that.
I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree. I think sometimes it's okay to go and do a little bit of spring training. Sometimes you need to go to the par 3 course and get warmed up for the year.
Kenny asking the important questions. You were 71st last week. How did he move up? Unfortunately, 9 kids died since this last show. So he went up to 62nd because 9 of them perished. So there you go. Sorry, Kenny. That's what happened. We don't have to name names. Let's not talk about this publicly anymore, Will. We don't want to make people feel bad, okay? It's Mother's Day, for God's sakes. We have a lot to get to on the program tonight. Let's start the NBA playoffs as we await the start of Game 4 between Cleveland and Indiana. Indiana stealing 2 on the road. Cleveland coming back with another great Donovan Mitchell Game 3 performance. Legendary, some say, in Cleveland. Tyrese Halliburton was having a good run, and then he went out there and had maybe the worst game of his entire career in Game 3, and the Pacers really just stunk it up. So we'll wait, and we'll keep you updated as Game 4 is just minutes away from tipping off. Let's start with the other game that happened today. Let's start with the big one. At least we thought it was a big one. Maybe it was a big one. It sure didn't feel like it when we watched it. Two teams shooting 24% from three. We had the lowest scoring first quarter in NBA playoff history. The Nuggets had an 8. Yes, you heard that correctly. They had 8 total points after the first quarter, and somehow these teams got to the back end of the 90s and the front end of the or back into the 80s, front end of the 90s. 92-87 was the final somehow after like a 16-8 first quarter, 17-8, whatever it was. Just atrocious basketball. But it ended up being a close game and coming down to the wire. And the Thunder, even up the series, they are tied 2-2 as they go back to Denver. Takeaways. Let's start. What were your takeaways from that pivotal Game 4?
I was impressed that the Thunder kind of learned from some of the mistakes that they've made in the fourth quarter. It felt like that they didn't, come together and feel the pressure. It didn't feel like they tightened up in this one, right? It was a back and forth affair at different points early on in the fourth quarter. Even the Thunder had the lead. I mean, when Russell Westbrook is hitting 3-pointers on you, that's got to make you not feel awesome if you're the Thunder. And going into the playoffs, what did we talk about with this Thunder team? If they don't win it, it's going to be because they are inexperienced, and it feels like they've gone through some of those punches. Nikola Jokic is the best player in the world right now for a reason, and he's come out in this series and absolutely put on a clinic. Whenever they needed, the Nuggets need him to score, he's scoring. When they need him to get rebounds, he's getting rebounds. No one's better at finding open teammates than Jokic, right? So it felt like the Thunder kind of looked at, hey, we lost Game 1, we lost Game 3. Why? Late fourth quarter collapses. How do we find a way to make those adjustments and win this ball game? I felt like Caruso's defense was otherworldly. He was all over Murray. He was all over Braun whenever he got it on the top of the three-point lines trying to start the offense. It felt like, the Nuggets weren't able, if it didn't get to Jokic, they weren't able to get a clean look. So I was just very impressed on the changes that the Thunder made to make sure that they got out of Denver tied up with this series.
Yeah, what's interesting is like SGA was seen smiling at the end of Game 3. He played just an awful game. I know it's SGA. I know he's going to be the MVP. I really wish Jalen Williams would have got the look at the end of the ball game. SGA just didn't have it going at all. They go to overtime. They lose. Aaron Gordon was amazing in that game. He kind of vowed that he was never going to be that bad. I actually didn't think he was much better except when it mattered, and that was the fourth quarter. OKC outscored Denver 29-18. In the fourth quarter. He talked in the postgame like what was the difference? It was their defense. Their defense came out today. Now, look, I say this understanding how ridiculous the box score looks versus what reality is. Jokic has had a struggle here now for 3 games. Now, he still finishes with 27-13, which is like we all grew up seeing centers get that stat line and be like, oh, what a monster. And it's a good stat line. But he's not shooting very efficiently. His percentages are dipped. He's 5 points per game less in his last 3. And I don't know whether this is a combination of OKC throwing 2 to 3 at him every other and getting him to throw out. It's interesting. I was talking to a friend of mine, and we both love basketball. And, I grew up with Shaq and Duncan and Dream and, all these bigs, back to the basket traditional bigs. They get that ball on the low block. And sometimes they initially throw 2 and they'll throw it back out. And then sometimes they get that second defender off. They'll throw it right back in and then the big will operate. Denver's not doing that. And I find that very interesting. Jokic should be getting more looks, better looks. He outweighs Chet Holmgren by 380 pounds probably. When he gets rid of it the first time, Denver doesn't go back to him. And I find that odd because that seems like a recipe that should work. And they went away, and you know what? He was awful. They were collectively awful. It was finally the bad Russell Westbrook game. Christian Brown wasn't really efficient for them. Watson couldn't do much of anything. Porter had a big Game 3, couldn't do much in Game 4. And, Jamal Murray was inefficient as well. So it's a combination of stuff, and I don't know how to exactly pinpoint the Jokic stuff other than to say maybe it's the combo of great team defense, swarming, mixed with this dude's 7'1", 300 pounds. It's just natural for these guys to wear down, especially playing the style that he plays.
Yeah, I think the other thing too with the Thunder is the amount of bodies that they have. I mean, you go through the stat line and it's like SGA has 25 points, but then it's like you get a little bit from Hartenstein, right? He's got 8 points, 14 boards. You go to Chet, he's got 8 points, he's got 13 boards. Wiggins had a big 3, right? When it seemed like Denver was coming back in at the end of that fourth quarter. You're going through Jalen Williams, the smaller one. While he's not having his typical, what people were hoping he would step up to and be in that second scoring option, it still feels like when he needs to get a bucket, he has the opportunities to go get him. Alex Caruso gets a steal late in the game that leads to a foul, right? That gets Denver in the bonus early. So it just feels like, too, the Thunder, well, maybe it's not one player truly asserting themselves up above everyone else. It's that depth that we always talk about with this team of everyone is doing a little bit more of their part. Now, I understand that, hey, this could all flip back on its head in game 5 if Jokic goes off, or you have another big Aaron Gordon game where it just seems like whenever their back's against the wall, he makes a big crucial play late to help push them to victory. But I wonder too if not just the bodies that are being thrown at Jokic is wearing down Jokic, but it's the bodies that are being thrown at the Nuggets as a whole. Because right now, I mean, you've got half of a Michael Porter Jr. and then everybody else. Yeah, Russ is back from his injury, but he's not at 100%. Murray's had moments where he looks like he's healthy again. He has moments where he looks like he's not. I just wonder if the depth of the Thunder is just going to overwhelm this Nuggets team, and that's going to be the difference in who wins the series and who doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked at this series a million different ways, and everybody can come to similar or if not slightly different conclusions, and I'm like, OKC probably should have won game 1, choked it away, Aaron Gordon 3. All right, they blow him out in game 2. And SGA just was like all-time bad. That's one of the worst games I've seen him play this season. I'd say one of the worst games I've seen him play the last 2 years. In game 3, blown opportunity to lose. This one, it felt like they were trending towards that loss. And then in the fourth quarter, the updated series odds are Thunder minus 620, Nuggets plus 460. I just want to add before I ask you where you lean, because this is a no-brainer decision for me. I thought everything that those role guys did that you named off, their numbers won't jump out. It was when they did it, at the moment they did it, right? So, like, Jalen Williams did not have a great game by Jalen Williams standards. I thought he made a lot of plays, though, without scoring and even necessarily getting the technical assist. I thought Cason Wallace and Joe, and they come out there, they're not afraid to shoot a 3. They let it fly. You mentioned Caruso and his help side defense and ripping Murray a couple times. I thought it was kind of the collective throughout that ended up wearing out. Chet also at the end of the first quarter was like, kind of a short rest. It feels like a back-to-back for them because they had a late overtime game 2 days ago. Then they turn and burn and they get the early game on Sunday. And it's like it physically looks like everybody was kind of going through it. And the Thunder are younger. They're deeper, as you mentioned. Now, the series odds are Thunder minus 620 again and the Nuggets plus 460 at BetMGM. I personally think this is going 7 games. I know what I would do if I was to have to lay a bet now. What would you do?
I bet the Thunder before the playoffs started to win the whole thing. I put money on the Thunder to beat Memphis, and I put money on the Thunder in a couple different parlays to beat the Nuggets, and that's where I'm going to stick with my money. I understand why the Nuggets could force this to game 7. You have the best player in the world right now on one side, and it feels like whenever there's a close game, Aaron Gordon seems to take a big step up. This is the one game in the playoffs this entire season where he hasn't taken that gigantic step up. And as far as Russell Westbrook goes, look, this is probably his first bad Russell Westbrook game in a crucial game in this playoffs. It felt like in that first series against the Clippers, like when they needed a big play, he found a way to make it. In this game, he didn't. I'm not saying that good Russ is going to come to stay and we should bet on Russell Westbrook being good. The only worse bet than that is James Harden in an elimination game being good. But I do feel like the Thunder are going to be able to get it done simply because of that depth. And yes, they are younger, so they haven't gone through some of the hardships, but they also don't have the scars. They don't have the wear and tear. They don't have those injuries that are lingering, right? They haven't been beaten up. So I think that the Thunder are going to be able to use their youth to get steals, to make big plays, to make hustle plays. And then I think with their depth, they are going to be able to overwhelm this Denver team.
OKC in 7, according to BetMGM and our super producer, Zach. OKC in 7 is plus 175. I have the Thunder in this series. I took them before it started. I have the Thunder getting to the Western Conference Finals. I think they're going to take on the Timberwolves, which we'll get to because, unfortunately there's an injury in that series that's kind of changed the landscape of it. I still think Thunder can get to the finals. Now, that being said, this is a show where we talk about futures. And if you want to talk about futures and you want to talk about value, I don't know how you don't toy with Nuggets plus 460 to win the series. I just don't. I feel like those numbers are a bit high both ways. Like OKC in 7 or even in 6, maybe it happens. They're so playoff and championship tested. And I think OKC in a lot of moments in this series are still looking like that young team that are figuring this out. And so if the other team has the best player in the world and then other veterans that know how to get it done, I think plus 460 is insane value. We got a lot to get to here, Will. Give you an update on this Indiana-Cleveland game as it's already had a timeout for one team. And we'll get some NFL stuff today and some of the other playoff conversations to be had. It is a loaded show. Back to the Future's back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Futures will be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Flux capacitor, and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, welcome back in. Nice little off-air conversation involving Bill Belichick and everything going on there. We won't get into that today. But update on the Indiana-Cleveland game, 16-10. They're challenging an out-of-bounds call. Halliburton claims he did not touch it. They ruled it Cleveland's ball, but it looks like on the replay that Indiana should get this back. Let's dive into the Celtics-Knicks game. Game 3, they got Game 4 coming up in just a second here. Here's updated playoff series prices, okay? This is from our friends at BetMGM because we are on the BetMGM network, and Zach Kroll. Here it is. Cavs-Pacers. Cavs going into this series, minus 160, Pacers plus 135. Knicks are a plus 260. Celtics are a minus 325. The Dubs are plus 625. The Wolves are minus 1,000. And the Nuggets, as we mentioned, are plus 460 and Thunder minus 620. Is there one that jumps out at you, like when I give you those numbers?
I think it's a little interesting that the Pacers are still plus 135 with all the injury issues that Cleveland has had. And maybe it's just because the Pacers are up right now on the Cavs. But it feels like to me this Pacers team just has a bunch of different people that they can throw at the Cavs. And when you're missing Garland, Mobley's been banged up. I believe the other injury was to Allen, if I'm not mistaken, right? And so you have 3 Cavaliers who have had to miss time. That they rely on Hunter. Thank you. I knew it was one of the other key contributors, right? So one of your leaders stepping up into that shooting guard role. So you're now losing 3 players or getting a lessened version of those 3 players. And when you had all but Garland healthy, the Pacers took it to you twice on your own home court, right? And I know that they had to come back in game 2, but it feels like Tyrese Halliburton, take away game 3, to me, it feels like an anomaly, is kind of ascending, and he's making up for a lot of his early season woes and a lot of, some of his woes that he had in the offseason playing on Team USA, right? Like he comes into this year and he admitted probably 2-3 months ago, he did an interview and he says, hey, I was reading all the negative comments about myself. And so he tries to go out and show everyone how great he was. And it really detracted from his game. He got into a funk. He was in a bad mental headspace. And he finally just stopped reading all the press clippings. He stopped going through Twitter like Kevin Durant and trying to see who loves him and who hates him. And he just started playing basketball again. And you can tell that he has a lot of joy. He finds it fun. I wish the Cavs were 100% healthy. It doesn't sound like Garland's going to come back in any capacity anytime soon. When you have that type of toe injury, it sounds stupid, but it really does affect you and your game and how you move. It's constantly in pain. And if he does come back, you're going to get a lessened version. I just think the Pacers, they're ascending at the right time. And unfortunately for Cleveland, you have that injury luck that just didn't go your way. And I thought I was smart. I went in and I bet money on the Cavs after they lost game 1. I was like, I'm going to buy the dip. And instead, I'm the dip because I bought the wrong team. I think I'd put money on the Pacers.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, look, Garland was not very good in game 3. He was out there, but he wasn't really effective. You could tell he bothered him. Mobley's out there. They're playing tonight, but they're only down 6 as we start early. The funny thing about the dip is like it didn't dip. they lost game 1 and they were still favorites. Like, it didn't change all that much, and now it's just changing. I'll just say this before we get to Knicks Celtics. Like, it's pretty disrespectful, I think, to have the Warriors at plus 625. Now, should the Wolves win that series? Yeah, I won't argue that. I picked them to win the series in 5. But the Curry injury and seeing what they did yesterday and seeing what they did in game 1 despite losing Curry after just 13 minutes, like, if anything, the Curry injury is telling me if they had Curry, they probably win this series. I don't think Minnesota's been overly impressive. And Edwards had a great second half yesterday. Will he do it again? I don't know. So I think Timberwolves win it, but if you're going to go for value, the Warriors are really disrespected at plus 625. I also think the Nuggets are too. I have the Thunder and the Wolves, and I'm telling you as a better of both those teams, that is value worth jumping at, worth putting a unit on. If I was to actually lay a bet, because I don't want to fade myself yet, the Pacers, I'm with you at plus 135. Like, I go there. And the Knicks Celtics one's the one I feel the weirdest about, because I think to not make any changes in game 2 after how you lost game 1 is wild. I also understand the thinking of Mazzulla and the Celtics of like, no, we've been one of the best teams in the league playing this way. Like, we're not going to overreact. And they didn't, and they lost game 2. But then those threes went down in game 3, and that energy could not be matched by New York. Peyton Pritchard was awesome off the bench, 6th man of the year. And the Celtics hitting 50% of their threes or whatever the final percentages were, like, being that good from 3 is going to win you every game. The Knicks don't have the depth, I think, to compete with Boston. Now, if they're bouncing back, they win game 3 in blowout fashion, which was such a bummer to my Saturday. Like, I was so excited to watch this game, and it just never felt like the Knicks were going to seriously come back. Boston was, 50% from 3. They were 20 of 40, so that finally switched sides. And I just ask, have the Celtics regained control for you? And where are you at as a series better, as the Knicks are plus 260 and Boston right now is a minus 325? What were your takeaways from game 3 and how you feel about the series going forward?
My takeaway is that Boston fans are insane, because after game 2, you would have thought that the world was falling and crumbling. You would have thought they had already gotten swept, the way that some of the big Boston proponents were kind of reacting to it. And I just felt like you've seen how this team has shot from the 3-point line the entire year. And what Coach Maz is doing is he's going by the law of big numbers. Hey, we have this amount of 3-point shooters, and they shoot at this percentage. You're going to have games where you dip below that percentage. And I understand that it's a 7-game series, and so you might not have the biggest sample size to work from like you would an entire season from 82 games. But it just felt like you're in both of those games. You barely lose both of those because of historic comebacks by the Knicks and Jalen Brunson just being, a top 5 player in the world right now. And you shot less than 20% from 3 combined. You had 100 3-point shots in 2 games, and you made somewhere between 20 and 30. Like, it just felt like this is one of those where the numbers are going to go back to their average, right? So eventually the Celtics are going to shoot what they shoot from 3, and they're going to get back into this series. I don't know that I like the Celtics at minus 325, but I still think that they should be favored, right? They have more depth. I know that there's some more guys who are banged up. Porzingis is dealing with his illness than the Knicks. But right now the Knicks really have 6.5, 7 guys that they're going to throw at you. And they've played a lot this year because that's what Tibbs does. I just feel like eventually, as long as the Celtics can get back to more of what their average is from 3, and I trust that they will do that, especially since they are a former, NBA champion. They're the defending NBA champions. I think I'm still going to side with the Celtics. You just went through 2 games where you shot well below your mean. Sometimes that happens. If you have 2 games where you shoot well above your mean, guess what? You're right back to where your averages are, and this series is 2-2 going into game 5 where you're back at home in Boston. I don't think I can.
Yeah, no, is it not weird though? Like, I don't disagree with you. What's more likely, I guess, is there's a little brouhaha going between Indiana and Cleveland. Sorry for looking away from the camera for a second. I just wanted to see what was happening between Hunter and Mathurin. But what's odd is, like, I have a lot of Knicks friends in my life somehow, way out here in Portland, Oregon, but I got them. And I always usually give them crap, but like I'm rooting for them more than I am Boston in this series, just because I'd rather see Brunson versus like having everybody shove Tatum down my throat as if he's the real face of the league, which is ridiculous. But like what's more likely? Boston losing 20-point leads the rest of the way, or Boston winning by 10 or more because their threes actually go in? And like as much as I enjoyed those first two games, I think I agree with you that Boston should be the favorite. Now, I don't know what that number should be, but it's 325 because it's like the math won't math. They're going to lose 4 games after blowing. They're going to blow 4 20-point leads. I don't know if I mathematically am in on that. So, like, it was fun. Brunson and Bridges, who was over in the first half of game 2, just absolutely ignited that flame in game 2 in the second half and got it going. And then Brunson got it going late. And, like, that was fun. But it doesn't seem likely to gamble on the fact that, like, Boston is going to blow 4 leads of 20-plus in a series, whereas, like, it feels like that's the only way the Knicks are winning because they haven't won a different way. We haven't seen it. If it gets in the final 5 minutes and it's within 5 and it's clutch time, you're going to like having Jalen Brunson for sure, but the depth of Boston and just what surrounds the Brown and Tatum combo is just like, it's hard to get by that. So to your point, they should be favored. I don't know if I'd want to bet them because that's not insane value. I'm betting $325 to win 100. But like, you just got to take math, and just like 20-point leads blown 4 times in a series doesn't seem likely. Now we'll see what game 4 ends up being, but Boston being the favorite shouldn't be a surprise, but it does make sense for sure.
I also think too that, like you talked about the way that they win, right? Like Knicks had to come back from 20 points down twice. How often does that really happen? Look at the 3-point, percentage from Boston shooting in that series. They shot 2 of their worst statistical games from 3 all year. Are you banking that they do it 2 more times in this 7-game series? Are you really banking on them doing that? Are you banking on the Knicks saying, we're going to come back in the fourth quarter where we're down by 20 and just go off? It's clear that the Knicks have some clear matchups that they're exploiting right now. OG Anunoby is doing fantastic work on the defensive end against Tatum. For whatever reason, Tatum really seems to struggle against OG. So there's a hat tip there, right? Jalen Brunson, he has been one of it. Well, he was the clutchest player this year in the NBA. And you can see why, because he's finding different ways. Some games he's doing it from the 3-point line. Some games he's doing it with intelligence, getting to the foul line, right? Sometimes he's doing it by finding the open man, and they're making shots. Mikal Bridges has been great in crunch time defense. That steal that he had to end game 2 on Tatum, I don't know many players that can make that play, and he put himself in the right position there. But to continue to bank on the Knicks finding a way, thinking that the Knicks have found the secret recipe, the winning formula to beat this Boston team again and again and again, I just don't think that I've found it. Like right now, your recipe is what? We're just going to bank in the second half that they don't make any 3-pointers, and then in the fourth quarter they get tight, and Tatum and Brown take ill-advised shots the entire time? I just don't see that being a winning formula for the rest of this series. It doesn't make sense in my head. Maybe it happens. It just doesn't make sense in my head.
So I'm a little confused. So Zach's going to have to help me out here. DeAndre Hunter and Ben Mathurin got into a little bit of something. Mathurin doesn't like punch him, but he bumps into Hunter. Hunter walks up to him, just 2-hand chest pushes him to the ground. Mathurin sells it a little bit. They then have to come together and separate. The ref reviews something, and all I have seen is that Mathurin got ejected. Now, look, I'm not a fan of these players getting ejected, especially for that. Mm-hmm. But I'm confused why Mathurin's ejected and Hunter didn't get any. Hunter just shot free throws. I'm very confused what the official call here was, because you can say that Mathurin's in the wrong, but Hunter straight up went up to him and just shoved him to the ground. I'm just very confused by what the official call was here. So Zach's going to look it up as we do a little play-by-play. Let's talk about the other game. Golden State, Minnesota. Now, I had Minnesota in this series. I had Minnesota in 5. That could still technically happen, but I don't know how likely it is because Golden State had opportunities in game 3. Ant Edwards was awesome. He went absolutely insane in the second half, and his 30-plus burger carries the T-Wolves to a series lead. Now, there's still no Steph Curry. I don't think we're going to see Steph. I think if we do, I'm not convinced he's going to be Steph. So if anything, he's a distraction that Minnesota will quickly figure out is a distraction. But where are you at on Minnesota? They're a minus 1,000 to win this series now. And Golden State's a plus 625. What did you think of game 3? And are you expecting Minnesota to win this in 5? What do you expect for game 4?
Monetarily, I'd like this game to get to game 6 just because I have this series going over 5.5. But I also bet that before Steph Curry got hurt. And not to be, the fat, out-of-shape sportscaster who's going to tell you how long an injury is going to make an elite athlete sit out of a series, it's going to be a lot longer than we think. And even if he does come back, like I had a grade 1 strain of my hamstring, right? It bothers me to this day, and I did it when I was 20 years old. And I understand that, I'm not Steph Curry, and Steph Curry isn't me. What's Steph Curry
I'm
known
glad you
best
understand
for?
that.
Right. Well, I'm a little bit taller, so
you know what I
take that
figured
shit
out?
off.
I'm not Steph Curry.
Yeah, and a shocking development. Guess what? We're a little different. But he's known for his ability to run around the court and use his speed and his quickness to get open looks. He's not going to have that ability with the hamstring, right? And so he's going to turn into more of that distraction, like you said, or a spot-up shooter. And that just completely changes what this Warriors team is. Now, I do worry about the Wolves playing with their food, right? Like it took Ant Edwards waking up and going off for 28 in the second half for that Wolves team to get going and win this game. And it was much closer than it should have been. And the Wolves seem to do this, right? They play up or down to their opponent. So I just worry about the Wolves playing with their food a little bit, making this series go long. I still think the Wolves win. I think they're the surest bet of anyone. I get why they're minus 1,000, but I worry about playing with their food.
I want to carry something over on that series, and then we got some NFL to talk about, give you a score update as well. Our last segment of the show, Back to the Futures, Will Orton and Brandon Sprague. We're back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back in. Step into your batter's box with BetMGM. Snag the odds boost token and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your MLB bet this season. We'll get to some football stuff here. The NBA draft lottery is tomorrow. Will Ortner, the 74th best player from the offensive line out of Hockinson High School.
My number.
It's a big day for us tomorrow here locally. The Trailblazers did not tank properly in the Cooper Flagg draft. They valued Alex Sarr more than they valued Cooper Flagg. It's one of the most mind-numbingly stupid things I think I've seen in a long time. Will the basketball gods shine upon thee, or will they stay right at 10 or fall to 11? So it's a big day. So we'll talk about that a little bit here. Just to follow up on the Timberwolves, I don't have a lot on it, but I agree with almost everything you said. I think what I did this playoffs, because I've been wrong a lot, is I didn't give enough teams or stars enough credit on championship moxie. And so, I still lean Timberwolves get this done in 5, but if you tell me they lose in Golden State and the Warriors tie it up, I also just wouldn't be shocked because I've watched Minnesota in the series and they've been really weird and odd. And Jokic, I did this too. I haven't given enough stars, and I've leaned a lot on the younger teams taking that step, whereas sometimes the league tells us they need to take 2 to 3 years before they take that step. So I've given these star players a little bit of LeBron treatment of, yeah, you're 22, you can get it, when most of the league history says that's not normal. And I've overlooked, I guess, championship moxie, right? Aaron Gordon's been big. Murray's had mostly some good moments. Jokic, even though he's slumping a little bit, has had good games. And Jimmy Butler has done finals runs before. So I think part of the problem is, for me, I'm taking into what I saw in the regular season, and I'm applying that and saying the Thunder were the best team I saw all year, and it wasn't close. They'll win that series in 5. And then Jokic and Gordon do Jokic and Gordon things, and role guys step up, and Thunder are still kind of learning their way through the playoffs. So I tend to think the Timberwolves will get this done in 5. I would hope for them to get this done in 5 because of my bet. But I'm not going to overlook Golden State and the idea that they could tie the series, send it back to Minnesota, and maybe your bet cashes. Or maybe Steph Curry miraculously comes back with that hamstring. So, that's just kind of my only follow-up I have on Minnesota is maybe they're, to your point, playing with the food a little bit, but also to credit to Golden State, their culture, Steve Kerr. They've been here a million times, so they're not rattled by this moment. Let's get to some NFL news and notes here. I don't know how big this is. I think it was noteworthy and newsworthy, but he's been such a weird player. Derek Carr announced his retirement after 11 seasons, and he's going to save the Saints a lot of cap money, and he's going to basically keep his signing bonus, but he's going to save the Saints on their cap. The Saints quarterback room now is Spencer Rattler, Jake Haener, and Tyler Shuck. Ben Solak of ESPN.com basically wrote that it's probably going to be Tyler Shuck who is going to get the start, the second-round pick of the Saints. We saw him play out here in Oregon. I watched that dude play all 15 years in college, and I'm just going to tell you, never once did I walk away from a Tyler Shuck game going, oh, man, it's too bad. They got to play Tyler Shuck. They're in trouble. Not once. You could tell me he had good games. I'll believe you. He never once wowed me in any way, shape, or form. So if he's going to be a great NFL quarterback, it will kind of more prove the point of nobody knows that position and nobody can quantify how you can tell anybody's going to be good at that position.
Well, it's the ultimate, how do you fit with the system that's going to be built around you? And the reason that the Saints went with Shuck, I think everyone in that organization knew what was about to happen. Like, they knew that Carr was going to retire, or like it had come out before the draft that he had his injury issue, and there were conversations about what he'd do with his career going forward. Let's say he doesn't retire on Saturday. He wasn't going to be in the league next year because he wasn't going to play this year because he wasn't going to pass his physical. His shoulder, from everything that I've read about it, is just completely gone to garbage. It's trash. It's shredded meat. It's string cheese in there. And look, sometimes when you have those types of issues with your shoulder, torn labrums, AC joint tears, AC joint sprains, it just goes to garbage. When it's on your throwing shoulder too, he was going to be done and he was out of the league. So they were already looking for their next QB. After watching last year, Spencer Rattler, like, he's not that guy. Hopefully, he ends up having a backup career where he's hanging around like Chase Daniels. But he's not a starter. I don't know that Tyler Shuck is a starter. But you know what? I would have said probably the same thing for different reasons about Josh Allen, right? The conversation when he came out of Wyoming was, hey, man, that guy makes a ton of great plays. He also makes a ton of horrible plays. His decision-making is poor, but he can make all the throws, and he's as athletic as all get out. Shuck might not be as athletic as Josh Allen, but he can make all the throws. He's a big, tall quarterback. He's got a strong arm. Yeah, he's not as accurate.
He's
right?
24. He's missed like 2 seasons with season-ending injuries. I mean, I get what your Josh Allen point, but like Josh Allen didn't have this. 3. Yeah, thank you. You're proving my point. Like, I hear what you're saying in some ways. Like, there are anomalies to this of a guys like Josh Allen, but I mean, I just, he's older and the injury history is already existing. I'm just baffled. And if he's good, I'll come out here on the show and be like, yo, can't believe it. Couldn't have been more wrong. I'm baffled by the idea that that's a second-round pick. I really am. I understand that quarterback was going to be a virgincy and all that, but like, Tyler Shuck wowed you so much that you gave a second-round pick to Tyler Shuck. I can't believe it. I'm still shocked by it. And also in the same vein, I don't know if I could have cared less about a quarterback retiring or announcing retirement than Derek Carr, who I don't think has been good for 4 years. I mean, I've watched him play, and nothing about it's been impressive. And middle-of-the-road Derek Carr, who had a nice, lengthy career, made a lot of money for him and his family, but never once you were like, oh, man, Carr could win the Super Bowl. I don't know if you ever had that moment. So, I don't know.
Right.
I think it's all weird.
And I think with Shuck, too, is this is going to make or break how long Moore stays there with the Saints. Like, if he's able to turn Shuck into a serviceable, yes, 100%. Because you're going to give him
sucks next year. Let's run through this real quick. If Shuck sucks next year, which I would argue he did in college, and they are in prime position for 1 or 2 pick because they're not good. They don't have a quarterback. Rattler, I don't know about Rattler, and I sure as hell don't know about Haener. Okay? You think they fire Kellen Moore and don't draft a quarterback at 1 or 2? Because I think they could just as easily say, all right, second-round pick was a bit high on that. That did not work. We're in the second pick of the draft. We're going to take the Norris Sellers, who I think is going to be an absolute monster. Or we're going to take Nussmeier out of LSU. Like, you don't think that they would just pivot the way Arizona did from Rosen to Murray, and you think Moore is tied to how successful Shuck is?
No, not in that scenario. If your scenario is they are the worst or second worst team, then no, they're not tied. But in my scenario, they're not the worst, right? They're in the top 10 area. And I think that Kellen Moore is going to design an offense, and he's shown that he has the ability to do this, where there's going to be moments and flashes of Tyler Shuck. Remember, they're also in cap hell, right? So they have to get younger.
Well, this helped them a lot, actually. This car announcement.
It did, 100%. But they still have a bunch of guys like Cam Jordan on the defensive side, Alvin Kamara on the offensive side that have clearly taken a step back. And so they're going to have to move on from those guys. Now, if the Saints look at this and that front office and they say, hey, there's a little bit of signs of growth from Tyler Shuck. We want to keep Kellen Moore around with Tyler Shuck and continue to try and grow our team around him. Then, yes, I do think he's going to be tied to him, much like Brian Daboll was for the most part with Daniel Jones. Like, the only reason that Daboll isn't completely tied to Daniel Jones is because he was so horrific in the last 2 years after the 1 year when Daboll got brought in. Remember, Daboll was brought in to make Daniel Jones become a star or at least a serviceable starting quarterback, and he did for a year. But last year, Daboll doesn't get fired. They're able to get rid of Daniel Jones, but if it doesn't work this year, Brian Daboll will be fired. If they go 0-4 to start the year, Daboll will be fired. And I think that Kellen Moore could have this same thing if Shuck shows growth. Like, remember, this is the same league that drafted Christian Hackenberg. Christian Hackenberg was horrible in college, way worse than Tyler Shuck. But he was a big kid with a strong arm, and NFL teams loved him. That's what Tyler Shuck is. And if he shows any signs of being halfway decent, and this Saints team isn't, a bottom 5 team, I think they will stay with Shuck. I don't think they'll draft a QB. And then it will completely depend on Kellen Moore and his time in his career with the Saints on how Tyler Shuck goes. He was brought in as a QB whisperer, and he went out and he said, Tyler Shuck is the QB that I want. So unless it is a Josh Rosen historically bad pick, and you get to be a 1 or 2 pick next year, he will be tied to Tyler Shuck.
Very quickly, Pickens got traded. Pittsburgh traded him to Dallas. Dallas gave a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick to the Steelers for Pickens and a 2027 sixth. I don't know about you. I just thought this was a big nothing burger story. It's only newsy because of the team that traded for the player and the player being kind of polarizing. Is he good? Is he really good? Is he overrated? I just, I kind of thought it was a nothing burger. I don't think this is going to be amazing for Dallas, and I still don't know who the hell is throwing the football for Pittsburgh. Though I talked to a Pittsburgh guy this week, and he maintains Pittsburgh knows they're getting Aaron Rodgers. Like, that was his takeaway, basically.
Yeah, I've never really been on the George Pickens bandwagon. I don't think he's very good. I think he's like a lot of wide receivers in the NFL. Chase Claypool was another version of this. Where they have all the talent in the world, but they have a 2-cent head, and it's different. Chase's or Claypool's issues were his own issues, and George Pickens' issues seem to be a little bit more aggressive towards others than necessarily what Claypool's issues were. But I think he's got a 2-cent head, and that's going to be the difference between him being successful in the league and being successful with the Cowboys and him being out of the league in a couple of years, just like Claypool is. Like, when Mike Tomlin says, hey, you're too much of a problem for me to deal with you, you're out of here at his age, I think that tells you all you need to know.
Just a team. Give me the team that wins the Cooper Flag sweepstakes tomorrow. Just a team.
Just the team? Blazers.
Wow. I'm going Hornets. I think he's going to stay in the state of Carolina. He'll stay in that area, and he'll be a Hornet. Thank you to Kenny. Thank you to Zach for the 88th greatest offensive line prospect, Will Ortner and Hockenson High. I'm Brandon Sprague. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's been a lot of fun. It always flies by. And we'll catch you guys next week. This is Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back. Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.